Chapter 61. Jian Lai. Fu Kanwen took a step forward, but didn't dare touch her again. His hands drooped between his legs, curled slightly, and he could only watch helplessly as she huddled in pain in the chair. Jian Lai, how are you? Why do you have a headache? Buba's little hand gently tugged at the edge of Jian Lai's shirt and carefully pulled it down. His movements were so subtle that Jian Lai wouldn't have noticed if she hadn't just lowered her head. I just saw someone I know and remembered something. It's nothing. Someone I know. Buba thought for a moment, recalling Jian Lai's words, and finally saw the clue. Are you talking about Zhou Xiao? Buba knows him too. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen were both shocked. Jian Lai, not even caring about his headache, looked at Bubu. Bubu, you said you knew Zhou Xiao. Where did you see him? When? Buba's little head tilted, as if trying to search his memory, in the master's laboratory. But at that time, Bubu was just a test subject, only this tall. He gestured with his little hand to the height of a cup and continued, I remembered he had a loud argument with Master. Bubu, who was living on Master's desk, got really scared. With Professor Tan Qiuyue? When? What was it about? Bubu nodded, trying to recall, his face wrinkling. Bubu doesn't store too much useless information. It would take up too much memory. But I remember him coming to the lab. He said he was kicked out of the project and asked Master to intercede for him with Professor Jiang. When Master refused, he said something nasty, and Master started arguing with him. Kicked out of the project. The lab's perpetually low-temperature air conditioner, the heavy smell of disinfectant, the silhouette of his mother working at her desk, the reagents in his father's hands. Fragments of memory kept flashing back in Jian Lai's mind, but he couldn't piece together the complete scene. Bubu, do you know what project he was kicked out of? Jian Lai, eager to verify, clasped Buba's hands tightly and shook him, his curly hair swaying. I don't remember the name. Bubu swayed with her movements, his voice broken. I only remember the Master rejected him. The Master said, Zhou Xiao, your ambition and conscience have violated the bottom line of scientific research. If I were a true scholar, I would have kicked you out of the project team too. That's all. I really don't remember the rest. When Zhou Xiao left, he almost threw me to pieces. What a wicked man. In his rage, he even tried to throw someone else's project results in their lab. With such low quality and no integrity, it's no wonder he was kicked out of the project team. He's willing to trade the lives of the entire 9th district. Such a person has long since trampled upon his conscience. It's best to avoid dealing with him. Fu Songwen's eyebrows twitched slightly. After Buba confirmed that there was nothing else to say, he took a deep breath and asked Jian Lai, somewhat unsurely, is Professor Jiang, the Professor Jiang Xuezhen you're talking about, your father? Buba immediately puffed out her chest and replied in a childish voice, yes. My master's husband, Jiang Xuezhen, is a world-renowned professor of biology. My master, Tan Qiuyue, is also a world-renowned professor of mechanical and electronic engineering. Bubu is her finest creation. Fu Kanwen pinched his face hard with his right hand, as if to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. I had no idea your parents were such renowned professors. Did you know? The information we're looking for is the material your father left behind. Really? What a coincidence. Jian Lai feigned surprise. Unfortunately, I lost my memory, so I'm not exactly sure what your parents' research is. Based on her parents' expertise, her mother could only have designed and developed the hibernation chambers in the lab. Genetic modification was probably her father's project. No, I'm stupid. I didn't think that at all. Fu Kanwen laughed and shook his head. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. The Jiang family was a prominent one in Jingnan Bay, and he hadn't thought of the two of them together. After all, Jian Lai came from a wealthy family, and her parents were always busy. He assumed they were busy with business, but he hadn't realized they were busy with research. Jian Lai glanced casually at Bubu, thinking of the brown bear totem on his belly. She thought to herself, you can't say Fu Kanwen is stupid. From the beginning, she had a vague feeling that what she was looking for was related to her parents, but she didn't trust them enough at first, so she chose to remain silent. Now, should she trust Fu Kanwen? Jian Lai turned her gaze to Fu Kanwen, hesitant. Fu Kanwen, however, completely oblivious to her hesitation, suddenly faltered his smile, as a hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes. So, in the lab beneath Area 5, did you find Professor Zhang's things? Because it was her parents' lab, Jian Lai knew about the secret door. Because it was her parents' lab, the thought of the corpses outside the door filled her with a wave of fear. That's why she rushed to the door so desperately to check on the bodies. She was probably trying to confirm whether they were her parents. Wandering alone in the apocalypse, with no memory, what was she thinking? Fu Kanwen looked down at his hands, blaming himself for being so impulsive and saying so many harsh words. If he could gain Jianlai's trust, he could hug her and offer her some comfort. I really want to hold her. No. Jianlai shook her head, interrupting Fu Songwen's thoughts. She pulled Tan Qiuyue's ID photo from her pocket, her fingers gently brushing the curled edge. I saw my mother's photo, and subconsciously put it away. It's a pity that the photo isn't clear because of the flood. Bubu can draw it. Bubu squeezed between the two of them, holding up his little hand. Bubu's portrait looks just like a printout. Bubu is amazing. Let's draw it again after we get to District 13. Jianlai patted his head and said with a smile. Are you still willing to go to District 13? What else? I'm curious about what's in that black box underground in District 5. I hope it's the research materials your father left behind. Getting down to business, Fu Songwen's tone was unusually serious. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Do you feel that the temperature today is higher than the past 2 days? It's been sunny these past 2 days, the sky a dazzling blue. If my guess is correct, a severe drought is coming. In recent years, extreme weather has occurred frequently, and few creatures can survive. To adapt to Earth's changes, humans are slowly evolving. In the past, 35 degrees Celsius was too hot to leave the air conditioner, but now, even at 35 degrees, you can wear 2 layers of clothing without sweating. But experts say this evolution is still too slow. If Earth's environment becomes increasingly harsh, humanity's only hope for survival is to artificially manipulate the direction and speed of evolution. For example, if high temperatures persist, genes from heat-resistant organisms could be extracted. Genes from camels, for example, could be used in humans to forcibly enhance their heat tolerance. Human genetic modification is unethical and not universally supported. But at this point, there's no other solution. Professor Jiang is an authority on this subject, both domestically and internationally. Therefore, the higher-ups in District 13 want to obtain Professor Jiang's research materials to assess the feasibility and risks of genetic modification. Compared to District 13's conservative approach, District 19, with its greater resources, is already considering interstellar migration. I apologize for not telling you everything back in District 5, because this was a classified mission. Even the key personnel, including Lu Yifan, knew only that this mission affected humanity's future, but not how. After all, if District 19 found out, they'd probably come and steal Professor Jiang's research materials too. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Intuition. I don't understand what you mean. Outside the stronghold's door, the crowd roared, while inside, it was completely silent. Jianlai lowered his head, avoiding Fu Songwen's piercing gaze. Jianlai, there are many mysteries surrounding you. Besides Bubu, the bionic robot that's incompatible with Earth's current technology, there's also your ability. I mean, the ability to transform into a leopard. It should be something completely unrelated to a person with a special ability, right? An ability that doesn't require restoring energy. It wasn't until you awakened your ice powers later that you, like the rest of us, needed to hibernate and recuperate. You've been watching me all along, and even covered for me when necessary. I'm very grateful. I thought you weren't going to ask. Rather than asking you, I hope you be honest with me one day. Between us, if you have reservations, then let's start by being honest with you first. Fu Kanwen curled his lips in a smile, looking at Jianlai, his eyes gleaming terrifyingly. You know what? The top brass in District 13 said they overcome all difficulties to find Professor Jiang's information, assess the feasibility of human genetic modification, and then consider whether to launch the genetic modification program. But that's just an external statement. In fact, I suspect the top brass in District 13 had already secretly launched the genetic modification program. Once something unethical like this gets started, it can easily get out of control, like Pandora's box. You never know what will come out until the very end. Did I tell you the source of the zombies is in Jingnan Bay? You did. Jianlai realized that the following information was something she hadn't heard before. Because the source is in Jingnan Bay, now known as District 4, District 4 was bombed and there are no survivors. Yes. But the zombie outbreak in Jingnan Bay is because Jingnan Bay is a research base for human genetic modification. In other words, before the apocalypse, people had already begun secretly researching genetic modification. As a successful example of genetic modification, Jianlai cleared her throat, trying to appear calm. You mean the zombie virus is the product of a failed genetic modification? Yes, Although the official authorities have strictly suppressed this information, my grandfather still had some influence in the military. He was furious when he learned about it, and was ultimately completely sidelined, claiming he was too old to work. He could only live out his retirement in District 13. During the zombie outbreak, they claimed he was the most suitable administrator, and insisted on promoting a long-retired veteran. Now, your grandfather is standing in their way. Indeed. Jianlai, I don't know why you stayed in District 9, but I help you wherever I can. But if you're trying to find out anything, be careful. If you touch upon core secrets of District 13 or 19, I'm afraid you'd be in danger. This Zhou Xiao knows your parents, and is very likely someone involved in the genetic modification project. Don't approach him directly. He might still remember you, and that would be a big problem. Fu Kanwen. Jianlai looked at the man before her, earnestly advising her to be careful, with a complicated look in her eyes. You don't have to stay. Fu Sungwen's mood eased considerably when Jianlai again questioned the point of staying. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief on his face. Oh, can you drive? Jianlai was startled by the sudden question and instinctively answered, no. Then if I don't stay, Ms. Jianlai, how are you going to get Bubu back to District 13? Besides turning into a snow leopard, can you also grow wings? What a mistake. Jianlai rolled her eyes, but the corners of her mouth curled up subtly. It was so subtle, she didn't even notice it. But Fu Kanwen had been staring at her intently, seeing everything clearly, and he laughed along with her. Chapter 62. Bang, bang, bang. 3 deafening gunshots rang out outside the stronghold. They shattered the silence within and instantly silenced the cries and clamor of the crowd outside. Followed by this, a raspy voice boomed through the loudspeaker, "Everyone, stop!" Jianlai and Fu Sungwen's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly stood up and rushed to the observation post. Outside the stronghold, Zhou Xiao's thugs swiftly dispatched several pseudo-humans on the outskirts of the group who had brazenly attacked humans. The surrounding civilians, utterly terrified, immediately rushed forward, following Professor Fu Sungwen's instructions, smashing open the pseudo-human skulls, uncovering the true form of the red dragonfly within and crushing them completely. But more pseudo-humans had already cunningly blended back into the fleeing crowd, making it difficult to distinguish them. In this chaotic moment, one couldn't just cut one person's wound and rely on the wound's rapid healing to prove their identity, as they had done before. Someone then boldly spoke up, "Master Xiao, there are still quite a few fake people hiding in the crowd. That guy is terrifying. He's just a monster in human skin. Search them all and kill them." However, the well-equipped troops led by Zhou Xiao did not continue to eliminate the fake people as the slum dwellers hoped. Instead, they pointed their guns at the civilians in the chaos. Maintain order in District 9 Commerce. Everyone, stand still and do not move. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a fake person or someone else, you will be killed without mercy. This inhumane order was like adding fuel to the fire. The crowd immediately erupted in discontent. What the hell? Why are you attacking us instead of killing the monsters? Ah, my son. My son's been dragged away. Please, sir, please save his life. A shabbily dressed man pushed his way to the front of the crowd, pointing in Zhou Xiao's direction and hurling curses, spit flying everywhere. On weekdays, when you were collecting protection fees and taxes, you were all so arrogant and domineering, taking advantage of everything you could do. Now that a monster has come, you all become cowards. You're useless. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man who had been shouting the loudest suddenly stopped, falling to the ground instantly. The man, shot in the head, didn't even utter a scream, his eyes wide open as he collapsed. The head exploded like an overripe watermelon, its contents radiating outwards. Blood and mucus splattered the faces and heads of those around him who couldn't dodge. He stood there dumbfounded, reaching out to wipe the blood from his face. The liquid, within reach, was still warm. The crowd instantly calmed down. Even the fake people who had infiltrated the crowd remained silent, not daring to move. Zhou Xiao himself didn't even bother to glance, as if the person dying before him were nothing more than an ant or a mosquito. He raised his hand expressionlessly, and the men who had just fired immediately pointed their guns at the shuddering crowd, shouting, "Listen up, all of you! Listen up!" Lord Xiao said, "Anyone who dares to take advantage of this opportunity to cause chaos will suffer this fate. If you don't want to die, put down your belongings and disperse." But going back means death too. A woman holding a frail child burst into tears. Her desperate cries were particularly piercing in the silence, and were quickly echoed by the others. Yes, going back means death too. Might as well give it a try. I had enough of living these days anyway. Brothers, look at the blue sky above us. District 9's nightmare has just begun. The worst that can happen is death. Fight them, and take a few people with you. Yes, fight. If I don't die today, I'll probably be eaten by monsters tomorrow. I'm going to die anyway, so I'm going to have a good time and die quickly. That's right. This is the freedom we, the people of District 9, deserve. In the past, tactics like today's, like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, would have been very effective. Zhou Xiao had tried this many times before. As long as the ringleader was dealt with, the rest would dare not say anything. At most, they curse him in bed at night, but it wouldn't hurt him at all. But things were different now. Jiang Lai's heart tightened, fearing that Zhou Xiao had miscalculated this time. Those in power had lived a leisurely and comfortable life for too long, alienated from normal life. They had lost empathy, and were left with only arrogance. When there was no way out, there was nothing to fear. Extreme weather is imminent. Not only will we be starving ourselves, but we're also very likely to become food for others. The people of District 9 have had enough of this life of fear and hopelessness. Can they remain silent this time? As Jiang Lai predicted, people were filled with a wave of fear just thinking about their neighbors, who had vanished without a trace. More and more people are disappointed with the management, and more are venting their frustrations. Go! We're all human. Why should we be treated as inferior? The things here are so expensive, we can't afford them normally, but today, let's just go. Whoever grabs first gets it. The District 9 administrators are indiscriminately shooting civilians. If this gets out, I wonder who will dare come to District 9 again. They're robbing their fathers. Charge. The bloody crackdown failed to quell the chaos. Instead, it completely ignited the public's fury. In the initial melee with the puppets, many were only concerned with escaping. Now, even they, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed whatever they could find. Sticks, machetes, even broken glass. They recklessly rushed towards the shops along the street and, roaring, towards Zhou Xiao's troops. Protect Lord Xiao. The soldiers shouted fiercely, their guns trained without hesitation on the oncoming crowd. The chaos escalated, and screams rang out. The residents far outnumbered the puppets. The reason they went from slaughtering the puppets to being hunted by them was because the people feared pain and death. However, while the puppets felt pain, they recovered 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. As a result, the public's fear gradually took hold, and the war naturally deteriorated. But now it was different. The barefoot had no fear of the shod. When a person no longer fears even death, the power they can unleash is immeasurable. The reluctance to accept defeat unleashed a terrifying burst of strength, and some even rushed forward, determined to die together, snatching the rifle from a thug's hand. The thugs Zhou Xiao had brought with him were startled by the ordinary people charging at them. The desperate attack caught them off guard, and in a moment of distraction, they were ripped from their weapons and pulled back into the crowd. A dummy, hidden in the crowd and caught in the chaos, wearing a torn denim skirt, was stunned by the sudden intrusion of a soldier. Then a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and while everyone's attention was drawn to the thugs, she bit the soldier's exposed neck with her sharp teeth, with pinpoint precision. Blood gushed out like a fountain, the strong smell of blood instantly spreading, and the surrounding dummies became excited. Forced by disguise, they had endured for far too long, and finally, they could enjoy the feast to their heart's content. Another dummy in a cotton and linen sweatshirt, seeing how easily the dummy in the denim skirt had succeeded, grinned and clambered up the abandoned awning of a roadside storefront like a gecko. He scanned the chaotic battlefield below, zeroed in on a lone, paunchy man, and leaped, landing precisely on his back. The man, despite his large belly, was frail. The sudden weight sent him stumbling and plunging him into the arms of a nearby henchman, who stood guard with his rifle raised. Don't eat me! Don't eat me! I'm fat, my blood is greasy, and I'm not tasty. Eat him, his meat is firmer. The paunchy man screamed incoherently, terrified. It sounded amusing, but the dummy on his back couldn't help but hear it. The dummy instantly stood up and changed its target. The armed henchman was caught off guard by the dummy's sudden approach, and just as he struggled to regain his balance, a bomb hit him. He screamed and tried to throw the dummy off, but the paunchy man slammed him in the head with a brick. The armed henchman felt dizzy, and before he could recover, he was the dummy's meal. Fuck. Is this the dummy? Such cruelty. One of the henchmen who witnessed the whole thing was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he nearly fell to his knees. Don't be afraid. Fear means you lose. Just do it. Zhou Zhao's face was ashen, and he was furious. Everyone, move quickly. They can't break through. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen hid behind the observation post in the stronghold, observing secretly. Within minutes, the situation was spiraling out of control. Zhou Xiao's team was filled with skilled personnel, armed with guns and ammunition. Once they were prepared, neither the frantic civilians nor the puppets would be able to get close, as he had predicted. An elderly man, trembling on his crutches, moved forward, only to be shot without hesitation by the thugs. His fallen body was no match for the thugs behind him, and he was instantly trampled underfoot. Over there, a mother holding a child was struck by a stray bullet. The excruciating pain forced her to break free, and the child fell to the ground, where he was instantly dragged away by the waiting puppets, leaving her without a sound. Bleeding still from her wounds, the mother's hand still held the child, her eyes vacant as she stared in the direction the child had vanished. She opened her mouth, letting out a silent wail. Beast! Fu Kanwen clenched his fist tightly and pounded it against the wall, blood oozing from the joints. Anger made his body tremble slightly. To avoid drawing attention, he muttered a curse under his breath. Are these powerful people still human? They're worse than pigs and dogs. Jianlai pondered for a moment, then spoke coldly, unwaveringly, open the door. Let's go to the back and help the civilians kill a few fake people. But Zhou Xiao has seen you before. He might recognize you. He's at odds with your parents, so he might target you. Watching civilians being slaughtered here isn't your style. Jianlai smiled calmly, a murderous glint in his eyes. Don't worry, the hermit has a plan. Before he finished speaking, Fu Songwen's vision blurred. Jianlai's face was gone. He hurriedly lowered his head. In the blink of an eye, Jianlai transformed into a snow leopard, his slender body still adorned with the clothes he had just worn. Fu Kanwen was completely stunned. This was the first time he had witnessed Jianlai's transformation up close and personal. The snow leopard was slender, its muscles flowing and perfectly defined, its entire body covered in thick, glossy fur. The wildness of this large beast was powerful and striking, its beauty so stunning that it made his mind go blank. The snow leopard's gray-blue eyes glanced at him, and it said, Please help me gather my clothes. All my wealth is here. Okay. Fu Kanwen finally woke up from his dream. He suppressed his shock and quickly bent down to pick up the scattered clothes on the ground and stuff them into his backpack. Jianlai, it's right at the entrance to the base. You don't need a backpack, right? Fu Kanwen, just in case. What if there's an emergency, and you need to transform back into human form? It's more convenient to carry it with you. Okay, at this moment, he was being considerate and thoughtful again. Chapter 63. The side door of the stronghold opened, and a man and a leopard slipped out stealthily. Fu Kanwen blended seamlessly into the crowd. Jianlai, like a flash of lightning, vanished from Fu Songwen's sight in a few leaps and bounds, lurking behind a smashed shop front. The snow leopard's gray-blue eyes fixed on the chaotic battlefield ahead. Fu Kanwen was already helping to deal with the exposed dummies. Her job was to hide in the shadows and observe which other dummies were disguised in the crowd. Jianlai couldn't easily reveal herself. The snow leopard was also a ferocious beast, and rashly appearing in the crowd would likely cause chaos. She had to target the dummies, ensuring they wouldn't panic the crowd and reappear. Otherwise, after dealing with the dummies, they would be targeting her next. Suddenly, the snow leopard's large, furry ears twitched. Someone's coming. First, a steady stream of footsteps echoed from the other end of the street, followed by a resounding female voice that echoed throughout the street. Shenling is here to clear out the fakes. All survivors, immediately hide and defend, or you be treated as fakes. District 9 was a three-way stalemate. Lei Hong was in charge of commerce, while Shenling was responsible for guarding checkpoints and area security. Although most of Shenling's men came from humble backgrounds, they possessed more talented individuals and were better equipped. She brought 3 times as many men as Zhou Xiao, and within minutes, they had surrounded them all. The woman in the lead, dressed in casual sportswear, her ponytail tied high and swaying with her steps, exuded youthful energy. It was Shenling. Now was Shenling's golden opportunity to win over the people. Jianlai had previously thought that if Shenling had any ambitions, she would choose this moment to send troops to clear out the fakes. With Lei Hong's men as a foil, if she intervened again, she would be like the savior of District 9. Her prestige in District 9 would surely far surpass that of the other 2. Lord Shenling has come to kill the puppets. We're saved. Get down, get down. The people, terrified by Zhou Xiao's bloody suppression, immediately squatted with their heads in their hands. Fu Kanwen, who was mixed in the crowd, also squatted. He had already successfully injured several exposed puppets. The 2 puppets, standing naked among the squatting crowd, stood out particularly. Shenling's men immediately attacked and killed them. When they waited for so long, she thought she was overthinking. It turned out she hadn't thought enough. The later Shenling arrived, the more grateful and convinced the people at the scene became. Are there any more fish that slipped through the net? Have all the puppets been eliminated? There should be some. Who knows where these damn things came from? They're so good at hiding. They're more terrifying than zombies. The crowd responded busily. Fu Kanwen took the opportunity to adjust his crouching position and glanced at the door panel where the snow leopard was hiding. He saw the leopard's face, stern, fixed on a bald man behind him. After meeting Fu Songwen's gaze, it nodded. Fu Kanwen instantly understood that Jian Lai was reminding him that the bald man behind him was a well-hidden fake. However, his gun had just been depleted of bullets. If he pulled out his gun and reloaded now, he would risk being considered dishonest by Zhou Xiao and Shenling and being shot. He squatted there, weighing the pros and cons, hesitant for a moment. Until the bald fake swallowed his saliva, looking at the exposed, bleeding arm of the girl next to him. Just as he was about to pounce on the girl, driven by his urge to eat, Fu Songwen's fingers flashed with electricity, and a blue electric snake shot out, striking the bald mannequin's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. The mannequin let out a shrill scream, clutching his hands over his eyes, and collapsing to the ground. What just happened? Was it a lightning user? Who? The crowd erupted in an uproar. But there was no time to investigate, for they immediately noticed the bald mannequin's eyes were rapidly healing. The smell of burning had barely dissipated, but he had quickly stopped the bleeding. The skin beneath his fingers was visibly healing, even his eyeballs regaining color. Sir! Sir Shen! Help! There's another mannequin here. She didn't need anyone's guidance. From the moment the electric arc shot out, she noticed the exposed mannequin. The crowd was dense, making it difficult for her to use her abilities, so she instructed her men to shoot and kill the mannequin. Behind the door, Jian Lai straightened up and peered in. Only after confirming that a tiny pinkish-white fleshworm emerging from the bald pseudo-human's brain had been bludgeoned to death by the crowd with bricks did she breathe a sigh of relief. Pinkish-white fleshworm. This time, the color returned to pinkish-white. Could it have been Daniel's dazzled eyes that night? No, since it's called a red dragonfly, it must have something to do with the color. Previously, they'd been misled by misleading information, believing that red represented the color of blood, and that the smell of blood would arouse the parasite's appetite, hence the name red dragonfly. This was fundamentally wrong. If it were because of blood, its scientific name should be blood dragonfly, not red dragonfly. It's probably called a red dragonfly because this fleshworm can level up. Just like the middle-aged pseudo-human she had seen in District 5, his abilities significantly increased after eating the floral dress pseudo-human. Perhaps, the stronger the abilities, the darker the color of these insects. The discovery of another pseudo-human, far from reassuring, only heightened panic. These pseudo-humans were so cunning that, unless injured, they were impossible to identify. Those who hadn't awakened feared the pseudo-humans, while some awakened users didn't take them seriously. After all, aside from their slightly stronger physical qualities and enhanced self-repair abilities, the pseudo-humans didn't seem to pose much of a threat to users with special abilities. Shenling, for example, didn't take the pseudo-humans seriously. In her opinion, whether pseudo-humans or zombies, there was nothing to fear. On the contrary, their existence forced unawakened ordinary people to rely on users with special abilities for survival, which was exactly what she wanted. Hey Zhou Xiao, Master Xiao, long time no see. Didn't you leave District 9 recently? When did you get back? Zhou Xiao's voice was stiff, clearly unwilling to pay any attention to Shenling. However, he was far inferior in both status and ability, so he couldn't ignore her. Master Shen, now isn't the time for small talk. Shenling smiled brightly. Master Xiao is right. As you're older, you're more focused on the overall situation. I understand that. In that case, let's not waste Master Xiao's precious time. Ah Ming, get your men to surround this place. We investigate everyone, and not a single fake person will be spared. Before such a large crowd, Zhou Xiao's eyes flashed with sternness, nearly lashing out at the insinuation of his age from a junior. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Many of these thugs have stolen things from my shop. Lord Shen, please instruct your men to be more careful when checking for imposters. Don't let those opportunistic rabble take my things. Lord Xiao's things? As far as I know, aren't all the shops in this core area Sister Hong's? Is Sister Hong planning to retire early? I saw her a while ago, when she went to District 19 to buy goods. Why didn't she tell me? Sister Hong is so rude. Shenling. Zhou Xiao was completely enraged, his forehead veins bulging, clearly furious. Oh, excuse me, young man, for being so careless. Lord Xiao is a magnanimous person, and will naturally not argue with a junior like me. Shenling calmed Zhou Xiao's anger with a casual gesture, knowing when to call it a day. With a wave of her hand, she signaled her men to begin their action. Behind the door, Snow Leopard's tense muscles finally relaxed completely. So far, it seems the threat from the pseudo-humans has been resolved relatively smoothly. It's just that Shenling arrived a little late. She and Fu Kanwen wouldn't have had to come out. The chaotic situation was temporarily suppressed thanks to Shenling's forceful intervention. Under the threat of the Esper and firearms, the crowd gathered together and was inspected in batches. After checking their language, behavior, and injuries, those who passed the inspection entered the safe zone, while those with doubts were isolated and questioned. Under the guards' rough but efficient interrogation, the people gradually calmed down. Only a few people, reluctant to put down their belongings, stuffed them into their various pockets. For a moment, the only sounds on the street were the soldiers shouting, the groans of the wounded, and the anxious sobs of the people. Watching the orderly security check proceed, Jianlai belatedly realized a terrifying thought. While Shenling's arrival temporarily suppressed the chaos, it also meant significantly strengthened control in the area. It would be incredibly difficult for her and Fu Kanwen to quietly retreat to their base. Especially for Fu Kanwen, who was mingling in the crowd, with nowhere to retreat. Furthermore, Jianlai had previously killed Scar, Shenling's subordinate, without hesitation at the checkpoint in District 9. If Fu Kanwen were recognized by her now, she wondered if she would deliberately make things difficult for him. If Shenling were to make trouble, how could she possibly cooperate with his escape? While Jianlai was pondering, Shenling was already searching the crowd. She was young and beautiful, but she held an imposing presence. Everyone who met her gaze instinctively lowered their heads, fearing she might displease her. Lightning ability, precise control, a single strike, hitting both of the target's eyes without harming the surrounding innocents. Shenling paced, muttering to herself, when did such a figure appear in District 9, hiding his true identity? She paused, staring meaningfully at the remaining crowd, her lips curled slightly as she raised her voice. Captain Fu, it's you. Jianlai's heart sank instantly. She subconsciously tensed her muscles, momentarily forgetting she was in snow leopard form. The snow leopard's claws scraped across the door, making a subtle sound. Oh no! Who's there? You could hear that? Being discovered wouldn't be a big deal. After all, she already transformed, so Zhou Xiao wouldn't recognize her. Thinking of this, Jianlai felt a little more at ease. The searchers slowly approached the door where Jianlai was hiding. Jianlai held her breath and crouched, ready to attack. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Her heartbeat grew louder. Lord Shen, you have a good eye. I was just passing by, taking the opportunity to eliminate a nuisance. In the crowd, Fu Kanwen stood up calmly, brushed the dust off his trouser legs, and met Shenling's inquiring gaze. Jianlai knew that Fu Kanwen knew he could no longer hide, and was helping her attract attention. What a passerby, what a convenient opportunity. Shenling chuckled and signaled her men to release Fu Kanwen, avoiding further investigation. She waited until Fu Kanwen approached before continuing, her voice amusement tinged with sarcasm. Captain Fu, how did you find the time to join in the fun in District 9? Your passing caused quite a stir. Not only did you kill the guard dog Scar, but I heard the team also recruited a new prodigy with ice abilities. My subordinates say the user is stunningly beautiful. Even though she's a mother, she's a ruthless killer. I'd like to see her again. Why? Isn't the beauty with you? She said this, but her eyes had already darted towards the spot where Jianlai had been making a commotion. Chapter 64. My Dawn team has gradually evacuated District 9. Lord Shen is well informed. I assume someone must have informed me of the number of men and women on the bus the day I left District 9. Now, there's only me and a child left in District 9. Fu Sungwen's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, his face radiating a certain aloof composure. Shenling raised an eyebrow, her lips curling up as her smile remained, though it didn't reach her eyes. Captain Fu, you're joking. How would I know which of your Dawn team members are in District 9? It was Captain Fu who helped me get rid of that traitorous guard dog before, saving me the trouble. But if this happens again, Captain Fu, could you please let me know first? After all, they say you should look at the owner before beating a dog, right? Next time? Jianlai rolled his eyes secretly. Even if there was a next time, Scar's death was not a pity, he still needed to be killed. Okay. If there's a next time, I definitely ask Boss Shen for permission first. However, if they're seeking death, it's not my fault. Fu Kanwen replied casually, not stopping. Now that the pseudo-human issue has been resolved, I won't be a nuisance here anymore. I be leaving first. Wait a minute. I heard the existence of pseudo-humans, and the methods to counter them were all proposed by a man named Fu Lao San. Does Captain Fu know him? Shenling watched Fu Kanwen leave, and suddenly asked loudly. As she spoke, she turned her back to Jiang Lai's hiding place, and casually snapped her fingers. Two of Shenling's men immediately understood, reaching for their pistols from their waistbands, loading them, and silently swooped in the direction of Jiang Lai's hiding place. Behind the door, Jiang Lai's gray-blue pupils narrowed into a thin line, and she held her breath. Fu Lao San was the alias Fu Kanwen used in the slums. Most of the people present had escaped from the slums, so there was always the possibility that 2 or 3 people would recognize him. However, what they were doing was ultimately helping District 9 eliminate a threat, so Shenling shouldn't have bothered with that. So, she asked this question purely to distract Fu Kanwen. Her real goal was herself behind the door. Jiang Lai's whole body tensed, the sound of approaching guards' footsteps filling her ears, her mind racing. Discovery was inevitable. Rushing out? They'd be too big a target, with the enemy outnumbered and well-armed. Getting blasted would be more trouble than they gain. But Shenling's grandiose crackdown on the fakes today was primarily to establish her authority and win over the people. Running into Fu Kanwen was a complete accident. She simply didn't know what was hiding behind the door, which was why she was maintaining the necessary vigilance. If Shenling saw the snow leopard behind the door, she probably wouldn't be too interested. She would be mistaken for an ordinary alien and ordered to be killed. But if she could rush out and reach Fu Kanwen before the guards could react, she believed that Fu Sungwen's abilities would be enough to prevent them from firing. She could then pretend to be Fu Sungwen's pet. After all, they would never guess that a human was hiding under the skin of a snow leopard. With his mind made up, Jiang Lai no longer hesitated. The moment the door was pushed open, a lightning-fast shadow leaped out from behind it, heading straight for Fu Kanwen. Almost at the same time, the stronghold's main door was violently opened from the inside. The moment Jiang Lai saw the stronghold's gate open, her heart sank. Bubu, oh no! She calculated that Fu Kanwen would be patient, but this little ancestor, Bubu, didn't play by the rules. In Bubu's eyes, this was Jiang Lai's most dangerous moment. As her personal robot, there was no way he could stay inside the stronghold. What escaped? The 2 guards in charge of the investigation immediately raised their guns and tried to aim, but the snow leopard was incredibly fast, nimbly dodging the guns. With a few quick leaps, it darted behind them, knocked the guns to the ground, and then swiftly pounced on Fu Kanwen. And on the other side. Who? The guard near the stronghold's gate immediately gripped his gun tightly and shouted. A furry, baby-like head peeked out from behind the door, leaving the guard stunned. Boss, it's a little cub. Fu Sungwen's heart skipped a beat, but he reacted instantly and rushed forward, meeting Bubu's small steps. He scooped him up and protected him. It's my child, don't be nervous. Lord Shen, please have your men move the guns away. Be careful of accidental discharges and innocent people. Bubu, held in Fu Sungwen's arms, quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered Jiang Lai. She's fine. As soon as the words left her mouth, the snow leopard gently landed around Fu Kanwen, circling him affectionately, its long tail raised high and wrapped around his arm, looking like a spoiled child. Jiang Lai thought to herself, that's obvious enough, isn't it? It finally proves she's not aggressive, that she's obeying Fu Kanwen. She's just an ordinary, harmless, clingy big cat. Yo yo yo. Shenling watched with interest as Fu Kanwen expertly cradled the child, teasing, is this the child of that icy beauty? Wow, so juicy. But Captain Fu, haven't you always been thinking about your white moonlight? What, have you finally come to your senses and fallen for someone else? The snow leopard's tail, wrapped around Fu Sungwen's arm, stiffened, its swings fading considerably. Fu Kanwen chuckled inwardly, but his expression remained tense. He'd been teased by Lu Yifan, Shi Wenjing, and the others along the way, and had almost gotten used to it. He hadn't expected Jiang Lai to be accustomed to it yet. She reacted to Shenling's words, which was a good thing for him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Fu Kanwen coughed lightly, and met Shenling's teasing gaze expressionlessly. Master Shen, you're joking? It's just an obsession. Really? Shenling's gaze fell on Buba's delicate little face, and she glanced at the snow leopard at Fu Sungwen's feet. She had just seen how agile and intelligent it was, disarming 2 of her men with a few moves. Although it hadn't hurt anyone and didn't appear to be particularly feral or dangerous, a beast was still a beast. She hesitated, a little wary, and said to Fu Conwen from a distance, "This little half-blood is truly beautiful. It seems his mother is truly a beauty. How come I never heard of such a person in your dawn before? I met him on a mission. He was just a stranded survivor. Haha, Captain Fu is truly kind-hearted. He finds treasures wherever he goes. Don't tell me you picked up that snow leopard at your feet too. Just luck. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make." Fu Conwen didn't want to argue with her any further and said flatly, "Master Shen, I believe you still have work to do, sorting out and dealing with the fake people. We won't bother you anymore. We be leaving now." With one hand holding Bubu, he gently patted the snow leopard's tail with the other, then started back to the base. "One last question, Captain Fu. How did you know about the existence of fake people, and how did you know their weaknesses?" "When I was staying at a hotel, I ran into an innkeeper who was harboring fake people." Fu Conwen answered as he walked. "Oh." Shenling's tone was drawn out, and she smiled meaningfully. "Harboring fake people is truly a disgrace to humanity. What happened to that innkeeper?" Jian Lai's hair was about to stand on end. This woman seemed casual, but her words were full of traps. Shenling was deliberately trying to trick Fu Conwen into revealing Lei Hong's attempt to shield the imposter and silence the innkeeper, Zhou Daqiang. If Fu Conwen spoke, it would mean a complete break with Lei Hong. If Fu Conwen didn't, Shenling wouldn't let them go so easily. Jian Lai felt strangely irritated. If it weren't for her, Fu Conwen would have left District 9 long ago. A low growl escaped from between his teeth. The surrounding guards immediately went on alert, their right hands stiff, ready to strike at the snow leopard. Fu Conwen paused, calmly shielding the snow leopard behind him. He met Shenling's inquiring gaze calmly. Everyone has their own reasons for doing things in this world. The innkeeper, Zhou Daqiang, has already paid with his life. It can be considered a case of good and evil being rewarded. Master Shen, are you still going to his grave to investigate his crimes? Without giving Shenling a chance to speak, he turned and strode away with the man and the leopard. With Shenling's tacit consent, the guards made way for a passage. "Wait!" The sudden shout not only stopped Fu Conwen and Jian Lai in their tracks, but even Shenling, who had already turned to attend to other matters, turned back in surprise. It was Zhou Xiao, the man who had remained silent the entire time, who had spoken. These people, one after another, were truly endless. Jian Lai suddenly felt something was amiss. She circled Fu Conwen in frustration, her long tail whipping Fu Songwen's calf repeatedly with a hint of venting. Her gray-blue eyes fixed on Zhou Xiao. She wanted to see what Zhou Xiao had to say. She was in her snow leopard form now. He couldn't possibly recognize her, could he? "Captain Fu, let me see the child in your arms." Jian Lai's body trembled violently, startling the surrounding guards and nearly causing them to fire. Could he have recognized Bubu? A low, continuous growl erupted from the snow leopard's throat. Fu Conwen first reached out and rubbed the snow leopard's furry head, signaling Jian Lai to calm down. Then, he patted Bubu's small head, gently pushing him down. At his prompting, Bubu's little arms clung tighter to his shoulder, his head buried firmly in his shoulders, leaving Zhou Xiao with only a wisp of fluffy hair. "We want to go home." "Okay, let's go home now." Fu Conwen patted Bubu's back, then looked up at Zhou Xiao with a hint of impatience. "I'm sorry, Master Xiao, with all the commotion today, I'm afraid the children at home might be frightened. I meet with Lord Xiao and Lord Shen another day when I'm free." "Stop him." Zhou Xiao stared intently at the child in Fu Songwen's arms. The hair color, the look, they looked incredibly familiar. Although he couldn't remember, this brat filled him with a deep sense of dread. His instincts told him he couldn't let them go like this. Chapter 65. Looking for death. Fu Conwen didn't retreat, but instead took a half-step forward towards the onrushing Zhou Xiao's men. He shifted Bubu to his left arm, holding it firmly. With his free right hand, he suddenly grabbed at the air as the men charged forward. A flash of electricity flashed, striking their knees with pinpoint accuracy. With the smell of scorched flesh, several thugs instantly fell to the ground, clutching their knees and writhing. Screams echoed throughout the scene. Jian Lai wasn't idle either. With a low roar, he rushed forward as Fu Conwen attacked, slapping several thugs in the back row who were eager to reach for their weapons, and sending them flying. In the blink of an eye, the Esper and the gunman fell to the ground, not even touching Fu Songwen's clothes. "I'm only calling you Lord Xiao out of respect for Lord Lei Hong. Zhou Xiao, do you think I'm afraid of you? Come and stop me again if you dare, but next time, do you think I show mercy?" Fu Conwen, holding Bubu, continued striding forward, strolling leisurely, completely disregarding Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao was filled with shock and anger, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. He could only stare at Fu Conwen with wide eyes, then glance fearfully at the ferocious beast at his feet. Fu Songwen's abilities should not be underestimated. His reputation has been well known for years, and these good-for-nothings under his command wouldn't get away with anything under his yoke. Now that he's taken in such a ferocious snow leopard, he's even more difficult to deal with. Lord Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? Are you scared? Shenling paused, gloating, to fan the flames. Humph. Fu Conwen, very good, I remember that. Zhou Xiao's face sank. Ignoring Shenling's incendiary comments, he uttered a few words, attempting to redeem himself in front of the younger generation. When no one was paying attention, he used a little skill to clumsily grab his arm, which was hanging at his side. Just now, when Fu Conwen attacked, a burst of electricity was directed at Zhou Xiao. Though he reacted quickly enough to dodge most of it, the violent current still grazed his arm, coursing through it and throughout his body. He gritted his teeth to prevent a cry of pain. Otherwise, it would have been humiliating. After the arc passed, his entire arm went numb and out of control, unable to exert any strength. He could only use the strength of his other arm to hang on to his chest. Compared to the thugs who fell to the ground and suffered burns, Fu Conwen had shown him mercy, not letting him embarrass himself in public. If he refused to retreat after being offered this opportunity and continued to fight, it would have been truly disgraceful. Leave a few people on the scene to deal with the damaged store and count the losses. The rest of you, follow me. The atmosphere inside the stronghold was heavy. After confirming that no one was trying to force their way in, Jianlai and Fu Conwen breathed a sigh of relief. Bubu, did you do something wrong? Although he was a robot, he was aware of the situation. If Jianlai hadn't rushed out so quickly, it seemed he could have handled the situation on his own. After he left, it only led to a fight. It's okay, Bubu. Fu Conwen lowered him to the ground, squatted down, patted his head, and whispered soothingly. Yes, you did something wrong. Jianlai suddenly approached from the side and spoke coldly. Fu Songwen's forehead jumped, and he froze for a moment. He wanted to offer some words of advice to Bubu, but was silenced by Jianlai's next words. Bubu's clear eyes blinked as he looked at Jianlai. She continued, You're just a little robot, just following the program. No wonder you're not. But you should know that humans are the most cunning, and a robot like you can't outmaneuver them. So you should listen to my instructions. Next time I say I need you to go on a solo mission, don't nag me to take you with me. Do you understand? But, Bubu's face wrinkled with reluctance. Bubu is Jianlai's personal robot. I should follow you wherever you go. What if you're in danger? Bubu can protect Jianlai. But, Jianlai stretched out the last syllable. The danger we're in right now is actually caused by you trying to protect me. The little robot Bubu was speechless. When it comes to sharp words and avoiding the main point, AI is no match for humans. Fu Conwen couldn't stand it any longer and quickly took over. Jianlai, you're being a bit serious. Bubu is just worried about you. Jianlai jumped onto the opposite table, crouched low, her long tail raised, and lashed Fu Songwen's arm, interrupting him and continuing, Captain Fu, Bubu isn't a real child, he's a robot. How about next time I'm out for something, you and Bubu stay at the base and wait for me? Fu Conwen couldn't convince her otherwise, so he could only keep silent. Listening to Jianlai's lecture and watching Bubu's little head nod, Fu Conwen felt a tingling warmth well up in his heart. They looked like a warm family of three. A family already has someone who plays the good cop, so there should be someone who plays the bad cop. That's the only way to maintain harmony. Of course, he absolutely dared not say what he was thinking out loud. Jianlai would definitely be furious if she heard. Okay, Bubu is quite useful too. Seeing the situation was almost ready, Jianlai decided to call it a day. She hopped lightly from the table to the ground, patted Bubu's little head with her paw, and softened her tone. Draw a detailed map of all the places in District 9 we took you to. Make sure you remember every detail. The clearer your drawing, the safer I be. Get it? I understand. Bubu happily raised his hand, the frustration on his face vanishing, and he immediately frantically searched for paper and pen. Fu Conwen shook his head as he watched Bubu scurry away. This little robot was much easier to coax than a human child. As long as he could help Jianlai, he would be extremely obedient and motivated. After Bubu had walked away, Fu Conwen turned to Jianlai and said sternly, What are your plans? How can I cooperate with you? Jianlai paced slowly around the base. After much deliberation, he finally decided to share some of the details with Fu Conwen. After all, with his help, things would get twice the result with half the effort. Jianglai chose to stay in District 9 because of her conversation with Daniel that night. After losing the Dark Amber, Daniel was devastated and felt his life was coming to an end. Jianglai promised him something valuable to at least keep him from starving to death, on the condition that he tell her everything he knows about Jianglai. So, with Daniel's narration, Jianglai pieced together some of the pieces. She and Daniel were college classmates. However, their relationship wasn't very close, they were just ordinary classmates. Daniel had been admitted to medical school thanks to his foreign nationality. He didn't like studying medicine, it was his father's obsession, but he was completely focused on his love life, and his schoolwork was a complete mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so far without a skill. At least he could have worked in a small clinic like Xinjun. Jianglai was a diligent student, and she looked down on people like him who didn't take their studies seriously. Daniel and Jianglai were completely unrelated, yet they were assigned to the same study group. Daniel's grades weren't great, but he loved to have fun. He was quick-witted, sweet-talking, and had excellent interpersonal skills. He often helped the class leaders collect homework and gather information about his classmates. He memorized Jianglai's information at a glance. In his words, Jianglai had a good personality, was beautiful, and had a good family background. She was every man's dream wife. When Daniel reached this point, Jianglai couldn't bear it anymore and sneered, "When it comes to reality, no one is more realistic than you men." Daniel wasn't offended by Jianglai's words. At his point, face, and all that mattered was his survival. He said, "That's not the most important thing. What's important is that I remember your father and mother's names." After reading the classmate's profile, I immediately researched their names online. Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue, right? There's something I never said. A while ago, when I was at Lei Hong's place, I overheard Lei Hong talking to a wealthy man from District 19, and she mentioned your father, Jiang Xuezhen. Jianglai omitted the previous part about how Daniel and she met and how they interacted, and went straight to the point, telling Fu Kanwen that Daniel had heard Lei Hong mention Jiang Xuezhen in a conversation with someone from District 19. Fu Kanwen was genuinely surprised, frozen in disbelief. Professor Jiang? Seeing he was just as surprised as she was, Jianglai finally let out a relieved laugh. God knows, when Daniel revealed this, she nearly lost control and resorted to some means to force him to reveal more information. Unfortunately, that was all he knew. That person said Jiang Xuezhen's project wasted an untold amount of dark amber. Jianglai was incredibly grateful to be in her snow leopard form. It meant that no matter what expression she had on her face, it wouldn't be too obvious. She looked up at Fu Kanwen, her voice hesitant. Fu Kanwen, that District 19 guy who's colluding with Lei Hong isn't a good person, is he? He mentioned my father and his project. Could my father also be bad? Professor Jiang is just doing research. Research itself isn't good or bad. The bad ones are those who want to use the results for bad things. Fu Kanwen interrupted firmly. Yes, you're right. After chatting with Daniel, her nerves, which had been tense, finally relaxed. She actually thought so too. After receiving Fu Songwen's confirmation, she felt more reassured and had more energy and vigor to pursue the matter. Wasn't Dark Amber first brought back from space over a decade ago? Back then, my father could have studied it. Don't you find it strange? Dark Amber is a space energy crystal. My father is just an ordinary biologist. Why would he have Dark Amber? He can't study it? There were still a lot of Dark Amber remnants in the underground laboratory in Area 5. Now thinking about it, it made no sense. Where did the Dark Amber in Jiang Xuezhen's hand come from? Fu Kanwen frowned. He couldn't figure this out. We're not sure about that yet. But that's exactly why you're staying, isn't it? Once Bubu finishes drawing the map, I go with you. Thank you. You're welcome. Things related to Professor Jiang are what District 13 wants to know too. Just think of it as a New Dawn mission. It's only natural for me to stay and work with you. This way, you shouldn't feel burdened, right? Jianglai's heart warmed, and he nodded, thanking him again for his thoughtfulness. Thank you, Captain Fu. Chapter 66. The next day, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. The temperature seemed to have risen slightly compared to the previous 2 days. No one had cleaned the area in front of the stronghold, leaving a mess after yesterday's melee. The untouched ground was covered in large patches of blood, long since congealed, a pitch-black mass that emitted a sickening stench under the scorching sun. Inside the stronghold, the relatively enclosed space was unbearably hot. Jianglai and Fu Kanwen sat on the ground, sorting out the last of their supplies. They had to gather as much information as possible before leaving District 9, before all their rations were gone. The sun was shining brightly, and even if Jianlai didn't eat, her special physique wouldn't cause her to starve to death. However, not eating would weaken her abilities, so she couldn't save food just to delay the journey. In the end, they could only stay in District 9 for 3 days at most. Otherwise, they would run out of food on the way back to District 13. After counting her supplies, Jianlai's thoughts drifted back to her earlier conversation with Daniel. How could her father have used so much dark amber? Does genetic modification also require dark amber as a core energy source? What secrets are hidden here? She instinctively reached for the pocket where she kept her dark amber. The moment her palm grasped the dark amber, her movements suddenly froze, a strange feeling washing over her. Jianlai quickly pulled out 2 dark amber pieces, spread them out in her palm, and examined them carefully. What's wrong? Fu Kanwen noticed her abnormality, stopped cleaning and leaned over. Take a closer look. Has it gotten smaller? At first, it was the size of an egg, and occasionally felt a bit in the way when she kept it close to her pocket. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I felt it prickly. The dark amber had shrunk noticeably, now looking even smaller than a ping-pong ball. Fu Kanwen was also startled, and immediately pulled out the 2 dark ambers he'd been given. The 4 dark ambers were placed side by side in Jianlai's palm, and the size difference was visible to the naked eye. Compared to Fu Sungwen's dark ambers, Jianlai's 2 dark ambers had shrunk to the size of quail eggs. How could this be? Fu Kanwen, shocked, lifted one and brought it close to his eyes for closer inspection. Mine seems to have shrunk a bit too, but not as noticeably as yours. Looking at the dark amber in his palm, Jianlai closed his eyes, carefully sensing its presence. When he opened them again, the dark amber felt cold to the touch, still unchanged. However, looking at the various sizes of dark amber, a startling thought occurred to her. Do you remember how Chenjun awakened? She awakened after consuming the dark amber. Do you think it's possible that we are slowly absorbing the dark amber? The more Jianlai spoke, the more she felt her words made sense. Like Chenjun, she also awakened her ice-based abilities after acquiring the dark amber. However, Chenjun accidentally swallowed the dark amber, while she slowly absorbed it by keeping it on her body. Eager to prove her theory, she ignored everything else and grabbed Fu Sungwen's arm, asking him, have you felt a significant improvement in your abilities, or that the fatigue you feel after using them has lessened, making you less likely to need to go into deep hibernation to recover as before? Fu Kanwen closed his eyes, and carefully felt it. The moment he raised his palm upward, an arc of electricity flashed, then quickly dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, he shook his head at Jianlai's expectant gaze. It's not very noticeable. But I think what you say makes sense. Absorbing dark amber to enhance abilities is like leveling up. Now that dark amber has been proven to catalyze human awakening, it stands to reason that it can also aid in ability upgrades. Jianlai was speechless. Watching the arcs of electricity flexing freely in Fu Sungwen's palm, he could only silently scorn. This guy's abilities are unfathomable, too abnormal. The recent intensity of combat wasn't even enough to warm him up, and it wouldn't have put him into a deep sleep, so he couldn't feel a noticeable improvement. If Fu Kanwen could hear Jianlai's internal complaints, he'd definitely feel wronged. Even Jianlai himself could control and release ice with ease. The two of them the same. Awakening abilities, enhancing abilities, dark amber seemed to offer endless possibilities. But Jianlai returned Fu Sungwen's dark amber, and then carefully stored his own. Her brow furrowed, unmoved by the endless possibilities afforded by the dark amber. Her voice deepened considerably. What's the price? After the dark amber was removed from the vine, it immediately withered and died. Chenjun's awakening powers accelerated after consuming the dark amber. Does absorbing dark amber this way also come at a price? Fu Kanwen carefully felt every part of his body, confirming there was nothing unusual. He asked with concern, so far, I don't seem to be feeling any discomfort. What about you? You awakened after acquiring the dark amber. If the power of the dark amber was causing discomfort, your reaction would likely be more pronounced. Jianlai thought for a moment, not answering immediately. She stood up and stretched her muscles, then stepped aside. With a flick of her wrist, a cluster of tiny ice crystals shot out from her fingertips, striking the wall and creating a small dent. The ice crystal shattered, falling with a scattering of wall dust. Due to the stifling heat inside the shop, they melted quickly, leaving only a puddle in the corner. She shook her hands, confirming she was alert and in good spirits. I'm not feeling any discomfort either. In that case, let's assume for now that our slow absorption of the dark amber is fine. Only consuming it as Jun did would be excessive, exceeding the body's tolerance limit. We know any other effects after we return to District 13 and undergo a full-body checkup. Jianwei nodded. That was all she could do. Thanks to yesterday's lesson, they wanted to leave Bubu alone when they left the base today. He pouted, but finally agreed. With only 3 days to go, Jianwei and Fu Kanwen had a clear goal: to start with the blood bank. They disguised themselves. Jianwei donned a baseball cap and mask he found in the base, painted a rash on his neck, and changed into an even more worn-out smock. Fu Kanwen, while retaining the stubble on his chin, donned a well-worn work suit. Both men looked considerably more decrepit. After carefully ensuring they were difficult to identify, they continued their search for intelligence in District 9. As soon as they left the building, they discovered something else surprising. After 3 days of scorching sun, the temperature in District 9 had gradually risen to 40 degrees Celsius, remaining around 35 degrees even late at night. Scorching sun and intense drought are always the end of crops. However, Jianwei was surprised to find that the crops in the fields, which had not been watered in time and should have been killed by the sun, were merely drooping, not withering away as usual. The people who grew the crops were overjoyed, spreading the news, their suntanned faces forcing a grateful smile. She said, "Thank God, these crops have evolved too. As long as their survival ability improves, she won't have to worry about a total crop failure." Jianwei squatted down to examine them more closely, and she found that these crops had indeed undergone some changes. The remaining leaves curled and drooped from lack of water, but they hadn't turned brown or broken, and their roots had grown deeper into the ground. The few green leaves that lay on the soil were a vibrant green, not withered and yellow, but more like plants struggling to survive in extreme conditions. Perhaps they were indeed evolving. In addition to improving their heat tolerance, plants actively discard some of their leaves, reducing their water needs, and thus ensuring their chances of survival. This is a good discovery. As long as the alien species in Area 9 are controlled, and as long as people are more diligent and willing to put more effort into farming, they will eventually be able to grow food. At least no one will starve to death. Jianwei thought so, and told Fu Kanwen the same thing. However, upon arriving at the blood station and seeing the long line that still formed in front of it, Jianwei realized how ridiculous his idea was. The line in front of the blood station was no less sluggish than before. Under the scorching sun, people stood like crops drained of moisture, drooping and crooked. After yesterday's chaos and purge, people's eyes were no longer as numb and empty as before, but it wasn't much better. Fu Kanwen noticed Jianwei's dissatisfaction and gently persuaded him. For those accustomed to taking shortcuts, selling blood at the blood station is still the easiest and most lucrative option. It's difficult to disabuse them of this mindset in a short period of time. Jianwei nodded. "I know. Knowing is one thing, accepting it calmly is another." Many of the people in front of the blood station were regulars. To avoid being recognized, even after changing their appearance and not wearing any eye-catching clothes, the two of them couldn't wander around the blood station openly, so they could only observe quietly from the shadows. Fresh blood requires stringent storage conditions. With so much blood collected at the blood station, it must be transported as quickly as possible. Only by fully understanding every aspect of the blood transportation process could they infiltrate the area and uncover the issues Jianwei sought. The last time the family of 3 waited in front of the blood station, they were waiting for the old man selling talismans. This time, their focus was on the staff inside the blood station and the escorts outside. The white-coated medical staff responsible for drawing blood were relatively professional, but the few personnel outside maintaining order and escorting blood were a completely different beast. Most of them were stocky and fierce-eyed, with a rough-and-tumble air to their speech and walk. They didn't look like professionally trained soldiers. They were probably not sent from District 19, but rather members of Lei Hong's staff. That's right, District 19 wouldn't be so obvious. It's just a demander. As long as they have the money, they can just sit back and wait comfortably at home. There are plenty of people eager to do this kind of dirty work. Jianwei leaned over to Fu Kanwen and whispered, "Bubu's map says there's a simple parking lot half enclosed by metal sheets about 100 meters behind the blood station. Everyone entering or leaving the blood station to escort blood must first gather in the parking lot and receive a red silk ribbon, tying it around their arm. Only then can they proceed to collect their snow boxes. Let's go check out the parking lot first." Using the ruins as cover, Jianwei and Fu Kanwen carefully circled around to the rear of the blood station. In the center of the open space enclosed by metal sheets were several modified refrigerated trains. It seemed these vehicles were the trucks responsible for escorting the blood. Chapter 67. Before they even reached the parking lot, the roar of the engine seemed to churn and churn in their heads, making their heads hurt. Not only did their ears suffer, their noses weren't much better. The truck's exhaust, the pungent smell of gasoline, and the stench of human sweat mixed together, creating an unbearable odor. Adding to the evaporation from the high temperature, it permeated the air relentlessly, making it nauseating. What surprised Jianlai most was the scene before him. A group of people had gathered in front of the car, squatting or sitting, a dense mass of at least 20 or 30. Some were sallow and thin, with prominent cheekbones. Some were as skinny as telephone poles, but their bellies bulged strangely, like malnourished pregnant women. Everyone looked very different, their only common denominator being that as soon as the driver's door opened, their eyes flashed green, and they rushed forward. Every once in a while, a somewhat respectable man, resembling a steward, would emerge from the car and shout, "5 men, take us back to the usual place." The rules remained the same, more work, more pay. Before he finished speaking, the crowd gathered around him and erupted in a commotion. "Boss, choose me. I got plenty of strength. Brother Zhang, I done this before, I'm an expert. Boss, I only want half their wages. It's cheap and easy. Choose me." Jianlai coldly watched as the people before him competed for the job, willingly offering lower wages. The steward, however, had the idea that he could subcontract the work, which was originally his, to someone else at a lower price, allowing him to avoid the work and still collect the wages, living a life of luxury in the apocalypse. That's when Buba's map came in handy again. Fortunately, Jianlai had taken him on a tour while they were disguised in the slums. Now, she and Fu Kanwen probably knew the routes in District 9 better than anyone else in the car. They knew the streets, alleys, and even the small roads that had recently collapsed and were no longer visible. Trailing behind the blood delivery team from a distance without being noticed was a breeze. The person in charge quickly selected the workers. Several large boxes of blood, labeled with special low-temperature labels, were loaded onto a dilapidated handcart. 5 inexpensive laborers pulled the overloaded handcart, wobbling away from the parking lot. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen used the buildings as cover, trailing the team from a distance. Because of their familiarity with the route, they didn't have to chase too closely. At key intersections, they could easily determine the team's direction with a glance, always maintaining a safe distance. The handcart struggled over the bumpy ground, and the laborers were already sweating profusely. Jianlai's brows furrowed ever deeper, and she finally couldn't help but whisper, "Don't we have trucks? Why use manpower? Wouldn't that be slower and more laborious? Manpower is cheaper than gasoline. If they can't afford gasoline, why don't the cars in the parking lot turn off their engines? It's hot, and the people in charge are using the air conditioner." Jianlai fell silent. It was such a simple truth, it wasn't that she couldn't imagine it, she just didn't want to believe it. In the apocalypse, the least valuable thing is precisely people. Looking at the workers ahead, struggling to push carts under the scorching sun, and thinking about the people lining up at the blood station to sell blood, she seemed to understand them a little better. It was such low-paying, back-breaking work, and they had even begged for it. Perhaps these coolies should be grateful to the manager who had just given them the opportunity to earn their rations, thanks to his laziness. The atmosphere was heavy, and the 2 men fell silent, only focusing more intently on following the creaking handcart. The cart passed through the crowded black market, skirted the stinking landfill, and finally arrived at a relatively clean, yet heavily guarded industrial park. The heavy warehouse door slowly opened before them, and the hum of machinery echoed from deep within the corridor. A wave of cold air, mixed with the scent of disinfectant, surged out, instantly dispelling the scorching heat of the sun. How refreshing! The workers gasped as they quickly and skillfully unloaded the blood boxes and handed them to the staff in white protective suits inside. After receiving their wages, the workers breathed a sigh of relief, grinning widely, and slumped down in the shade of the doorway, unhooking the water bottles at their waists and gulping down the water. The cool air blew in from the warehouse door, providing a welcome relief. Some people tried to get closer to better feel the coolness of the doorway, but were driven away by the guards' cold, merciless shouts. "This might be the blood bank," Jianlai whispered. Typically, fresh blood drawn is whole blood. Once transported to the blood bank, it undergoes separation and processing, where it is divided into red blood cells, platelets, and plasma. This separation improves the blood's usability and extends its shelf life. This blood drawing and blood selling industry chain is quite complete. Fu Kanwen scanned the airtight warehouse. The door had closed again, and the workers who had just made the delivery had rested and were rushing back to the slums. He frowned. The security here is much tighter than I expected. Forcing our way in would make too much noise, and it would be difficult to escape without revealing our identities. We have to think of a way, ideally to get inside. Otherwise, we still won't be able to find out who they're dealing with in District 19. Jianlai nodded, a heavy feeling in her heart. Or, could we follow the transport vehicle to District 19? Even before she finished her words, she realized, even without Fu Sungwen's instructions, that this decision wasn't a good idea. District 19 had been sealed off, and ordinary people couldn't get in. Although she and Fu Conwen wouldn't be stopped outside because of their special abilities, their identities would be exposed once they entered. Not only would that make it difficult to investigate, but it would also cause conflict between the districts. TSK, that's tough. Don't worry, take your time. We figure it out? Are you always this calm? Jianlai let out a soft, disgruntled sigh. Fu Conwen immediately smiled and shook his head in denial. Everyone has people and things they value. When it comes to things that matter to people, no one can remain completely rational. This matter involves Professor Jiang, so you're understandably anxious. Then, when she first met Fu Conwen, he had a rather impulsive temper, leading her to suspect him of being reckless, driven by emotion. Thinking of the reason for Fu Sungwen's loss of composure, Jianlai quickly stopped talking. Nothing. I just ran out of leads after following him here, and I'm feeling frustrated. We figure it out when we get there. Let's go back first. Maybe we can capture someone responsible and get some information out of them. It was easy to say, but how could she not be anxious? They were running low on food. But there was no point in saying more. Jianlai could only suppress her anxiety and evacuate with Fu Conwen. Wait, what's that area over there? It's not marked on Bubu's map. It must be somewhere we haven't been to. Let's go check it out. The two of them carefully retreated to the other side, using the ruins as cover. After turning a corner and passing a deserted shantytown, they suddenly came upon an abandoned park. In the center of the park stood a clean lake, flanked by carefully tended bushes. Cultivating such a green space in this environment requires not only considerable effort, but also considerable expense. Beyond the bushes stood a relatively well-preserved two-story villa, with a row of one-story squares next to it. This must have been the former park management office, now occupied by someone who was quite capable. What is this? Jianlai's question hadn't yet been uttered when Fu Conwen called out, "Someone's coming." The two of them quickly ducked and hid in the bushes in front of the villa. With the roar of an engine approaching from afar, a bright red car pulled up in front of the villa. The car door opened, and the driver got out. His hair was permed in big waves, and his lips were blood red. He wasn't pretty, but not ugly either, just an ordinary-looking face, though he looked a bit older. Jianlai looked at Fu Conwen, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. He silently asked, "Lei Hong?" Fu Conwen nodded. At the same time, the villa's door opened, and someone quickly ran out, answering Jianlai's question for Fu Conwen. "Sister Hong, you're finally back. Have you been controlling me too much lately? I can't even leave the house now. I can only go out for some fresh air when you're free to take me with you. But you're so busy, I'm embarrassed to ask you to bring me along, fearing it would disrupt your business." Hearing this soft, coquettish male voice, Jianlai quickly turned her head to look. The voice belonged to a young, handsome man. He was tall and thin, with fair skin. He wore a white shirt, a stark contrast to the apocalypse. The silk fabric was incredibly light, clinging to his body as he moved, outlining his features. Lei Hong, holding a thin cigarette, didn't rush into the house, but she didn't reply either. Seeing her lack of reaction, the man grew bolder and snuggled up to Lei Hong again, pouting and saying aggrievedly, "Why are you ignoring me again? You're not usually home, so what's wrong with me wanting to get some fresh air? Is it because that damn Daniel stole your stuff that you're so paranoid now that you don't even trust me?" A flash of anger flashed in Lei Hong's eyes. She threw the half-smoked cigarette to the ground, crushed the butt with her foot, and then raised her arm, as if to slap the pretty boy. The man shrank back in fear, hugged Lei Hong's arm, and shook it, begging for mercy. "Sister Hong, I was wrong. I'm just angry for you. You were so kind to that Daniel, and instead of being grateful, he betrayed you. I wonder what he stole that alarmed Lord Xiao." At this point, the man slammed on the brakes, realizing he let the cat out of the bag. His eyes flickered, and he hesitated, stopping short. Lei Hong's raised hand still faltered in midair. She narrowed her eyes. "Oh, Zhou Xiao. What did he do?" The man swallowed and said timidly, "It was just a few days ago. I overheard it. I really didn't mean it. Sister Hong, please let me off the hook this time. Stop talking nonsense and speak now. I heard." Well, it was Lord Zhao's men whispering. They said you had Lord Zhao lead a sweep of District 13's stronghold in District 9 to find Daniel. You've been blinded by men, so foolish. After saying this, the man squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for Lei Hong's slap. Chapter 68. However, Lei Hong raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, gritted her teeth, and punched the air, missing the man. Bullshit! I only told him to find the person, not to provoke someone's men. Lei Hong spat. What else? The man, having survived the ordeal, gasped for air, his voice as tinny as a mosquito's. No more. Sister Hong, why did Lord Zhao lie like that? Why? Lei Hong chuckled in anger, her smile twisted and sinister, her eyes blazing with rage. Of course, he wants to use my name to stir up trouble, get District 13 to attack me. Then he can hide behind and reap the benefits, replacing me directly. Bah! He's dreaming. How dare he do such dirty things right under my nose? Do you think I'm a paper tiger? Lei Hong flung away her new favorite, and the frail man stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. Lei Hong didn't even glance at him. She barked at the low-rise building next to the villa. Get out here, everyone. Grab your weapons, and go get that Zhou Xiao. If I don't skin him alive today, I be finished in District 9. Behind the bushes, Fu Conwen raised his eyebrows slightly, a cold glint flashing in his deep eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Xiao to take the initiative to break into the stronghold. Dog-eat-dog, what a chance. Jian Lai, we don't have to try to infiltrate the transport team anymore. We can take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters now. Jian Lai, with a look of amazement on her face, watched in amazement as Lei Hong and his men hurried away. She glanced at Lei Hong's new lover, struggling to his feet at the door, still in shock. I didn't expect Lei Hong and her pretty boy to get along like this. Absolutely breathtaking. Fu Conwen, do you think Daniel would act like that pretty boy with Lei Hong? Just imagining that scene made her scalp tingle, goosebumps all over her. Fu Conwen shook his head and sighed. Forget Daniel. Lei Hong's gone. Should we follow her and see? Of course. The playful look on Jian Lai's face vanished instantly. This was a great opportunity. Lei Hong was clearly furious, and her speed was alarming. The road was sparsely populated, with few cars or people, and no traffic lights or regulations. She simply pushed the car to the limit, careening through the empty streets. In a blink of an eye, she was gone, with only the roar of the engine echoing in the distance. Catching her wasn't a problem for Jian Lai and Fu Conwen. They were already very familiar with the terrain, so there was no way they'd lose her. After a series of twists and turns, they unexpectedly returned to the blood bank. Before they could fully catch up with Lei Hong, intense gunfire rang out from the front. Lei Hong's men had already engaged Zhou Xiao's men. By the time Jian Lai and Fu Conwen quietly approached, the two groups were already engaged in a fierce battle, the scene a scene of chaos. The two sides must have harbored a long-standing grudge, and a simple exchange of words had led them into a life-and-death melee. The sound of gunfire, the sounds of supernatural powers, insults, and wailing all blended together. The scene was even more spectacular than the previous one, when they eliminated the dummy. Damn it, Zhou Xiao, I knew you had bad intentions. You've been coveting my position for a long time, haven't you? If you're a man, if you want it, come and take it openly. Hiding in the shadows, and playing dirty tricks is nothing. You coward. Lei Hong, I think you're crazy. You offended Fu Conwen for a gigolo before, and now you're afraid to admit it, so you're trying to put the blame on me. To tell you the truth, I just don't obey you, so what? If I hadn't established connections in District 19, would you have the peaceful life you have now? Don't you just rely on your awakening to look down on everyone? Do you really think your meager skills can make you a local tyrant? Today, I show you what happens when you're a mindless wretch who bites people without thinking. Shameless bastard. You're about to die, and you still want to slander me? Lei Hong's furious roar pierced the chaotic battlefield. She pulled a small black ball from her pocket. Flames rose from her palm, and the ball instantly ignited. She threw it with all her might. As the ball left her hand, the flames grew stronger and stronger, soaring through the air straight towards Zhou Xiao. Heading towards him, a girl, expressionless and hollow-eyed, quickly stepped forward to block Zhou Xiao. As the fireball approached, she thrust her arms forward, a stream of water gushing out from her hands, accurately hitting the raging fireball. Swish! Water and fire collided, sending a vast cloud of steaming white mist rapidly spreading. The fireball shrank rapidly under the impact of the water, eventually extinguishing completely and falling powerlessly. Lei Hong stared at the scene in disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually recruited a water-type ability user specifically to use against me?" Hee hee. Zhou Xiao smiled sinisterly, his smugness evident. "You think too highly of yourself. This is just my goddaughter, whom I adopted while traveling back and forth between districts for trade." Outside the blood bank, in the shadows where Jianlai and the others were hiding, Fu Kanwen quickly whispered, "This black ball must be some kind of flammable substance Lei Hong crafted, specifically for remote attacks. Her abilities aren't particularly strong, but using combustible materials to increase the controllability and offensive power of her fire abilities is a common technique." But Jianlai's mind wasn't on the battle between Lei Hong and Zhou Xiao. Rather than Lei Hong's ability to maximize her power using the items, she was more concerned with Zhou Xiao's lack of attack. Zhou Xiao is actually an ordinary person. Given his status, how could he not have Dark Amber? If he had Dark Amber, he would have awakened his superpowers long ago. Fu Kanwen pondered for a moment and offered his own theory. Dark Amber is priceless and difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Even Lei Hong probably only has the one Daniel stole. Her superpowers are far less powerful than those of Shi Wenjing and Feng Jiejun, both of whom are fire types. That's why she sought help from others. Besides, when Zhou Xiao stopped me at the stronghold gate, I used my superpower on him. He was struck by my power and didn't dare fight back, only letting his men stop me. At the time, I found it strange that he could remain so patient. Now, I think he simply hasn't awakened his superpowers. That's right. Good things from space naturally belong to those in power. How could they possibly fall into the hands of the common people? The number of users with special abilities in the 3 major regions isn't excessive, but it's also not insignificant. It's impossible that everyone has come into contact with Dark Amber, and Dark Amber isn't the only way to awaken. Daniel stole the Dark Amber for so long, yet it didn't awaken, allowing Qinjun to exploit it. This shows that even those who possess Dark Amber aren't guaranteed to awaken. Their own conditions may also need to be considered. Even if Zhou Xiao secretly possessed Dark Amber, it wouldn't necessarily awaken him. After all, who could, like Qinjun, accidentally consume Dark Amber and awaken their abilities? Jianlai calmed down and continued to observe the situation. Lei Hong was a user with special abilities, and he came prepared. Zhou Xiao was caught off guard, and his chances of success were very high. It looks like Lei Hong will be the victor. Fu Kanwen stared intently at the battle ahead and shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. Lei Hong's men seem accustomed to a life of luxury. Their fighting skills are rusty, and their coordination is disorganized. I'm guessing Zhou Xiao's men have done all the work for them these days, and now they're just good-for-nothings. Zhou Xiao's men, on the other hand, have a fiercer look in their eyes, strike ruthlessly, and work in perfect harmony. Although they're outnumbered, as long as they can withstand Lei Hong's attacks, they find an opportunity to strike back and kill her. Then let's help her. Help whom, Lei Hong? Fu Kanwen turned his head to look at Jianlai. Aren't you afraid that Lei Hong will kill Zhou Xiao? Perhaps he knows something about Professor Jiang. It's not about helping her win. Jianlai's lips curled into a sly smile. It's about helping them maintain the status quo and preventing either side from achieving an overwhelming victory. In the final analysis, these two individuals, monopolizing resources and exploiting the common people, are not good people. No matter who wins, the people at the bottom won't benefit. But Lei Hong's power did have some advantages. At least, she was a woman, and when the ragtag group of her subordinates abused their power to bully others, they would at least respect the boss's rules. She hadn't forgotten how, on several occasions when she encountered foul-smelling and vulgar men, someone had advised her to be careful about being held accountable by the boss. Although, such persuasion didn't have the desired effect, but it was better than nothing. If Zhou Xiao were in power, those people would only become more rampant. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Fu Kanwen immediately understood Jianlai's intention and nodded. Okay, when they're both defeated, we take the opportunity to sneak into the blood bank. Okay, it's settled. Immediately, the two men hid in the shadows, using cover and dust to quietly join the fray. Among the clashing psychics, there were numerous users with abilities like lightning, water, and ice. With abilities flying everywhere, the two blended in and launched subtle attacks. One moment, they helped Zhou Xiao knock down a thug who had launched a surprise attack. The next moment, they helped Lei Hong ambush a user who had secretly used a hidden weapon. With their deliberate help, the battle became extremely stalemate, with neither side gaining an advantage. Finally, Lei Hong, leveraging her prowess and superior numbers, gradually gained the upper hand. But her men's casualties were mounting, and this advantage was minimal, not enough to allow her to directly capture Zhou Xiao. Instead, The battle dragged on, threatening a mutually destructive outcome, a situation where both sides suffered losses, a literal loss of 800. From a frenzy of killing to exhaustion, Lei Hong and Zhou Xiao finally realized that, somehow, this battle was unwinnable for both sides. If this continues, and Shenling or anyone else discovers, the three-way balance of power in District 9 will be shaken. Zhou Xiao. Lei Hong panted heavily, the flames in his palms completely extinguished, and it looked like his power was nearly exhausted. Since you provided the brothers with many ways to make money, I give you one more chance. If you beg for mercy, I can spare your life. What a joke. Am I Zhou Xiao, the kind of coward who cowardly seeks death? Zhou Xiao's face was pale, but his aura remained. He sneered, Lei Hong, if you hadn't been so obsessed with lust that you lost your mind, how could this situation have come to this? Now our brothers are dead or wounded. I stopped only because I couldn't bear to see them slaughter each other. It seemed like it was time to save face and exchange harsh words. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen exchanged glances. It was time. The blood bank's door was ajar. Using the sounds of fighting and the billowing smoke as cover, the two men slipped in stealthily. Chapter 69. Inside and outside the door, two completely different worlds. A chill instantly enveloped the two people who had just entered the blood bank. The chill was so biting that Jian Lai shuddered. She opened her mouth and exhaled, a cloud of white vapor rising from her. The smell of disinfectant inside was also very strong, making her want to sneeze. Most of the guards had been driven away by the fighting outside, leaving only a few guards in the vast blood bank. Only the technicians responsible for separating whole blood remained. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen cautiously explored the blood bank. At each intersection or surveillance area, Fu Kanwen would use lightning to destroy the surveillance cameras. Only after confirming that it was safe would the two calmly enter the surveillance area and quickly pass through. After searching for an unknown amount of time, the deafening shouting and screaming outside gradually faded. Silence returned to the blood bank, with only the rustling sound of the air conditioner. After walking through two corridors, the two finally arrived at a metal door with a management sign. Jian Lai placed his hand on the metal keyhole, and strands of icy spikes precisely penetrated the keyhole, mimicking the shape of a key. After several attempts, the door unlocked with a crisp click. The office was equally chilly. The space was large and simply furnished, with a few cold metal desks, several large metal filing cabinets, and two old laptops. The filing cabinets were tall enough for an adult, but they were completely empty, devoid of any documents. To be more precise, there were no paper documents in the entire office. It seemed the only possible location for what they were looking for was within the computers. However, the computer had a password, leaving Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen clueless. After trying several common combinations, the computer was temporarily locked, requiring 5 minutes before they could try again. They knew nothing about computer users and weren't computer experts, so there was no way they could unlock it quickly. Jian Lai's brow furrowed, considering the possibility of taking the computer back home and having Bubu brute force it. Fu Songwen's voice was tinged with excitement. He pulled out a small, palm-sized, black external hard drive from the bottom of a drawer. It was blank, but clearly worn and rubbed, with paint chipping off the corners. The worn-out notebook was about ready to break, and Zhou Xiao wouldn't be so foolish as to save all his data on the computer. Either they found the wrong place, or this hard drive was exactly what they were looking for. Before they could rejoice, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor. From far away, a man's voice grumbled, "Oh my god, I'm so tired. They're fighting each other. What kind of thing is this?" "That's right. I think Sister Hong is getting more confused as she gets older. She's been so fooled by these gigolos that she's lost her mind and comes to trouble Lord Xiao." Without Lord Xiao, would she have the money to support so many gigolos? Lord Xiao orchestrated this huge business of selling blood. The voices were getting closer, clearly coming from the management office. Jian Lai's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his computer. Before leaving, he touched the laptop to check the temperature to make sure it wasn't hot. Fu Kanwen casually tucked the black hard drive into his arms, and quickly removed the partition from the filing cabinet. "If you go out now, you definitely run into someone. Hide." Jian Lai didn't hesitate a moment, immediately crawling into the cold filing cabinet and curling up. Fu Kanwen followed closely behind, his tall frame squeezing in, instantly filling the cramped space. No matter how he adjusted his posture, he couldn't avoid bumping into Jian Lai. The space was too small. Jian Lai was short, so there was still enough space for him to hide inside. But with the towering Fu Kanwen entering, it was a different story. The cold metal cabinet wall pressed tightly against his back, chilling him to the bone and making him shiver. Jianlai exerted some effort, trying to move forward a little to avoid being pressed against the cabinet wall and bumping into Fu Conwen. Fu Conwen wasn't much better off, having already been crouching to get in. If Jianlai moved again, he would be doomed. To stay steady inside the closet, he could only lean on the wall, practically enveloping Jianlai in his embrace. Their bodies pressed together, their breaths mingling, and for a moment, neither dared to move. Fu Songwen's chin rested on the top of Jianlai's head, and she could clearly feel the rise and fall of his chest and the thumping of his heartbeat. Again and again. Faster and faster. By the end, it was impossible to tell whose heartbeat it was. The closet was pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through the tiny crack in the door. Jianlai's body was frozen solid, as if she had been frozen into an ice sculpture. She subconsciously tried to distance herself from Fu Conwen, but every movement only slammed her deeper into his embrace, fitting seamlessly together, with no room for any more. She opened her mouth to speak, but the door to the management office had already been pushed open. I'm exhausted. My bones are falling apart. When the gods fight, the little devils suffer. After working ourselves to death, we still have to come back and check on these orders to see if everything is running smoothly. We can't delay tomorrow's shipment, or else both of our heads will be chopped off. It's a blessing for both of us to be alive. Did you see those guys charging in the front the most fiercely? They're badly injured, probably too late to save them. Hee hee. One of them suddenly let out a lewd chuckle. I'm so smart. How could I rush forward like a fool? Are you risking your life? I was hiding behind them, and shooting them from behind. Damn. Our top and second in command are fighting, and you're still slacking off. You're so audacious. You're talking as if you weren't hiding. If you rushed to the front, would you have been able to return to work in good health? No. The other man quickly denied it. I heard that Lord Xiao and Sister Han were a couple. I don't know who started this rumor, so I don't know if it's true or not. But a small-time operative like me wouldn't have gone forward. My life is paramount. It's not worth risking my life for such a small salary. The two staff members chatted idly. Amid the clacking of keyboards, the click of mice, and the unstoppable throbbing of hearts in the cabinet, time slowly slipped by. Fu Conwen, looking at Jianlai in his arms, held back a word for a long time. Because the two people outside responded so quickly, he could only swallow it back. He tentatively extended his hand in front of Jianlai's eyes, and wrote slowly and clearly on the back of her hand. What did you want to say just now? Fu Songwen's hand had been resting on the cabinet wall. His cold, callous fingertips moved across the delicate back of Jianlai's hand, each stroke scalding her. She shuddered, grabbed Fu Songwen's restless hand, spread it open, and, with a touch of annoyance but with utter earnestness, wrote a single word on his palm. Fu Conwen carefully felt each stroke, forming the character itch. He raised an eyebrow, thinking Jianlai was done, and moved to withdraw his hand. But Jianlai grabbed her again, and she continued writing rapidly. Why don't you hide in another closet? As if afraid he overthink things, she paused, then continued to hold his thick, warm hand, adding, with a subtle, yet revealing, it's too crowded. After writing, Jianlai carefully spread her palm open, awaiting Fu Songwen's response. In the darkness, Fu Conwen could almost imagine her current expression. If it were Jianlai 10 years ago, her eyes would have shone, meticulously catching his faults and meticulously reciting them. If it were Jianlai now, her lips would have been pursed, her brows furrowed, nervous yet forcing herself to remain calm. Outside the closet, two workers chattered incessantly. Inside, the person he had thought about and yearned for his entire life was held in his arms. It was clearly just a commonplace question, but Fu Conwen felt a feather gently tickle his heart, a faint itch. Jianlai, whether 10 years ago or now, was adorable. Even cuter than a kitten with its fur standing on end. After all, with all her secrets, wasn't she a giant cat now? His thoughts drifted away until Jianlai, impatient, tapped his palm, and he suddenly realized what was happening. Fu Conwen instinctively grasped the cool hand of the person in his arms, tightly enveloping it in his own. The movement was natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. They both shuddered. Fu Conwen finally realized what he had done. He let go of Jianlai's hand, as if struck by lightning, and wrote on her palm too late. The person outside had already reached the door, and he didn't have time to open the other filing cabinet, remove the partitions, and hide them there. There wasn't enough time. Jianlai tapped his palm twice, accepting the explanation. After a while, the noise outside gradually faded, leaving only the clacking of keyboards, completely unrelated to the two people's talk of slacking off. The air conditioning in the blood bank was on full blast. Through the crack in the cabinet door, one could see the two people grabbing blankets from the chairs and wrapping themselves up. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen huddled together for warmth, but they didn't feel cold. On the contrary, Jianlai felt a little hot. I don't know how Fu Kanwen felt, but at least Jianlai felt a little hot. She felt the thin air inside the closet. In the oxygen-deprived environment, her cheeks flushed and hot, desperate for fresh air. An unknown amount of time passed until the keyboard tapping outside gradually died down, their breathing evened out, even snoring intermittently, and they fell into a deep sleep. Only then did they carefully push open the closet door. As soon as they pushed the door open, a gust of cool air washed over them, dispelling the sweltering heat of the intimate space. The laptop screen on the table had long gone off. Jianlai glanced over it, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately didn't dare touch it. Fu Kanwen handed Jianlai the hard drive from his arms, reminding her they still had this. Jianlai took it and tucked it safely into her pocket without explanation. Touching the computer now would undoubtedly wake the two men. The risk was too great, so they decided to retreat. This hard drive was so securely hidden, it must contain secrets that must never be seen. Their trip hadn't been in vain. The two of them tiptoed quietly out of the management office. They followed the same route they had come in, carefully avoiding the few patrolling guards, and quietly left the blood bank. Dawn broke, a new day dawned. It was unbelievable that they had stayed in the blood bank all night. I wondered if Bubu was frantically running around in the base, or if he was doing something rash. Before Jianlai could think, a startled cry rang out. "Who's there?" It was Zhou Xiao. Why was he at the blood bank so early in the morning? She had just been caught off guard by his face, and she was afraid he'd be recognized. Jianlai was startled, instinctively grabbing Fu Kanwen's wrist and sprinting towards the base. Catch them. Don't let them get away. Chapter 70. Gunshots shattered the morning silence. Bullets whizzed past, dodged by Jianlai and Fu Kanwen, striking the barrier behind them, sending out dazzling sparks. Yesterday, during his battle with Lei Hong, Zhou Xiao was caught off guard by her, but he still had enough energy to fight back. Today, to guard against Lei Hong's relentless attack, he summoned more psychic users to protect him before leaving. Now, all of them were chasing Jianlai and Fu Kanwen, their various abilities clashing and clattering, each one unleashing a deadly force. No probing, no holding back, every strike deadly. They didn't even intend to spare anyone. Such ruthlessness sent a chill down Jianlai's spine. Fueled by adrenaline, she and Fu Kanwen instantly increased their speed to the limit. Behind them, psychic bullets whizzed through the air, barely glancing past them. Thanks to their familiarity with the terrain and their superior physical prowess, they managed to distance themselves from their pursuers. Zhou Xiao drove closely behind everyone, his eyes fixed on the two fleeing figures ahead. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him again. That face, and the face of the little brat Fu Kanwen had held in his arms earlier, I remembered it. He remembered it all. No wonder he felt familiar, he would never forget this face. Tan Qiuyue and Jiang Xuezhen's daughter. It's Fu Kanwen. That man is Fu Kanwen. Shock was followed by a wave of ecstasy. Zhou Xiao's voice distorted with excitement as he shouted, they didn't take that brat with them. He must still be in the base. Everyone, take a shortcut and follow me straight to the base. After finally shaking off the pursuers and scrambling back to the base, he saw the gate of the base drawing closer and closer, only to see flames shooting out from its direction. Bubu? The sight before her sent Jianlai reeling. Bubu, the little curly-haired creature with big, icy blue eyes, who called her Jianlai in a baby voice, was her only connection to her parents. Not only that, the little robot, completely human, completely dependent on her, claiming to protect her. Asshole! Jianlai's rage surged, her blood rushing to her head, instantly driving away all rational thought. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind, to bring Bubu back, no matter the cost. Calm down, Jianlai. Fu Kanwen quickly grabbed her, his arms gripping Jianlai's shoulders like iron clamps, pinning her against a broken wall. Calm down. Most of the items in the base have been moved back to District 13. Most of the remaining items are metal, with very few flammable materials. How could they have burned like this? This is a trap. Jianlai's body trembled at his roar, her body reacting faster than her mind, and she immediately stopped struggling. She took a deep breath and forced herself to observe calmly. She realized the fire was primarily concentrated on the outer wall. Someone had piled discarded wood and other flammable materials outside the base, and the fire was spreading from the outside in. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light. When a fire breaks out, many people often die before rescue efforts arrive. But it's rarely due to fire, but rather to the thick smoke. None of these injuries, fatal to humans, could harm Bubu. The only thing that could harm him was burns from the flames, which had a far lower lethality rate than smoke. It's Zhou Xiao. I ran into him at the blood bank entrance, and he recognized us. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Bubu would be alright for a while. However, there was one thing she couldn't understand. But when he gave the order, he didn't say to capture us alive, but he was determined to torture us to death. Otherwise, his men would be so timid and hesitant that they wouldn't have been able to capture us. Maybe he felt that it was better not to have anyone alive in the first place than to have them escape just to capture them. Fu Kanwen captured Jianlai. He snuck into another alley. This fire is a cover-up. Our goal is to force Bubu out. We capture him and force us to surrender. But don't worry. When we chose the location for our stronghold, we anticipated the possibility of an attack, preventing us from escaping through the main gate. We dug a secret passage inside. Let's go in from the back and see. Bubu's definitely fine. Don't worry. Fu Songwen's words gave Jianlai a moment to breathe. Feeling a little relieved, she followed Fu Kanwen, moving swiftly through the narrow alleyway until they arrived at a collapsed building. The building wasn't too far from the stronghold, and the area was deserted and long abandoned. The spider webs were rampant, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach, let alone notice the secrets within. If Fu Kanwen hadn't led them in, Jianlai would never have guessed there was a secret passage leading to the stronghold. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quietly entered the secret passage. You're digging a secret tunnel on someone else's property. Didn't anyone notice? We found someone with an Earth-type ability. It's very convenient and doesn't disturb anyone. That's a great ability, an essential one for infrastructure projects. Fu Kanwen tore two long pieces of cloth from his body, wet them with water, and tied them under the two men's noses before confidently pushing open the inner secret door. In the backyard, tiny Bubu was frantically pacing around. He was covered in bags, large and small, all the luggage Jianlai and Fu Kanwen had already packed. Finally seeing Jianlai, he burst into tears. Of course, it was a dry, tearless howl. Jianlai, where have you been? Why haven't you come back all night? The base is on fire. We have to evacuate quickly, or even you will be harmed. Even though you've been genetically modified to hold your breath, you still need oxygen, and you're not immune to poison gas. But the outer door is incredibly hot from the fire. If you try to push it manually, you quickly burn your skin. Bubu, think of a way. Don't let Jianlai get hurt. Bubu spoke quickly. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Jianlai's heart, which had been hanging on her all the way, finally settled. The scene before them was like a Christmas tree, adorned with little figures draped with bags and small items, their illogical chatter strangely endearing. Fu Kanwen stepped forward to remove the bags from Bubu's body, while Jianlai stepped forward to pull little Bubu into a hug. It's all right, let's go now. The three of them didn't dare delay, and quickly retraced their steps. As soon as they emerged from the collapsed house in the back alley, they saw Zhou Zhao's patrol car, roaming the streets and alleys. A large loudspeaker hung from the roof, its piercing broadcast mingled with a sharp whistle, like a demonic sound that made anyone frown. The broadcast repeated over and over, lingering for a long time over District 9, its content even more frustrating than the whistle itself. Everyone, 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 attention. Last night, Lady Lei Hong was brutally murdered while sleeping in her room. The suspect is her fugitive boyfriend, Yu Hao. To apprehend the murderer as quickly as possible and avenge Sister Hong, District 9 is immediately under lockdown. From now on, no one is allowed to leave District 9 without permission. Report any unfamiliar faces or suspicious individuals immediately. Lord Xiao will reward you handsomely. Anyone who refuses to cooperate with the search will be treated as harboring a suspect and will be punished accordingly. Lei Hong is dead? Jianlai's head shot up, his eyes wide, his voice cracking with disbelief. Yesterday, Lei Hong, so imposing and determined to fight Zhou Xiao to the death, only to temporarily withdraw with a slight advantage, was gone overnight? How could this be possible? How could the leader of one of the three major factions be so easily assassinated, especially by a frail, pretty boy? This is ridiculous. It's most likely Zhou Zhao's doing. Fu Kanwen adjusted his bags. I don't know how he did it, but after yesterday's battle, Lei Hong's abilities were severely depleted, and she might have entered a deep dormant state. At this point, if we bribe the people around her, we could easily kill Lei Hong. As for whether this person was Lei Hong's partner, That's hard to say. Jian Lai, whether Lei Hong was killed by her gigolo or not, he's probably dead. Now that Zhou Xiao has shifted the blame, he's ascended to power under the guise of avenging Lei Hong. By solidifying Lei Hong's image as someone who lost her life because of her obsession with the gigolo, he can legitimately take over her power and influence. Fu Conwen nodded. Yes. Most importantly, he's also sealed off District 9 under the guise of apprehending the murderer, hoping to trap us. I wonder if Shenling has received the notification, or if she believes Zhou Xiao's words. I can only bet she's still waiting and deciding whether to cooperate with Zhou Xiao. No matter what, we have to leave District 9 as soon as possible. Otherwise, we have to force our way in. The two men plotted, Fu Conwen leading the way, Jian Lai following closely behind, holding Bubu. The garage was not far from the stronghold, and to retrieve the car, they had to pass through the stronghold's main gate. But the stronghold's main gate was ablaze, and there was no telling how many of Zhou Xiao's men were lying in ambush nearby. Going to take the car would reveal their whereabouts. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to escape District 9. We have no choice but to take a gamble. If the fire spreads and the car explodes, there's no escape. Fu Conwen packed his backpack, tied it tightly, and carefully checked for possible ambush locations. Without turning back, he said to Jian Lai, "You cover me while I take advantage of the chaos to rush into the garage and get the keys. As soon as the car arrives, take Bubu in immediately. We can't linger. Every minute we stay increases the danger." He was about to leave when Jian Lai grabbed him. No. Fu Conwen refused without a second thought. Zhou Xiao must have ambushed people at the entrance. I rush out and create chaos to draw fire. You take Bubu in the car while the chaos continues, and we meet up at the checkpoint later. No. Fu Conwen refused again. That's too dangerous for you. Isn't it dangerous for you? Fu Conwen was silent. He knew Jian Lai was always a strong-willed person. She would generally do whatever she wanted, regardless of what others thought. But this mission was far too dangerous, and out of selfish motives, he didn't want her to risk it. Listen to me. My abilities are better suited to escape than yours, and I can't drive, so I'd be the only one to draw the fire. Fu Conwen wanted to say something else, but Jian Lai was quicker. She didn't even give him time to react, and without a word, she thrust the cloth from her arms into his. Fu Conwen instinctively caught the cloth, and the next second, Jian Lai had already bolted out from behind the wall. As she rushed out, to attract Zhou Xiao's attention, she waved her hands, unleashing ice spikes that shot with a piercing sound towards the fire in front of the gate. The ice spikes melted upon contact with the fire, instantly dousing the raging flames. The flames were briefly suppressed, then drawn in by the nearby flames, merging and erupting once more. Jian Lai. Fu Conwen whispered her name, his heart aching as if gripped by an invisible hand. But he couldn't deny that Jian Lai's choice was the most appropriate one under the circumstances. Compared to her, he was the one who was tied down by emotions. Chapter 71. Jian Lai's appearance immediately captured everyone's attention. That woman! Don't let her get away. In front of the stronghold's gate, the men who had been lying in ambush quickly emerged. Over a dozen gun barrels pointed at Jian Lai. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets fired in rapid succession, tearing through the air and blasting towards her with scorching blasts of air. Jian Lai had anticipated this. With a few quick dodgers, he quickly distanced himself from the stronghold, using the debris outside the gate as cover to avoid the incoming fire. Bullets pelted the ground and the walls, gouging a patchwork of holes. Without waiting for the other men to reload, Jian Lai leaned forward and pressed her hands hard against the ground. A piercing chill, centered on the ground she touched, spread wildly, reaching directly towards the pursuers. A thin layer of ice instantly formed on the ground, as smooth as a mirror. The thugs in the foreground slipped, falling flat on their faces, their weapons flying far away. Oh my god! Who is this person? This ability is terrifying. I know. She can create ice at this level out of thin air. She must be the ice user who killed Scar. Oh my god, Scar deserves his death. Fighting such a pervert, there's no way he could win. Having landed a blow, Jian Lai didn't stop. She immediately stood up, not giving her opponent a chance to breathe. With her hands clasped together, razor-sharp ice spikes formed from thin air, raining down like arrows at the enemy, who had no time to seek cover. Ah! My leg! Shit! My hand's pierced. Where's the medic? Screams echoed. Though the ice arrows weren't fatal, hitting only the enemy's arms and thighs, they instantly crippled their fighting ability. Blood instantly dyed the ice red, merging with the melted water and leaving streaks of pungent, foul-smelling blood on the ground. Damn! She's so powerful all by herself. We're no match for her. Fear had grown on the people, who gradually retreated. They pushed and shoved each other, no one daring to lead the charge. Useless. A bunch of useless. Zhou Xiao, who had been commanding from the rear, could no longer bear the sight. He slapped his men on the back of the head and roared, "She uses her powers, are you dead? All you know is to shoot with your guns and hit her once? Use your powers to blast her to death. With so many of us, we can take her down in a round-robin battle. Besides, if she uses so much power at once, the backlash will be even more severe. Perhaps she's already at the end of her rope, and the next time she fights back, she'd fall into a dormant state. Then, won't we be at our mercy? Don't pay it back? Charge!" Following Zhou Xiao's roars and threats, the remaining men moved in full force, determined to risk everything, unleashing all their powers on Jiang Lai. Meanwhile, Fu Conwen, hiding in the shadows, pressed himself tightly against the wall, forcing himself to ignore the cascading supernatural powers attacking Jiang Lai. With one hand firmly grasping Bubu, the other steadied his bundle, and silently and swiftly dashed into the garage. Two thugs were still poking their heads out from the garage door, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Lai. Fu Songwen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, and two arcs of electricity flashed, striking the attackers squarely in the neck. The two men didn't even have time to react before they collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, instantly losing consciousness. Rushing into the garage, Fu Conwen immediately spotted the SUV. Bubu quickly pulled the car keys from his arms, and handed them to him. Fu Conwen snatched them, opened the door, threw Bubu and all the packages into the back seat, and quickly settled himself in the driver's seat. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine roared softly, and the SUV started. As the SUV rushed out of the garage, someone finally noticed Fu Conwen and Jiang Lai's plan. Several thugs instantly rushed to the garage door, hands stretched out, aiming at the tires, ready to unleash their abilities. Fu Songwen's eyes fiercely, he slammed on the accelerator, then violently swerved the steering wheel, swerving the car and slamming it into a tailspin, slamming past the oncoming enemies. They had the car, but they couldn't stop. If they stopped and someone punctured the tires, everything they had done would be in vain. Fu Conwen didn't dare slow down at all, driving the SUV recklessly across the road, violently scattering those who had gathered to attack Jiang Lai, forcing a path through the road. At the same moment, the driver's window of the SUV rolled down, and a large, veiny hand reached out, snagging at the air. This time, it wasn't a tiny arc of electricity, but a violent, thick bolt of lightning. The lightning, with its devastating force, lashed the ground like long whips. The streets outside the stronghold had been covered with ice by Jiang Lai. In the heat, much of the ice quickly began to melt, leaving pools of water on the uneven ground. Combined with Fu Songwen's lightning, it instantly struck everyone standing on the wet ground, sending them convulsing, and their hair standing on end, unable to move. Fu Conwen seized this opportunity and shouted, "Get in the car!" Jiang Lai didn't hesitate a moment, bolting for the SUV. "Catch her! Don't let her get away!" Zhou Xiao's eyes widened, bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and roared, "They escaped from the blood bank. If they tamper with anything in there, everyone here, including me, will die. If you want to live, I kill her at all costs." Under his furious roar, the remaining fighters dared not relax, gathering their strength to capture Jiang Lai. As the SUV drew near, Jiang Lai's feet suddenly shifted. Hard rock pierced through the concrete, lifting the entire roadway, blocking her from the SUV. Jiang Lai was lifted by the sudden rise of the ground. Even with her quick reaction, she barely dodged the protruding spikes. The entire section of ground had been forcibly raised half a meter, and the spikes continued to pierce Jiang Lai, forcing her to tumble sideways in frustration. The ground, held captive, was shaking so hard it was impossible to stand up. Unable to stand up meant being at the mercy of others. Jiang Lai gritted her teeth and rolled off the raised ground. The immense force of the impact sent her carelessly caressing several meters, her internal organs seemingly dislocated. Though she carefully protected her head with her hands, the fall still caused her vision to go black. Jiang Lai. Fu Conwen, seeing this, also experienced a blackout, as if he were the one being attacked. Or how could he possibly want it? Fu Conwen gripped the steering wheel tightly, wanting to turn back and pick Jiang Lai up. "Leave me alone, get going." Jiang Lai screamed through the excruciating pain. The Earth-type user who had attacked her had quickly collapsed to the ground after a single blow. It seemed that, despite the earth-shattering force of this attack, his body couldn't handle it, and he already forced himself into hibernation to recover his energy. If that attack hadn't been directed at her, but at Fu Conwen, the SUV would have been lost. Jianlai felt a wave of fear. She didn't dare bet on whether there were any Earth-type users among the remaining group. If they figured out the key and destroyed the road now, they have no choice but to abandon the SUV. She couldn't give them time to think. The longer she waited, the smaller her chances of success. Jianlai rolled to her feet, ignoring the pain all over her body as she swung her hands. Several more icy spikes lashed out, forcing the pursuing enemies back in panic. Taking advantage of this chaotic moment, she dodged and slammed into a long-abandoned, low-rise building nearby. Fu Conwen, despite his inner turmoil, didn't dare hesitate for a moment. After hearing Jianlai's words, he floored the accelerator and escaped, shaking off Zhou Xiao's men. Now, only Jianlai, Zhou Xiao, and the men Zhou Xiao had brought were left. She didn't need to fight to the bitter end, she just needed to find a chance to escape. Clearly, Zhou Xiao wanted to capture Jianlai more than the car. Only a few of his minions were sent after the car. The vast majority, including himself and the few powerful users around him, felt that Jianlai, left behind, would be unable to escape, and with a smirk, they moved closer to her hiding place. If one escapes, catching one isn't bad either. Zhou Xiao approached leisurely. Some cats, when catching mice, don't aim for a single fatal strike, instead, they enjoy teasing the mouse repeatedly. The process of chasing and subduing prey gives cats pleasure, like playing a game. This was Zhou Zhao's situation now. He felt he had the upper hand, a sure win, and decided to tease Jianlai. Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyu's daughter, right? What's your name? Tisk, it's been so long I can't even remember. I didn't expect you're still alive. You even have a child, and you're living a comfortable life. Have you ever considered that someone lost their job because of your father, and their entire family nearly starved to death? Such talk might fool a child, but Jianlai wouldn't be fooled. Her father, Jiang Xuezhen's projects were highly sought after by wealthy investors, and the project staff were all highly skilled professionals. Such a skilled researcher, even if kicked out of one project, would be eager to be recruited by others. How could he possibly be reduced to worrying about food and clothing? Jianlai leaned against the wall, watching the door warily, her chest heaving violently. Her back and arms burned. She'd taken a heavy fall, and she was probably already bruised. Worse still, continuously unleashing large-scale ice powers against so many enemies took a far greater toll on both mental and physical strength than she imagined. She was already showing signs of exhaustion. She had to find a way to avoid a melee with the enemy and break free as quickly as possible. Otherwise, her abilities would be exhausted and she'd be reduced to prey on the chopping block. Zhou Xiao was still engaging in psychological warfare, trying to coerce her into a fight with his words. Tisk, TSK, 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 your man abandoned you and ran off. It seems you're nothing to him. If you beg for mercy now, I might consider it for your parents' sake and perhaps spare your life. Jiang Xuezhen, your precious daughter has fallen into such a state. Will you regret in hell that you didn't treat me well? He sighed, then changed the subject, looking grimly at the closed door. He waved his men toward him, then paused, not moving. Jiang girl, what were you looking for in the blood bank today? Lei Hong just died, and you, the people from District 13, invaded the blood bank. Are you trying to declare war on us? Zhou Xiao. Jianlai's voice rang out from the low-rise building, cold but firm. Stop slandering me. You killed Lei Hong, didn't you? We don't even know where she lives, let alone sneak into her bedroom. But you, aren't you the biggest beneficiary of Lei Hong's death? You're still obsessed. Zhou Xiao, like a venomous snake whose tail had been stepped on, instantly erupted in rage. Clearly, Jianlai had hit the mark, and he felt incredibly guilty. He stopped arguing with Jianlai and waved his hand, signaling his men to immediately surround the dilapidated low-rise building. Find her immediately, dead or alive. Chapter 72. Jianlai had been waiting for this moment. As the thugs approached the door, ready to break in, a sudden wave of cold erupted from the room. A powerful explosion erupted from the inside, cascading cold currents, blasting the door open and sending the nearest thugs flying. Even in the scorching heat, the cold still made him shiver. Furthermore, countless sharp, thick ice spikes shot out from the building like steel spikes, radiating chill and intimidating sharpness. The two men at the forefront were pierced through the arms by the ice spikes, and warm blood gushed out, smearing the cold, transparent ice spikes. Hurry, get the injured brother down for treatment. Zhou Xiao reacted quickly, a flicker of fear in his eyes, but he still managed to shout, Don't panic, everyone. The more she uses her powers, the more exhausted she becomes. From now on, just keep using your little abilities to wear her down. But the moment he spoke the command, a figure flashed by, passing through the window blasted open by the cold current. The ice spikes were just a feint. Jianlai's real goal was to break through. Up there, grab her. The two powerful users beside Zhou Xiao immediately attacked, one unleashing a wind blade, the other hurling a fireball. The fireball, fueled by the wind blades, sped at lightning speed, nearly catching Jianlai, who narrowly dodged the attack. The fireball brushed past the edge of her clothes, igniting them. The flames quickly licked her long sleeves, burning them clean. The fireball then struck the rooftop in the distance, creating a charred hole. Jianlai rolled on the rooftop to put out the flames on her clothes. As soon as she steadied herself, she retaliated. She turned around, and ice spikes shot out like a shower of hidden weapons. She tapped the rooftop lightly, and like an arrow, she shot towards the checkpoint. Useless. Can't even catch a woman. Zhou Xiao was furious, but he could only watch as Jianlai scurried across the jagged rooftops, using the rubble to change direction, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. I absolutely cannot let her escape. Chase her. Chase her. Go to the checkpoint and block her directly. Also, get out my best artillery. Anyone with a special ability is human too. She's not a hardened type. She can dodge bullets, but not artillery fire. I'm going to blow her to pieces. Jianlai kept moving. The intense fighting, coupled with her current rapid pace, had left her exhausted. She gasped for air as she ran. Soon, her throat was choking, and every breath and swallow was a burning pain. Moreover, her power reservoir was nearly drained, and the backlash of overusing her supernatural power began to take hold. That feeling wasn't just ordinary muscle aches, but a deep, soul-deep fatigue and sleepiness. Her vision began to blur, and her eyelids trembled. Every time she closed her eyes, she threatened to fall asleep. I can't sleep. Jianlai, she warned herself silently. If I fall asleep now, I never wake up again. After the fireball burned off her sleeves, her arms were exposed, covered in purple bruises of varying sizes. Jianlai bit her lower lip tightly, and pinched the bruises and blisters. The intense pain irritated her nerves, causing her to gasp for air and cough. However, she felt much more awake. On the road ahead, several thugs with guns lay sprawled. They must have been the ones tracking Fu Conwen, whom he had dispatched. The roar of cars behind her was intense. Now it was a desperate struggle. Hope was just around the corner. Jianlai gathered her strength and sped forward. After passing 2 intersections, she finally saw the silhouette of the off-road vehicle. Jianlai was nearly exhausted, sweat soaking through her clothes and sticking to her wounds, causing a burning pain with every movement. Fu Conwen stood on the roof of the car, anxiously observing the situation. At the sight of Jianlai, a smile instantly crossed his tense face. As the distance between them closed, Jianlai saw Fu Conwen's smile froze. He stared fiercely behind her, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Fu Conwen raised his hands to the sky, and suddenly, the clear sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The lightning formed a dense web, attacking the crowd surging behind Jianlai. After calling out to the pursuers, he immediately jumped from the roof and rushed to Jianlai's aid. Jianlai's heart trembled at Fu Conwen's actions. She whipped her head around to see Zhou Xiao and his men approaching the checkpoint in a car, a rocket launcher mounted on the roof. Zhou Xiao's face contorted, his eyes narrowed. Jiang Xuezhen, you little bastard, go to hell. Boom! Then, with a shrill cry, it pierced the air. Not only that, the fire user in the other car had already recharged their energy and launched a fireball. The wind user immediately assisted him, sweeping in a gust of wind, forming walls of wind that made it impossible to move. There was no escape, so she struck back. A fierce glint flashed in Jianlai's eyes. She exerted all her might to forge a wall of ice that rose from the ground, blocking the onslaught of shells and fireballs. The shells and fireballs slammed into the ice wall, sending blinding flames and steam soaring into the sky. The ice wall, having absorbed most of the damage, cracked under the weight with a resounding sound before cracking and collapsing completely. Jianlai was also caught in the irresistible force, feeling a powerful impact on her chest, sending her flying like a kite with a broken string. Fu Conwen, who had rushed around the wind wall, quickly opened his arms and embraced her. The immense force sent them crashing into each other, forcing them back several steps and cornering them. Fu Conwen swallowed the sweet, fishy taste that welled up in his throat and hurriedly checked Jianlai's injuries. How is it? Puff. Jian Lai, unable to contain herself any longer, spat out a mouthful of blood. She saw stars, her ears buzzed, and she felt the world spinning wildly. I'm not dead, let's get going. But then something even more terrifying happened. The abandoned buildings in front of her were affected, becoming precariously crumbling. Like dominoes being pushed over, they collapsed one after another with a thud. A deafening roar drowned out all other sounds, and a cloud of smoke and debris descended upon Jian Lai like a landslide and tsunami. Fu Kanwen, without hesitation, scooped Jian Lai up and sprinted with all his might. At the same instant he moved, a red-hot steel bar, carrying a large chunk of concrete wall with it, fell, crashing down upon the two men who had just regained their balance. In a split second between life and death, Fu Kanwen had no time to think, his body's instincts overwhelmed everything. He spun abruptly, clasping Jian Lai in his arms. The wall slammed hard into Fu Songwen's shoulder blade, and the scorching steel scraped against his arm, the smell of burning flesh instantly wafting through him. The immense force and excruciating pain caused his body to limp, nearly collapsing with Jian Lai. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and warm blood oozed from the wounds on his shoulder and back, instantly staining most of his body red. But he gritted his teeth, remained silent, and held the person tightly in his arms, only breathing a sigh of relief when he was sure she was unharmed. Fu Kanwen. Jian Lai hurriedly applied ice to his wounds to help stop the bleeding. It's okay, let's go! Fu Kanwen fought back the excruciating pain, swallowing the blood foaming in his throat. As he comforted Jian Lai, seemingly unfazed, he used his good right hand to push away the wall blocks that had fallen on him. With his left arm injured and his right arm free, he couldn't exert any strength while holding her. Jian Lai struggled to get out of Fu Songwen's arms, and the two of them supported each other as they retreated. Jian Lai glanced at Fu Songwen's left side. His arm hung limply, powerless. It had been pierced by the scorching steel bars, leaving a bloody mess, nearly exposing the bone. Thankfully, the ice had stopped the bleeding. Ice can stop the bleeding and relieve pain, but it's not a permanent solution. The wound needed to be treated quickly. Jian Lai kept his eyes on Fu Songwen's wound, mentally reviewing what medicines were left in the car, and what they could use. Fu Kanwen, watching from afar, saw Bubu opening the door and trying to get out. Heedless of the risk of his wound tearing, he shouted, "Stay in the car!" Perhaps recalling what had happened before, Bubu hesitated for a moment, but finally obeyed Fu Kanwen and remained in the car. When the second shell was launched, Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen had already escaped the bombing center, but the impact was too strong, knocking them to the ground again. Ahem. He's taken out all the treasures. How much does he hate Professor Jiang? Fu Kanwen sighed subconsciously, coughing up blood foam, before continuing to condense lightning with his good right hand. Jian Lai, fighting back dizziness and exhaustion, struggled to her feet and held his hand. The force of her movement ripped the wound on her body, causing her vision to black out, but she insisted, "You need to save your energy for driving later." "I do it." "It seems unnecessary." Suddenly realizing something, Fu Kanwen pried his ear and observed carefully, noticing that Zhou Xiao hadn't immediately fired a third shell. 2 shells would have reduced an ordinary person to ash. We can't let him see that we still have the energy to fight back. For now, escaping was more important. Otherwise, if Buba got out of the car, the situation would get even more out of control. After 2 rounds, the abandoned buildings at the checkpoint were completely razed to the ground. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun, choking everyone's eyes, and blurring their vision. In the ruins across the way, there was silence for a long time. He's dead now. That's 2 bullets. Even a god would be ripped off. If he doesn't die, he'd be crippled. Might as well die quickly. Hee, if I can't kill your father, why can't I kill you? Zhou Xiao sneered, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Let's go and take a look. I want to see Jiang Shuezhen's body with my own eyes. The smoke and dust cleared, and Zhou Xiao's gaze swept across the ruins. He suddenly saw a small head peek out of the SUV window. Until now, he had only seen the side of the face, assuming that since it was Jian Lai's son, it was understandable that he looked like Jian Lai. Now, Zhou Xiao stared at the little creature not far away. He had seen this face before. Not just in the sense of resemblance, but in the whole face. It! Zhou Xiao cried out in shock, his facial muscles twisted and distorted with shock, excitement, and gloom, giving him a terrifying, ferocious look. He pointed at Bubu, his voice cracking with excitement. Catch that little thing. Don't hurt him. I want to live. At that moment, he didn't even bother checking Jiang Lai's life or death. This humanoid robot, this high-tech, With it, wouldn't he have bargaining chips with District 19? But before they could move, Jianlai and Fu Kanwen had already fled the ruins in a panic. Hiding in the shadows. While everyone's attention was drawn to Bubu, she exerted her power, forming a massive ice crystal that directly knocked down the rocket launcher on the roof of Zhou Zhao's car. Now! Fu Kanwen lifted Jianlai horizontally with one hand and ran towards the car. Jianlai faced back, her fingers flying, freezing the wrists of one psychic and one gunman after another. The frost crawled up the wrists and arms, catching Zhou Zhao and the others off guard. In a matter of seconds, the thugs couldn't hold out and were disarmed. How is this possible? How could they still be alive? Zhou Zhao, waking from a dream, hurried back to the car. Quick, catch up! But it was too late. Fu Kanwen was incredibly fast, his long legs taking long strides, and he reached the front of the car in a few lightning strides. Inside the car, Bubu was already prepared and leaned over to open the passenger door. Jianlai, exerting his last bit of strength, released a curtain of ice to block the pursuer's view, and was immediately shoved into the passenger seat by Fu Kanwen. He himself quickly swerved around the front of the car and jumped into the driver's seat. He floored the accelerator, and the SUV instantly accelerated, like a long-dormant beast finally awakening, plunging forward and crashing through the gate to District 9. Chapter 73. The guards at the checkpoint had long heard the noises of the battle between Zhou Zhao, Jianlai, and the others. With the devastating ice wall and 2 rocket launchers, it was hard to pretend not to notice. This kind of combat prowess was simply breathtaking. Thinking of Scar, who had previously blocked Jianlai and Fu Songwen's path and had been instantly killed by Jianlai, and witnessing her astonishing explosive power today, the guards hesitated for a moment before unanimously choosing to ignore the situation. Not a single one dared to step forward, and they watched in amazement as the Dawn SUV roared out of District 9 and roared away. Watching his prey escape, Zhou Zhao trembled with rage, his forehead throbbing like a heartbeat. Who's the new manager? Didn't you hear me order the blockade of District 9? Who told you? A subordinate, who had just broken the ice on his hand with help, stepped forward tremblingly. Master Xiao, I did tell you. At this moment, the new leader of the watchdogs sauntered out. He glanced down at the scattered supplies on the ground, curled his lips, and motioned for his men to collect them. These worthless supplies were tolls dropped from the window of the passing SUV. He looked at the furious Zhou Zhao, neither hurried nor slow, his tone calm. Excuse me, Master Xiao, we watchdogs can't just trust anyone who tells us anything, can we? If you have any requests, please speak to our Master Shenling. As long as she nods, the brothers will definitely comply. The implication was that they wouldn't listen to anyone except Shenling. As for how to get Shenling to agree, that is not their business. After all, Fu Kanwen had left the toll when he left, meeting the requirements for entering and exiting District 9. There was no reason for them to stop him. You? Zhou Zhao's face was livid. Okay, very good. I have a serious talk with Shenling. Is this how her people operate? If they all continue to act this way, District 9 will be finished sooner or later. The convoy turned around, sending up a cloud of dust. Boss, the checkpoint was breached. Will Lord Shenling give us trouble? Why didn't you stop the car? The new manager rolled his eyes at him. Don't be so naive. Clean up. Yes, boss. Inside the SUV. Jianlai slumped in the passenger seat, her face pale. She was about to speak when her throat tightened, and she tilted her head to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jianlai. Fu Songwen's left arm drooped limply at his side, the wound a horrific, bloody mess. The thin ice covering it had begun to melt, dripping onto the mat inside the car. If Jianlai hadn't sealed his wounds with ice in time, the blood loss and hypothermia alone would have been enough to make him suffer, let alone drive. It's all right. We have to hurry. Jianlai's vision darkened, and she felt dizzy and her head felt like it was filled with cement, so heavy that her neck couldn't support the weight of her head, and she fell sideways, hitting the door and window. She had no fatal wounds, only bruises from rolling around and falling. Fu Songwen's injuries were worse than hers. After all, he had taken the heaviest blow for her. She felt so exhausted because her body was overdrawn and about to shut down. If it weren't for the desperate desire to survive that kept her gritting her teeth, she would have fallen into a coma long ago. Tired. I want to sleep. Before she could finish her words, she had already closed her eyes, completely unconscious. Jianlai. Jianlai. Fearing Zhou Zhao's men would pursue him, Fu Kanwen didn't dare stop the car, didn't dare slow down, and simply wanted to rush to District 13 as fast as possible. But his left hand, though the bleeding had stopped, still had no strength. He couldn't move his right hand, which was controlling the steering wheel. The road was bumpy, and the car was going fast. If he lost control of the wheel, the car and everyone would be in danger of a crash. When they attacked him by rockets, he had briefly checked Jian Lai's injuries. They were nothing serious. But now, seeing Jian Lai unconscious, he felt a surge of panic. What if she had been hit while getting in the car? He didn't dare gamble. Fu Kanwen glanced quickly at his immobilized left arm, a fierce glint in his eyes. He held his breath, tilted his head, and bit the sleeve of his left arm with his teeth. He leaned his whole body to the right, lifting his weakened left hand and roughly clamping it on the steering wheel. The excruciating pain blinded him, but he only groaned and immediately used his free right hand to check Jian Lai's pulse and breathing. Confirming that Jian Lai had no other injuries, he felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Lai is hurt. In the back seat, Bubu had already unbuckled her seatbelt. Her small body rested on the back seat cushion, clinging to the backrest. She slid into the space between the driver's and passenger seats and desperately shook Jian Lai. But Jian Lai remained motionless. Looking in the rearview mirror, Fu Kanwen even thought he saw fear and worry on the face of a robot. Bubu, don't be afraid. She must have exhausted her powers and gone into hibernation. Fu Songwen's voice was steady, the tremor in his voice unnoticeable unless one listened carefully. He comforted Bubu and himself. It's the same as when your battery is low and you need to charge it. Keep an eye on Jian Lai. Take her temperature. If anything's abnormal, tell me immediately. Yes. Bubu nodded heavily, his face filled with seriousness. He stopped shaking Jian Lai and, after stabilizing himself in the back seat, he grasped her tightly with his small hand again, holding her steady as she slumped over. He took the temperature of her forehead every minute. You're injured too. The task Fu Kanwen had assigned was simple enough for Bubu. He glanced at Fu Songwen's left arm, which was wedged in the steering wheel. The horrific sight left him perplexed. His mind raced, searching the database quickly. Then he spoke. Your left hand looks like it's broken, burned, injured, and has lost blood. The burn wound is dirty, and while ice can relieve the pain, it also increases the likelihood of anaerobic bacteria growing. If not treated quickly, inflammation can cause a high fever, and in the worst case, amputation may be necessary. It's okay, don't worry. This injury is nothing. We'll be fine once we get to District 13. Fu Kanwen stared intently at the road ahead, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, vigilantly watching for pursuers. His left arm had been removed from the steering wheel and hung limply at his side. The pain had been replaced by numbness, as if it didn't exist. This was a good thing. At least it allowed him to focus more on driving and return to District 13 safely and quickly. Time slipped by in silence. I didn't know how much time had passed, perhaps hours. In short, it was extremely difficult. It wasn't until they reached a clear view, with no suspicious vehicles in sight, that Fu Kanwen was certain Zhou Zhao's men hadn't pursued them. Even if they had, they would have been far ahead. Fu Kanwen gently applied the brakes and slowly brought the SUV to a stop. In the passenger seat, Jian Lai's breathing was steady and long, still unconscious. The good news was that, although she wasn't awake, she had no fever or signs of hypothermia. She had simply slept a bit too long. Rest for 20 minutes, then we continue on our way. Bubu looked at Fu Kanwen. Is your arm really all right? It's okay. There's medicine in the car. I clean it with saline and hydrogen peroxide. Don't worry. Last night, Jian Lai slept in his arms, but Fu Kanwen hadn't slept at all, constantly alert for the movements of the two blood bank staff outside the filing cabinet. The next day, after running for his life, getting injured, and driving again, Fu Kanwen finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Jian Lai was alright and free of pursuers. A heavy sense of exhaustion belatedly hit him, almost overwhelming him. Taking advantage of a break to treat the wound is perfect. The medicine will only exacerbate the pain and stimulate him to stay awake. As Fu Kanwen rummaged through his medical bag, he casually chatted with Bubu. Bubu, you're Jian Lai's robot. You must be pretty amazing. Besides having a photographic memory and being able to draw pictures that look like photographs, what else can you do? I know a lot. Bubu's voice rose slightly as he spoke of this, his interest growing. I'm a little encyclopedia. I know what vegetables to plant in which season, how to grow them well, which wild vegetables are edible and which are poisonous, which herbs are medicinal, how to make delicious dishes, how to purify sewage. I know all this stuff. And so much more. Very impressive. But it sounds like it's custom-made for desert island survival. Almost there. If it's a wasteland, just bring Bubu, and we can slowly build a base. No! Jianlai, in the passenger seat, suddenly struggled to her feet, only to be pinned back down by the seatbelt. Fu Kanwen and Bubu quickly turned to see Jianlai, her eyes still tightly shut, her mouth opening and closing, her words muffled and indistinct. Only the tears, streaming down her tightly closed eyes, betrayed her grief to the two. She was having a nightmare. Fu Kanwen reached out and gently patted Jianlai's shoulder, whispering, Jianlai, Jianlai. Don't be afraid, we're safe. Jianlai remained silent, as if deaf to her own nightmare. Fu Kanwen looked at Bubu and spoke rapidly. Did you have a hard time back in District 4? What happened? Why did she suddenly fall into a nightmare? More importantly, he paused, a question lingering in his mind, but he knew even asking Jianlai wouldn't yield an answer. But now, he couldn't help himself. Why did she lose her memory? Was it because her head was seriously injured? Or was there something else? Bubu shook her head, her hands tightly covering her mouth. I can't say. It's not that she doesn't know, but that she can't say. Perhaps he should be bold and make a guess. Jianlai's memory loss wasn't due to injury. Fu Kanwen suddenly remembered what Bubu had said to Jianlai when the base caught fire, and his heart sank. Bubu had once said that even though Jianlai had been genetically modified, she still needed oxygen and wasn't immune to poison gas. Could it be? Chapter 74. Jianlai is Jiang Shuezhen's daughter. Jiang Shuezhen is the foremost authority in genetic modification. Jianlai can transform into a snow leopard. Jianlai has undergone genetic modification. All this information, strung together, converges into a single message, a truth no matter how absurd. Jianlai might be the only human in the world to have been successfully genetically modified. If this news leaks out, she become the object of everyone's scramble. Insane. Absolutely insane. What kind of father is so cruel as to experiment on his own daughter? And on such a taboo experiment? Fu Kanwen clenched his right fist, trembling. Just the mere speculation made him feel so distressed that even breathing hurt, almost doubled over in agony. At the same moment, Jianlai felt dazed and unsure how she had found herself back in the laboratory. The meticulously crafted metal workstations, the countless reagents, and the air conditioning that perpetually chilled her hands and feet. She stood there, stunned, bewildered, directly in front of Jianlai. A figure in a white coat, with his back to her, was fiddling with something. She couldn't see the man's face, yet he looked strangely familiar. Jianlai tried to circle around to see what he looked like, but the scene suddenly shifted. She was being violently thrown to the ground, blood gushing beneath her. Blood gushed from her body, soaking her clothes. She tilted her head, and saw a glaring crimson spreading, staining the entire floor with blood. But she felt no pain, nor could she smell the stench of blood. It felt like her body didn't belong to her, and she was just a wandering spirit. Before Jianlai could even move, she was quickly lifted sideways. Her vision swirled and swung, rising and falling, blurring and blurring. A gunshot rang out, and her sight refocused. A woman lay in a pool of blood. The same pool where she had just lain. The woman's body lay motionless, not even a twitch. And in front of her, standing was the man in the white coat who had turned his back to Jianlai. Save her. The woman lying in the pool of blood uttered these two words, and then closed her eyes. The man holding Jianlai shuddered. Without stopping, not even glancing down at the woman on the ground, he carried Jianlai and walked away without looking back. No! Save her! Jianlai wanted to scream, but she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She could only watch helplessly, as the woman in the pool of blood receded further and further away. An indescribable grief surged within her, as if ripping her heart apart. Grief and anger surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Jianlai. Tears flowed like a flood, finally finding an outlet and pouring out recklessly. The tears blurred Jianlai's vision. She couldn't struggle in the man's arms, but her angle was just right for her to keep her eyes on the woman in the pool of blood. The woman's face grew clearer and clearer, more and more familiar. It was her mother, Tan Qiuyue. Awake? How do you feel? Jianlai. You're awake. Opening her eyes, her blurry vision slowly focused, finally resting on Fu Songwen's deep eyes. After finally breaking free from the nightmare, Jianlai remained stunned for a long moment, silent. Her consciousness was still a bit hazy, and she sat motionless in her seat, watching the two men, one large and one small, approach her, their eyes filled with undisguised worry. Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving a dry mark, sticky and itchy. Jianlai reached out and brushed it, feeling cold to the touch. The skin where the tears had flowed was tense and slightly itchy, yet it made her feel incredibly secure. The nightmare just now wasn't just a dream, but a lost memory. Everything in it was real. Jianlai was absolutely certain. How do you feel? What nightmare did you have? Fu Kanwen asked again, leaning back in the driver's seat. His face was pale because of the wound on his left arm, his brow furrowed, his deep eyes fixed on her, as if, in his eyes, no one was more important than her. He tried to lean closer to Jianlai, but it pulled on the wound on his left arm. The pain hit him, and he could only groan, frozen in place. Seeing the hydrogen peroxide still in Fu Sungwen's right hand, Jianlai's chaotic thoughts finally came to a head. I'm fine, just a nightmare. Her voice was a little choked, thick with nasal twang. Jianlai pulled her seatbelt up and sat up, avoiding Fu Sungwen's inquiring gaze. She didn't want to say more about the dream, so she naturally changed the subject. How are your injuries? Let me see. Jianlai, are you okay? Buba poked his head out from the gap between the driver's and passenger seats, blinking at her. Yeah, I was fine to begin with. Jianlai reached out and touched his little head. But Fu Sungwen's injuries are serious. We need to take care of them now. After the hibernation, the fatigue from overexertion had faded, leaving only the soreness of lactic acid accumulated in the muscles after excessive exercise. She pushed open the door and walked around the front of the car to the driver's seat. The door opened, revealing the bloody wound on Fu Sungwen's left arm. The ice crystals that had previously sealed the wound to stop the bleeding and relieve the pain had long since melted, and the wet half of his clothing clung to the wound, as if it had grown into the flesh. The large blisters on his arm from the burns had long since burst, hanging like snake skin that had not been completely shed, and below the burns, the skin and flesh had been twisted back, deep wounds visible to the bone, a horrifying sight. Fu Kanwen had been injured like this to save her. If it weren't for him, she would be the one injured like this now. Or perhaps it was more than that. The thought flashed through Jianlai's mind, but it was too heavy for her to ignore. Jianlai held out her hand, her voice trembling as she spoke. Give me the medicine. I help you clean the wound. At this point, Bubu, like a little snitch, interjected, his wound really needs to be taken care of. He was using his injured arm as a stick before. This kind of reckless behavior is not worth encouraging. Jianlai, I think he wants to have his arm amputated. Using his arm as a stick? Jianlai looked at Bubu in confusion. Nothing, Fu Kanwen replied quickly. However, when he said nothing, he might just have thought it was nothing. At Jianlai's request, Bubu recounted everything that had happened since her hibernation. His small body solemnly mimicked Fu Sungwen's movements and words. The scene was a bit comical, but Jianlai didn't laugh at all. She lowered her eyes, her expression indescribably complex as she surveyed his wound. And because he was worried about her. Your injuries are all because of me. Her voice was a little hoarse. She reached out and took the hydrogen peroxide and saline solution from Fu Kanwen, then took out a knife and lighter, and used fire to disinfect the blade. Now I'm going to clean your wound. It's going to hurt, so bear with it. If it's not treated promptly. In the worst case, amputation will be necessary. Fu Kanwen continued calmly, as if they were discussing a stranger's condition. You know? Yes, Fu Kanwen was a seasoned warrior, and this kind of situation was surely not new to him. Looking at his calm expression, if it weren't for the paleness of his lips, one wouldn't have known the severity of his injuries. He even managed a forced smile to comfort her. But the more calm he seemed, the more Jianlai felt as if someone was clutching her heart, making even breathing difficult. Jianlai carefully lifted Fu Sungwen's left arm. It felt cold to the touch. The wound was covered in dust, wall dust, and rubble. Jianlai frowned, holding the sterilized knife in midair, hesitant to make the move. It's none of your business. Fu Kanwen looked down at her, his voice soft. Do you remember the first pseudo-human we encountered in District 5? Why are you talking about that all of a sudden? Jianlai asked muffledly, not even looking up. At the time, I didn't know anything. I was worried that killing him would cut off the clues, so I rushed to attack you. Even though I held back, it was a lightning ability after all, so its power couldn't be too small. I was the one who wronged you first. Jianlai was slightly startled, remembering the scene. The middle-aged man's fake person kept claiming to know Jianlai's whereabouts. Fu Kanwen was afraid that she, then in her snow leopard form, would not know the severity of the situation, so he desperately tried to stop her from approaching and biting the fake person. He had indeed hurt her then. But he was desperate to find someone, so his actions were understandable. If she wanted to get back at him, she would have hit him back when he apologized, not in such a life-threatening fight. Besides, the injuries she suffered then were not even 1/10 of what he had endured for her. So, Fu Sungwon's voice grew softer, like the fluttering of a feather. This time, let's call it even, okay? Don't feel any burden. Besides, you're a member of my dawn-breaking team. If it were any other member, I would have made the same choice without hesitation. Don't take it to heart. How can such things be confused? Jianlai suddenly raised her head and retorted loudly, with an anger she wasn't even aware of. I don't think you know how to cherish your body. If I don't let you feel pain, you won't learn your lesson. She grew angrier and angrier as she spoke, and her heart ached. The feeling of watching those around her get hurt, feeling powerless to do anything, washed over her again. Her chest ached, her eyes heated uncontrollably, and she nearly cried. Is this what it felt like to care about someone? She hadn't felt this way in ages. Jianlai hurriedly lowered her head and carefully cleaned Fu Sungwon's wound. He was a little angry at her indifference, and she used a little more force. Hiss! Fu Conwen was startled by her sudden emotion, then his eyes narrowed, a hint of warmth spreading across them. He took an exaggerated breath and teased, Please, Dr. Jiang, be gentle. This is a living human arm, not your experimental material. Dr. Jiang, that name was strangely familiar. Jianlai paused, then relaxed. Did he call her that before? Don't move. How can I teach you a lesson if it doesn't hurt? Jianlai's voice returned to calm, and she lowered her head to carefully tend to the wound. She said she wanted to teach him a lesson, but her actions were extremely restrained. She used a knife to slowly peel away the necrotic flesh at the edge of the wound, picking out the gravel embedded in the flesh bit by bit, then disinfected it with a mixture of hydrogen peroxide and saline. The irritation from the hydrogen peroxide made Fu Sungwon's entire body tense. He clenched his teeth, trying not to cry out in pain, but his breathing was incredibly heavy, veins bulging on his forehead. His right hand was clasped tightly against his thigh, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. It must have been painful. We need to do it again to disinfect it thoroughly. Just bear with it. Hydrogen peroxide was poured over the exposed wound again, and the strong, pungent smell instantly filled the entire car. Fu Conwen could no longer control himself, and his body suddenly lurched backward, slamming hard against the back of the seat, jolting the SUV to its original position. Jianlai felt bad seeing him in so much pain. But what needed to be done had to be done, otherwise there would be endless trouble. She didn't dare to pause, taking a deep breath and forcing herself to calm down. She continued to tend to the wound more gently and quickly. Bubu, clean gauze and bandages. Jianlai instructed without even looking up. Bubu immediately opened the first aid kit, found the necessary items, and handed them to her. She carefully wrapped the bandage around Fu Sungwon's left arm, one loop at a time. When she was about to tie the knot, she paused again, looking at the end of the bandage. Fu Conwen noticed her hesitation, a smile breaking across his pale face. You can't tie a ball around my arm this time, can you? Jianlai rolled her eyes at him unhappily. He still had the energy to make jokes at this moment. It seemed the injury wasn't serious enough, and she shouldn't have felt sorry for him just now. She tied a bow around his arm without hesitation. Since he noticed her mediocre bandaging skills, there was no point in getting hung up on it. What's wrong with a bow? It's pretty, easy to tie, easy to remove. Just a bow. All right. Finally, the wound was done. Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her back was already drenched in sweat. The debridement had been no less than a minor surgery. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, calmly closed the car door, and returned to the passenger seat. Fu Conwen lowered his eyes, gazing at the striking yet adorable white bow on his arm, his lips curling slightly. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Chapter 75. The off-road vehicle started up again. Fu Sungwon's intact right hand touched the handbrake, and was about to release it when Jianlai's hand rested on the back of it, stopping him. Captain Fu, you need to rest now. Fu Conwen tilted his head. I can drive with one hand. Don't you trust me? Why not? Hadn't he previously driven the off-road vehicle with one hand, breaking through the checkpoint in District 9 and escaping Zhou Zhao's pursuit? But it's not a question of one hand or two. Jianlai sighed and turned the rearview mirror towards Fu Conwen. Look at yourself in the mirror. What a mess you look like now. Driving in this state, are you trying to get the three of us to a car accident? If it weren't for the depletion of her energy pool and her dormancy, Jianlai would normally sleep very lightly, and she would be able to sense almost any movement around her. Yesterday, she and Fu Conwen had hidden in a filing cabinet together, the two of them huddled so tightly together. How could she not know if Fu Conwen had rested? She could occasionally snooze for a few minutes, But Fu Kanwen lacked that ability and remained vigilant from beginning to end. Fu Kanwen stared at himself in the mirror and was silent for a moment. The figure in the mirror was utterly disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot eyeballs, and chapped, pale lips, looking as if he were about to faint. But what was happening now? The situation was extraordinary, yet he still insisted on returning to District 13 immediately. Zhou Xiao has seen Bubu and is suspicious of him. That's also because Professor Jiang, Zhou Xiao hates you to the core. And since we took the blood bank's hard drive, he's definitely not going to let this go. Just because they haven't caught up with us now doesn't mean they won't later. We can't take that risk. We have to hurry. We have to hurry, but only if we stay alive. Jian Lai interrupted him again. You're driving while fatigued, and one hand is so badly injured. Do you think you can make it to District 13? This injury is really nothing. Before, Fu Kanwen retorted. He tried to move his injured arm to prove to Jian Lai that he wasn't affected. But even now, he still couldn't exert any strength in his left arm. The result of forcing his left arm was that the slightest movement would pull at the wound, causing blood to seep from the bandage and causing him to gasp in pain. You call that nothing? Jian Lai looked at him coldly. I don't care what you did before, but you must rest now. Fu Kanwen, I'm not trying to negotiate with you. You were injured saving me, and I must take responsibility for your health. Now, immediately, turn off the engine and go to sleep. Otherwise, I'd rather take Bubu out of the car right now. As for where we go, don't worry about it. After saying this, she stopped looking at Fu Kanwen and leaned back against the seat, staring out the window at the desolate scene silent. This level of threat had no effect on others, but it hit Fu Kanwen right in the bud. He was silent for a few seconds before finally giving in and turning off the engine. The hum of the engine abruptly ceased, and the SUV fell into a brief silence, with only the breathing of the three people inside. The atmosphere inside was heavy with the argument between the two. Jian Lai stared out the window silently. Bubu, sitting in the back seat, looked at Jian Lai, then at Fu Kanwen. Even this little robot had learned to read the mood and tactfully remained silent. Okay, follow the doctor's orders and live in peace. Who dares to disobey Dr. Jiang? Fu Kanwen fumbled with his right hand, slowly lowering the driver's seat back and lying down. Rest now. After lying down, Fu Kanwen, despite his exhausted body, found it difficult to fall asleep. He stared at the roof of the car in silence for a moment, then suddenly tilted his head and gazed gravely at the back of Jian Lai's head in the passenger seat. Jian Lai, just now, what nightmare did you have? Can you tell me? Jian Lai's body stiffened at Fu Kanwen's question, and the scene of her mother lying in a pool of blood, her mother powerless to help, flashed back before her eyes. The mere flashback filled her chest with heart-wrenching pain and endless hatred. She hated her mother's murderer, the man in the white coat who had stood by and watched her die, and herself for being powerless to save her mother. It was just a nightmare, nothing much to say. Don't ask. Her voice was cold and hard, her attitude far from pleasant. I don't remember it anymore. Fu Kanwen sighed softly and said helplessly, Jian Lai, ever since we met again, I always known you carried a lot of secrets. I've been waiting for the day you take the initiative to tell me. Jian Lai's eyes were blank, staring at a speck of mud that had splattered on the car window at some unknown moment, and she said nothing. Just like before, when you took the initiative to tell me that Bubu wasn't your son, he was a bionic robot. You have no idea how happy I was when you said it yourself. I said everything I should and shouldn't say. Jian Lai's hands on her knees clenched into fists, as if she had to hold onto something to maintain a semblance of composure. Don't wait. Fu Kanwen seemed oblivious to her evasiveness and continued, but things are different now. We already knew that Zhou Xiao knew your father and mother. Furthermore, he participated in the project your father was responsible for, which was likely human genetic modification. Even if he was later kicked out of the project, the intelligence he possessed far exceeded our imagination. Now he has recognized Bubu, a bionic robot that is almost impossible to appear in this era. He will definitely hunt us down at all costs, and may even use his connections in District 19 to send people directly to District 13 to seize Bubu. Jian Lai, I'm afraid Bubu's identity can no longer be concealed. We need to return quickly, so we can make arrangements and protect Bubu's safety. And you? Fu Kanwen paused, as if considering his next words. I'm guessing you were able to transform into a snow leopard. Because you were genetically modified, right? Your father, Professor Jiang, is truly a genius. His human genetic modification project was a success, and you might be his only successful creation. Although you lost your memory afterward. That's why you and Bubu were able to survive in District 4 all by yourself. In a corner out of Fu Songwen's sight, Jian Lai's eyes widened. Fu Conwen had already guessed the truth. She knew she wasn't good at lying, and often her lies were full of loopholes. As her former lover, Fu Conwen could always tell when she was lying. It's just that he had never pressed the issue before. She hadn't expected him to piece together so much of the truth. Behind him, Fu Conwen saw she didn't say anything, so he assumed she agreed and continued to expound on his point. Zhou Xiao has seen you and snow leopards. Do you know how scared I am? If the news of your genetic modification leaks out, you become a target for all forces. They stop at nothing to get you. By then, I'm really afraid I won't be able to protect you. Jianlai certainly knew this. She knew at the moment she noticed that various regions and forces were clamoring for her father, Jiang Xuezhen's research materials. She knew it better than anyone else. She might now be more valuable than an amber. After all, she is the only known human genetically modified experimental subject. If anyone knew, she would definitely be captured. At best, she would be imprisoned for life, restricted in her freedom, and forced to cooperate with researchers in their research. At worst, she would not even rest in peace after death, being sliced and studied until every last ounce of her value was squeezed out. Fu Conwen felt a sense of relief when he saw that Jianlai had listened. He whispered, "Wake me in 3 hours. We really must get back to District 13 as soon as possible. This isn't just to protect Bubu, it's also to protect you. I don't need anyone's protection." Jianlai finally turned around, her voice as cold as her supernatural powers. Besides, can District 13 guarantee absolute safety? She wouldn't trust anyone in this matter. As for protection, who could truly protect her? Even her biological father couldn't, so who could she trust? She only trusted herself. She could protect herself, and she could protect Bubu too. The atmosphere in the car was momentarily stagnant, because of Jianlai's ruthless refusal. Fu Conwen watched her aloof demeanor, his heart clenched, a dull, sharp pain welling up in his chest. He was both frustrated that he couldn't get Jianlai to let down her guard, and yet also relieved by her wariness and distance. Frustrated that he wasn't someone she trusted. Pleased that she was incredibly capable of surviving the apocalypse, and wouldn't be easily fooled. With her vigilance and abilities, she could thrive in any era. Silence stretched. Complex emotions surged within Fu Conwen, but he finally gave up and silently closed his eyes, his lips curling up unconsciously. He could sense that Jianlai wasn't completely devoid of feelings for him. Even with her amnesia, she still cared about his injuries, and, like before, would secretly sulk when he acted recklessly and neglected his own health. In a trance, he could still see the shadow of 10 years ago. Take your time, he thought. Since she didn't trust him, it must mean he wasn't doing enough. They had a long way to go. Fu Conwen slowly closed his eyes, preparing to take a nap. "Hello, Fu Conwen." Jianlai's voice suddenly broke the silence. Her tone was strangely cheerful, her gossip deliberately, even abruptly. She asked, "You told me before how we got together? So how did we break up, and why? Actually, I'd love to know that too. But, after you broke up with me, you vanished from sight. I'm a military academy student, and my monthly vacations are pitifully few. I tried my best to get some time off from the instructors and rushed to your school overnight, but I couldn't find you. Not long after, the zombie outbreak began. I never heard from you again." Jianlai shook her head slightly, commenting with a distanced air. She was being unkind. She broke up unilaterally, without even giving a reason. Fu Conwen laughed. "What do you mean by unkind? Isn't she you? That's different. To me, she only lives in your words. It's your memories that filter her, making her seem so beautiful. I'm not like that." Jianlai's voice trailed off. Her forehead twitched slightly, as if she didn't even realize how she could say such self-deprecating words. So she gently shook her head, shaking off all the random thoughts in her mind, and asked curiously, "Can you tell me more about you and her? For example, was it you who pursued her, or was it she who pursued you?" Chapter 76. Fu Conwen opened his eyes. In the passenger seat, Jianlai still tilted her head to look out the window, leaving him with only a silent, distant look. From his perspective, the sky above the ruins outside the window was bathed in dusk, its vast beauty boundless and empty, like the future of Earth. "It's my fault," Fu Conwen said in a low, hoarse voice. "I didn't notice her abnormality in time." As he recounted his story, Jianlai finally learned about her past with Fu Conwen. Fu Songwen's grandfather, Fu Linxuan, was a stern and upright officer who had achieved remarkable military success in his youth. Even after retirement, he remained a highly respected veteran in the army. He toiled throughout his life, training many generals, but he hadn't spent much time with his family. His son, Fu Qingji, Fu Songwen's father, fiercely resisted, even through repeated beatings, and with repeated solemn oaths, "I'd rather die than join the army," he completely strayed from the path his father had planned for him. Furthermore, Fu Qingji even plunged into the business world, which Fu Linchuan despised the most. As Fu Qingji's business grew, his estrangement from Fu Linchuan grew. Fu Qingji's marriage to his wife, Zhao Yahan, was at the behest of their parents. Zhao Yahan's parents were Fu Linchuan's comrades in arms. After their deaths, Zhao Yahan was left alone. She had no family left in the world. With Fu Linchuan's help, Fu Qingji and Zhao Yahan were married soon after, and Fu Conwen was born. Zhao Yahan was beautiful, well-spoken, and gentle. Unlike the daughter of a soldier, she possessed a certain air of a lady from a noble family. At first, Fu Qingji genuinely loved her for a while. Otherwise, even Fu Linchuan wouldn't have forced him to marry someone he didn't want to marry. But as Fu Qingji's business grew, his wife's gentleness and quiet demeanor gradually faded in his eyes, and he began to dislike her dullness. Her former kindness and gentleness became dull and bland. Additionally, Zhao Yahan was deeply favored by the elder Fu Linchuan, and Fu Qingji became increasingly dissatisfied with her. Over time, his visits home became less and less frequent. From once a week to once a month, and finally, he might not even return once a month. Unable to find any fault with Zhao Yahan, unable to pin the blame on her, he could only use material things to fill the hole in his conscience. However, Zhao Yahan disdained the luxurious villa Fu Qingji purchased. She moved with her young son, Fu Conwen, to Fu Linchuan's house, which was near Jian Lai's grandmother's home. The old man had many old injuries, but with the care of the orderly, daily life was no problem. Zhao Yahan was a grateful person. She had seen and remembered the old man's kindness to her, and she had long considered him her own father. A father, in his old age, naturally needed his children's companionship. Under Zhao Yahan's attentive care and companionship, the quiet old house regained the warmth of home. The family was happy and harmonious, whether Fu Qingji was there or not. Until one day, this peace was completely shattered. It was an ordinary afternoon. On his way home from playing games with his classmates, Fu Conwen witnessed with his own eyes that his father, Fu Qingji, who never came home, had another family. A beautiful young woman, holding a baby about a year old, got into Fu Qingji's car. Before the car door closed, the relaxed, contented smile on Fu Qingji's face pierced Fu Songwen's heart like a needle. The smile on Fu Qingji's face was unlike anything Fu Conwen had ever seen. They were so intimate, he couldn't even find an excuse to lie to himself. That was his father's mistress and illegitimate child. The 14-year-old boy still had a glimmer of longing for his biological father. After all, Fu Qingji had achieved success in business, and despite being away from home for years, he had never treated him or his mother poorly financially. That ordinary afternoon, the last shred of hope finally collapsed. When he was little, the naive Fu Conwen used to pester Zhao Yahan, asking her when her father would be home. Zhao Yahan would always gently console him, saying, "Dad's busy working outside. He makes a lot of money, which is why we're so happy now." Fu Conwen felt that was wrong. Because Fu Qingji had earned more money than they could ever spend in their lifetime, spending time with his family was more important and happier. Without companionship and bonds, no matter how much money was on his card, it was just a cold, cold number. At that time, Fu Conwen didn't know how to refute Zhao Yahan's words. But from the day he ran into Fu Qingji and his happy family of 3, Fu Conwen knew. Fu Qingji wasn't just a money-making machine, he simply had another family. He gave his time and love to another family, another mother and child. Fu Conwen didn't know how to tell Zhao Yahan about this. From that moment on, the young man's admiration for his father turned to resentment. From that day on, he became a problem teenager, a source of headaches for Zhao Yahan. He handed in blank papers, skipped classes, got into fights, and kept silent. He hated Fu Qingji for betraying Zhao Yahan. Similarly, he hated himself for not daring to tell Zhao Yahan the truth. Shamefully, he wanted to maintain the family's last bit of dignity. He even found a good excuse, to protect his mother and not let her get hurt. "You're actually hurting her by doing this. And if she ever finds out the truth, she might think you're siding with Fu Qingji and feel hurt," Jian Lai said coldly. Fu Conwen was slightly startled and shook his head. "You said you're different from her. Did you know? She said the exact same thing you just said." Jian Lai finally couldn't help but turn around and look at him, A hint of confusion etched in her eyes against the sunlight. She asked him. What? Jian Lai, you from over a decade ago. Fu Kanwen chuckled softly, a hint of self-mockery. In the final analysis, I'm just afraid of becoming a fatherless child. But wasn't I already one long ago? Until one day, when I was walking home from playing basketball, I ran into you and your grandmother. You were talking about a neighbor's affair, and that's what you told your grandmother. She laughed at you, saying you were still young and that we were all family. You didn't understand what it meant to rather destroy 10 temples than regret a marriage. There was no reason to encourage a breakup instead of reconciliation. Then Jian Lai paused, cleared his throat, and looked at Fu Kanwen. So what did I say? You said that if the Bodhisattva knew you demolished his temple to keep a poor woman bound in marriage, he would absolutely stop blessing you. And don't burn incense and worship Buddha anymore. The Bodhisattva doesn't welcome you. You also said that if it were you, you'd definitely want your friends to tell you right away so you could be prepared and get more property in the event of a divorce. Jian Lai blinked, speechless. Fu Kanwen always said she used to be kind and smart. She thought she was aloof, but she had a personality. That sounded like something she'd say. Jian Lai finally felt a sense of reality about her past. Jian Lai's words hit Fu Kanwen hard. He finally realized that the healthy family he'd been pursuing had never existed in the first place. His avoidance and indifference were essentially selfish and cowardly, and his actions had been hurting his mother. What if Fu Qingji transferred all his assets and then kicked Zhao Yahan out? Wouldn't she then be left with nothing? Zhao Yahan had never worked, diligently managing the household's affairs. Even if she went back to work, it would be difficult for her to earn enough to match her current standard of living. More importantly, looking at Jian Lai's vibrant youthful appearance, contrasted with the subtle dullness between Zhao Yahan's gentle features, a thought raced through the young man's mind. Fu Kanwen wondered if his mother's life hadn't been this bright and dazzling without him. That night, after returning home, Fu Kanwen found an opportunity to confess to Zhao Yahan. To his surprise, Zhao Yahan calmly told him she had known all along. But she had no feelings for Fu Qingji, so it didn't matter. On the contrary, her parents had died young, and Fu Linchuan and Fu Kanwen were her last relatives. As long as she could be with them, nothing else mattered. 14-year-old Fu Kanwen couldn't understand this indifference, nor could he reason with his mother. He thought he was too dumb. If it were the girl he met today, with all her clever ideas, she would definitely find a way. From that day on, Fu Songwen's eyes were involuntarily drawn to Jian Lai. He longed to be close to her, to get to know her, to become her friend. Over time, he increasingly realized that Jian Lai fulfilled all his ideals of a woman. Unlike Zhao Yahan, who was gentle and selfless, sacrificing herself for her family, Jian Lai was intolerant, daring to love and hate, and no one could dislike her. The boy's feelings blossomed so easily, almost overnight. Even after Jian Lai returned home, Fu Kanwen would always pay close attention to her in-laws, hoping she would show up again and stay for a while. After getting to know his grandmother, Fu Kanwen finally became friends with Jian Lai at the age of 15. So you were the one pursuing me? Now it sounds like Fu Kanwen had a crush on her first, so he must have confessed his feelings first. At this point, Fu Kanwen couldn't help but curl his lips. He lay on his back, his eyes fixed on the car roof, as if he had returned to those innocent and beautiful days. You love to eat meat and drink with big mouthfuls. Once, I planned for a week to take you to a mountaintop outside the city to see the night view, and then confess my love to you under a starry sky. I didn't expect you to immediately guzzle a bottle of beer as soon as you got off the car, complaining about how foolish you were to choose medicine. In no time, you finished all the beer we brought. Jian Lai's mouth twitched. Unable to look at Fu Kanwen again, she averted her eyes. And then what? Fu Kanwen chuckled softly. And then you got drunk. How could I possibly confess my love to you in that atmosphere? Jian Lai imagined Fu Kanwen saying, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? And then responding to his confession with a burp. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Chapter 77. Fu Kanwen continued, things like this have happened countless times. Every time I was ready to confess, I was always defeated by some unexpected situation. Even I felt a little discouraged, thinking it was God telling me that we were not suitable. Until one day, as we were walking back from Hot Pot, on a shady path, moonlight shone on the gravel. You, who had been drinking a little, suddenly patted my hand, waited for me to bend over, and put your arm around my neck. Jian Lai put her arm around Fu Songwen's neck, her face flushed with a slight drunkenness, her eyes bright, astonishingly bright. She stared directly into the boy's flustered and shy eyes, and said firmly, Fu Kanwen, Do you like me? Fu Sungwen's heartbeat instantly went out of control, his mind blank. The atmosphere was already tense. If he didn't respond, Fu Conwen would despise him for the rest of his life. So, naturally, he confessed his feelings, haltingly but solemnly. I like you. Jianlai, can I be your boyfriend? Jianlai gave him a sly smile, released him, and stumbled forward with a slightly tipsy gait. Call me sister, I think about it. Having finally spoken, and without being directly rejected by Jianlai, Fu Conwen was already quite satisfied. After being frank with each other, Fu Conwen seized every opportunity to show his affection, and finally, a few months later, he became Jianlai's boyfriend. That year, Fu Conwen was 19, Jianlai 24. Then, they went through a sweet but often distant year. With Jianlai's help, Zhao Yahan finally decided to divorce Fu Qingji, ending their marriage in name only and successfully taking away a significant portion of his wealth. Old Master Fu Linchuan even declared that he would no longer have a son like Fu Qingji. As for Zhao Yahan, since she couldn't become his daughter-in-law, he hoped to adopt her as his goddaughter. Zhao Yahan agreed. With the help of Fu Conwen and Jianlai, Zhao Yahan found her passion and, in her 40s, restarted her life. Everything was getting better. Until, during a secret mission, Fu Conwen was temporarily drafted into the military and cut off from everyone. 2 weeks later, after the mission was over, Fu Conwen got his phone back. He thought Jianlai would be angry if she couldn't find him, but when he opened his phone, there was only one unread message from Jianlai. Fu Conwen, let's break up. I'm tired. Since then, Jianlai hasn't replied to his texts or answered his calls. Even when he went to her school, he couldn't see her again. Silence fell in the car. No one spoke. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jianlai spoke, her voice hoarse. So, did you call me sister? No one responded. The only sound in his ears was the steady, gentle breathing of Fu Conwen. Another silence. Bubu broke the silence with a soft voice. Jianlai, Fu Conwen is asleep. Jianlai slowly turned his head. It was almost dark, and the faint sunlight filtered through the car window onto Fu Conwen, outlining his rugged and handsome features. The scene he described to him gradually overlapped with the scene of the boy who had been teased and called sister. He didn't know why Jianlai had suddenly broken up with him, but he must have had a vague feeling that something was wrong, which was why he hadn't given up all these years. It wasn't just his obsession with Jianlai that was also his obsession with the inexplicable breakup. Even in peacetime, a sudden breakup demands clarification, and then life can continue as normal. But as it happened, just days after the breakup, a zombie outbreak erupted, marking the end of the world. Those questions, along with Jianlai's disappearance, became eternal mysteries, a barrier Fu Conwen could never overcome. As for the reason for their breakup, Jianlai speculated that, if nothing unexpected happened, it was because she had been forced to become a test subject in a genetic modification project. Why and how she became a test subject, and what role her father, Jiang Xuezhen, played, were precisely what Jianlai wanted to know. Once she arrived in District 13, she would quickly find a way to uncover the contents of the black box found in District 5 and the hard drive in District 9. Only after she had figured everything out could she proceed to District 19. Her intuition told her that the final secret must lie in District 19. However, she was unfamiliar with District 13 and would inevitably have to trouble Fu Conwen. Fu Conwen had kept nothing from her, but she didn't know how to reveal her secrets. Jianlai looked at Fu Sungwen's sleeping face and murmured, I'm sorry. The night was as dark as ink, and the SUV, with its lights off, completely blended into the darkness. Only a faint moonlight shone, casting a light, hazy veil over everything around it. In the car, Fu Conwen had fallen into a deep sleep. In the passenger seat, Jianlai dozed off. Having slept well before, she felt no sleepiness at all. But in this apocalyptic world, with no entertainment to while away the hours, she could only close her eyes and rest, conserving her energy while remaining alert. Silence reigned, the only sound audible being Fu Sungwen's steady breathing. Suddenly, a faint, rustling sound was heard. Jianlai opened her eyes instantly and, looking through the rearview mirror, could vaguely see Bubu quietly huddled in the back seat, making no sound at all. Listening more closely, the noise seemed to have completely faded. But Jianlai's intuition told her she wasn't hallucinating. Something was rapidly approaching the SUV. It must be a nocturnal alien species, scenting humans and hunting. Jianlai held her breath, clenching her right fist on her thigh, patiently waiting for the creature to approach. Based on her combat experience, her supernatural powers were the most effective against large, lone alien species. These large alien species were often evolved from wild beasts, their movements swift and powerful. Her bullets couldn't keep up with their changes, but her supernatural powers could. Time ticked by, and there was no more movement outside. Even the vague feeling of being spied on vanished without a trace. Jianlai remained vigilant, staring intently outside the car. When the rustling sound returned, it had shifted, from the passenger seat beside Jianlai to the driver's seat opposite Fu Conwen. What a cunning creature! It could tell who was awake and who was asleep simply by the sound of their breathing. A sleeping person is an unsuspecting prey, making the attack more successful. Jianlai glanced discreetly at Bubu in the back seat. He had already switched to energy-saving mode, but out of habit he continued to simulate human breathing, his small chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his breathing. From the pseudo-humans in District 5 to the current aliens, none of them had attacked the cubs. Even Fu Conwen had noticed, and so he had always suspected Bubu was hiding a secret. You know, cubs are weaker and less able to defend themselves, so large beasts always prioritize them when hunting. How could they, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, abandon this natural law, unless their animal instincts can distinguish between true humans and non-humans? Based on the noise outside, she could tell that the aliens were solitary. Then she didn't need to wake Fu Conwen. She was confident she could handle it alone. But there was a thorny issue. The enemy clearly wanted to attack Fu Conwen. Not only would they be unable to move freely inside the car, but using their powers could accidentally injure him. If the SUV was damaged during the fight, it would be disastrous. Then, they would have no choice but to walk back to District 13. After weighing the pros and cons, Jianlai decisively chose to get out of the car and fight. Bubu, stay in the car, she whispered. Pretending to leave the car to use the restroom, she pushed open the door and got out. In the dim starlight, Jianlai spotted a beast the size of a full-grown tiger crouching in the shadows behind a pile of rocks and dry grass. Its outline was faintly discernible, its fur bristling, its body densely spotted. A pair of green eyes flickered in the darkness, fixed intently on the sleeping Fu Conwen. Saliva dripped from the corners of its cracked mouth into the dust, making no sound. It was a hyena. Hyenas usually travel in groups, but it seemed this one had become isolated for some reason. Seeing Jianlai exit the car, the hyena's attention was completely drawn to her. Compared to Fu Conwen, hidden within the metal frame, Jianlai, now exposed, was a much easier target. Jianlai pretended to go to the roadside restroom, her peripheral vision constantly glancing at the crouching hyena. It stood on its hind legs, muscles tensed, ready to pounce on Jianlai at any moment. She'd give it that chance. Jianlai feigned obliviousness, slowly walking to the side of the road and stopping, bending over to adjust her trouser legs. The hyena, seeing her defenseless, fell for its trap. It kicked its hind legs, its maw gaping, and, emitting a stench of stench, it leaped from the shadows. The hyena's massive body, like a mountain, lunged at Jianlai. Jianlai's movements were faster than the hyena's. With a flick of her right hand, cold energy quickly gathered from her palm, plunging a thick ice cone directly into the hyena's gaping maw. The ice cone was hard and cool, and the hyena's sharp jaws scraped against it, creating a foamy foam. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, but it could neither spit out the ice cone nor bite it off. The hyena was trapped, its defeat inevitable. Now it no longer dared to underestimate the woman before it. Its body trembled violently, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jianlai wouldn't let it escape. She continued to exert force, pushing the ice spike lodged in the hyena's mouth deeper and deeper into its throat, piercing its brain. Saliva mixed with bloody foam gushed frantically from the corners of the hyena's mouth. Like an ordinary domestic dog, it withdrew all its strength and collapsed to the ground, leaving only a meaningless whimper in its throat. Then, even its final struggle ceased, its life completely gone. From the hyena's attack to its death, it took only a minute. The battle was over quickly. Jianlai looked down at her palms. In the moonlight, the chill lingering on her fingertips had not yet completely dissipated, leaving a faint chill. She was becoming increasingly proficient in using her supernatural powers. After confirming the hyena was completely dead, Jianlai didn't rush to the car. Instead, she drew her dagger and expertly cut open its skull. No! Unlike the giant tiger with hanging eyes in District 5, this hyena's head was completely empty. Sure enough, not all mutants possess dark amber, Jianlai muttered to herself. But then again, if every mutant possessed dark amber, how could it have only just been discovered? Amber wouldn't be as valuable as it is now. Although the fight had been quick, the smell of blood would have revealed their position, and if it attracted more alien species, it would have been troublesome. She quickly stood up and glanced around warily. After confirming that there were no other creatures, she pushed the hyena's body away with both hands. Watching the hyena's body roll far away, Jianlai sealed it with ice, trying to mask the stench as much as possible. After cleaning up, Jianlai tiptoed back to the car and closed the door. In the car, Fu Kanwen had been awakened by the noise. He seemed to be a cautious person. He opened his sleepy eyes, their blood scarlet gleaming, and spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, "Is it solved?" "Yes, go back to sleep. Don't worry." Jianlai carefully wiped the blood from his hands with a cleaning cloth. Then, he sealed the blood-soaked cloth with ice and threw it out the car window. For the rest of the night, no other aliens approached. Jianlai, squinting his eyes, silently watched until dawn. Chapter 78. The next day, Fu Kanwen woke up before dawn. "I had a good sleep, and I'm feeling refreshed." "Let's go!" "Wait a minute, I changed your dressing first." Although espers don't possess the extraordinary self-healing abilities of a pseudo-human, their physical fitness is still much better than that of an average person. As a leader among espers, Fu Kanwen possesses an astonishing recovery ability. After a night's rest, the edges of the nasty wound had begun to scab over. However, he still struggled to use his left hand. The bleeding has stopped, and the flesh is slowly healing. Jianlai carefully confirmed that the wound was not inflamed and reapplied the bandage. "You're still feeling weak in your hand, probably because it's broken. I find you a stick to tie it up. Don't use it for now." "Okay, I can drive with one hand anyway." Fu Kanwen nodded. "Don't drive yet." Jianlai looked at him with a determined expression. "You're in a hurry to return to District 13, because you're worried Zhou Xiao will leak the story about Bubu and me." "Fu Kanwen, I thought of a solution that might temporarily resolve our problems." Fu Kanwen immediately perked up. "What solution?" "First, delay our return to District 13. Instead, we stay out for a few days and create traces of a fight along the route from District 9 to District 13. We create the illusion that we were ambushed by aliens, that we had a disagreement and parted ways, and that I took Bubu and left alone. In reality, however, I transformed into a snow leopard, while Bubu completely shut down and hid in the trunk of the SUV. And you, with your new pet snow leopard, will return to District 13 openly. As long as Lu Yifan and the others keep their mouths shut, this matter can be concealed. Even if Zhou Xiao comes looking for us, he simply think Bubu and I didn't go to District 13. When we get back to District 13, tell Yifan and the others to keep their mouths shut." "That's not a problem, they know the importance of this." Fu Kanwen pondered. "That sounds like a good idea. As long as the people in District 13 never see you, Jianlai and Bubu will never set foot in District 13. As for where they went, and whether they're dead or alive, Zhou Xiao will be left guessing. It'd give him a headache for a while. But one thing, I don't think we need to stay in the wild for too long." "What's the matter? Are you worried about food? We can hunt alien species and eat their meat. That's not a problem." Jianlai's gaze fell on the large bow on Fu Someone's left arm, and his voice dropped. "But your left hand is broken. You really need to get back to District 13 as soon as possible to get it treated." "No, that's not it." After a night's rest, Fu Kanwen was incredibly energetic, his obsidian eyes gleaming with a startling brilliance. "Stay too long, create signs of an argument, that's all too deliberate. Zhou Xiao might believe it at first, but when he can't find you in District 13, he definitely start to doubt it. So let's proceed as you suggested, except there's no need to create false traces or wait outside for too long. Just go straight back to District 13. Jianlai raised an eyebrow. Fu Someone's words made sense. With someone like Zhou Xiao, you can't just give him the answer directly. You have to let him slowly figure it out for himself. Only then will he be convinced. Crucially, given her and Fu Someone's actions in District 9, it's difficult to convince Zhou Xiao that they argued after their escape, or even went their separate ways. But if all this happened because they had agreed to act separately, then everything would make sense. As long as Bubu wasn't detected, Zhou Xiao would never guess that she had actually entered District 13 with Bubu. After all, who would be willing to abandon such a lifelike, one-of-a-kind bionic robot? Bubu, can you completely shut down and hide yourself? Of course. Bubu puffed out her chest proudly. As long as it helps Jianlai, I can temporarily shut down. And Bubu promises that neither thermal imaging nor metal detectors can find me. But Jianlai, you also have to promise me that when you get to a safe place, you wake me up as soon as you can. I'm going to keep you safe. I promise. Jianlai's heart warmed. Smiling, she stroked Bubu's curly hair and promised solemnly, I can't live without our little Bubu. I can't sleep well without him around. Coaxing a robot is much easier than coaxing a child. After a brief rest and replenishing necessary energy and water, Jianlai and his group continued on their journey. After 6 hours of driving, the lanes grew wider and more standardized. District 13 had finally arrived. The familiar security fences and the orderly streets came into view, and Fu Sungwen's tense nerves finally relaxed. Although his left arm still caused excruciating pain from time to time, it was nothing compared to his current mood. At the checkpoint in District 13, soldiers in uniform were carefully checking each person entering. They used the same old method they taught before. They'd make a cut on the hand of the person entering and then observe how quickly it healed, to prevent any fakes from sneaking into District 13. Fu Kanwen turned off the SUV, released the parking brake, and then pushed the door open, exiting the vehicle and walking straight to the checkpoint. He pointed with his right hand at the bow bandage on his left arm and said, "My wound hasn't healed in a day and a night. I think I need to check it for you, so I don't have to make another cut." Captain Fu. Captain Fu is back. The soldier on duty at the checkpoint was very young, barely an adult at most. He recognized Fu Kanwen and grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth. He even extended his hand, almost letting him pass without even checking his wound. The other soldier was slightly older and more composed. Although his expression was filled with surprise, his eyes, as he looked at Fu Kanwen, were more cautious. He grabbed the young soldier with the tiger teeth and scolded him, "Xiao Chen. Rules are rules. No one can break them." Fu Kanwen nodded in understanding, without a trace of impatience. He pointed again at the tightly bandaged left arm. "This wound hasn't healed yet. Just open it and take a look. No need to open another wound on me." Soldier Xiao Chen looked at the large white bow on the bandage and raised his eyebrows, clearly even more excited. "Captain Fu, did your sister-in-law tie this bow for you?" Fu Kanwen raised his uninjured right hand and gently tapped Xiao Chen on the head. "Just now you said you wanted to check if I was a fake person, but then you let something else get you away again, right?" Xiao Chen smiled a bit foolishly, scratching his head sheepishly. That's different. After all, you're Captain Fu. If even you are controlled by the parasite someday, District 13 will be doomed." "Just kidding. Watch out, I tell your boss." Fu Kanwen quickly diverted the soldier's attention. "Alright, take it apart and take a look. I've been traveling all day, and I'm exhausted. I just want to get home for a shower and some sleep." "Okay. Captain Fu, wait a moment." Xiao Chen quickly untied the bandage tied with the bow. The wound beneath was oozing, and there were faint signs of healing. It was clearly not something that could be disguised in a short time. Xiao Chen prodded at the wound, confirming it was genuine, and breathed a sigh of relief. "We checked it according to procedure. It's Captain Fu, no doubt. Uncle Zhang, do you want to check it again?" "No need. I'm just following procedure. I'm not targeting Captain Fu." The older soldier, Uncle Zhang, smiled and saluted Fu Kanwen, then nodded and gestured toward the SUV. "Captain Fu, we're all following the rules. I hope you won't hold a grudge. We need to check the people in the car as well." "Of course." Fu Kanwen nodded readily. "But I came back alone. No one was in the car. If you don't believe me, check it yourself." "Why did you come back alone?" Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't they say you found Bai Yueguang? And they also said that although Bai Yueguang was married with a son, the child's father died young. Captain Fu, are you just going to become a father?" "What nonsense!" Fu Sungwen's forehead veins jumped, and he glared at him angrily. He waved his hand, as if to teach someone a lesson. Xiao Chen let out a strange cry and immediately took 2 steps back, hiding far away. She really didn't come to District 13. Xiao Chen curled his lips, a look of regret on his face. "They say my sister-in-law is incredibly strong. With a flick of her hand, she becomes a giant ice sculpture, slaying anyone who stands in her way. She alone could match the firepower of an entire company. If she were in a movie, she'd be a superhero everyone admires." These days, stories of her exploits are everywhere in District 13, full of vivid details. "I thought I'd be the first to meet my idol." He even sighed heavily as he spoke, afraid others wouldn't notice his disappointment. Fu Kanwen was at a loss for words. He couldn't understand how these outrageous rumors had spread, making Jianlai seem like a cold-blooded killing machine. "I was just out on a mission, and District 13 has so much free time to make up a story and spread it everywhere." Jianlai, the person involved, was now nestled comfortably in the back seat of the SUV. The snow leopard's furry ears twitched, taking in every word of the conversation outside the vehicle, even more speechless than Fu Kanwen. She flung the car door open, strode gracefully to Fu Sungwen's feet, and lashed his calf with her thick, long tail. From the moment the car door opened and the snow leopard emerged from the SUV, the soldiers watching instinctively craned their necks and loaded their guns. But because the leopard moved slowly, appeared relatively gentle and non-aggressive, and had emerged from Fu Sungwen's vehicle, they refrained from firing rashly. However, what they never expected was that this mysterious snow leopard, its gray-blue eyes filled with a lingering silence, glanced coldly at the guards as if they were mentally retarded, and then landed at Fu Sungwen's feet. Leopard? Leopard? Am I seeing things? Did I see contempt in a leopard's eyes? This snow leopard belongs to Captain Fu, right? It looks very close to him. Bringing a ferocious beast into District 13 isn't a good idea, is it? Even if he's Fu Conwen, I can't accept it. Chapter 79. Amidst the chatter, Jianlai paid no attention. She even nudged Fu Conwen with her forepaw, letting out an impatient grunt. Xiao Chun, standing across from Fu Conwen, was caught off guard by the close encounter with the snow leopard. He felt the full force of the beast, shuddering with fear and nearly biting his tongue. Fu. Captain Fu, why is there a leopard in your car? Why bring a leopard back instead of your sister-in-law? First, I need to remind you of something. That powerful ice-type user you're talking about has a name, Jianlai. The snow leopard's tail looked menacing when it swung, but the force was reduced when it hit Fu Sungwen's calf, causing no pain at all. He glanced at Jianlai's twitching furry ears, his lips curled slightly, and his tone to Xiao Chen was filled with a sense of righteousness. Then, I have a question. No one ever said pets aren't allowed in District 13, right? And this snow leopard isn't just any pet. It's one Jianlai has been raising. She's very human, so she can go on missions with me and become a member of my Dawn team. Finally, I know you still have to follow protocol and check the car for any Tibetans. So, hurry up, there are still a lot of people waiting to enter. Don't waste time here. Come to me at the team if you need anything. Yes, Captain Fu. Old Zhang, truly intimidated by Fu Sungwen's words, immediately saluted. He and Xiao Chen, not wanting to delay, quickly approached the SUV for an inspection. Jianlai left the door open when she got out, revealing the back seat. Inside were a few scattered packages, no sign of anyone. The two of them cautiously circled around to the back of the car, where a chaotic pile of clothes, tents, and other equipment lay. There were also several large, unremarkable toolboxes. Xiao Chen shone his flashlight under them and tugged at them a few times. The boxes, heavy as they were, didn't budge, but there was nothing unusual about them. After a thorough inspection, Lao Zhan waved toward the gate. No problem, let them through. Xiao Chen looked at the snow leopard before Fu Conwen and swallowed. Captain Fu, you got a beautiful leopard. Its fur is so shiny and smooth, it looks healthy. I never seen a leopard before. Will it bite? Can I pet it? Fu Conwen quickly replied, no, that won't work. Snow leopards are fierce beasts, after all. Be careful not to get your arm bitten off if you touch it. Didn't you just say it was very intelligent? She has a bad temper, and I can't make the decision. Fu Conwen bent down to rub the snow leopard's fur on the back of its neck, but Jianlai swatted him away with a disdainful paw. He remained expressionless and said to Xiao Chen, see? I can't even touch it, so forget it for you. Xiao Chen nearly bit his tongue. She's really clever. This must be an evolved species. Well, I'd be leaving first. She thinks I'm taking too long. Fu Conwen opened the back door and waited for the snow leopard to limp back onto the seat before returning to the driver's seat. The checkpoint gate rose, and the SUV slowly drove onto the main road of District 13. This was officially home. After the SUV completely disappeared from the sight of the soldiers guarding the checkpoint, someone couldn't help but silently grumble. So he's allowed to take that leopard in? An evolved leopard at that. If it goes wild in District 13, I wonder how many soldiers will be needed to subdue it. Haven't you heard? That's Captain Fu's sweetheart's leopard. Of course he's allowed in. Not only can't you keep someone here, but you're also raising pets for them. It's truly disgraceful for us men. TSK, Pichio's got a love brain crush. It's us, the little minions, who will suffer. Xiao Chen fiddled with his weapon, deliberately making a loud noise to interrupt the conversation at the checkpoint. Too lazy to argue, he simply replied silently, you should have raised the issue earlier. You're only discussing it here after everyone's gone. Sigh, I don't know who's really disgracing a man. I don't want to be represented by a bunch of mean people. You? What do you mean by me? Instead of complaining, you might as well speed up the inspection, or you have to work overtime again. We're here. Fu Kanwen parked the car steadily in front of a low-rise building. The building was only 6 or 7 stories high, its exterior painted a dusty gray. The houses in District 13 are all rebuilt, solid, and well insulated. To prevent geological disasters, the floors are low and there's no elevator, so we have to climb some stairs. No problem. Jianlai opened the back door and hopped out of the car. Fu Kanwen then went around to the back and retrieved the wrapped cloth from the trunk. The little guy, completely turned off, leaned softly against Fu Sungwen's arms. Tiny, like a life-size doll, Fu Kanwen could hold him steady with just one hand. The corridor was narrow, its walls mottled, and contained only a simple, voice-activated light. Thankfully, it wasn't yet dark, and the dim light streaming through the glass windows provided adequate illumination. The snow leopard's massive body made it a bit cramped to navigate the corridor. Jianlai had to keep his tail tucked close to his body to avoid brushing against the dusty walls. Fu Kanwen opened the door, revealing a fully furnished, one-bedroom apartment that stretched to the horizon. The kitchen and bathroom were located just inside the entrance, followed by a living room with a double sofa and a round table. Finally, the bedroom. The bedroom door was wide open, revealing a simple wardrobe and a large bed. The bed took up almost the entire bedroom, leaving only enough space for one person. The room was relatively tidy, with minimal storage, not cluttered but rather cozy. However, having been unoccupied and airless for so long, it had a pungent, dusty smell. Jianlai entered the room and crouched down, blocking the entrance. She could only awkwardly scramble to the corner, making room for Fu Kanwen, who was holding Bubu, to pass through. Fu Kanwen turned on the fresh air system in the entrance hallway, then gently placed Bubu on the sofa before beginning his introductions. Housing in District 13 is allocated based on population. Singles like me can only get a single apartment like this, otherwise we have to share. It's a little small here, but it's still very convenient for daily living. Please bear with me for a while. The snow leopard uttered a muffled gurgle in response. Fu Kanwen went downstairs and retrieved a few packages from the car, including the one Jianlai had brought from District 4. Do you want to transform back into human form first? I buy some nutrient solution later. Since you like cleanliness, take a shower first. You can eat after you come out. Fu Kanwen quickly tidied the room, even changing the bedding. Wake Bubu up when you're done. You can sleep in this bed tonight. Jianlai hadn't originally planned to shower right away, but Fu Kanwen had already cleaned the room, and now she was the dirtiest person in the room. Looking at the newly changed plain sheets, her mind shifted. After days of running around, she could no longer resist the temptation of a hot bath. Snow Leopard, clutching the package, headed straight for the bathroom and ran the door open with his head. The small bathroom was filled with single men's products. Shampoo, shower gel, all scented with mint and lemon. If Fu Kanwen hadn't loved that scent, he would have bought them as a set. Snow Leopard's body squeezed in, making the cramped feeling even worse. Slamming the door shut with her forepaw, Jianlai focused her mind, and in a flash, the tall, sturdy Snow Leopard vanished from the bathroom. Jianlai turned on the water heater, and warm water sprayed down from above, sweeping away the dust and fatigue from her body. She changed into clean clothes and came out, only to see Fu Kanwen still there, wiping the counter with a rag wrung out from his good right hand. Your hand should go to the hospital. The fracture is quite serious, don't delay. I go after you get settled. Fu Kanwen continued his work without even looking up. After wiping the bedside table, he prepared to rinse the rag and move on to the next spot. In the apocalypse, there's no need for such niceties. Jianlai chased him into the bathroom to stop him. The warm, humid air hadn't yet dissipated, and the air was filled with a delicate scent of lemon and mint. The small bathroom was only big enough for one person, and with two adults squeezed together, it was inevitable they would touch. Jianlai accidentally brushed against Fu Sungwen's arm again, so close that she could smell the medicinal scent of his arm, skipping over the mint and lemon on her own body. Not only that, Jianlai also saw water droplets dripping from the ends of her soaked hair, right onto Fu Sungwen's hands as he washed the rag. He paused, and she, as if scalded, quickly avoided his gaze, then immediately retreated from the bathroom as if nothing had happened. She leaned against the doorway and coughed softly, masking her momentary discomfort. Your hand isn't healed yet. Let me do it. When Fu Kanwen came out, finished washing the rag, Jianlai took it directly from his hands. Fu Kanwen didn't refuse, but obediently released his hand. He stepped aside, but his eyes couldn't help but follow Jianlai's back. She walked into the living room, lowered her head, and vigorously wiped the table and bedside table. Her movements were focused and unperturbed. However, from Fu Sungwen's vantage point, he could just see a faint blush spreading to the tips of her ears, revealing that Jiang Lai's heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. Fu Conwen curled his lips. I go out and tell Lu Yifan and the others, and pick up some food. If you're tired, take a nap. The bedding has been changed, and is very clean, don't worry. Okay. Jiang Lai replied without turning back. She grumbled inwardly. She had seen the bedding changed, so how could she not know? The atmosphere was awkward, the two of them constantly trying to find conversation, and all they talked about was nonsense. I be out first. There's my communicator in the bedside table. The password is your birthday. You can play with it. The purification device has also been brought up. If you need water, just get it yourself. Got it. Okay. Fu Conwen paused for half a minute before finally turning and heading downstairs. Chapter 80. Fu Conwen moved quickly, as if afraid Jiang Lai would wait too long and grow hungry. Jiang Lai had assumed that after he finished his business with Feng Jiejun, Lu Yifan, and the others, he would have to go to the hospital to treat his wounds, and that it would take a long time for him to return with his food. Who knew, after she had only dozed off for an hour or so, the door lock would quietly turn. Jiang Lai, a light sleeper, noticed it immediately. She looked up and saw Fu Conwen push the door open. His left arm was already covered in a thick cast, secured to his chest with a bandage, making him look clumsy and unassuming. But the energy between his brows had returned considerably. It was clear that he was relaxed in District 13. In his good right hand, Fu Conwen held a large, bulging bag. The bag was opaque, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. But Jiang Lai assumed it was some kind of nutrient solution, so she didn't mind it. If it weren't for maintaining combat effectiveness, the nutrient solution would be perfectly acceptable. I told them all. They're very tight-lipped, don't worry. Besides, I also contacted Xiaochen. If Zhou Zhao's men come to District 13, notify me immediately. Fu Conwen placed the bag on the round table in front of the sofa. As he did so, the contents were gradually removed. The rich aroma of meat and the sweet fragrance of fresh vegetables instantly filled the room, a scent so overwhelming. Jiang Lai sniffed, quickly walking to the table and sitting down. Didn't you say you were going to buy nutrient solution? Why did you buy all this? Inside the lunch box were several juicy green side dishes and a large portion of glossy, tempting chicken. The mere sight of the dishes made Jiang Lai gulp. Back then, Lu Yifan felt incredibly distressed when he bought a pack of braised pork rice. How much would this fresh stir-fry cost? There's nothing I can do. Plans can't keep up with changes. Fu Conwen smiled helplessly, turned to the kitchen, and pulled out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. He handed one to Jiang Lai and set the table for himself. He placed a soft white steamed bun in Jiang Lai's bowl and shoved the temptingly colored chicken toward her before continuing, explaining, I went to the infirmary to change my dressings and happened to run into my grandfather's orderly getting some medicine. The old man knew I was injured and insisted I go back. I figured I asked him about District 13's handling of the fake people, so I went. I had no idea that by the time I arrived, he already plucked out all the vegetable patches in his yard and slaughtered the chickens, which hadn't laid an egg in 2 years, claiming they were for my nutritional needs. I said I had other things to do, and without a word, he packed them up for me to take home. He didn't mention Zhao Yahan at all, and Jiang Lai's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't ask any further questions. If her guess was correct, he must have passed away. It was the end of the world, after all. Jiang Lai picked up a piece of tender chicken with chopsticks and shoved it into her mouth. The long-lost vitality of fresh food satisfied her taste buds. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. Even the large white steamed bun in her hand had a sweet aftertaste. He also grows vegetables and raises chickens? Isn't that right? Nothing to do after retirement, and the old man can't sit still. Fu Conwen took a large bite of the steamed bun and ate it with the vegetables quickly, but not roughly. But the yield of this kind of vegetable is very low. If we pull all the vegetables out of a field, we can only make a stir-fry. It can satisfy your craving, but it won't fill you up. I caught some chickens for him earlier. I originally wanted to set up a farm, but these chickens aren't mutant pheasants, they just won't lay eggs. One less chicken is needed, and if I want more, I have to try my luck catching more. Jiang Lai listened quietly, her eyes scanning the air purifier and thermostat in the room. She had just used the water heater and seen the communicator. Everything here was a little different than she imagined. She chewed her food slowly, digesting the information Fu Conwen had revealed. It turns out not all human bases are as impoverished as District 9. No wonder Lu Yifan had suffered so much discomfort in the slums. Although life in District 13 wasn't affluent, basic living conditions were still met. When extreme weather strikes, as long as people stay indoors, they won't be in mortal danger. Housing in a house allows for temperature control. Don't worry about heavy rain or snow. District 13 is. A great deal of effort has been put into the drainage system, ensuring flooding even during heavy rains. The houses are also very sturdy, so even during a normal earthquake, sheltering inside is safe. The biggest problem in District 13 is food. People can take shelter in houses, but the crops in the fields cannot. While greenhouses can be built to grow crops, the crop yields in the apocalypse are low, and building greenhouses requires a huge investment of resources, making it uneconomical. To put it bluntly, it's a bottomless pit. The plantations are exposed and vast, but they have to contend with both natural disasters and alien invasions, making the yield even lower. In years with poor harvests, I could only survive by drinking 2 packets of nutrient solution all day long. After a year of toiling away, only to end up with nothing but nutrient solution and no hot meals, anyone would feel resentful. So, even when the people of District 13 occasionally complained, no one would blame them too much. This invasion of pseudo-humans cost District 13 quite a few people. In the apocalyptic world, some women had already experienced menopause, ceasing their reproductive function. The number of newborns was pitifully low, while the number of casualties was high. The labor shortage made plantation work even more difficult. It was almost a vicious cycle. Jianlai listened silently, feeling a heavy heart. Fu Kanwen ate quickly, finishing his meal in no time. When Jianlai put down her chopsticks, he quickly used his good right hand to clean the table. My right hand is very flexible. I can handle these things. You rest for a while. I go take a shower and go to bed soon. Don't worry, you can sleep on the bed. I sleep on the sofa. Jianlai followed his gaze and turned to look at the short sofa. It was wide and soft, but a bit short. It was fine for a blouse, but it would be too much for a grown man over 5 feet tall. She was about to say something when Fu Kanwen took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. She had no choice but to swallow her words. She waited until he came out before she spoke. For a long moment, no sound came from the bathroom. Fu Kanwen? Fu Sungwen's voice came through the door, muffled and a little embarrassed. Jianlai. Can you help me? This hospital cast is too tight, and I can't handle the clothes underneath with one hand. His right hand could remove his jacket, but the underwear underneath was difficult to remove. Okay, I help you. Jianlai agreed without hesitation. Pushing open the bathroom door, a gust of steam with the scent of lemon mint hit her face. Fu Kanwen stood in the center, his jacket already removed, wearing only a tight black t-shirt, bulging with his muscles. Suddenly caught in this scene, Jianlai's gaze lingered on him for a moment before quickly shifting away. She pointed at Fu Sungwen's tattered left sleeve, speechless. Do you still want this? Can't you just tear it apart? This is a specially made combat uniform. It's worth a fortune. Can't you bear to part with it? No. I just can't tear it apart with my own hands. All right. Resignedly, Jianlai walked around behind Fu Kanwen and carefully grasped the hem of his t-shirt, slowly rolling it up. The narrow space brought them closer. As her underwear rolled up, her hand inevitably brushed against Fu Sungwen's skin, causing both of them to pause, then pretend nothing had happened and continue their movements. Finally, Jianlai's black t-shirt was wedged around Fu Sungwen's neck, revealing the muscular lines of his shoulders and back. Blinking, Jianlai circled in front of him, slowly weaving her neck through the shirt, then her entire cast. Her gaze inevitably swept across Fu Sungwen's chest, finally settling on the mole on his neck. Below the mole was his collarbone, and not far from it was his Adam's apple, which rose and fell with Fu Sungwen's unconscious swallowing, a breathtaking sight. As if she had seen something she shouldn't have, Jianlai quickly turned away. Her face expressionless, her voice steady, but a faint blush crept to the tips of her ears. All right, go wash it. Be careful not to get the wound wet. Fu Kanwen muttered a low murmur. In reality, he had just lied. At first, he hadn't considered the idea of tearing the clothes. After Jianlai pointed it out, he could have managed it, though it would have taken a bit more effort. He had noticed Jianlai's discomfort, but given their current relationship, he couldn't tease her too much. Some words were only amusing when said without discomfort. Otherwise, it would be disgusting harassment. The previous probing had reassured Fu Kanwen. Fu Kanwen suppressed his secret joy. It's just another pursuit. This time, take it slow. Jianlai hurried out of the bathroom and immediately saw Buba lying on the sofa, still unawakened. Hearing the sound of running water inside, she stood there for a long moment, stunned, before realizing the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. She shook her head, thinking to herself, I haven't rested well lately, my brain isn't working. Isn't Bubu here? He's a companion robot, perfect for bathing Fu Kanwen. She shouldn't have to do it herself. Thinking of Fu Kanwen coming out soon, and the two of them having to spend the night staring at each other in this cramped one-bedroom apartment, Jianlai felt a strange, inexplicable feeling well up in her heart again, making her feel strangely uneasy. She quickly walked to the sofa and woke Bubu. Bubu, we're in District 13. We're at Fu Sungwon's house now. We're safe. Wow. Bubu opened his eyes, his little head moving swiftly, taking in everything around him. This room is a little small, but it's lovely. Jianlai, are we going to live here from now on? The little guy's excitement dispelled Jianlai's embarrassment. She smiled and said, for now. There's internet here too. You can ask Fu Kanwen for the password later. Wow, great. I can connect to the internet. Chapter 81. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Jianlai immediately patted Bubu's head. Fu Sungwon's hand is injured. Go help him get dressed. No problem, Bubu will do it. Bubu immediately slid off the sofa and scurried to the bathroom door. He knocked, then called out crisply, Bubu, here to help get dressed. By the time they both finished dressing and emerged from the bathroom, Jianlai was no longer in the living room. Instead, a graceful snow leopard appeared. Jianlai's eyes met Fu Sungwon's midair, and she looked away first. You and Bubu will sleep on the bed, and I sleep on the sofa. Without waiting for Fu Sungwon's consent, she lightly leaped onto the sofa and curled up gracefully. Her long tail drooped naturally to the ground, and her body curled up into a ball, completely filling the entire sofa. Okay. Fu Kanwen didn't force it, but chose to obey Jianlai's instructions. He turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. In the darkness, the tip of his nose was filled with a scent of lemon mint toiletries. The wound on his left hand ached and tingled, and his heart felt numb as well. Listening to Snow Leopard's steady breathing, Fu Kanwen drifted off to sleep peacefully. At that moment, for the first time, he felt at home in this small, 40-square-meter apartment. Ding dong. A crisp, abrupt beep rang out, piercing the stillness of the room. Curled on the sofa, Snow Leopard opened his sleepy eyes, his gray-blue pupils fixed on the direction of the large bed, instantly regaining clarity. The electronic beep was coming from Fu Sungwon's communicator. Someone had sent him a message early in the morning. Yesterday, Jianlai had researched communicators. Basically, they were a kind of mobile phone, but in the form of a wristwatch. After opening it, the screen can be expanded to 7 inches. This is a new technology. However, this thing is extremely signal-dependent. Without an internet connection, it's like a brick. Currently, the only areas known to have internet coverage are the 2 large human bases, Districts 13 and 19. So, generally, no one brings it with them when they go out on missions. Not only does it not make any sense, but you also have to worry about it getting damaged and having to buy a new one when you return. Sure enough, a short while later, Fu Sungwon's deep, raspy voice, with the laziness of someone just waking from sleep, came to her ears. Zhou Xiao's caravan has come to District 13 to restock. They're secretly searching for the woman and child who came in with me. But so far, they found nothing. Had they already taken the goods and returned to District 9? It seems so at the moment. Zhou Xiao will definitely look for any trace of us along the way, and if he can't find any, he come back again. But this is District 13. As long as his people enter, our people will be watching and reporting back any developments. Don't worry. Yes. Jianlai certainly didn't think Zhou Xiao would give up if he couldn't find her. On the contrary, his next foray into District 13 would be even more secretive. Good morning. Any plans for today? Fu Kanwen got up and looked at Jianlai. Bubu, on the other side of the bed, had also woken up and was putting away his charging figurine. The morning atmosphere was just right, and Jianlai, too lazy to speak, raised a paw and showed it to Fu Kanwen. The implication was clear. She was a leopard now, so what plans could she make? If possible, she would like to go and see as soon as possible what is hidden in the hard drive of the blood bank and the black box found in the laboratory of District 5. But some things can't be rushed. Bubu, what's the difference now that we're online? Bubu can update the database. Bubu responded immediately, his chubby little face gleaming with excitement. It would be even better if we could connect to the internet. Not yet. It's okay. The public internet will be enough for him for a while. Fu Kanwen finished washing up, changed his clothes, and looked at Jianlai with a burning gaze. Leave Bubu at home. I take you to see District 13. Although Jianlai really wanted to go out and see the world, but large dogs can be quite dangerous if they're not on a leash. That's terrifying. You're still carrying a snow leopard around with you. Aren't you afraid the people of District 13 will complain about you? It's okay. Fu Kanwen grinned, revealing his white teeth and a hint of unruly arrogance. Let's go to the Dawn office first. I put the Dawn insignia on you there. Is a beast still a beast with a formality? It's our District 13's new recruit. Don't worry, the people won't be afraid, they feel safe. She didn't believe him. The jokes he made became more and more common after they got to know him. However, she had to admit that Fu Sungwen's proposal tempted her. Jianlai agreed without much hesitation. It's a good opportunity to see what's on the blood bank's hard drive. Dawn's office was a 3-story building next to the District 13 research base. Fu Sungwen's left hand was in a cast, but that didn't stop him from parading around with a ferocious snow leopard. The members of the base had received the news long ago, and Fu Kanwen led the majestic leopard back to District 13. As they approached the base, they cast curious and awe-inspiring glances at the rumored Jianlai's pet and the next Dawn member. Their curiosity intensified when they saw the snow leopard, bearing the spotlight without a care in the world, following Fu Kanwen closely. The snow leopard's composure added a touch of mystery and intimidation, captivating many. However, due to the beast's intimidating presence and Fu Sungwen's warning look, no one dared approach to speak. Since returning from their last mission, the Dawn team has been resting and recuperating, with no new assignments. With the exception of Li Qinghuan, who was conducting research at the base, everyone else was assigned to assist in screening for pseudo-humans and defending the plantation. Captain Fu. Li Qinghuan was recording data for analysis in the Dawn office. She heard the footsteps and didn't even look up, simply greeting him. Only after finishing processing a set of data did she raise her head, adjusting her glasses on her nose and looking back up. Seeing the plaster cast on Fu Sungwen's hand, she was about to greet him when the snow leopard behind him drew her attention. Why didn't Jianlai come to District 13? What's going on? She's busy and will be back later. This is her leopard, also a member of our Dawn Breakers. I'm here to register them. Li Qinghuan wasn't exactly familiar with Jianlai, having only met a few times at the base. She had no comment about her sudden departure. But she finished organizing the remaining information and looked up at the snow leopard sitting at the computer with Fu Kanwen, staring intently at the screen. She blinked. I heard earlier that Captain Fu brought a particularly intelligent snow leopard of the alien species back to District 13. It seems they are indeed more intelligent than the average alien species. It understands computers? Jianlai shuddered, trying not to reveal any flaws. She continued staring at the screen, even yawning deliberately, as if completely uninterested in Li Qinghuan's words. Fu Kanwen calmly inserted the hard drive into the computer, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard as he quickly changed the subject. Have you finished your research on Dark Amber? Are you working on the report now? Li Qinghuan, indeed distracted by his attention, said, almost. I sort through the data, and I have the results for you tomorrow. After a pause, she hesitated for a long time before finally saying nothing. Captain Fu. Never mind. Jianlai's heart tightened, fearing that this small, yet powerful girl would say something earth-shattering. She tilted her head to stare at Li Qinghuan, suspecting that with her personality, it was entirely possible that she wanted to study why Jianlai's snow leopard was so human-like. What? He? Li Qinghuan smiled a bit sheepishly. She pushed her glasses up on her nose, where they had left a tiny red mark from wearing them for so long. I just want to know what's in that black box you brought back from District 5. Captain Fu, you know I have no resistance to these things. Fu Kanwen shook his head. It seems they haven't cracked the code yet. Fu Kanwen had inquired about this when he went to see old man Fu Linchuan yesterday. The black box was probably a storage device developed by Professor Tan Qiuyue. It featured an ingenious design and an extremely high level of program security. The researchers from District 13 had tried several conventional cracking methods, but all failed. Fearing that a storage device of this level might have a self-destruct mechanism, they dared not forcefully dismantle it. It could be said that the research had reached a stalemate. They still didn't know what was inside the black box. But the contents of the hard drive were clearly visible. Fu Kanwen clicked his mouse with his right hand, a flicker of anger in his eyes. How shocking. Jianlai let out a low grunt, agreeing with him. The hard drive contained detailed records of blood transactions between the blood bank and districts 19 and 13 over the past few years. Zhou Zhao's people were probably afraid the ledgers would be lost if the computer crashed. Since District 9 had no internet, they couldn't store the records in the cloud and could only periodically save them to the hard drive. The transaction records hadn't been updated in the past 2 months, and just looking at the old ones was disheartening. The number of blood bags sold to hospitals in Districts 13 and 19 was small, accounting for only 10% of all transactions. The remaining 90% of blood was received by recipients marked as District 19 research base. No wonder they need so much blood, forcing people to donate. It turns out it's not medical needs at all, but research. What kind of research requires so much human blood? Human experiments? Or genetic modification? Li Qinghuan shuddered, immediately putting down her water cup, pushing aside her seat, and rushing to the computer. What are you talking about? District 19 is purchasing a large amount of human blood for research. Look here. Jianlai tilted her head and stared at Li Qinghuan, her expression uneasy. The blood count on the computer was just a few cold data points, but behind them were countless lives. Such data would be unacceptable to anyone. But Li Qinghuan's expression was clearly not motivated by this. There was suspicion, doubt, and even excitement in her expression. Snow Leopard's ears perked up immediately. Although her observation didn't suggest Li Qinghuan was someone who would take human life lightly, these were special times, and she had to be on guard. Chapter 82. Li Qinghuan stared intently at the computer screen, completely oblivious to the Snow Leopard's suddenly heightened hostility. Her entire attention was riveted by the data on the hard drive, her eyes brightening dramatically. While researching dark amber, I discovered that blood can stimulate its activity, greatly increasing its efficiency. Could District 19 be doing the same thing? Is it because of the research that they're excited? Jianlai breathed a sigh of relief. Possibly. Isn't District 19 researching space migration? This research consumes a huge amount of energy, and dark amber would undoubtedly be needed. However, this behavior is truly shameful. Using living people as fuel? They're worse than animals. Li Qinghuan was startled by the venom in Fu Songwen's words. He broke down from his frenzy and looked more serious. I don't know why District 19 is doing this. I just discovered it by accident. When the mouse's blood splashed onto the dark amber, the testing equipment detected a rapid increase in dark amber energy fluctuations. However, the rate wasn't noticeable. The sample size is too small, and the duration was too short. Perhaps my guess isn't accurate, and I can't directly conclude that District 19 is using human blood to stimulate dark amber energy. Jianlai mused. Whatever the reason, District 19's need for human blood is undeniable. Besides, Li Qinghuan's speculation wasn't baseless. Perhaps, to be more daring, human blood is more effective on dark amber than mouse blood. She needed to share this hypothesis with Fu Conwen and have Li Qinghuan continue her research along this line. But she couldn't speak directly yet. Her identity as Snow Leopard couldn't be revealed. How could she convey her consciousness to Fu Conwen without arousing Li Qinghuan's suspicion? Jianlai was in a dilemma. The leopard paw gently scratched at Fu Songwen's chair. Fu Conwen seemed to sense her restlessness and lowered his head to meet her annoyed gaze. Eyes met. A good opportunity. Jianlai immediately seized the opportunity and nudged Fu Conwen with a pat of her paw. Facing Fu Songwen's questioning gaze, she continued to use her paw, extremely discreetly yet with clear direction, tapping twice in his pocket where he kept his dark amber. Then, tilting her head to look at the computer, she let out a low growl. Li Qinghuan was startled by the sudden roar of the Snow Leopard. She wasn't a psychic. A single slap from the Snow Leopard would have killed her. If it weren't for her trust in Fu Conwen and her single-minded focus on her research, she wouldn't have remained indifferent to the Snow Leopard. Now, with its roar, the beast's pressure was palpable. Li Qinghuan screamed like a frightened rabbit, leaping to her feet and hiding behind Fu Conwen. Her voice trembled. Captain Fu. What's wrong? Is he hungry? Fu Conwen stepped between her and the Snow Leopard, soothing her. It's okay. It's probably too stuffy in the house, so he wants to go for a run. Jianlai tilted her head again, and Fu Conwen nodded slightly, understanding. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to comfort Li Qinghuan. It's okay, don't be afraid. I take him out to play for a while. Go buy a bag of human blood and see if it can stimulate the dark amber. Maybe it'd be more effective than mouse blood. Huh? Human blood? Li Qinghuan was still in shock, unable to react for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, she understood Fu Songwen's intention. He wanted to add a control group. At the mention of research, her fear was washed away by a surge of renewed excitement. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded, okay. After Fu Conwen and the Snow Leopard left, Li Qinghuan slowly sat down, holding onto the back of her chair. She stared at the closed door, frowning and muttering softly, "No wonder they say Captain Fu is a love-brained man. His leopard is even more prestigious than his, practically worshipped like an ancestor." At the sound of the snow leopard's roar, he'd be scrambling to walk the leopard, even in a cast. But she had to hurry with her research. If Fu Sungwen's suspicions were true, how much dark amber must be hidden in District 19? How much more human blood would they need? Li Qinghuan shuddered violently, pulling her coat tighter around her. Outside the Dawn office, the man and the leopard wore identical, stern expressions. The dark amber, the blood bank, and the fake human, every indication pointed to District 19 as the cause of everything. "Don't worry." Fu Conwen was the first to break the silence, comforting Jian Lai and himself. "Li Qinghuan is a genius, exceptionally gifted in this area. At her rate, I estimate we have results tomorrow." Jian Lai wondered. She was so nervous now. How could Fu Conwen have sensed her concerns? She muttered a low sound in her throat. In truth, she wasn't worried that Li Qinghuan's report would be delayed because of this unexpected discovery. When she entered, she had said the experiment was almost complete, and now it just required adding a control group with human blood, which wouldn't take much longer. Li Qinghuan was short, neither a esper nor skilled in combat. To be on the Dawn Special Operations team, she must have had a special skill. Jian Lai felt completely at ease leaving the secrets hidden between dark amber and human blood in Li Qinghuan's care. The real thorn in her heart was the black box in the Area 5 laboratory. Area 13 couldn't crack it, so she couldn't just sit here and wait. She had to go to Area 19. If they had captured Zhou Xiao then, they could have used some torture to interrogate him. Perhaps they would have found something unexpected. If the researchers in Area 13 couldn't be relied upon, she could only rely on Bubu. I wonder if Bubu knew how to crack the black box. Although Fu Conwen had refused his request for help in the Area 5 laboratory, the suspicion between them was less intense than it is now, so he might have restrained himself. She would have to find time to ask him when she got back to Fu Sungwen's house tonight. Jian Lai was lost in her thoughts, and Fu Conwen slowed down his pace, waiting for her to catch up. Area 13 was huge, and the research base was located in the center of the most heavily guarded area. Beyond the research base were the civilian living quarters, commercial areas, hospitals, schools, and other areas of daily life. Walking further out, one could vaguely see a vast area enclosed by high walls and electric fences. That area housed livestock grazing areas, plantations, and other such areas. It was close to the military rest area, allowing them to immediately prevent alien incursions. In stark contrast to the chaotic and disorderly atmosphere of District 9, District 13 was meticulously maintained and noticeably cleaner and tidier. Most of the buildings were rebuilt, made of solid materials, and featuring low-rise buildings. While the facades weren't particularly beautiful, they clearly looked sturdy. Staff in uniforms roamed the streets, maintaining public order. Though the pedestrians were simply dressed, their clothes patched with patches, Jian Lai could clearly see that their eyes were bright. They hadn't lost hope in life. A tall, handsome man, with a striking demeanor in a cast was already eye-catching enough. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a massive snow leopard, whose graceful gait and fur shone in the sunlight. Wherever they went, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. At first, everyone couldn't help but murmur a curse and retreat at the sight of the snow leopard, then retreated. Only when they regained consciousness and saw the dawn medal hanging around the snow leopard's neck, and then saw the dawn medal on the right arm of the person next to them, did they regain their composure. Fu Conwen and Jian Lai calmly accepted all the attention. Fu Conwen would occasionally chat with familiar patrol members, and he was not shy about the snow leopard's presence. Over time, everyone's fear of the snow leopard subsided. Though they still instinctively maintained a safe distance of several meters between the man and the leopard, the fear in their eyes had clearly faded. Occasionally, you encounter two brave souls, nudging and daring each other to come up and tease snow leopard, but Fu Conwen dismissed them all. Whispers continued to circulate, but Fu Conwen ignored them and quietly introduced snow leopard. This is the residential center. Next to it is the public cafeteria and the supply exchange point. Anyone working in District 13 can earn work points and exchange them for supplies, including food and daily necessities. The area marked with a cross is the medical center. Across from it is the training ground. We usually go there when we need to train. The road we're taking now leads to the only mountain leading to District 13. It's not high, but it's just the right height for a bird's eye view of District 13. From there, you can quickly get to know the various districts. If you go straight on this road without turning, it leads to the plantation and the ranch. Because Jianlai, in her snow leopard form, was outside, it wasn't convenient for her to speak, but the twitching of her tail, held high, proved she was listening. She listened intently, her thoughts drifting away unconsciously. Jianlai caught a glimpse of Fu Kanwen from the corner of her eye. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he introduced her, and even a smile flickered in his eyes. He knew she still had many secrets to tell him, much she had yet to accomplish. But he still did his best to show her the advantages of District 13. He hoped she would identify with District 13, hoped she would stay in District 13. Jianlai followed Fu Kanwen quietly, her soft, thick feet making no sound as they touched the ground. As Fu Kanwen had said, the mountain wasn't high. They walked slowly, but after only 20 minutes, they reached the summit. The sky was a dazzling blue. A crimson sun hung high in the sky, tinting the few remaining clouds a crimson. Its beauty was breathtaking, its beauty incomparably enchanting. Apocalyptic rule: the more beautiful the sky, the closer the danger. A new test was about to arrive. Unlike District 9, which experienced long, uninterrupted days of high temperatures and drought, District 13 was slowly cooling. From the top of the mountain, the view below was unobstructed. Jianlai saw large expanses of newly cultivated land on the fenced-off plains. The crops were sparse and swaying, and even from a distance, they could tell the growth was not encouraging. But according to Fu Kanwen, the plantation was doing well. While it wasn't a bumper harvest, it was at least producing something, albeit a somewhat low yield. The livestock farm was truly despairing. The animals kept in captivity were essentially unevolved, low-aggression creatures painstakingly captured by the 13th District military. But like the chickens raised by old man Fu Linchuan, they wouldn't reproduce once kept in captivity. In other words, every animal eaten was a different animal. In the long run, people wouldn't dare eat these unevolved animals, resorting to hunting exotic species. Otherwise, these edible animals would become extinct, and they would be stuck on nutrient solution for the rest of their lives. A single unusual weather event, either a severe drought or a severe flood, can ruin an entire season's harvest. Building greenhouses consumes enormous amounts of energy, yet the yield increase is minimal, the cost outweighs the benefits. So now, we mainly eat compressed biscuits or artificial nutrient solutions. Alien meat is the only way ordinary people can eat meat, but it's difficult to prepare and chew. All kinds of alien meat taste almost identical, and after all these years, everyone's tired of it. The government has been encouraging the cultivation of disaster-resistant crops to increase yields, but progress has been slow. Some say the source of the seeds for this batch of crops may have been contaminated by radiation. Unless the source is addressed, no amount of cultivation will help. Currently, District 13 is largely populated by the elderly. Under these conditions, young people can't even feed themselves and are afraid to have children. The labor shortage has created a vicious cycle. A sharp mountain breeze whistled past, ruffling Fu Someone's clothes and scattering the warmth between his words. So some people advocate continuing to advance human genetic modification. If successful, humans could obtain energy from sunlight through a mechanism similar to plant photosynthesis. Isn't that ridiculous? Jianlai was speechless. Her body had undergone genetic modification, one of which involved converting sunlight into energy to ensure basic nutritional needs. However, this alone only prevented starvation, but offered no protection against other risks. Furthermore, if human genetic modification were that easy to implement, her family wouldn't have been so devastated. Chapter 83. Night fell, and the breeze from the mountaintop brought a gentle chill. The stars, like broken diamonds spilled from an overturned box, filled the sky, shimmering against the twinkling lights of District 13. Above was a vast sea of stars, beneath was the glimmer of human light. Two galaxies, one in the sky, the other on the ground, stared at each other from afar, speechless and silent. Although it can't compare to the skyline of Jingnan Bay, District 13's night view has its own charm, doesn't it? The moonlight cast a shadow on Fu Someone's face, casting a hazy veil over his cold features, shrouding his sharpness. From the day Jianlai awoke from his hibernation chamber, he had seen the devastated 4th District, not the bustling metropolis of Jingnan Bay. I can't even remember what the skyline of Jingnan Bay looks like. She stood across from Fu Kanwen, the expression on her face completely lost in the night. Let's go back. It's getting late. Fu Kanwen didn't move, instead leaning against the railing with even greater ease. What a rare moment of peace. Stay with me a little longer. There wasn't even a cricket chirping on this mountain, and his voice was especially clear in the stillness of the night. I brought dinner. How about a piece of exotic dried meat for each of you and a bottle of rice wine? When did you Jianlai watched in amazement as he, like a magic trick, pulled 2 large pieces of exotic dried meat from his pocket, along with 2 small bottles of rice wine. When had he prepared this? They were always together, inseparable, and she had no idea. I prepared it yesterday when I visited the old man. He brewed this wine himself. It's not too strong and tastes great. When I saw me yesterday, I thought you like it. Fu Kan went past the dried meat to the snow leopard, and Jianlai took a bite, chewing it carefully. After transforming into a snow leopard, her teeth had sharpened considerably. She effortlessly chewed the dried meat that ordinary people would have to hold in their mouths for a while. Fu Kan also took a bite of the dried meat himself, a smile on his face. If it weren't for this dried meat, my teeth would have shriveled and degenerated from drinking nutrient solution every day. With her mouth full of alien meat, Jianlai's voice was slurred. Do you have something to tell me? Fu Kan paused for a second before quickly returning to normal. He swallowed the dried meat, tilted his head back, took another sip of wine, and then slowly spoke. Jianlai. He addressed her by name. With Bubu at home, some things might sound a little strange, so let's talk outside. I know you've always been a very opinionated person. When you want to do something, you do it right away. Now that you lost your memory, and are burdened with such a huge secret, you become quite a bit more subdued. I'm guessing you didn't plan on staying in District 13 this time. And now District 19. Are you going to District 19 again soon? Jianlai didn't answer or look at him. She simply stared at the lights below, and silently swallowed the dried meat in her mouth. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to tell me everything. Fu Kan also looked away, leaning back against the cold railing. His cast-covered left hand rested on the railing, loosely holding his half-full bottle of wine. With his right hand, he unscrewed the other bottle, and handed it to Jianlai. Jianlai didn't refuse, tilting her head back and taking a long sip as he did so. The rice wine was light, sweet, and delicious. She licked the remaining liquid from the corner of her mouth, a satisfied purr in her throat. This wine is good. Not bad, isn't it? I knew you like it. My grandfather still has some at home. I bring you some next time. Fu Kan smiled, but he wasn't distracted by Jianlai's words. He continued with the previous topic. His voice was low and soft, so soft that it could be easily drowned out by a whistling wind. But Jianlai tensed slightly, her ears moving, and she caught every word Fu Kan said clearly. He said, I don't need you to tell me why, and I have no right to stop you. I just want to say, no matter what your next plan is, no matter how dangerous or crazy it is, could you please consider me? Let me be part of your plan, okay? I think I'm still quite capable, and I'm not too clueless, so I should be able to help you. I want to help you. Let me help you, okay? Jianlai didn't answer. The words of refusal were on the verge of bursting out of her mouth, but she swallowed them back. Her affairs implicated too many people. A single mistake could drag him into an abyss of no return. But his words, so gentle, so sincere, made it impossible for her to refuse on such a peaceful, almost luxurious night. Jianlai asked herself. She didn't need help in this matter, and she had never relied on anyone other than herself. When she entered District 13, she had already planned to use Fu Kan to infiltrate the research base, obtain the secrets within the black box, and then proceed to District 19 alone. When Fu Kan offered to help her, she retreated. Silence stretched between them. The surroundings were so quiet that even the passing wind held its breath. Fu Kan said nothing more, simply silently accompanying her, like a statue, watching with her the lights of the countless homes at the foot of the mountain slowly dim and drift into sleep. An unknown amount of time passed, so long that the stars in the sky shifted. Under the starlight, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fu Sungwen's eyes, quickly masked by a forced smile. He turned to look at Jianlai, raised his cast-covered left hand, and gestured. It seems I'm really not very useful. For a moment, Jianlai couldn't tell whether the cast on Fu Sungwen's hand was too heavy, or the self-deprecating smile he forced on his face was too awkward. This almost weak tone made her heart feel as if a large hand were squeezing it tightly, so tightly that she almost couldn't breathe. It shouldn't be like this. She purred softly, deeply dissatisfied with his self-deprecating words. Her thick tail swung uncontrollably in the air, rustling in the wind. She absolutely didn't disdain his abilities. She simply didn't want to see him get hurt because of her. She was tired of being overwhelmed by guilt. Just imagine, how many people like Fu Kan are there in the world these days? His quick mind and impressive skills aside, the most important thing is that they have a special rapport. Where else could she find someone like him who could understand her with just a glance or a growl? There was no way she could find him. Jianlai's heart was wavering. Reason told her to reject him. Absolutely not to soften her heart. But her emotions told her, you're finally not alone anymore, what else is there to refuse? Just as Jiang Lai was torn between two internal conflicts, Fu Songwen's voice rang out again, like a resignation, but also like a last-ditch effort. I have one last request. Please consider it carefully and agree to it, okay? Wait until all your affairs are resolved, until everything is settled. If you want to settle down, can you put District 13 first? Can. I mean, maybe. Do I still have a chance? This shouldn't be like this. She cried silently in her heart for the second time. Coming from Fu Conwen, these words were so out of place. Even 10 years ago, he should have been full of vigor and vitality, not so humble as he is now. 10 years ago? Jiang Lai looked at Fu Conwen, and the man before her suddenly overlapped with the young man in a vague memory. Back then, Fu Conwen was far more immature than he is now. His brows held a reckless youthful air, and his gaze was fixed on everyone, unwavering. He stumbled over his words, often unable to get to the point. Compared to before, tonight, he was more relaxed. But there's one thing. When a young man lowers his guard, even if his palms are sweating with nervousness, he won't mince words. I like you. You been? The young Fu Conwen clutched a can of beer so tightly that the force of his grip almost crushed it. Just when he finally mustered the courage to make a bold, direct proposal, he discovered the person he was confessing to was already completely drunk. He rubbed his face, his eyes blurry, clearly not hearing a word. At that moment, his expression was incredibly complex. It was hard to tell whether it was more one of relief or regret. Jiang Lai's memory was already hazy, and seeing herself drunkenly all those years ago made it even more unclear. She chuckled inwardly. After all these years, Fu Conwen has learned something. At least this time, he didn't bring much alcohol. Of course, that might be because alcohol in the apocalypse was simply too expensive. Jiang Lai stopped looking at him, turned around, and began walking down the mountain the way they had come. The snow leopard shadows stretched long against the starlight, making it appear aloof and resolute. But the first thing he said was a teasing remark to Fu Conwen. Captain Fu, after all these years, why do you still like to discuss things on the mountaintop? Also, now that you're older, you're more timid than before. It's not like you anymore. You remember? Fu Songwen's voice was filled with incredible ecstasy and haste, and he immediately strode after him. It's just a fragment. Jiang Lai swung her tail, not even turning back. But if it were you from before, you would have followed me regardless, whether I said no or yes. Whether I was the naive young man before, or the me now, I'm just worried about you. Over the years, his temperament has calmed down considerably, but Jiang Lai's situation was an exception. In truth, tonight's conversation was just a confession on his part. Even if he was rejected, he wouldn't trust Jiang Lai to face the dangers of District 19 alone. But at that time, he could only silently follow her, inevitably feeling somewhat passive. Then you must obey me. Even if I'm in danger, you must obey me. Otherwise, there's no point. Okay, I promise to obey you. Fu Songwen's lips curled up uncontrollably. He answered quickly, as if he had anticipated it. Before or after losing her memory, she was still the same person, willing to give in to soft words rather than hard ones. This time, his show of weakness was a success. Jiang Lai didn't refuse. That was enough. Jiang Lai caught a glimpse of Fu Songwen's uncontrollable smile. He paused his tail-wagging motion, then raised it high as if nothing had happened. So he wasn't becoming timid, but rather learning to play tricks. His previous show of weakness was a deliberate act for her to see. She had no doubt that even if he were rejected, he would still secretly follow her on the road. She cursed him inwardly, so cunning. But she didn't expose him. Beside him, Fu Songwen's smile rose even higher, his laughter overwhelmed by the overwhelming joy. What are you laughing at? Nothing. The night view is so beautiful tonight. TSK. Chapter 84. Pushing open the door to Fu Songwen's apartment, the faint scent of mint and lemon hit me. In the small living room, Bu sat upright on the sofa, his body stretched straight, his soft face stern and serious. At the sound of movement at the door, a hint of joy immediately crossed his face. Jiang Lai, where have you been? Why are you back so late? If I wasn't afraid of disrupting your plans, Bu would have gone out to look for you. Don't. The chaotic battle in front of the stronghold was truly a blessing in disguise. After that accident, the little guy, whose programming had given priority, had somehow become prioritized by her commands. We went to the mountains to take a look, so we're back late. You must listen to me. These are critical times. There are things you don't know. If we make even the slightest mistake, we'd be in big trouble. Snow Leopard walked into the house, making the already small living room even more cramped. Buba nodded vigorously. Yes, Bubu, I be obedient. There's only one mountain in District 13, and it's quite far from here. No wonder you came back so late. The fact that they were back so late wasn't entirely due to the distance. The atmosphere tonight was truly ambiguous. Jian Lai's mind flashed back to the starry sky on the mountaintop and their conversation, especially the moment they tacitly walked home together, silent to avoid passers by catching them talking. They'd been silent all the way, but a glance would have calmed the atmosphere. Ahem. It's all Fu Sungwen's fault. Just thinking about it made her feel a tingling unease. The snow leopard's tail raked the ground irritably. She had no desire to discuss this dangerous topic with Bubu, so she quickly changed the subject. How do you know there's only one mountain in District 13, and where it is? Because Bubu is online. Bubu was immediately drawn to the new topic. He happily jumped off the sofa and spun around, waving his hands excitedly like a real human cub. Once you're online, you can search for a map of District 13. Bubu has memorized it. Then you should be able to send messages to my communicator once you're online. Fu Kanwen emerged from the kitchen, carrying a freshly filled pot of water and beginning to purify it. He placed the pot on the table and spoke to Bubu in a natural tone. Jianlai doesn't have an official identity in District 13 yet. She needs to get ID before she can buy a communicator. But she's always with me when she goes out. If you need to find her, you can message me. He then added deliberately, don't worry, I'm one of you. Bubu didn't agree immediately. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at Jianlai until she nodded and said, he's right. Great. Bubu cheered, his small body swaying slightly with excitement. His large, ice blue eyes swiveled around, and in less than half a minute, he had already accepted Fu Kanwen as one of his own. No longer shying away, he said, since he's one of us, Bubu, tell us what you discovered. He leaned his head close to the snow leopard's massive skull, his voice brimming with joy, a voice that seemed to demand credit. Jianlai looked down at his furry head, and suddenly felt the urge to lick it. Damn those animal genes. Jianlai, I found an encrypted video while doing a deep scan of the cloud database after connecting to the internet. The video wasn't fully cached due to a sudden internet outage, so I just downloaded it again. Its password is your birthday, seemingly left to you by the owner. Let me see. Jianlai shuddered, the snow leopard's massive body nearly knocking over the round table in front of the sofa. Fu Kanwen swiftly leaped forward to steady the table, then poured 2 glasses of purified water. He looked solemnly at the uncontrolled snow leopard. Don't panic. Go transform back into human form and calm down. Bubu and I will project the video and wait for you. A minute or 2 won't be a big deal. Yes. Jianlai also knew that at this point, a minute or 2 wouldn't matter. Since she had agreed to let Fu Kanwen participate in her plan, there was nothing to hide. More importantly, facing the video her mother had left behind, she suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. She really needed to calm down. By the time she had regained her human form and changed her clothes, she had calmed down considerably. What would her mother's video say? Jianlai sat down on the carpet in front of the sofa. Fu Kanwen and Bubu had already arranged everything. The video was projected onto the wall directly opposite the sofa. After a few upside-down, shaky shots, the image finally stabilized, focusing on the woman in the center of the video. Her background was pale, probably a corner of a laboratory. Mom. She stared intently at the strange yet familiar figure in the video, her nose aching, and her eyes quickly reddened uncontrollably. Xiao Lai. Tan Qiuyue smiled in the scene, as if she had heard Jianlai's call. As soon as she spoke, Jianlai's breathing instantly stopped. Fu Kanwen glanced at her without saying a word. He simply turned around, took a pack of tissues, and placed them in Jianlai's arms. Then, he quietly retreated behind her, avoiding her slowly falling tears. He stared silently at her shaking shoulders, silently watching the video with her. The video is stored in the cloud, a location only Buba knows. The password is your birthday. If anyone gets this video, it could only be you. My baby, you woken up from hibernation, haven't you? Mommy. Although Mommy can't be with you, with Bubu by your side, you should be able to adapt quickly, right? After all, you've always been Mommy's little pride. Tan Qiuyue's voice choked, but a faint smile remained on her face. At this moment, she was no longer the solemn professor, but just an ordinary mother. Bubu was designed based on a photo of you as a child. He looks a lot like you, doesn't he? Seeing him reminds me of Jianlai's childhood. Tan Qiuyue in the video tilted her head slightly, her eyes fixed on a distant, soft memory. Do you remember that stuffed bear you loved so much? You hold it in your arms every night before going to bed, even when you went to grandma's. If you didn't, you cry and refuse to go to bed. You always said the bear's belly was so soft and fragrant, and that with it by your side, you weren't afraid to sleep alone at night. You even gave him a name. Jiang Bubu, Jiang Lai muttered, subconsciously choosing the name. A wave of wrenching sadness washed over her, and she could no longer control her emotions, tears streaming down her face. As Tan Qiuyue spoke, the name Jiang Bubu was like a key to her memories, and fragments of vague, warm memories flooded into Jiang Lai's mind. A soft, cuddly brown bear, the lullaby her mother sang before bed, and the playful little Jiang Lai imprinting her own eraser card bear stamps on the walls, the sofa, and even her sleeping parents' faces. Mom and Dad, because of the project, we rarely have time to spend with you. We all have to apologize for this, our Xiao Lai. After saying this, Tan Qiuyue paused for a long time, her brow trembling slightly, clearly trying to control her emotions. In the apartment, no one spoke, and no one tried to fast forward. They just waited silently for Tan Qiuyue to calm down and continue recording the video. Our Xiao Lai has been exceptional since she was young, requiring very little of our care. The greater their achievements on the project, the more they neglect their daughter in life. Your excellence and independence shouldn't be excuses for your parents to be absent from your growth. It's even because of your parents that you were put in danger. But there's one thing your father and I are absolutely certain of. We love you deeply. We're working on different projects, but we've both chosen your little bear as our core logo. The little robot, Bubu, is named after your little bear. At this point, Tan Qiuyue's expression suddenly grew serious. Although her gentle and warm smile remained, her eyes were firmer, as if they were piercing the screen, locking onto Jiang Lai. At first glance, the two logos appear identical, but if you look closely, there are subtle differences. This difference is a little secret, one that no one outside of our family of three will notice. Xiao Lai, if you encounter any problems involving your father and me in the future, be sure to keep this secret in mind. Isn't that a direct answer? Jiang Lai's mind suddenly lit up, and he immediately grabbed Bubu and ripped his clothes off, revealing his plump belly underneath. Bubu also realized something and immediately followed suit, pushing his belly up, revealing the elaborate brown bear totem tattooed on it. Master, are you talking about this? The little bear on Bubu's belly. Fu Kanwen was also surprised to see the little bear on Bubu's belly. He was very familiar with this brown bear totem. Isn't this the brown bear totem from Professor Jiang Xuezhen's project? It's exactly the same as the bear on the black box. No, the two bears are different. Right now, we only have the bear on Bubu's belly, so we can't tell the difference. Mom said you have to look closely to see the difference. We need to copy the image and text on the black box and compare them carefully. No need. Fu Kanwen immediately stood up and strode over to where the luggage was piled, rummaging through it with quick movements. Did you forget? My main mission in District 4 was to find materials with brown bear totems. I have a photo of this bear. It didn't take him long to find the materials with the brown bear totem. Jiang Lai immediately leaned in to examine them carefully, comparing the little bear on Bubu's belly with the photo in Fu Songwen's hand, practically pressing his face against it. Yet, she looked again and again, carefully comparing them countless times, yet still couldn't find any differences between the two bears. Eyes, nose, ears. Aren't they exactly the same? What's the difference? Don't worry. Of course, I wouldn't be anxious. Mom obviously had a premonition when she recorded this video. She was worried I wake up alone. She was worried I have a hard time in the apocalypse. She must have guessed the difficulties I face, so she told me this way, saying there's something she thinks might be helpful. What's the difference between the two bears? Maybe it's the password to the black box. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to tell. Take your time. Fu Kanwen soothed. We don't need this little time now. Yes. Jiang Lai simply closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, then opened them, calming herself and observing again. She patiently compared each item, finally spotting the difference. Here. The bear on Bubu's belly. Is there something different about the second nail on its left front paw? It looked like the nail was broken, but it didn't fall off, forming a strange, L-like shape. What does the letter L signify? The initials of Lai. Her name. Could her name be the key to the password? Bubu, do you remember when we were in Area 5? You provided the password so we could get the black box? Do you know the password to open it? Bubu shook his head, his mouth pouting. I don't know. If Bubu knew, he definitely wouldn't have kept it from Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai pressed on. Then how did you know the code to the black box? Don't tell me you guessed it. Guessing the code based on her birthday was fine, but how could it be so accurate? It still required a complex mechanism like tapping a brick, repeatedly tapping, pausing, and tapping again. Now that Fu Conwen was hers, Jianlai had nothing to hide. She had to find out where Bubu had gotten the code. Bubu seemed startled by Jianlai's serious tone. He blinked, then, seeing her stern expression, whispered, Because there was a brick like that in the room we were in before, and it opened the same way. Chapter 85. You mean, there's a secret compartment like this in that room in the hibernation chamber? Jianlai had been bombarded with information all day, and she felt no more explosive news could shock her again. Do you know what's in there? Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner? You didn't even ask me. Bubu told me to stay in the lab, but you didn't listen. Bubu felt even more aggrieved. He shook his head. Jianlai was so anxious to leave the lab after waking up. Later, we teamed up with Fu Conwen and the others to leave Area 4. How could Bubu have the chance to tell you what was in there? Besides, the master said we'd give it to you when the time came. Bubu doesn't know what's in there, he just knows there's something hidden there. The two of them asked and answered, leaving Fu Conwen completely bewildered. But now, he had a better understanding of Jianlai's situation. While I don't know what the hibernation chamber is, I do know that before meeting him, Jianlai and Bubu had been living in the laboratory in Area 4, and that Jianlai had awakened from the chamber. Her ignorance of the apocalypse wasn't just due to her amnesia, but also because she had been in hibernation. For some reason, she awoke from the chamber and, despite Bubu's attempts to stop her, insisted on leaving the laboratory, where she ran into the Dawn Squad, who were on a mission. The Dawn Squad's mission was to search Areas 4 and 5 for Professor Jiang Xuezhen's research materials. They didn't find a laboratory in Area 4, but eventually found a black box with a brown bear logo in a laboratory underground in Area 5. The Area 4 laboratory likely contained some unknown artifact, left to Jianlai by Professor Tan and Professor Jiang. As for what's inside the black box in Area 5, perhaps they'd be able to solve the mystery soon. I take you to the research base tomorrow. Can you get the black box? Fu Conwen shook his head. I can't. But if the old man comes forward and says he might have clues to the code and wants to see the actual item, there's still a chance. Jianlai understood. Many of the managers at the base were soldiers the old man had commanded. If he said he had clues to the code, they'd definitely believe him and give him a favor. Now they had to crack the code as quickly as possible. She was even more shocked than Fu Conwen at Bubu's words. If there was a secret compartment in Area 4's laboratory as well, perhaps that contained the item her mother wanted for her. Do you know where the secret compartment in our lab is? Of course Bubu knows. It's in the exact same location as the one we found underground. Same location, same opening method. This couldn't be a coincidence. This was all carefully planned by Tan Qiuyue. It must contain something for her, perhaps related to the pool of blood in her memory. However, for some unknown reason, she woke up prematurely in her hibernation chamber, thus missing out on this secret. The focus returned to the black box code. It was the only breakthrough. The two men once again moved to Bubu's belly to compare the two brown bear totems for further differences. Fu Conwen simply took a picture of the totem on Bubu's belly and projected it onto the wall along with the brown bear pattern on the black box, making the comparison easier. However, no matter how hard Jianlai and Fu Conwen searched, they couldn't find any other differences. Jianlai stared at the two totems side by side on the wall, unwilling to accept the situation. If these things were left to her by her parents, then the password must be related to her, and it would be best if only she knew the password. No one else could guess the password except her. Furthermore, the password couldn't be too difficult, otherwise she wouldn't be able to crack it. No matter how Jianlai thought about it, she felt that the L was referring to her. Thinking of her father Jiang Xuezhen's ongoing experiments and the changes in her, Jianlai's mind stirred, and a bold, almost absurd, hypothesis flashed through her mind. Fu Conwen, I think I know the code. What is it? In my body? Jianlai looked at him, an expression of indescribable wonder. I think they should have told me the code to open the black box. It's extracted from my genes. It's just that I lost my memory, so I can't remember the code now. But there's another way. We can reanalyze my genes. We should be able to deduce a code based on them, and that code is the code. Your genes? Are we going to find someone to extract your genes for research? Wouldn't that expose your secret? Fu Conwen frowned, feeling a little uneasy. No, that's too dangerous. I disagree. Then tell me, how do we get the code? Don't you have anyone you trust in District 13? Jianlai was also a little anxious. If possible, She certainly didn't want to expose her unusual qualities to the public. But how do you know if you don't try? The core members of our Dawn team are generally safe, but Li Qinghwan isn't on that path. If we hire someone else, even if we anonymize your genes, it's still too risky. There's no such thing as a wall without airtight doors. I'm afraid the minute your blood is drawn, a warrant will be issued for you to be tracked down by Dawn. What did you promise me? Fu Kanwen froze, then answered honestly, I follow your instructions. Okay, I try to figure out a way to prevent the people in the genetics lab from suspecting us. Buba knows Jianlai's genes. It's indeed a code starting with L. The two. Just as Jianlai was at a loss, Bubu tilted his head and interrupted, your body data is stored in the cloud. Bubu downloaded it, and it contains very detailed records. If Jianlai wants to know her genetic code, Buba knows it all. What a ray of hope. Then quickly search. Is there a sequence of letters and numbers that could serve as a password? Especially that code starting with L you just mentioned. Yes. Buba nodded without hesitation. Wait a moment. I search and copy down a few specially marked areas for you. Unexpectedly, the puzzling code was solved just like that. It was so smooth, it was almost unbelievable. Jianlai's heart was heavy. She stared intently at the strings of characters Bubu had copied, but instead of feeling the joy of solving the puzzle, she felt a sense of foreboding. The black box likely didn't contain Jiang Xuezhen's research data. The next day, the morning sun streamed through the window. When Jianlai opened her eyes, Fu Kanwen hadn't returned yet. At dawn, he quietly got up and left. He said he was going to see his grandfather to discuss how to convince the head of the research base to let them in to help decrypt the black box. The light outside the window grew brighter, and a faint commotion began to drift from the street. Fu Kanwen still hadn't returned. After he left, Jianlai transformed back into her human form. She stretched out in bed, then pulled the dark amber from her pocket to continue observing. She had almost absorbed the two dark ambers, now barely the size of a grain of rice. If she wasn't careful, they could slip through her fingers and be lost forever. She might have gotten stronger again, which was a good thing. Jianlai forced a smile, a half-hearted one. Deciding that it was time for Fu Kanwen to return, she refocused her mind and transformed back into a snow leopard. Since Buba connected to the internet and had a permanent place to charge, he essentially left his dormant state. As he put it, he was taking this opportunity to race against time to update his database and re-understand the current world. The current world was completely different from what he learned from the core database. It was a completely different world. Now, if Jianlai wanted to know something about District 13, as long as it wasn't confidential, he didn't need to ask Fu Kanwen. But could answer them all if he asked. Even for marginal information about District 19, as long as it could be found online, Buba could provide a detailed answer immediately. Zhou Zhao's men didn't come again, as if they had given up hope. Perhaps, this time, they infiltrated under different identities, unnoticed even by Fu Songwen's men. This apparent calm, with the enemy in the dark and her in the light, only made things more unsettling. The origin of the pseudo-humans had yet to be determined. A while ago, the crackdown on pseudo-humans in District 13 caused a sensation, leaving residents in a state of panic. Although Dawn's early warning and strong official intervention prevented a major incident, it still caused concern. After all, pseudo-humans were much harder to identify than zombies. If one wasn't careful, the red dragonflies in their brains could escape, seeking their next host, and continue lurking among the crowd, feeding on humans. Red dragonflies, pseudo-humans, dark amber, all of these things seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There must be a connection, she just hadn't noticed. Jianlai gently fiddled with Buba's newly painted photo of Tan Qiuyue and Jiang Xuezhen with the tip of her snow leopard claw. The gentle smiles of her parents in the photo were particularly clear and dazzling in her eyes. A suppressed growl erupted from the depths of her throat. Mom, is the man who killed you still alive? I must find him and make him pay for his crimes. A slight noise came from outside the door. Fu Kanwen had returned. Jianlai immediately packed her things. By the time Fu Kanwen pushed the door open, her expression had regained its composure. Only a calmness remained in her gray-blue eyes. She stared calmly toward the door, waiting for someone to come in. How is it? Fu Kanwen closed the door and shook his head. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked to the table and poured himself a glass of water. He tilted his head back and gulped down the entire glass in one gulp before speaking. When you declined old man's request, saying he worked all night yesterday researching a solution and needs to rest today. The earliest we can arrange it is tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's not impossible. But why do you seem so dissatisfied with this answer? Didn't you say we can afford a day or two? We can afford to wait. I suspect this is just their excuse. The black box is important, and it's understandable that when you doesn't trust others to examine it. But how could the entire research base not find a reliable researcher of sufficient rank to accompany Old Man? Besides, the black box returned to District 13 before us, and they've been investigating for days with no progress. Is there any need to work all night? If that's the case, let's see, tomorrow really seems like an excuse for delaying and shirking responsibility. Jianlai couldn't help but ask, what then? Can we just wait and see tomorrow? Let's wait a day and see what they have planned. If they still refuse tomorrow, we have to find another way. Fu Kanwen poured himself another glass of water, but this time he only took a sip, his tone much more relaxed. Until then, let's not act too anxious. Isn't Li Qinghuan's research report due out today? Let's go to Pashia's office and take a look. Chapter 86. In the Dawn office, Fu Kanwen sat in a chair, holding a freshly completed research report. He lowered his hands, almost spreading it flat on the table, ensuring that the snow leopard beside him could see every word. Ever since Li Qinghuan had seen a snow leopard intently studying a computer, she had become accustomed to it also reading research reports. If Fu Kanwen hadn't cherished the snow leopard like a precious treasure, and if she weren't from a different field, she would have immediately applied for funding to study the snow leopard. Its intelligence was simply incredible. What was it that set it apart from ordinary species? Could it be that evolution had chosen a brain? Jianlai was not unaware of Li Qinghuan's inquisitive gaze, but the research report before her clearly held a greater captivation. The report detailed every experiment Li Qinghuan had conducted. The composition of dark amber was once again a substance undetected on Earth. Its energy density was astonishingly high. Even a sesame-sized grain of dark amber contained enormous amounts of energy, making it an extremely precious, non-renewable resource. Following their experience from the battle against the giant tiger in District 5, Dawn always dissected the skull of any captured alien. However, in 10 attempts, they never found dark amber within the skull. It can be said that the probability of dark amber appearing in an alien is extremely small. However, once an alien possesses dark amber, its abilities are greatly enhanced. This has also been verified in laboratory mice. When mice are kept in close contact with dark amber for extended periods, they exhibit noticeable changes. This change refers not only to their appearance, but also to their abilities. Some of the mice simply experienced enhanced physical strength, with varying degrees of improvement in strength, speed, and bite force. Others experienced a noticeable increase in size, their fur becoming incredibly tough, making it difficult to pierce with a simple knife. Thinking of the changes taking place in Xinjun, Li Qinghuan made a bold decision. With Feng Jiejun's help, she had a mouse swallow an entire amber. To better document the mouse's transformation, she filmed the entire process. When she played the video back in the office, her voice tinged with fear. It's a good thing I enlisted the help of a person with special abilities, or I would have nearly died in the line of duty. In the video, after swallowing the soybean-sized amber, the mouse rapidly expanded several times in size within minutes, becoming the size of a kitten. Its strength and aggression also increased to terrifying proportions, pounding furiously against the reinforced glass observation cage, shaking the entire lab table, and temporarily halting the experiment. With Feng Jiejun's help, the frenzied mouse was finally subdued. Feng Jiejun used a special tool to dissect the mouse's skull. Before feeding, the dark amber, which was the size of a soybean, had shrunk to the size of a sesame seed after being removed from its brain. The mouse's body shrank at a visible rate, as if drained of its vital energy. In just a minute, it was reduced to a skin and bone dry corpse. Based on what happened to Xinjun, Li Qinghuan speculated that forcing the dark amber to use its abilities would incur a toll the body couldn't bear. However, if it were a subtle radiation like the previous one, it would be like nourishment, not causing actual damage to the body, but rather promoting its evolution. From this, it can be concluded that the source of Esper users is likely the long-term effects of dark amber's radiation. While for some, it only strengthens the body, for others, it cleanses and energizes them, transforming them into Esper users. Fu Kanwen took out his 2 dark amber pearls, now the size of cherries. I almost absorbed them all. Jianlai and I suspected it could enhance Esper user strength. The snow leopard nodded slightly, wagged its tail, and gurgled in agreement with Fu Kanwen. Li Qinghuan's research report corroborated their observations. Whether it was the instantly withered vines, Xinjun's sudden aging, or her own enhanced abilities, every sign was consistent with her conclusion. Dark amber is indeed a treasure, but it's also a double-edged sword. Only when used correctly can its effectiveness be maximized. Li Qinghuan then pointed to the next research point. I accidentally injured a mouse earlier. When its blood splashed onto the dark amber, the amber's magnetic field changed significantly. According to Captain Fu's suggestion, I repeated the experiment yesterday using human blood. The results showed that human blood was indeed much more effective than mouse blood. The amber's energy fluctuations increased by an unprecedented leap, more than 10 times that of using mouse blood. What's even more terrifying is that despite such a violent energy burst, the energy consumed was the same as when using no blood to generate energy. She glanced at Fu Conwen, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and excitement at the unknown. Captain Fu, this is outrageous, isn't it? It completely defies the known law of conservation of energy. It's like some diabolical tactic from ancient fantasy novels. Still practicing evil. Fu Conwen glared at her angrily. Aren't you a materialist? How did you become so superstitious just doing an experiment? Jian Lai ignored the conversation and continued to read the report. The scene was somewhat eerie. Fu Conwen and Li Qinghuan, 2 humans, were talking, while the lone snow leopard was absorbed in the report. The report contained only some basic information about dark amber. Fu Conwen and Li Qinghuan already knew this, but Jian Lai only had a passing understanding of the origins of dark amber. Dark amber comes from a planet called Aventa, which means invisible. Because Aventa is perpetually shrouded in black fog, the fog completely absorbs all detection light. Any means of detection are useless, leaving only endless darkness. Thus, even though Aventa is not far from Earth, it has remained undiscovered by Earth's astronomers. On the eve of the apocalyptic catastrophe, as Earth's weather became extreme, Aventa also quietly underwent changes. The black fog shrouding its surface slowly dissipated, finally revealing itself to the human observation of space from Earth. After landing on Aventa, human probes discovered that it was a planet devoid of life and on the verge of death. There were traces of intelligent life on the planet's surface, but strangely, they found neither living creatures nor corpses. The entire planet's inhabitants seemed to have vanished into thin air. They suspected that Aventa's native inhabitants, realizing their planet was dying, had sought to migrate to other worlds. This discovery thrilled everyone. After all, this was the first time humanity had discovered a planet that had once harbored intelligent life. If there's one, there must be 2, which means there must be other planets suitable for human survival, simply hidden away like Aventura. To investigate the planet's dying cause, the first astronauts to reach Aventura brought back to Earth some of the seemingly precious dark amber. After preliminary research confirmed the amber's terrifying energy value, a near-predatory mining operation against Aventura began. All this was known only to a select few, never publicly announced. Some had heard of dark amber as a form of space energy, but many more had never even heard of it in their entire lives, let alone using it to enhance their health or even awaken to become Esper users. Dark amber was firmly in the hands of a handful of powerful individuals and capitalists. Only researchers and transporters had access to it. This is perhaps why awakened Esper users often appear among military personnel on special missions. With this research report as evidence, Jian Lai could almost confirm that the people in District 19 were most likely using human blood to nourish the dark amber, forcibly stimulating its terrifying energy to achieve their goals. Thank you for your hard work. It wasn't hard at all. This is what I wanted to know, Captain Fu. Come back to me next time if you need anything. Li Qinghuan waved her hand. She glanced at the snow leopard, which had grown uncomfortably quiet after reading the research report. She tried to hold back, but finally couldn't hold it back and asked, although I'm not an expert, I'm truly curious. Captain Fu, is this snow leopard you and Jian Lai raise a little too intelligent? And can it even understand the words in the research report? Could it be that, in addition to strengthening a person's physique and awakening superpowers, dark amber can also awaken a creature's intelligence? I won't ask you to take back the remaining dark amber sample. Keep it, and study it slowly. You're a researcher yourself. Go and study it, and see if your guinea pig can learn to read. Fu Conwen stood up and casually changed the subject. Go back and rest early. We get together this afternoon from dawn, and have dinner together. Li Qinghuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put the snow leopard's strangeness aside. Captain Fu, you're treating? Then I want meat. Not exotic jerky. The team's budget. TSK. Li Qinghuan curled his lips. Is the team's budget enough to make ends meet? Captain Fu, you're just being stingy. No, I don't care. I've been busy for a week, and I need to eat meat. If the budget isn't enough, Captain Fu, go figure it out yourself. If a man is too stingy, no matter how handsome he is, women won't like him. Be careful, Jian Lai might find out and look down on you. Even though he knew Li Qinghuan was talking nonsense, Fu Conwen couldn't help but feel guilty. He cautiously glanced at the snow leopard beside him. The snow leopard's gray-blue eyes narrowed at Li Qinghuan's words, and it turned its head away, not bothering to look at the two of them again. This action seemed to indicate agreement with Li Qinghuan. Fu Songwen's inner alarm bells rang. When was I stingy? Whatever the team needs, I purchase with my own money. Okay, considering your hard work, it's just meat. I make sure you have enough to eat. Long live Jiang Lai. Are you still needy? You won't get your share of meat. Hee hee. Li Qinghuan grinned. Captain Fu, I'm going back to rest. See you this afternoon. Waiting for Li Qinghuan to appear. Completely disappearing from their sight, Fu Conwen cleared his throat and uncomfortably explained, Don't listen to Li Qinghuan's nonsense. I'm not a stingy man. Jiang Lai nodded seriously. You also said Li Qinghuan was talking nonsense, so why are you explaining? Ahem. Isn't it just a matter of what happens? What if you agree with her? Wouldn't I be wronged? The snow leopard's furry ears twitched slightly, and then he looked away. Captain Fu is very generous. Alright. Let's go back and think of a solution. Chapter 87. In the evening of District 13, a chilly wind whistled through the streets, carrying fine dust. The bleak chill couldn't dampen the residents' high spirits. Naturally, they couldn't stay cooped up in their monotonous little rooms during this rare leisure time after work. People swarmed around the shabby shops on the street, a rare hustle and bustle of life in this apocalyptic world. The Dawn Squad members' frayed nerves relaxed. There were no urgent missions, no life or death struggles, only a hard-earned, peaceful daily life to savor. Fu Conwen fulfilled his promise, and, using the team's limited funds and his own personal allowance, treated everyone to a meal at a small restaurant in District 13. The dishes were simple but satisfying, mostly exotic meats and whole-grain pancakes, with a few plates of chicken and beef ordered at Li Qinghuan's request. The quantity wasn't large, but the aroma was mouth-watering. Shi Wenjing brought the wine from home. It was still homemade rice wine. Among the people here, besides Fu Conwen, her family was the most well-off. Even if it was homemade rice wine, giving out so much at once would be a burden for ordinary families. The small private room was steaming hot as Li Qinghuan chattered endlessly with the others about the new findings in his research report. Fu Conwen took a clean bowl, filled it with clear, slightly yellowish rice wine, and pushed it toward Xuebao, who occupied a seat beside him. The others present were all members of Dawn. Lu Yifan and the others knew Xuebao's true identity, while Shi Wenjing and the others didn't. However, they acknowledged Fu Songwen's love-brain nature, and for a moment, no one objected to Xuebao's seat. Xuebao glanced at the wine bowl, then at Fu Songwen's casted arm, and a low, incomprehensible hum escaped his throat. Everyone present was bewildered, except Fu Conwen, whose lips curled up in understanding as he silently pushed the wine bowl in front of him further away. Shi Wenjing took the bottle and filled it up for herself, teasing Fu Conwen. Wow, that's novel. Leopard wants to drink? Captain Fu, you're more attentive to Leopard than you are to your girlfriend. What, you don't drink yourself? It eats whatever we eat. Nothing special. Fu Conwen raised his injured left hand. See? This wound hasn't healed yet. I won't drink today. Enjoy yourselves. Shi Wenjing, isn't that novel? By the way, when is Jiang Lai coming back to District 13? She's straightforward and unpretentious. Drinking with her would be fun. Lu Yifan, who was sipping wine and eating meat nearby, was displeased. Hey, Captain Shi, that's not nice. Drinking with Jiang Lai is fun, but drinking with a few of us is boring, isn't it? Shi Wenjing, without a word, picked up the bottle and refilled the one in front of Lu Yifan. It's important for a person to know his own limitations. If you have any objections, then finish this drink with me. A sip doesn't count. Lu Yifan chuckled and waved his hands. I can't drink much. I can't drink it. It's okay as long as you know yourself. This is our homemade rice wine, not a high-proof Xiaodao. What's the point of sipping it? Otherwise, why do I miss Jiang Lai so much? She's the most generous and happy drinker. Feng Jiejun, who had been listening to Li Qinghuan's presentation of research data, took up his glass at the right moment, but instead of toasting Shi Wenjing, he glanced at Ma Jing, who remained silent. Captain Shi, what you said is wrong. We can't drink much, really. Captain Fu is a bit better, but he's currently obsessed with Leopard Master and doesn't want to compete with us. But don't we have someone on our team who can handle it? Why don't you challenge Ma Jing to a drinking contest? Lu Yifan immediately chimed in. Yes. Brother Jing, challenge Captain Shi to a drinking contest for me. We men should stand up for ourselves. We can't let Captain Shi look down on us. Ma Jing was stunned by the sudden call. He hadn't realized how he suddenly gotten into trouble while he was busy eating without saying a word. His eyes frantically glanced at Shi Wenjing, then quickly dropped. He replied dryly, "In the apocalypse, every glass of wine is precious. If we compete, wouldn't it be like Xu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit, wasting everything?" The moment these words were spoken, the private room fell silent. In the past, if someone had said something like this, it would have disrupted the atmosphere, or even been a bit of a veiled insult. If Shi Wenjing had heard Huai's words, she would have slammed the table and cursed. However, this time, she surprisingly didn't refute him. Her expression froze, and she picked up her wine glass and drank it silently. The people present were all intelligent, and they immediately realized that something was up with the two men before them. Li Qinghuan blinked, deliberately stretching out her tone. "Ma Jing, are you saying that our Captain Shi is Xu Beiji?" Ma Jing was so anxious that he almost dropped his bowl and chopsticks. "That's not what I meant. I just think this wine is delicious." Lu Yifan, also eager to watch the fun, immediately joined in the commotion. Yes, this wine is delicious, and it needs to be savored carefully. If you gulp it down, it's a waste." Shi Wenjing's face turned green, and she slammed the wine glass back on the table. "This is my own wine, and there's plenty of it. I can do whatever I want with it. No one else can stop me." "Wenjing, that's not what I meant. I'm just tongue-tied." "Hey, Wenjing." The people at the table, seemingly half rehearsed, all fanned the flames, their ambiguous glances darting back and forth between Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing. "What's wrong with you guys?" Shi Wenjing's face immediately flushed. Although she wasn't ready to forgive the idiot just yet, she was implicated in this matter, so she suppressed her humiliation and anger and came to his rescue. Her gaze shifted, landing on the snow leopard staring intently at her. "What's the name of Jianlai's snow leopard? I think it drinks quite readily. Want to compete with me?" Fu Conwen was about to refuse, but when he looked down, he saw the snow leopard's ears and tail perked up, eager to try. He couldn't help but laugh, then changed his words. "It's not impossible, but you have to hold back. I remember that Captain Shi, although you can drink when you drink too much. Well, it makes a lot of noise. And we have to go on duty tomorrow." Fu Conwen. Shi Wenjing's smiling face suddenly darkened, her fur flaring. "Are you saying I'm a bad drinker?" "Unjust, Captain Shi. I was just kindly reminding you." Shi Wenjing was already upset after being accidentally injured by that idiot Ma Jing tonight. She had a lot of pent-up anger, and nowhere to vent it. And Fu Conwen just happened to be the one who got in her way. So don't blame her. Shi Wenjing persisted. "So you're saying this snow leopard has a bad drinking habit? It go crazy if it drinks." Fu Conwen was even more terrified. He immediately surrendered. "Captain Shi, you're taking it out on me after getting mad at someone else. Isn't that a bad idea? Ma Jing, tell me, did you already piss Captain Shi off before tonight's dinner?" "Yes," Ma Jing admitted honestly. "No." Shi Wenjing flatly denied it. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and the atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. Li Qinghuan, sensing the atmosphere of gossip, wanted to obtain the research permit she was interested in, her eyes brightening dramatically. She looked around excitedly, and just as she was about to share with Lu Lingwei beside her, she saw her, chopsticks raised, staring blankly at the tense situation before her, clearly out of the loop. "What a silly girl," Li Qinghuan sighed, and as she shook her head, she met Feng Jiejun's eyes. Seeing his teasing look, she finally found her companion. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Shi Wenjing was now a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Li Qinghuan finished laughing, and not wanting to let the tension fade, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Hey, Captain Shi, calm down. That's Jianlai's snow leopard. Captain Fu wouldn't dare to complain. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Otherwise, he'd be alone for another 10 years. By the way, speaking of that last mission, do you remember that little girl we brought back from District 9? Shi Wenjing snorted, her expression softening considerably. She wasn't really angry, but her temper and loud voice made it easy to think she was angry. In reality, it was just a slight annoyance. It's a pity Jianlai wasn't here. She was also someone who felt quite stressed when she wasn't smiling. She'd surely understand. Shi Wenjing took the step Li Qinghuan offered her, tilted her head back, drank a glass of rice wine, and continued the conversation. "Chen Siki?" "Yes, that's her." "What happened to her?" Fu Conwen remembered that Jianlai had paid special attention to that girl at the base. Sure enough, At the mention of her name, the snow leopard's ears twitched sharply. After asking, he naturally scooped up a few chopsticks of beef, chicken, and other exotic meats and piled them into the small bowl in front of Jian Lai. The meat piled up like a small mountain. Li Qinghuan. She was adopted by Lu Lingwei's mother. I heard that too. The little girl, barely an adult, had endured such a cruel experience, and she's very sensible. Adopted by Lingwei's mother, she's incredibly grateful, and has helped with a lot of chores at Lingwei's house. A while ago, when the plantation was hiring, she volunteered. I guess she saw Lingwei's mother was getting older, and she wanted to ease the burden on the family. Feng Jiejun continued. Lu Lingwei nodded. Speaking of her new sister, she finally had a chance to speak. Siki is very hardworking and very strong. My mom says she's incredibly efficient on the plantation, capable of doing the work of 2 grown men, and earns more work points than anyone else. She's just a little quiet, always working alone and quietly. But she's very meticulous. Having her at home makes me feel more at ease. Did you find someone to take care of your mom? No, I found another daughter for my mom. Lu Lingwei said seriously. Sometimes I feel like my sister has truly returned. Mom's face smiles a lot more often, too. That's great. Finally, we have a stable place to stay. Jian Lai savored the pile of meat, his thick, fluffy leopard tail flicking gently with the rhythm of his chewing. Fu Kanwen observed all these movements silently. She thought that after she turned into a snow leopard, her facial expression was very restrained, but she didn't know that her ears and tail would reveal her inner emotions. Its ears stood erect, its tail wagging in unison, all in ecstasy from the delicious meat it had eaten. Its ears drooped, having tasted a bitter whole-grain biscuit. Its ears paused, twitching gently, having heard something of interest. Fu Kanwen placed the whole-grain biscuit he had been giving to Jian Lai in his own bowl and ate silently. Watching the snow leopard suddenly stop eating at Lu Lingwei's words, he quickly replayed their conversation about Shinseki in his mind, finally asking softly, "Can Shinseki speak now?" He remembered that back in the District 9 base, she had been so frightened that she couldn't speak. Lu Lingwei nodded again. Yes, Captain Fu. Like a child learning to speak, he stumbled at first, misusing many words, and couldn't express himself well, leading to a few hilarious moments. But overall, he's much better now. Fu Kanwen looked down again, and sure enough, the snow leopard's ears twitched with delight upon hearing the answer to his question. Satisfied, it lowered its head again, and began to devour the meat in its bowl. It was even pleased that Fu Kanwen had asked the question she wanted to ask, so much so that its long tail flicked intermittently, brushing against him again and again. Even though he was bundled up tightly, watching the snow leopard's long, furry tail brush against him again and again, he felt a subtle itch there. The topic drifted off, and the others drifted into conversation. Only Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen remained in the corner, each one with a leopard, the other enjoying their meal with a deep, satisfied purr. One of them grinned triumphantly, happily feeding the snow leopard food and rice wine. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. What's going on? The power went out? Lu Yifan, who was closest to the door, reacted the fastest. He immediately stood up and opened the private room door. The outer hall was also in an uproar. Chapter 88. Everyone, please be patient. It might be a power outage. We already contacted someone to investigate, and it should be back online soon. Please wait a moment. We're so sorry about the sudden power outage. But we always have emergency lights, and they're fully charged, so don't worry. After calming the customer, the owner immediately sent for the staff to fetch the emergency lights. The wait staff then rushed in with several emergency lights and distributed them to each private room. In the dim light, the outlines of the people outside could barely be discerned. As the emergency lights flickered, the pale beams cast varying shadows on everyone's faces, adding a touch of eeriness to the otherwise warm gathering. Soon, the private room where Jian Lai and the others were staying also received an emergency light, which the waitstaff placed in the center of the round table. With the return of light, the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Lu Yifan raised his glass. Come on, it's just a minor incident. Don't let it spoil the fun. We got so much meat and wine to share today, let's have a blast. Come on, Captain Shi, this toast is to you. Shi Wenjing snorted, but raised her glass and clinked it with Lu Yifan's. What are you toasting to me? To you? Lu Yifan was just looking for an excuse to lighten the mood, so he had no idea what to toast. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying, to you and Brother Jing. I wish you too. A long and happy life. Puff. Shi Wenjing's newly sipped wine sprayed all over the floor, almost spitting it onto Li Qinghuan beside her. Her face flushed red from choking. You little bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Jiajun teased. What? Was he wrong? You don't want this blessing? Li Qinghuan leaned sideways, carefully avoiding the wine on the floor, stifling a laugh that only added fuel to the fire. Don't want it? Then just give it to Captain Fu and Jianlai. I think Captain Fu would be perfectly happy to receive this blessing. He's now a household name in District 13 as a love-brained person. Fu Kanwen didn't object. Far from being annoyed, he even nodded in agreement, as if being love-brained was an inestimable honor. He even stood up and refilled Xueba's bowl, saying lovingly, this wine isn't strong, so it's okay to drink a little more. Captain Shi's wines are all good. Jianlai, that's not necessary. But the banter really livened up the atmosphere. Under the dim light, people felt more relaxed, talking and drinking more freely. After 3 rounds of drinking, the table was a mess. Only a few whole grain pancakes remained, with neither the wine nor the meat remaining. The remaining pancakes, naturally, were not to be wasted, they were all packed up. The few people at dawn were feeling slightly tipsy. After eating and drinking their fill, even the snow leopard began to feel sleepy. Jianlai lazily slumped in a chair, his gray-blue eyes half closed, the tip of his tail tapping the ground intermittently, as he waited for the party to end. In the dim light, the blush on Shi Wenjing's face was clearly visible. The rice wine had long been consumed, and the kettle on the table had been replaced with tea. However, her eyes were still wandering, and she was already tipsy, clearly unable to distinguish between wine and water. She raised her tea-filled glass, her head swaying with it. Once someone gets carried away, they can't stop talking. She stumbled over to Ma Jing's seat, her finger twitching as she suddenly pointed directly at him. Everyone here has teased Ma Jing and me a lot, right? She suddenly asked, and Jianlai didn't even register what she meant. Her ears perked up, her body reacting faster than her brain. Something's about to happen. I had a few drinks today, and it's probably given me some courage. I, Shi Wenjing, am open and honest. There's nothing I'm afraid to admit. The only thing I can't get over is my liking for Ma Jing. I can't get over it, and I can't get over it myself. It's so frustrating. The private room fell silent, all eyes focused on Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing. Ma Jing had also drunk quite a bit, but his eyes remained clear. You said you like me? Shut up. Shi Wenjing shouted, paused, and continued, even though you all often tease me, I honestly never thought he liked me. Even if he ever gave me that illusion, I wake myself up the next day. It's just one of life's 3 great illusions, nothing to worry about. Ma Jing froze, lowering his head in shame, the tips of his ears flushing red. A thought struck him, and he raised his head with an effort, staring intently at Shi Wenjing, saying seriously, it's not an illusion. This guy. Shi Wenjing's face flushed even more. She slammed her wine glass down on the table, spilling half the tea from the glass onto the floor. But she didn't care. You're finally talking now? Why haven't I seen you open your mouth before? Oh, you think you're not worthy of me? This is hilarious, Shi Wenjing said, letting out a self-deprecating laugh, and the already quiet private room became even quieter. Originally, everyone had been watching the two of them break off their relationship with a certain spectator's amusement. Things hadn't been expected to escalate. Were they just going to watch the explosive couple of Dawn and the taciturn man show signs of falling apart before their sweet moment had even begun? Feng Jiajun quickly tried to smooth things over. Captain Shi, you had too much to drink. Sit down and rest. Yes, I did, Shi Wenjing readily admitted. Of course she knew she had too much to drink, and she had been looking for an opportunity to get drunk. Just as Fu Kanwen had called for a dinner party, she took the opportunity to bring a bunch of wine from home. Li Qinghuan, fearing she'd say something that would lead to a tirade, abandoned her focus on watching the fun and quickly stepped forward to stop her. Thank you, Captain Fu, for treating us to dinner today. We're incredibly grateful. It's getting late now. Why don't we just go our separate ways? However, if Shi Wenjing knew how to appreciate the situation, she wouldn't be Shi Wenjing anymore. Furthermore, she was drunk. Li Qinghuan was half a head shorter than Shi Wenjing, and there was no way he could control her. Shi Wenjing shook off Li Qinghuan's hand and continued to complain. I don't know what went wrong with this guy the other day. Suddenly, he ran over, hesitating for a long time, and pulled 2 ambers from his pocket. And then, do you know what this idiot said? He said he wanted to give me both of them, that he loved me, and wanted to marry me, and spend the rest of his life with me. I was so happy at that moment. I never thought the person I liked actually liked me back. It turns out everyone was cheering because they were onlookers, Not just teasing me or making fun of me. Shouldn't you two be in love and hit it off immediately? Yeah, it's all my fault for being nosy. I asked him when he started liking me, and he said he liked me a year ago. I was immediately overwhelmed. How could I not tell this idiot liked me at all? Can you guess why? Who would dare to guess? In this awkward atmosphere, Jianlai couldn't help but pull his long tail into his arms. Thankfully, Shi Wenjing didn't need anyone to guess. She just needed a chance to vent. So she continued, "What did this idiot tell me?" He said that because my father is a federal official and my mother manages several food processing factories, and he has no parents and no savings, he's not worthy of me. But now, he has two dark ambers. Things are different. Maybe my dad will take a closer look at him. Listen, what the hell? Shi Wenjing grew increasingly angry as she spoke. She slammed her slam on the table, rattling the dishes. Does Ma Jing think Shi Wenjing, am I such a vain person? If I were greedy for such a thing, would I have argued with my family and insisted on going to Dawn? I'm telling you, you want to buy me with 2 broken stones? No way. What do you think of me, you bastard? The person Shi Wenjing, like can be poor, but he absolutely can't be a timid wimp who doesn't even dare to say he likes me. Ma Jing was mortified by her public scolding. His lips trembled, but he didn't utter a word in rebuttal. Supposedly, no one should interfere in the affairs of a young couple. As the team leader, Fu Kanwen sighed, but still had to interrupt. Captain Shi, calm down first. I think you might have misunderstood Ma Jing. He's sullen, stubborn, and not very good with words, you know that? Men are always tongue-tied when they're with the people they like. He doesn't think you're worth only these 2 stones, quite the opposite. He thinks you're too good for anyone, including himself. He's afraid to make you suffer, and wants to give you the best. He only now has the confidence to confess to you. Bullshit! If I want something good, I can earn it myself. I don't need someone else to give it to me. Shi Wenjing's chest was still heaving with lingering anger, but her voice was noticeably weaker. That's true. Fu Kanwen patiently explained, you can think you're capable of handling everything, but he can't just let you handle it all on your own. Besides, everyone values matching up. Can you guarantee your parents would be interested in him? Shi Wenjing was speechless. Of course not. The man her father would be interested in would have to be someone like Fu Kanwen, someone with both strength and a respectable family background. Although Ma Jing had a quiet disposition, at that critical moment, he erupted in a fierce will to survive. He immediately realized this was his only chance, and his apology, hoarse but remarkably clear, was, Wenjing, I was so stupid, such a jerk. I was wrong. Please forgive me, give me another chance. I was too self-righteous before, and ignored your feelings. I swear, from now on, I put you first in everything I do, and I don't care what others think of me. If you do it again, I kill you. Shi Wenjing's anger had finally subsided at his pitiful expression, but when she heard him cursing himself, it shot up again. What nonsense are you talking about? With me. Ma Jing followed her obediently. Feng Jiajun, hey, that's right. Relationships are a matter between 2 people. We in the Dawn Breaking Party are tired of seeing you 2 in love and writing about secret love. It's so much better to be open and honest. Ma Jing nodded vigorously, expressing his determination earnestly. Yes. I will work hard and pursue you openly until you agree. No matter what others say, I will never let go. I, Ma Jing, have set my heart on you in this life. If I can't marry Shi Wenjing, I will remain single for the rest of my life and silently wish you happiness. Humph. Then it all depends on your performance. Shi Wenjing snorted and turned away. She picked up the remaining half of her glass and drank it all. After a moment's thought, she cursed him softly, you're using moral blackmail. Yes, I was wrong. Ma Jing apologized immediately, his eyes brightening surprisingly. Idiot. Yo! The box erupted in boos and laughter even louder than before. Snow Leopard, tired of the show, stretched out lazily, a satisfied snort emanating from his throat. Tonight was a rare leisurely day. After everything settled down, settling down in District 13 might be a good option. Chapter 89. Li Qinghuan chuckled and jokingly said, Ma Jing, congratulations. You finally got the permit from Captain Shi. Keep going. But next time before you pursue someone, do some research and learn from them. Isn't Captain Fu a good example? Look at him, so thoughtful. Don't act like a fool or you scare away anyone who likes you. Yes. Captain Shi is awesome. Keep up the good work, Brother Jing. This meal was well worth coming to today. It's much more exciting than going out hunting aliens. Come on, Let's have tea instead of wine. I wish you all the best, and may you have meat every day. Everyone raised their glasses with laughter. Even Snow Leopard symbolically licked the water from his bowl. Jianlai tilted his head to glance at Fu Kanwen, secretly muttering, "What kind of example is Fu Kanwen? He's treacherous." The tense and awkward atmosphere dissipated amidst laughter. As the conversation grew, the topic gradually shifted to other topics. Everyone was a close comrade, sharing life and death. Even Shi Wenjing, who disliked Fu Kanwen, actually had much to share. As the warm and harmonious dinner drew to a close, the lights came on. A call. Great. We were about to leave, and it came. Nothing. Li Qinghuan squinted, adjusting to the sudden brightness before reopening her eyes. She glanced pointedly at Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing. A little darker, but it also has a darker atmosphere. It's hazy, so ambiguous, huh? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Yeah, if it weren't for the dim light, Captain, she wouldn't have spoken so openly, right? Hey. Why are you all talking about me? Isn't Captain Fu the most gossipy person on our team? Fu Kanwen didn't even raise his eyelids. What's it to me? I'm treating you to dinner, and I'm also providing you with after-dinner jokes, right? Whoever said that, whoever paid. Lu Yifan immediately raised his hands. I didn't say that, Captain Fu. It's none of my business. I don't have any money. Shi Wenjing was dissatisfied, her chin raised slightly, and said defiantly, It's just a meal, isn't it? What's so expensive? I'm talking about you, so what? Jianlai won't come to District 13, and I think it's because you're so stingy that you scared her away. Next time, I tell her that District 13 has so many good men, all of them upright. She doesn't have to be with a treacherous man like Captain Fu. Even if she doesn't find a partner, she can still live a wonderful life in District 13 with her own abilities. Fu Kanwen stood up suddenly, and the chair was pushed away, the chair legs scraping a long, harsh sound on the floor. His face darkened slightly. Just talk about yourselves, don't drag me into this. Alright, even if you haven't had enough meat tonight, you had enough dog food. I go pay the bill, let's go. Was I wrong? No. Shi Wenjing continued, shouting at Fu Songwen's back. That's right. Captain, she can admit his feelings so openly. Captain Fu, why are you still being so coy? Li Qinghuan joined in the commotion, shouting with her hands like megaphones. Fu Kanwen reached the door to the private room, then stopped and looked back at the people at the table. His voice was low but every word clear. How am I being coy? Don't you all know my feelings for Jianlai? And you seem to have teased me a lot, right? Jianlai was quietly finishing the last bit of water in her glass, planning to go back to bed early. Fu Songwen's earth-shattering declaration sent a shudder through her palm, nearly knocking over her cup. Fu Kanwen responded frankly. Ever since that night's heart-to-heart talk, he'd been included in Jianlai's plan, and all his secrets were known. He was no longer the man who initially sulked over a supposed ex-husband. No matter how the team members teased and probed, he remained unfazed. Fu Songwen's transformation both relieved and troubled Jianlai. An inexplicable feeling brewed within her, waiting for its chance to be revealed. With Fu Songwen's forceful clearing, the table finally dispersed. As the door to the small restaurant flung open, a sudden gust of cold wind blew in, chilling Lu Yifan, who was walking in the front, and shivered. The temperature dropped so quickly. Jianlai's fur suddenly exploded. As the cold wind swept past, she seemed to smell a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. This time, even though she already had a few drinks, she wouldn't let go of this clue. Jianlai whipped Fu Songwen's calf with her tail, and then scurried towards the source of the bloody scent. The snow leopard was incredibly agile, reaching the source in just a minute. Deep in the alley, a young woman leaned against the wall, her figure frail and eerie under the dim streetlight. She was dressed simply, but clearly meticulously. She wore a cotton coat, washed white and pilling, her hair in a complex braid tied back at the back of her head. A long slit in her trousers revealed a gruesome wound on her leg, oozing blood. There was a pile of debris behind the woman, with a sharp protrusion on top. It seemed that she was not paying attention to the road when she passed by and bumped into it, causing her leg to be cut. Seeing the snow leopard, the woman froze for a moment, frozen in place as if petrified. The man and the leopard stared at each other, the scene eerie. The snow leopard didn't move, and the woman didn't move either. Jianlai thought, firstly, she didn't want to scare the woman across from her, and secondly, she wanted to observe the wound on her leg to see if it would heal on its own. Why didn't the woman move? Was she truly petrified? But judging by her expression, it didn't seem like fear, but rather guilt. This made Jianglai even more interested in the wound. The snow leopard lurched forward, blocking the woman's path. She stared intently at the woman's wound, only to see her recover from her shock. She fumbled with her hand to wipe the blood from her leg, then suddenly screamed, "Help! Help! Alien invasion!" Before the woman's screams had faded, Fu Conwen and the others had already caught up. "Don't be afraid. We're members of the Dawn Special Operations Team." Fu Conwen immediately stepped forward, placing himself between the snow leopard and the woman, comforting the frightened woman. "This snow leopard won't hurt anyone. It's also a member of our Dawn team. I see you're injured. Do you need help?" Jianglai, however, ignored him and circled in front of Fu Conwen again, crouching low, her eyes fixed on the wound on the woman's leg. The woman's startled movements caused the wound to bleed again. Fu Conwen, noticing Jianglai's movements, no longer stood in front of the snow leopard. Instead, he quietly stepped aside and began to monitor her movements. It's okay." The woman, still trembling with fear, her voice still tinged with tears. "I was just frightened by this beast." Fu Conwen strode forward, ignoring the woman's protests and quickly crouching down to carefully examine the wound on her leg. "It's not deep. Just disinfect and bandage it when you get home." He tilted his head to confirm the sharp weapon, then added, "I think the wire that scratched you is rusty. It's still a bit dangerous. If you're concerned, I suggest you go to the hospital and get a tetanus shot." Shi Wenjing, still drunk, stumbled, and only with Ma Jing's support could she steady herself. She half leaned against Ma Jing, her voice slurring, Do you live around here? You look badly injured. Do you want us to take you home?" No. It's too much trouble. My home isn't far away. I can do it myself." The woman quickly waved her hand, declining the offer. Although she limped slightly, she was able to move without issue. After carefully passing the snow leopard, she vanished down the alley, almost running for her life. After watching the woman disappear, the members of the Dawn Squad stood there, looking at each other in bewilderment. The lingering smell of blood in the air and the woman's hasty departure cast a shadow over what should have been a relaxing dinner. "Let's go home." On the way back, Jianglai followed Fu Conwen silently. Her long, fluffy tail hung low, no longer swinging as leisurely as usual. The streetlights dispelled the darkness, but they couldn't dispel the doubts lingering in her heart. Even when they returned to the apartment, Jianglai hadn't transformed back into human form. She avoided Buba's greetings and slumped silently on the sofa, her mind replaying the woman she met in the alley that night. What was wrong? Was she being overly sensitive? Still thinking about that woman? Fu Conwen poured her a glass of water, added a pinch of sugar, and handed it to her. "You drank so much tonight, drink some sugar water to wash it off. Otherwise, beware of a headache tomorrow morning." The snow leopard waved its furry paws and pushed the water cup away. "I can't explain it, but I just feel like something's wrong. Have you received any word from the research base?" Fu Conwen shook his head and handed her the contents of the communicator. "They say there's an important meeting tomorrow, and all senior researchers must attend. We simply can't spare anyone to accompany you to check the black box. Not for now. Not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow? No. This time, they didn't even mention the day after tomorrow." Fu Conwen sneered. The old man's been retired for a long time, and his reputation isn't as valuable as it used to be. What's this impromptu meeting? I think it's just to prevent us from going to the base. This is ridiculous. If we had any second thoughts about District 13, I wouldn't have let them bring the black box back early. What do we do then? The snow leopard straightened up with such force that the water cup at his feet crashed to the ground. The water in the cup spilled onto the carpet, creating a dark stain. Fu Conwen impassively put the cup away, then patiently wiped the water stains from the carpet with a wet wipe. His tone was icy. "Since open means won't work, let's do it covertly. Tomorrow, during the day, I take you to District 13 to complete a few simple missions to drain your energy. By then, I have overused my powers, and with my injuries still lingering, they surely think I'd be dormant in the apartment tomorrow night. At night, the research base won't be heavily guarded. We can sneak in, copy the contents of the black box, and return it intact. Unnoticed. Okay, I follow your instructions." Jianglai wasn't going to push her luck. Fu Conwen was familiar with the area, and it was a safe bet to follow his instructions. Chapter 90. The next day, the sky was cloudless. The temperature in District 13 continued to drop. In just 3 days, it had plummeted from a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius to below zero. Fu Conwen, looking severely injured, exhausted, and haggard, appeared in the Dawn office. Captain Fu, didn't you drink last night? Didn't you get enough rest? Fu Conwen waved his hand, his voice low and hoarse, thick with a nasal lilt. Don't mention it. Leopard drank too much yesterday, and after returning home, he was overly excited and jumped around the house for most of the night. My sleep was already restless because of the pain in my hand, and now I haven't slept for hours. Then Captain Fu, why don't you take a leave and go home to rest? There's not much to do on the team right now. Just go on your daily patrol of the plantation, and we be fine. No problem. I take the snow leopard to the plantation. It's a good opportunity for it to take a stroll and burn off some energy, so it doesn't make trouble again at night. As the culprit of the energetic situation, the snow leopard beside him was sharpening its claws, its gray-blue eyes sparkling, clearly ready for action. Feng Jiejun leaned against the wall, his arms folded, silently watching the performance of Fu Conwen and the snow leopard, his brows slightly furrowed. He pondered for a long moment, still unable to grasp what Fu Conwen and Jianlai were up to, so he remained silent. So, bearing the dual burdens of a severe injury and a sleepless night, Fu Conwen set out with his overly energetic snow leopard. Before even entering the plantation, Jianlai could smell the earthy odor of stirred soil and the pungent chemical odor of compound fertilizer. It was unpleasant, even pungent, yet filled with the hope of life. Both Fu Conwen and Snow Leopard wore the Dawn insignia, allowing them to enter without a hitch. To appease Fu Someone's rhetoric, Snow Leopard galloped across the field like a wild horse. The person in charge, Lao Chi, was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Dawn members often help fight off alien species in the plantation, and he held Fu Conwen, their captain, in high esteem. He had no doubt of Fu Someone's claims, nor did he believe a Snow Leopard wearing the Dawn insignia would harm anyone. He simply reminded them with a smile not to step on the seedlings and scare the other workers plowing and planting them. Fu Conwen readily agreed. At his insistence, Jianlai slowed his pace, switching from a frantic run to a leisurely stroll along the ridge of the field. Fu Conwen, however, actually rolled up his sleeves and used his good right hand to help with some simple carrying work. He was slow to act, and even when urged to quit, he persisted. Practice makes perfect. This time, Jianlai's acting was much better than in District 9, though a touch of her true nature was also present. After transforming into a snow leopard, she sometimes behaved in ways that even she found baffling, as if she had assimilated into the animal nature. For example, now, she often bit her head and sniffed the newly planted seedlings in the field, like a feline with a curiosity about everything. The workers, initially somewhat apprehensive, finally let down their guard at her endearing, almost innocent look. They lowered their guard, relaxed smiles on their faces, and chatted as they worked. The topics were mostly about the weather, the harvest, and the latest news from their families. Their conversations reflected both current worries and future prospects. Hey, I hope this crop of seedlings has improved cold resistance and can survive this significant drop in temperature. I think it's difficult. We can only bury the seeds deeper and deeper. People have more ailments after the temperature drops. Even though the thermostat at home never turns off, I always feel like something's not right with me. Why do you think that is? Well, isn't that what happens when you get older? Besides, we eat either nutrient solution or compressed biscuits every day. Our immunity is definitely not what it used to be. Isn't it true that even a minor ailment can be very tiring? Indeed. It's tiring, but at least I'm still alive. My neighbor, Mrs. Lee's wife. He coughs whenever it's cold. Last night, he coughed so much that he died. Huh? No wonder I didn't see him at work today. I was going to ask him about it this morning. I forget things when I get old. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. He couldn't hold on. I heard he was supposed to be rushed to the hospital, but he died before the call even got through. Now Old Lee is left alone with 2 half-grown children. Life will be even harder for him. The workers spoke of this incident with regret, but their faces remained expressionless. This wasn't the first time it had happened, and everyone was used to it. Jianlai noticed and quickly informed Fu Conwen. Fu Conwen put down his work and approached the person in charge, Old 7, and casually began, I just heard the workers talking about, are there many people like Old Lee's wife in District 13 who can't bear it lately? Is it because medical resources are too tight? I see there are quite a few older brothers and sisters on our plantation, so it would be best to have a temporary medical team ready so that if anyone gets sick, they can be treated immediately. Old 7 sighed deeply, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen as he spoke of this. It's not a lot, but it's not a little either. Every now and then, we hear about an elderly person who hasn't made it, or a breadwinner who's collapsed from exhaustion. These days, it's normal to feel weak when you're hungry. Especially for those with pre-existing conditions, even a cold can easily kill them. They say this is the survival of the fittest, God sifting through people. Those who survive are lucky, and those who die can also be a relief. Combined with the woman he saw in the alley last night, and the smell of blood on her, Jiang Lai's lingering, strange feeling intensified. Have all the fake people in District 13 really been cleared out? Jiang Lai couldn't help but remain skeptical. Ouch! My foot! A cry of pain came from not far away. A middle-aged worker had accidentally hit his foot with a hoe. He removed his worn rubber shoes and examined his foot. His nail had been completely shattered and covered in blood. The worker's face turned pale with pain, and he slumped to the ground. A nearby worker quickly found clean water to rinse the wound, grumbling as he did so. You only done so much work today, and you already hurt yourself. You're an experienced worker, so why aren't you as efficient as that new girl next door? Nonsense. Look around. How many of the dozens of people in our field can compare to that girl? After cleaning the wound, the worker stood up with the help of others. He tried to continue working, but when he exerted force, the wound on his foot opened again, and blood flowed out. Jiang Lai could see clearly that this man couldn't heal on his own, just like the woman last night. Why did she still feel something was wrong? The snow leopard's paw gently lifted, then pressed down with a little force on Fu Sungwen's foot. Fu Conwen sensed her movement, and immediately squatted down, reaching out and naturally stroking the snow leopard's furry head. His technique was expert, like a cat stroking expert, and Jiang Lai nearly purred with pleasure. This guy, Jiang Lai used her tail as a whip, gently lashing Fu Sungwen's hand, signaling him to behave himself. He'd been getting more and more aggressive lately. He wouldn't have done something so out of line before, but the change was so obvious that Jiang Lai was certain it had started since that night of conversation on the mountaintop. A fleeting smile flickered across Fu Sungwen's eyes, and he whispered, "There's someone watching nearby. I'm just helping disguise my identity. What did you find?" Jiang Lai gently nudged him with his forepaw, signaling him to go look at the girl the men had mentioned, the one who worked so skillfully, the equivalent of several others. Chen Siki? Fu Conwen looked at the figure working swiftly not far away. You're still suspicious of her. Can you explain why? Snow Leopard shook her head slightly, her fluffy fur ruffling gently in the oncoming breeze. She couldn't put her finger on what was wrong. It was pure intuition. Everyone, hurry up! The temperature's dropping again. Finish your work quickly, and get back to your warm beds. Old Zhao's gruff voice carried far through the loudspeaker, but before he could finish his words, screams erupted. At the same time, the soldiers on duty quickly sounded the alarm on the plantation. Help! Rats! Rats are coming! Ah! The endless cries for help instantly set the plantation ablaze. Jiang Lai turned quickly, and saw a rip in the newly repaired fence at the edge of the plantation. With a terrifying creaking sound, a gray-black torrent surged in. It was a rat tide. Hundreds, even thousands of rats, each as long as an adult's forearm, swarmed in. The leading rats were even the size of full-grown cats, their fur glistening and stained with filth. Their eyes were red, their fangs bared, and they left a trail of devastation. After ripping through the netting, the rats, like sharks scenting blood, charged directly towards the planted, newly blossoming vegetable patch. The gray-black rat tide, like a flowing sea, instantly engulfed the vegetable patch. Where they passed, no grass grew, leaving only a few cracked vegetable roots. Perhaps not fed enough, some ferocious rats began attacking nearby workers. Ah! My leg! Get out! In just a few minutes, the situation was completely out of control. The difficulty in controlling a rat influx lies in the fact that they are so numerous, yet each individual is tiny, swift, and unpredictable. Firearms alone are not enough to defend against them. Failure to do so would be ineffective and prone to accidental casualties. Earth-type users, separate the rats from the crowd. Fu Conwen shouted, drowning out the chaotic screams, and rushed forward. Following his instructions, the soldiers guarding the plantation quickly crouched down, pressing their hands into the earth. Soon, a series of earthen walls rose from the ground, separating the crowd and the rats. There were many Earth-type users in the plantation, and when one soldier, exhausted due to his power, went dormant, another was immediately deployed to fill his place. Fu Sungwen's right hand instantly condensed into an arc of lightning. The force of thunder was unstoppable, and with a crackling sound, a swarm of rats were electrified, twitching and scorching. The plantation was suddenly filled with a lingering smell of scorched flesh. However, as one group of rats fell, another surged forward, stepping on the bodies of their fallen companions. The rat tide was endless, with no end in sight. This was not a solution. Chapter 91. Kill the Rat King first. At the same moment, a flash of silver-white lightning flashed faster than Fu Sungwen's words. With a low growl, the snow leopard charged into the swarm of rats. Jian Lai's movements were as swift as a ghost, her sharp claws piercing the air and striking directly at the head of the giant rat in the center of the swarm. The Rat King stumbled from her blow, but before it could regain its balance, the snow leopard's next claw was already in sight. The sharp claws pierced the Rat King's throat like tofu, killing it in just a few strikes. With the Rat King slain, the frenzied attack of rats was immediately paused. An invisible fear quickly spread through the swarm, and the surviving rats scattered in all directions. In less than 10 minutes, only a vast expanse of charred, bloody rat carcasses remained on the ground. The workers were still in shock, and several newcomers collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Several others, bitten or scratched by rats, stood there, clutching their wounds, their feet rooted to the ground, unable to move. After Jian Lai and the others had finished dealing with the rats, and the danger had subsided, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp. Soon, the supervisor and medical staff arrived to assess the workers' injuries. Jian Lai paced back, scanning each wound. Without exception, they were bleeding normally, with no signs of unusual healing. Another familiar figure, Chen Siki, stood there, unharmed. Jian Lai paused slightly. She remembered that when the chaos broke out, Chen Siki had been very close to the rat swarm. But those ferocious mutant rats had bypassed her and pounced on the man behind her. In the chaos, she had no time to dwell. Now she could see that almost everyone around her bore wounds of varying sizes, while the area she was standing in was completely empty. The rats seemed to subconsciously avoid her. Chen Siki's body was spotless, stained only by some dirt from her labor. There was no trace of blood, let alone wounds. She lowered her head, and Jian Lai couldn't see her expression. She could only see that her hands were tightly gripping the handle of the hoe, her fingers turning white from the pressure. What secrets did this Chen Siki hold? Is she a pseudo-human? The pseudo-humans in District 5 had never faced the giant tiger with hanging eyes before. Perhaps aliens and pseudo-humans truly had the ability to distinguish between normal, living people. No, she had suspected Chen Siki was a pseudo-human back in the District 9 outpost, but her lack of reaction to human blood and her wounds wouldn't heal on their own didn't fit the profile of a pseudo-human. Chen Siki seemed to sense the snow leopard's gaze. She looked up and met its gaze, startling her. She ducked back, waiting for Fu Conwen to approach before forcing a smile and nodding in greeting. "Hello, Captain Fu." "Hello. Captain Fu, thank you so much. Otherwise, the casualties at the plantation today would have doubled." Old Seven, still terrified, ran over to thank him. Fu Conwen took a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand. Then, frowning as if he pulled a wound, he sighed softly before saying, "No problem. The most urgent thing is to quickly send someone to reinforce the protective net. The gaps are too large, and they could attract more alien species at any time. Also, anyone injured needs to get shots immediately. Be careful of infectious diseases carried by rats." He paused, his face growing even more exhausted, and his voice softened considerably. "I just exerted too much energy and tore the wound again. I go back and rest. The subsequent investigation and reinforcement will be yours." Old Seven waved his hand. Of course. Captain Fu, go back and rest. We take care of this." Fu Conwen nodded, saying nothing more. He simply called out to Snow Leopard and headed back. Jian Lai cast a long glance at Chen Siki, unable to discern what was wrong with her. Then, silently, she followed Fu Conwen out of the chaotic plantation. Only after they reached the apartment and closed the door did Jian Lai speak. "Did you really pull it? Do you want to go to the hospital first?" The fatigue on Fu Sungwen's face instantly faded, and a smile formed on his face as if changing his expression. That was just an excuse. "Have you forgotten? We got business to attend to after dark." Of course she remembered their plan, but she wouldn't admit much. It's just that Fu Sungwen's acting was so good that he fooled her too. Night. It was late, and everyone in District 13 was asleep. Pitch blackness reigned, with only the dim streetlights swaying faintly in the chilly night breeze. Jian Lai had already transformed back into human form, and donned the black combat uniform Fu Conwen had prepared. To avoid attracting attention, Fu Conwen removed the plaster from his hand, and securely bandaged the scarred wound underneath. "Move!" With a command, the two men vanished silently into the night. There was no one on the street, and their movements were light and silent, making no sound except for the whistling of the cold wind. After turning a corner, Jianlai paused. Almost instantly, she pulled Fu Kanwen toward her, pitting him into the shadows behind the wall. Shoo! Her voice was soft, and her warm breath touched Fu Songwen's neck, causing him to tense and hold his breath. Fu Songwen's heart skipped a beat, but his mind raced. Someone's watching them. They must be apprehended, or Jianlai's identity will be exposed. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he gestured to Jianlai, signaling her to stay put. He pressed himself against the cold wall, silently waiting for the person to approach. The figure in the shadows seemed to sense something, their steps pausing, their breathing becoming erratic. However, Fu Songwen's reaction was faster. Instantly, he had already reached out and precisely grasped the man's throat, his force so powerful that even a whimper of pain escaped him. Fu Songwen's hand flashed with a flash of blue electricity. Ouch! The man being attacked only managed a muffled groan before his vision went black and he lost consciousness. Who sent this? Fu Kanwen dragged the man's limp body into deeper shadows without a pause. I don't know. Let's go and take him back home first. Back at the apartment, he swiftly took out ropes and bound the man's hands and feet tightly, taping his mouth shut. A quick search of the man revealed no obvious identification, but it was clear he wasn't from the military. It doesn't look like they were sent by the higher-ups in District 13. If they were from the military, they have to be muscular special forces soldiers to monitor me. Jianlai stared at the unconscious figure on the ground and said coldly, it could be Zhou Zhao's men. Calculating the time, Zhou Zhao's men should have already searched the area around District 13. Finding no trace of Jiang, they naturally have to return to search for clues. Fu Kanwen nodded. It's possible. I injected him with a powerful sedative, enough to keep him asleep for 12 hours. We review everything else when we get back. Business is the priority. Well, Bubu, watch him. If he wakes up early, knock him out immediately. Just make sure he survives. Okay. I complete the mission, Jianlai, don't worry. Jianlai glanced at Fu Kanwen. She expected him to object to her approach, but he said nothing and even quietly found Bubu a handy tool. Okay, that's good. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Let's go! Set out again. Relying on Fu Songwen's familiarity with the Area 13 research base and his knowledge of the patrol guard shift changes, the two of them infiltrated the heavily guarded base through an abandoned ventilation duct. A chill emanated from the cold metal walls of the duct. The two, one in front of the other, moved with ease and speed, and soon reached the ventilation vent above the laboratory unimpeded. The vent was locked with a large, old-fashioned lock. But for Jianlai, that wasn't a problem at all. She placed her palm against the keyhole, gathering ice cones in her palm. Inch by inch, the cones filled the keyhole, creating a crystal key as translucent as ice. Unlocking the key, Fu Kanwen carefully removed the grill. The unattended laboratory below was pitch black, save for the glaring crimson glow of the monitor's standby indicator. Fu Kanwen removed a matchbox-sized signal jammer from his pocket and placed it in the vent. After confirming it was activated, he used an arc to illuminate the monitoring line. After a crackling sound, the monitor indicator went out. Finally, he carefully dropped an inflatable figure, confirmed the alarm below was silent, and then leaped from the vent. Jianlai followed closely behind, making no sound. The cold, massive machine within the lab lay motionless, like a sleeping beast. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen, their gazes darting around the lab, finally locking onto the same target in tacit agreement. In the farthest reaches of the lab, against the wall, stood an alloy safe. The door was pitch black, blending seamlessly into the night. Fu Kanwen strode forward, using his pre-prepared fingerprint to unlock the first lock. Then, he pulled a miniature decoder from his pocket and expertly connected it to the safe's electronic lock port. A moment later, with a soft click, the heavy lock of the safe flicked open. A black metal box, engraved with a brown bear totem, lay quietly in the center of the safe's velvet. Fu Kanwen carefully removed it. Jianlai immediately took it. After fiddling with the black box for a few moments, a nondescript black screen lit up, prompting her to complete the password entry as soon as possible. Jianlai had memorized the several genetic codes Bubu had provided. She took a deep breath, and with a slight tremor in her fingertips, she firmly entered the first code, a genetic coding sequence beginning with L. Verification passed. The black box suddenly chimed, its cold electronic tone resonating distinctly in the silent laboratory. The sound of software operating could be heard from within the black box, followed by a soft light projected onto the wall, creating a large virtual screen with a very simple interface. Jian Lai's heart pounded in her chest, making her feel dazed. She followed the instructions on the screen and opened the folders one by one. Sure enough, there was no research data from Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue. But the research results were not much different. The core document in the black box was the detailed research logs of the two. The first entry was about the birth of Bubu. Chapter 92. Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue, two professors in different fields, both accepted substantial funding from a man named Victor Blackwood and began conducting their own research projects. Victor Blackwood was a 70-year-old man, as wealthy as a nation, but his time was approaching. For years, he had frantically traveled the world in search of a remedy for immortality. He had tried blood and organ transplants to maintain health and strength, but these were not sustainable. Organs were not spare parts. Frequent replacements would lead to rejection. So, he came up with even more crazy and daring ideas. Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue were among the talented individuals he had recruited with significant financial investment. Jiang Xuezhen had long been dedicated to genetic modification research and had made significant achievements in the field of life sciences. However, his projects had primarily focused on plants or animals. After Victor Blackwood acquired control of the entire project, his research was forcibly redirected to human genetic modification. This research was strictly prohibited, regardless of the era. However, with ample funding and an inner thirst for exploration, Jiang Xuezhen ultimately succumbed to the temptation and became the undisputed leader of this forbidden project. Tan Qiuyue's research was in a completely different direction. Before Victor Blackwood appeared, her research was focused on artificial intelligence and robotics. His arrival opened up a whole new field for her, the artificial body. If bionic robotics technology could be used to directly generate an ageless, perfectly functioning body, and then his consciousness could be transplanted into the bionic human, he would completely break free from the constraints of flesh and blood and achieve true immortality. Initially, both projects progressed very slowly, until Victor Blackwood somehow obtained a mysterious substance called amber, and handed it to the two men in abundance. The mysterious substance brought good fortune, and a miracle occurred. Within 6 months, Tan Qiuyue achieved a breakthrough. She successfully created highly lifelike robots. Bubu was the first successful creation. They could perfectly mimic human behavior, their joints remained intact, and their brain chips could perform basic calculations, learning and evolving just like the human brain. But robots are still robots. No matter how human-like they appear, they are soulless shells. They can simulate human emotions, but they cannot truly understand them. They can store fragments of human memories and, if programmed, can identify themselves as that person, but this is all simulation. In short, for a realistic-looking stand-in, a robot is perfectly suitable. But for implanting a human consciousness and achieving immortality, it is not feasible. Thus, the last hope lies in the human genetic modification project led by Jiang Xuezhen. This should be the information we're looking for. Let's copy it down first. The log was very long. Tonight definitely wouldn't be enough time to read it all. Jian Lai's eyes were fixed on the virtual screen. She recognized every word on it, but the combination of them made her blood rush. She moved her gaze with difficulty to the next entry, Jiang Xuezhen's project research log. Even before she even received the information, she shuddered. She had a strong premonition that her family's misfortune began here. The headache came without warning, like several steel needles pricking her brain, causing Jian Lai's vision to go dark and nearly stagger. She clenched her teeth tightly, waiting for the taste of rust to spread in her mouth before she regained consciousness, forcing herself to look away. Let's go back first. Yes. Fu Kanwen noticed Jian Lai's discomfort and said nothing, simply accelerating his movements. Just then, a very faint sound suddenly came from outside the laboratory. The laboratory was quiet enough that any noise outside the door was extremely noticeable. The sound was someone unlocking the door, and the person outside clearly didn't have permission to enter the laboratory, so he fiddled with the door for several minutes without success. Both of them shuddered. Under the dim light projected by the black box, Jian Lai and Fu Songwen's eyes met, each seeing the surprise and nervousness in the other's eyes. Luckily, the black box's projection shut off at that very moment. Pitch black returned to the surroundings. The data had been copied completely. Jian Lai turned gently, her right hand focused on the laboratory door. If anyone entered at this moment, she would kill them instantly. Fu Kanwen calmly restored the black box, stuffed it back into the safe, and closed the door. He gestured to Jian Lai, then methodically cleaned up all traces of the experiment before informing her to retreat along the same route. After returning, the two of them didn't rush to leave. Instead, They crouched in the ventilation duct, holding their breath, waiting for the next person to enter. Every second of waiting seemed infinitely longer. After waiting for perhaps another minute, perhaps even longer, the door finally opened. A dark figure, like a ghost, stalked into the laboratory. After closing the door, without hesitation or investigation, it aimed directly at the recently closed safe. Jianlai frowned. As captain of the Dawnbreaker, Fu Kanwen was already quite familiar with the area. Even he had spent a while groping in the darkness before finding the safe. But this dark figure was surprisingly adept, clearly knowing the safe's location like the back of his hand, familiar with it like home. There's a traitor. Who is it? In the dim light from the dark figure opening the safe, Jianlai and Fu Kanwen, from their high vantage point, could barely make out the intruder's profile and clothing. A strange woman, one Jianlai didn't recognize. But from the corner of her eye, she could catch a glimpse of the expression on Fu Sungwen's face. From the widening of his eyes, she knew this woman was someone he knew, and she had completely exceeded his expectations. In the darkness, the woman fiddled with the black box, but couldn't easily open it. Without hesitation, she stuffed it into her pocket, intending to take it with her. She couldn't be allowed to take it. But before Jianlai could make a move, the man below, as if sensing something, suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the vent. Now, there was no time to not strike. Jianlai dodged, without using any powers, relying solely on her own strength and speed to tackle the intruder to the ground. With one hand, she locked the intruder's throat, the other firmly pinning her struggling arm. Her knee drove hard into her lower back, pinning her to the ground. Wang Yaoyao, who sent you? You betrayed District 13. Fu Kanwen leaped down lightly after her, his voice deliberately altered as he demanded sternly. Who are you? How do you know my name? Having her identity exposed, Wang Yaoyao struggled even harder. She desperately twisted her neck to look back at the faces of the two people behind her, but Jianlai shoved her back to the ground. Wang Yaoyao looked to be in her 30s or 40s, with ordinary features and no distinctive personal features. She was the kind of person you forget after a glance. Thrown into a crowd, such a person would be hard to find. The fact that Fu Kanwen could accurately call out her name proved they knew each other. Jianlai used nearly all his strength to suppress Wang Yaoyao. But unexpectedly, after Fu Kanwen recognized her identity, her strength doubled. Even with Fu Sungwen's help, the combined efforts of the two men nearly allowed her to break free. Is this the strength a researcher possesses? Impossible. There was no other way. Jianlai's mind moved, and a thin, cicada-wing-thin ice blade shot out from his fingertips. The blade was incredibly sharp, and as soon as it brushed against Wang Yaoyao's neck, it quickly incised a tiny wound. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the blade red. Blood, mixed with melted ice, dripped onto Wang Yaoyao's collar. Colder and harder than the ice blade was Jianlai's voice. Be honest. Answer whatever we ask. Are you lying in ambush here to capture me? Wang Yaoyao's voice was hoarse and slurred from the strangulation. Without waiting for Jianlai's reply, she quickly dismissed the idea. No, I've been so well hidden. No one has ever suspected me. You're here to steal too. Let's make a deal. I'm familiar with this place. I help you get what you want, and you let me go. Then how do I know if what we want is the same thing you want? First, tell me who filmed you stealing. Maybe it was the same person who sent us. The person who sent me. Wang Yaoyao pretended to be fooled by Fu Kanwen, paused mid-sentence, and then suddenly erupted with immense strength. She arched her back, forcibly throwing the two adults pinning her down simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive bangs rang out, and Jianlai and Fu Kanwen fell to the cold laboratory table. Both of them were covered, and in the darkness, their faces were unclear. All I could see was that they were one tall, one short, one male, one female. But it doesn't matter. We just need to capture them first. Wang Yaoyao quickly rolled over and stood up, assuming an attacking stance. The person who sent me said I eat people, as long as I'm not caught and I handle it cleanly, I eat them. You snuck in through the vent, right? So, if I can devour both of you, I won't be exposed. Eat people. Jianlai, still a bit dazed after his misstep, heard the word eat people, but his eyes froze, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. The wound on Wang Yaoyao's neck, freshly inflicted by the ice knife, had completely healed. Aside from the dripping marks on her collar, her neck was smooth, without a scratch. She's a fake. Fu Kanwen followed Jianlai's gaze in disbelief. But the truth was there, and he couldn't help but believe it. How could that be? The research base is strictly controlled. How did you get through the screening? Thinking back to the lingering sense of strangeness, Jianlai's heart sank. Fake people know that their unique ability to heal is their rapid self-healing ability. The ability that originally enhanced their survivability has become their biggest drawback, so, to disguise themselves, they learn to control their healing speed. Wang Yaoyao didn't deny it. Fu Songwen's face darkened. If that were the case, District 13 would have long since become a food warehouse for the pseudo-humans. Wang Yaoyao's mouth cracked, revealing a set of sharp white teeth in the darkness, making her look particularly creepy. With her identity exposed, she no longer had any concerns. Her words of devouring the two of them were no mere boasting. Like a catapult, she lunged at Jiang Lai, the one closest to her, at astonishing speed. This speed, this force, was completely different from the pseudo-humans she had encountered before. The sheer determination to win elevates her abilities to a new level. Chapter 93. Be careful, Fu Conwen growled. Jiang Lai had already instinctively dodged Wang Yaoyao's attack. However, Wang Yaoyao's movements were incredibly fast, and thanks to her dummy's exceptional healing abilities, she had no worries at all. She twisted her body into an angle impossible for a human, her 5 fingers forming claws as she attacked again, piercing the air with a gust of wind, aiming straight for Jiang Lai's heart. Unable to dodge, Jiang Lai advanced instead. She frowned, and a surge of cold energy from her hands condensed into cones of ice, aiming them at Wang Yaoyao's palms and piercing them through. However, Wang Yaoyao didn't stop, blood dripping from her pierced palms. She continued to charge at Jiang Lai with a massive cone of ice. This was a completely desperate attack. After all, she was a dummy, and her self-repair abilities were formidable. As long as she could quickly capture Jiang Lai and devour an adult, even if her stomach wasn't the pierced palm, she would have time to recover. Fu Conwen saw through her thoughts and dared not hold back. Violent blue-white lightning converged in his palm, its blinding brilliance instantly illuminating the entire laboratory. Without waiting for her to close her eyes to calm down, he swung his arm out, striking her with a powerful blow. Wang Yaoyao was struck to the ground by the lightning like a kite with a broken string, twitching and emitting a dull thud. After the shock, she curled up on the floor, her hair standing on end, her collar and hair tips charred black, emitting a strong, pungent smell of burning. Even at this point, she struggled and rolled on the ground, dodging Fu Songwen's second wave of attacks. If it weren't for the knitted brows on Wang Yaoyao's face, Jiang Lai would have doubted she felt any pain. This won't do. Her healing ability was incredibly strong. The noise just now was enough to convince the patrolling guards outside to arrive soon. If the fight continued like this, she and Fu Conwen would be caught red-handed. Not only Jiang Lai thought so, but Wang Yaoyao also clearly realized that the two men before her were difficult to deal with. His lightning powers, combined with the brightness he created, were enough for her to identify Fu Conwen. Fu Conwen alone was a formidable threat, but the woman beside him was even more formidable, giving her a tremendous sense of oppression. If they hadn't wanted to capture her alive, she would definitely not be alive today. A sinister glint flashed in Wang Yaoyao's eyes. She immediately feinted to attack Jiang Lai, but as the two men defended themselves, she suddenly turned and slammed into the test bench. She's trying to escape. Fu Conwen immediately saw through her intentions, shielding Jiang Lai's arm and swinging out, sending a bolt of lightning directly striking Wang Yaoyao. The lightning flashed, and Wang Yaoyao twitched again, her hair catching fire and emitting a burnt, foul smell. Her clothes also caught fire, so she rubbed them against the lab equipment, extinguishing the sparks. Jiang Lai held back, unleashing several icicles. Soon, blood oozed from all the wounds on Wang Yaoyao's body. However, the terrifying thing was that before the next wound appeared, the previous one had already healed. This isn't a solution. There's too much noise. Someone's already here. Just as the two were about to kill Wang Yaoyao, the other party made a move that neither of them had anticipated. Wang Yaoyao, who had always appeared incredibly brave, suddenly fell to the ground, as if exhausted, landing on the cold floor with a clang. Dead? Fu Conwen was startled, instinctively wanting to step forward and investigate. No! It's a shell! Jiang Lai's eyes widened, staring intently at the crack on the back of Wang Yaoyao's head. She's trying to abandon her shell and escape. Don't let her. However, it was pitch black, and the lab was filled with equipment. How could they find and kill the red dragonfly before the guards arrived? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, an impossible task. If they didn't kill it, it would immediately find its next target and disguise itself as a human again. Finding it then wouldn't be so easy. Jiang Lai crouched down and slammed her hands into the ground. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly from her center, sealing every crack in the lab. It has nowhere to hide now. Hurry, find it! After hearing her words, Fu Fu Kanwen immediately used the arc in his hand as a light to search for the red dragonfly. No! Nowhere in sight. They searched every corner of the lab. How could it be gone? No, there was still a place she hadn't looked. Jianglai turned sharply and looked at Fu Kanwen, her eyes sharp but silent. The tacit understanding built up through long-term collaboration. She simply used her eyes and gestures to communicate, and Fu Kanwen immediately understood her meaning. The only place in the entire lab she hadn't searched was on the two of them. That damned flesh worm was hiding on them, waiting for them to get it out. Jianglai was closest to it at the time, so the red mantis was most likely hiding somewhere in the folds of her clothes or shoes. Glancing at her own trouser legs and shoes, her eyes sharpened, quickly dismissing the idea. What if the insect wasn't simply trying to escape? Fu Kanwen had an unhealed wound. If the red dragonfly burrowed through it and entered Fu Sowen's body, we'd be in trouble. An indescribable rage instantly filled Jianglai's heart. Before Fu Kanwen could examine her clothes, she grabbed them and swung them several times, even encasing him entirely in a shell of ice. Their only communication was through eye contact and physical contact, which had indeed deceived the red dragonfly. Unaware of the truth, it thought it was camouflaged well, sneaking from Fu Sowen's pocket to his left sleeve. Unexpectedly, a thin layer of ice suddenly formed on his clothes, and the chill spread rapidly. Unable to avoid it, the red dragonfly was encased in frost from head to toe, falling to the ground. The fleshworm, a color between pink and blood red, was stunned by the sudden change. Its body, encased in ice, twitched repeatedly on the ground, trying to escape again. "Don't move!" Jianglai shouted, not even thinking of controlling her voice. Then she took the lead, moving with lightning speed, using her ice blade to neatly slice the fleshworm, along with its ice shell, in two. Thinking of the various red mantises she had killed, Jianglai quickly made a mental assessment. The color represented their strength. The brighter the red, the higher the level, and the more powerful the mantis. The mantis, cut in two, lay motionless, completely dead. Fu Kanwen shook off the thin layer of ice on his body, quickly squatted down, and retrieved the black box from Wang Yaoyao. Without even glancing at it, he quickly shoved it back into the safe like a hot potato. The safe door closed, leaving no time for anything else. Without hesitation, he grabbed Jianglai's wrist and whispered, "Let's go." The chill of the icy shell still lingered on him, chilling him to the bone. Jianglai instinctively returned his grip. The two of them, like two flashes of black lightning, vanished back into the ventilation duct. The very next second after they vanished, the laboratory door was flung open from outside, a blinding flashlight instantly illuminating the entire mess. Then, a shrill, piercing alarm rang out throughout the research base. On their return, all the guards' attention was drawn to the commotion in the laboratory, and the two of them left with remarkable ease. In less than half the time it had taken to get there, they evaded the search and returned to Fu Sowen's apartment. In the apartment, Bubu, holding the tools Fu Kanwen had prepared, stood guard over the man with utmost care. "Jianglai, you're back." "Did he wake up?" Jianglai's voice was slightly hoarse. "No." Bubu shook his head decisively. He always completed Jianglai's assignments with great diligence. "Good. It seems the medicine Fu Kanwen had obtained is indeed effective." After a night of intense tension and intense combat, finally safe, exhaustion washed over her. Jianglai breathed a sigh of relief and lay exhausted on the carpet. But now was no time to rest. Without waiting for Fu Kanwen to sit down, she quickly struggled to her feet and said, "Show me the data." Jianglai had a strong feeling that after reading the research log, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But it was also certain that if she didn't read it, she would be even more sleepless. Fu Kanwen said nothing, nodded silently, and began to project the image. The second entry in the log described the genetic modification project led by Jiang Xuezhen. The project, once at a dead end, made remarkable progress thanks to the discovery of the mysterious, high-energy substance, dark amber. The first reagent was quickly produced. The test subjects were chimpanzees. Less than half an hour after being injected with the dark amber modified reagent, the first chimpanzee experienced severe convulsions and bulging eyes. After 4 hours of continuous observation, the first chimpanzee lost vital signs. After adjusting the concentration, the second chimpanzee injected with the reagent showed significant increases in strength, speed, and reflexes. However, after the 23rd hour of continuous observation, the second chimpanzee suddenly became frantic, attacking and biting its own kind in a rage, seemingly devoid of intelligence and driven only by a primal appetite. They were almost identical to the zombies depicted in apocalyptic movies. For the first time, Jiang Xuezhen felt fear for his project. It was becoming uncontrollable, like a Pandora's box opened. The direction of the project, its on-off switch, was no longer under Jiang Xuezhen's control. After treating the second chimpanzee, he couldn't stop the experiment. The genetic modification project was costly, like a bottomless pit. At this point, he could only cover his ears and keep charging forward. Not long after, the third reagent arrived. This time, after the injection, the chimpanzee's performance was remarkably stable, with increased strength and speed, and its cells repaired faster than normal. Just when all the researchers thought they had seen hope, the chimpanzee fell into a deep coma without warning 27 hours after the injection. Electroencephalogram activity was weak but continuous, and its vital signs were stable, but no stimulation could revitalize it, as if it had become a vegetative state. Just as the team was about to begin work on the fourth modified reagent, something went wrong. A massive zombie outbreak suddenly erupted, with characteristics identical to those of the second chimpanzee injected with the reagent. Because the zombie outbreak originated in Jingnan Bay, people named the source of this disaster the JNW virus. This incident was like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Xuezhen's head, chilling him to the bone. It was then that he realized his laboratory had long been infiltrated by Victor. At Victor's request, the insider had taken the immature reagents away and sent them to other labs for further research, but had failed to promptly destroy the test subjects injected with them, leading to the virus's spread to humans and the zombie outbreak. When Tan Qiuyue learned of this sin, the two erupted in an unprecedentedly fierce argument. Jiang Xuezhen could no longer continue his experiments with peace of mind. He disbanded the research team, and the project was suspended indefinitely. Chapter 94. Jiang Lai clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. The pounding headache threatened to tear her in two. The pain in her palms was completely unnoticeable, and she didn't even notice the blood coming from pinching them. The log's contents largely matched what she had learned. The project stalled, and Zhou Xiao was kicked out of the team. He later sought intercession from Tan Qiuyue. But she hadn't expected the origin of zombies to be connected to this research. Genetic modification, such an unethical project, was banned for a reason. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. No matter how much benefit it brought them at the time, it would eventually fall. Ding! The ringing of the communicator broke the silence in the room. Fu Kanwen quickly clicked on the communicator and answered. To avoid disturbing Jiang Lai, he walked to the window to answer. The research base had been broken into. Although nothing was stolen, a researcher had died, and next to the body lay the corpse of a red sandfly. This is a big deal. The guards didn't dare act on their own and immediately reported the news to the military brass. After hearing the news, the officials of District 13 were furious. All military personnel, members of Dawnbreaker, whether on duty or on leave, were called to assemble immediately. We must conduct a thorough investigation of the fakes overnight. The news reached me. I have to go. Despite saying this, Fu Kanwen remained motionless. Jiang Lai knew exactly what kind of look he was giving her right now, even without looking up. You go. You? Fu Songwen's voice cracked. How could he leave with her in this state? Jiang Lai stared intently at the cold text on the screen, her head aching, but she quickly analyzed. Although you were responsible for repelling the rat swarm at the plantation today, anyone with a discerning eye knows that this level of energy consumption wouldn't cause you to truly enter hibernation. At most, you just go home and lie down and rest. With all the commotion tonight, as the captain of Dawn, it would only arouse suspicion if you didn't show up. So you must go. As for me, I'm fine. Fu Kanwen understood the logic, but... He took a deep breath and glanced at the person sitting on the ground, his eyes complex and indecipherable. 1,000 words condensed into one. Tell Bubu to call me if anything happens. Okay. After Fu Kanwen left, the apartment was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the intermittent sirens outside, and the complaints of residents, who were being woken from their sleep. A sudden lockdown and quarantine were imposed, restricting everyone's movements until the suspected pseudo-humans were completely eliminated. For a moment, there were mournful cries from downstairs. The most terrifying thing about tonight's incident wasn't that the pseudo-humans had evolved and mastered the ability to control their own healing time, but rather that they were lurking among the human population, not only feeding on humans, but even controlling their own cannibalistic urges and systematically infiltrating the human base. If there were pseudo-humans lurking among the human leadership, District 13 would be doomed. Jiang Lai had entered District 13 as a snow leopard, and at this moment, he was the only lucky person not to be screened. With trembling fingers, she clicked on the next entry in the journal. The project restarted. After Jiang Xuezhen's strike, Victor completely shed his hypocritical mask. On the screen was a photo of Jian Lai in class. Jian Lai, with long hair draped over her shoulders and neatly dressed, sat in a bright classroom, concentrating intently on a thick textbook. Below the photo were a series of messages. Professor Jiang, my patience, like my lifespan, is running out. Your wife's lab is right next door. She's no longer of any use to me. Your daughter is in class right now. She's beautiful and I adore her. How about letting her stay with me for the last part of my life? What do you say? This bastard. Jian Lai was trembling with anger. A surge of rage shot through her heart. If Victor were in front of her, she would pierce him without hesitation. Even slicing him into pieces wouldn't be enough to quench her rage. Bubu sensed her turbulent emotions and sat down beside her, firmly embracing one of Jian Lai's arms. Jian Lai, your heart rate is racing and your breathing is rapid, which could easily lead to respiratory alkalosis. I suggest you stop reading now, and wait until you calm down before continuing. It's okay. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the rage surging from within. There was no time to rest. She simply wanted to quickly uncover the truth and repay the pain inflicted on her family 1,000-fold. Aside from that malicious photo, Jiang Xuezhen left no further details. The rest of the log consisted entirely of cold research data. The reagents were modified, rejection occurred, and all the test subjects died. This research project seemed hopeless. In Jiang Xuezhen's despair, Tan Qiuyue came up with a completely new plan. She had designed an emergency life support hibernation chamber using dark amber. She told Victor that time was running out and human technology had not yet reached the point where it could permanently extend human life. In this case, temporary hibernation could be used to slow the passage of life. In the meantime, if the people guarding the hibernation chambers were untrustworthy, she could use her newly developed bionic robots. When genetic modification technology matured, or humans had discovered other ways to extend life, the subjects in the hibernation chambers could be awakened. Victor rejected Tan Qiuyue's hibernation plan. He trusted no one, not even robots. Whatever plan Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue proposed, Victor rejected it one by one. He accused Jiang Xuezhen and Tan Qiuyue of incompetence and wasting his dark amber and his life. Under immense pressure, Jiang Xuezhen began drinking heavily, trying to numb his crumbling nerves. Tan Qiuyue, calmer than Jiang Xuezhen, chose to call the police. But sometimes, some things are simply destined to happen. A zombie outbreak has occurred. The police in Jingnan Bay were frantically suppressing the news to avoid causing panic, and were unable to address other issues. In contrast, Tan Qiuyue's call for help was based on no direct, valid evidence, and no actual illegal activity. At most, it consisted of a few unpleasant jokes or threats, and caused no substantial harm to Tan Qiuyue's family. Even the police could offer little more than verbal persuasion. Her plea for help had to be put on hold for now. Opening the third log entry, Jian Lai saw her name again. After seeking police assistance to no avail, Tan Qiuyue managed to get someone to speak directly with senior officials in the Jingnan government. Meanwhile, under pressure, Jiang Xuezhen's alcoholism worsened, leaving him unable to sleep all night and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Finally, a month later, he improved the reagent again. This time, the chimpanzee survival rate and physical enhancement rate increased by a full twofold. But the mortality rate was still around 50%, and the reagent had not been tested on humans, so it fell short of Victor's requirements and could only be considered a work in progress. If Victor was informed of this breakthrough, he would undoubtedly spend a fortune, forcing anyone short of money to participate in the experiment, or even forcibly arresting them. If he told him about this progress, he was afraid that Victor, not seeing the progress, would once again reach out to his wife and daughter. Jiang Xuezhen was caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Victor, in an effort to coerce Jiang Xuezhen into continuing his research and accelerating progress, had Jian Lai brought to the lab. He demanded, right in front of Jiang Xuezhen, that he begin human experiments immediately, even injecting the unfinished reagent into Jian Lai's body. Reading the cold, icy words, Jian Lai felt as if she were dragged back into a nightmare. She felt a chill run through her body, and could vaguely still feel the burning pain of the cold needle piercing her veins, the intense rejection her body felt. Jiang Xuezhen wrote in his research journal that he watched his daughter collapse in agony after being forcibly injected with the reagent. Her body convulsed violently, her skin burning with heat. Not long after, she fell into a coma. Tan Qiuyue screamed and rushed forward, desperately embracing Jian Lai in her arms and calling for an ambulance. Of course, the paramedics were ultimately unable to enter the laboratory. Victor had sealed off the entire lab, even hiring mercenaries to imprison Jian Lai and her family of 3. Following this, Tan Qiuyue recorded Jian Lai after she had been injected with the genetic modification reagent. Although she wasn't a specialist in this field, she kept extremely detailed records, including Jian Lai's daily height, weight, heart rate, temperature, grip strength, and genetic changes, all of which she recorded completely in Bubu's database. Jian Lai alternated between lucidity and coma. To ensure her bodily functions wouldn't deteriorate, Tan Qiuyue insisted on keeping her in a hibernation chamber, except for essential research periods. It could be said that from that moment on, Tan Qiuyue began her later planning. Thanks to her intervention and protection, the secret of Jian Lai's ability to transform into a snow leopard remained hidden from Victor and his minions. Forced into despair, her mother still held out a glimmer of hope for Jian Lai's survival. The next entry was still recorded from Jiang Xuezhen's perspective. He did not mention Tan Qiuyue again. Jian Lai's eyes suddenly watered, tears streaming down her face, blurring her vision. A suppressed sob of fear drifted through the empty apartment. Bubu helplessly clung to Jian Lai, and Jian Lai bit her lower lip tightly, silencing a single sound. But she could not stop crying. The images of that day flashed through her mind. She was being held up from a pool of blood, and her mother, uncared for, lay there. Jiang Xuezhen stopped mentioning Tan Qiuyue for one reason only. Her mother had passed away. Chapter 95. Amidst the increasingly ferocious weather, a zombie horde erupted. Jiang Xuezhen, reeling from despair, unexpectedly completed the final refinement of the reagent. Thanks to his daily corrections, Jian Lai's condition miraculously stabilized, and all indicators returned to normal. The data showed a complete success. She had perfectly integrated genetic fragments from various plants and animals, and her bodily functions had been significantly enhanced. She was the only successfully genetically modified human. The reagent's refinement, coupled with Jian Lai's recovery of consciousness, theoretically confirmed the feasibility of the human genetic modification project. However, the survival rate was an insurmountable barrier. No matter how hard Jiang Xuezhen tried, he could only raise it to 50%. So, after the reagent was injected, it was necessary to continue observing in the laboratory for a month or two, constantly patching like Jian Lai to ensure safety. Otherwise, there were only two outcomes after the injection. Either luckily, she would become a new human beyond common sense, or she would die in unimaginable pain. Genetically modified reagents cannot be mass-produced, and the creation of each new human requires an incalculable amount of manpower and resources. These were more than enough to handle Victor alone. After all, the last thing he lacked was resources. However, Jiang Xuezhen never arrived, and the entire Jingnan Bay had become a purgatory surrounded by zombies. Even if Victor wanted to see how the experiment was progressing, he didn't dare set foot in this land of death himself. He preferred to place his slim hopes on other project teams. This presented a good opportunity for Jiang Xuezhen. Using the contact information he had given the police, he managed to contact the Jingnan Bay government and strike a deal. This was both a way to atone for his sins, and to seek refuge and resources. He promised to share all his information and devote himself to developing an antidote. In return, the government only had to eliminate Victor's mercenaries from the lab, assign personnel to protect his lab, and provide energy to keep it running. The Jingnan Bay government readily agreed to the deal, and even generously offered Jiang Xuezhen's family a spot in space escape. It was then that Jiang Xuezhen learned the origins of the Dark Amber. It turned out that the government had been secretly implementing a space migration program called Spark. Some experts believe that the ongoing extreme weather and sudden zombie outbreak were nature's final warning to humanity. The end of the world had quietly approached, and humanity would perish like the dinosaurs in the Ice Age. Unlike dinosaurs, humans are intelligent, advanced creatures, and therefore will seek ways to save themselves. Thus, the Spark Project was born. Powered by the mysterious mineral amber, a fortuitous discovery of immense energy, the project selects the genetically superior and physically fit elite of humanity to become civilization's final spark, launching them aboard the most advanced starships into the vast expanse of space in search of a new home. Once a habitable planet is discovered, the majority of Earth's population can be relocated there, continuing human civilization. Of course, this plan was destined from the outset to be irrelevant to the vast majority of people. But as long as some humans survived, it would be enough. Human civilization would not perish, and humanity's mark would be firmly etched into the universe. This was the Spark Project. Jiang Lai turned to look at Bubu, who was still cuddling obediently beside her, his eyes fixed on the unconscious man. But she remembered that when she had just awakened from the hibernation chamber, Bubu had said that she was the spark who stayed on Earth, which contradicted her father's research log. It seemed that Jiang Xuezhen disagreed with the expert's views. Jiang Lai frowned and continued reading. High-level officials had learned that before Jiang Xuezhen conducted genetic experiments, he had extracted and preserved a large number of genetic samples from Earth's plants and animals. This valuable data could be taken to outer space by Spark and become the cornerstone of ecological reconstruction. Jiang Xuezhen listened silently, not openly opposing the plan. However, he lacked confidence in the illusory prospect of outer space travel. Rather than believing in finding a paradise in outer space, he preferred to believe that after Earth's cycle, after clearing away some of its debris, it would eventually recover and regain its vitality, remaining the most habitable planet. So, after several sleepless nights of deliberation, he made a decision. He left Jiang Lai, who was in a stable condition, but had lost his memory and fallen into a coma, and his loyal robot Bubu in the laboratory at Jingnan Bay. He simply packed up, taking only a few important items with him, and followed the main force to the other base. There, he and his new team used existing technology to genetically modify plants and animals. Experimental data showed that these organisms' tolerance to cold and heat was significantly enhanced. This research aimed to ensure that Earth's ecosystem would continue to function even in the face of apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Spark launched into various locations in space had vanished without a trace. Experts believe that this lack of information did not necessarily mean bad news. This project was for the benefit of all humanity, so it could not be shelved. Jiang Xuezhen, however, became even more convinced that Earth was humanity's only destiny. After completing all the theoretical modification plans, they would need to return to the Jingnanwan laboratory to retrieve the original preserved genetic samples of various organisms. Otherwise, everything would be just empty talk. Alas, they didn't live to see that moment. A wave of zombies engulfed the base where Jiang Xuezhen's laboratory was located. Everyone at the base, from researchers to military guards, was killed. In his final moments, Jiang Xuezhen recorded all the data in a black box and, relying on his remaining sanity, left the laboratory. In his final moments, he wanted to be as close to his family as possible. He walked out of the laboratory and never returned. Seeing this, combined with the fragments of his own memories, Jiang Lai had pieced together the outline of a complete story. After Victor injected her with a genetic modification reagent, her condition had been unstable. Her mother and father had sacrificed everything to keep her alive. During one experiment, her condition became unstable, and she lost control again. In an attempt to restrain her, Victor's men injured her. The pool of blood she saw at that moment was her own. Tan Xiuyue, in an attempt to protect herself, was also shot, and fell to her death in the pool. Tan Xiuyue's survival was a bargaining chip. To keep her alive, and speed up the experiment, Victor ordered Tan Xiuyue injected with a genetic modification reagent. Alas, Tan Xiuyue didn't make it, and died instantly in the pool of blood. Despite his wife's tragic death, before his eyes, Jiang Xuezhen couldn't let his temper get the better of him. Every time he experienced a breakdown, it was Tan Xiuyue who had silently supported the entire family. It was she who had sought ways to contact the outside world and find a solution for the family of three. It was she who had cared for Jiang Lai and encouraged Jiang Xuezhen to accelerate research and development. Tan Xiuyue cared most about her daughter Jiang Lai. To keep her, Jiang Xuezhen had no choice but to take Jiang Lai away and place her back in hibernation. It was the scene Jiang Lai replayed in her memory. The man lifted her from the pool of blood, and she could only helplessly stare at the woman's body in the bloodbath until she lost consciousness. The culprit Victor was still beside her, saying in his broken Chinese, "Eve, you're so lucky. I believe you will definitely give me a surprise, right?" He always called her Eve because she was the first human to receive genetic modification reagents, and because she was the symbol of his life's continuation. Only if she survived could he survive. The price she paid for becoming Eve was the destruction of her family, and the loss of everything. It was best not to let her know Victor's whereabouts, otherwise she would find him and grind his bones to dust. Even if he was dead, she would dig up his grave and whip his body, leaving him with eternal rest. After silently reading through all the research logs, Jiang Lai was nearly exhausted. This was more tiring than fighting outside for 2 hours. She didn't even have the energy to switch to Snow Leopard. She simply changed her stained clothes and fell asleep on the bed. Daylight streamed through the apartment window, dispelling the gloom inside. Jiang Lai slowly woke up, her head feeling heavy, as if it were filled with cement. Yesterday's exhaustion, coupled with a night of dreaming, had left her awake having slept until 1 in the afternoon. Bubu had already brought out some business fluids for her, and placed them by the bed. Jiang Lai glanced around the apartment. The stalker, tied to a chair by the door, had a red and swollen forehead. Bubu quickly explained, he woke up just now, but you weren't awake yet, so I knocked him out. Well done. She felt like she slept for 10 hours, her voice incredibly hoarse, as if she just regained her voice after years of aphasia. Fu Conwen. Hasn't he come back yet? Or has he gone out again? Bubu shook her head. No. Do you want me to contact him and ask? No need. It seemed the situation was even more dire than she anticipated. If it weren't necessary, Fu Conwen would have returned long ago. Jianlai sighed, suppressed her uneasiness, and sat up in bed. She quickly washed up and drank some nutrient solution to fill her stomach. Then she went to the kitchen, fetched a glass of ice water, walked over to last night's stalker, and mercilessly poured it all over his face. The man in black groaned softly as he slowly awoke. He struggled, instinctively trying to reach for the wound on his forehead, but found his limbs tightly bound, unable to move. A flicker of panic crossed his face, but was quickly masked by a forced composure. Jianlai reached out to untie the bandage from the man's mouth, then pulled a chair and sat across from him. His eyes were cold. If you want to suffer less, behave yourself. Tell me, who sent you here? The man licked his chapped lips, his eyes evasive. I was just passing by. Jianlai didn't have time to argue, and went straight to the point. Why did Zhou Xiao send you here? Chapter 96. The man shuddered slightly when he heard Jianlai utter the words Zhou Xiao. His lips trembled, his face pale, and his Adam's apple moved nervously, as if he were still making a final decision. Jianlai scoffed, not wanting to waste any more words. She flicked her wrist, and in the blink of an eye, a gleaming dagger was pressed against the man's carotid artery. My patience is limited. Think carefully before you answer me. The blade's back brushed against his neck, a cold touch that made it seem as if she had sliced his throat. The man shuddered, his forced composure instantly crumbling. As Jianlai's careless movements played out, he panted rapidly. He hesitated for a moment, then finally, with a steeled heart, let out a reply. It was indeed Lord Xiao who sent me. This was exactly what Jianlai had expected. She didn't even raise her eyelids. Go on. What? Jianlai twirled the dagger in her hand, her tone completely cold. Are you still playing dumb? I tell you everything. The man spoke immediately, his words stabbing and slurring. Lord Xiao. Zhou Xiao sent me to monitor Fu Conwen. He said that if he couldn't find Jianlai, he'd have to keep a close eye on Fu Conwen. He told me to report any movement immediately. If I had any leads on you, he helped me secure admission to District 19. He also said that if I didn't report back on time, he knows something had happened to me in District 13, and it must have been Fu Conwen and you. He had a good idea. Sending a spy would be the best option. By monitoring Fu Conwen, he eventually find out where she was. If that doesn't work, at least we can alert the enemy and force them to expose themselves. District 13 isn't Zhou Xiao's territory. He won't be allowed to run wild here. Even if I wasn't in District 13, if he sent you to monitor Fu Conwen, you'd be in big trouble if you were caught. The man hurriedly said, it's normal for District 13 to look down on us, District 9, but what about District 19? They should at least give District 19 some respect, right? The administrators of District 19 all owe Lord Xiao some respect, and by detaining me you're slapping District 19 in the face. Then, what will happen then? Jianlai interrupted him, sneered, and tapped his left cheek with a dagger. Sorry, we had no idea who sent you. We mistook you for a fake the moment we found you. I want to see how Zhou Xiao uses District 19 to come to District 13 to get justice for you. You can't do that. Even Fu Conwen wouldn't dare offend District 19. You're just asking for trouble. Aren't you afraid he'd blame you when he comes back? Jianlai squinted his eyes and laughed as if he heard a joke. I'm afraid he'd blame me. The man nodded rapidly, a hint of luck on his face. Of course. Aren't you Fu Sowen's mistress? You have to consider his situation. Jianlai had already stood up, but upon hearing this, she sat back down. She didn't rush to refute the man, but instead replayed every detail of their encounter in her mind before asking, Did Zhou Xiao tell you? Seeing Jianlai's composure, the man hesitated, uncertain, isn't it? Isn't the place you're living in Fu Sowen's house now? Jianlai didn't respond to the man's question. Instead, she asked a seemingly unrelated question. You've been lurking in District 13, haven't you? If you were new to District 13, you'd definitely be under Fu Sowen's surveillance, and wouldn't have had the opportunity to follow us. So you always been Zhou Xiao's hidden pawn in District 13. There's something I'm very curious about. You should have seen the current situation in District 13. Both the order and the lifestyle here are worlds apart compared to District 9. The man, unsure of what Jianlai meant, pondered for a moment. Seeing nothing unusual, he cautiously replied, District 13 is certainly much stronger than District 9, but if you went to District 19, you understand the true difference. Really? Then I really need to find a chance to visit District 19. Jianlai's tone was flat. Yes, so you better not do anything rash. Why would I do anything rash? Jianlai looked at him. She didn't need to make any unnecessary expressions, simply watching calmly, a look of impatience on her face. You haven't been monitoring Fu Kanwen for long, have you? Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't have caught you last night. Even if Fu Kanwen hadn't noticed due to a momentary oversight, she had been with him the entire time, so it was impossible for him not to have noticed. Yes, only half a day. So I really don't know anything. Can you plead with Fu Kanwen to let me go? I promise there won't be a next time. Oh! Didn't you just say I was just someone's mistress? How could he care less about what I said? Jianlai raised an eyebrow, twirling the dagger between his fingers before putting it away. Isn't that right? How could that be? Aren't you the white moonlight he's always had in mind? Everyone in District 13 knows you? The man chuckled and changed his tone. I was just following Zhou Xiao's advice. It wasn't my true opinion. This man was smooth-talking and manipulative, completely dishonest. He initially tried to pressure her with District 19, but when she refused to listen, he pleaded for mercy, trying to get her to let him go. His words were a mixture of truth and lies. If he wasn't taught a lesson, he would only continue his cunning tactics. So, if I wanted to, I could get Fu Kanwen to cooperate with me and make you disappear in District 13 without finding any trace of you. As the captain of Dawn, you should be able to do something like that in your own base camp, right? Then, even if Zhou Xiao and the people from District 19 come looking for me, I can simply deny it. After all, we don't know you. You? Impossible. You can't do that. How can I not? Didn't you say I'm the sweetheart Fu Kanwen always has in mind? I'm good at whispering in his ear. You? Now is the perfect time. If I trick him again, he'd probably stop playing tricks. Just then, there was a noise outside. It was Fu Kanwen. Why was he back at this hour? Fu Kanwen pushed open the door and entered, his eyes bloodshot and his face weary. His voice was deep. Is he dishonest? How about I take him directly to the prison in District 13? He give him a hard time, and he spill everything. Jianlai's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at his expression. She'd just been saying a bunch of nonsense while he was gone, and now she was caught by the real person, which was a bit embarrassing. But seeing how exhausted he was, he probably had no time for teasing. Jianlai coughed lightly and took over the conversation. One moment he's bringing up District 19 to scare people, the next he's fawning over people and begging for mercy. His words are incoherent, his left and right brains are talking at cross purposes. It's impossible to tell which of his words are true and which are false. You're back just in time. I can't interrogate you. Take you away. No. The man panicked, his voice trembling with fear. Please, this time, I truly admit my mistake. I tell you everything I know, I swear. If I tell even a lie again, I'd be bitten to death by the fake people as soon as I leave the house. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Tell me. The man sniffed and finally became honest. I am indeed Zhou Xiao's spy planted in District 13. Until then, I only need to monitor whether District 13 has joined the genetic modification program, and if so, what its progress is. A while ago, I heard that the Dawn Break team had brought back a copy of the genius professor's research, so I managed to pass the news to the people in District 9. They assigned me a new mission, to monitor Captain Fu. If a young, short-haired woman appears near Captain Fu, notify the brothers in District 9 immediately. Captain Fu is highly capable and alert, so I didn't dare follow him constantly. I only stayed downstairs. That way, even if I didn't get any information, if the brothers in District 9 investigated, it would be difficult to find fault with me. As for the rest, there's really nothing. You mean, even though you saw me, you were captured before you could spread the word? The man nodded frantically. Jianlai looked at him and shook his head very slowly. Well, now that you've seen me, I can't let you go and give you the chance to tip off Zhou Xiao. I absolutely won't tip him off. The man suddenly became extremely agitated, repeatedly trying to stand up from his chair, only to fall back down due to the strong rope. From the moment I received this mission, I was just going to do it half-heartedly. Please trust me. Oh, you don't want to go to District 19 anymore? I was just trying to trick you. District 19 is nothing special. Someone like me, with no money and no connections, would be enslaved if I went in. How could I possibly have a chance at a better life? I was deceived before, thinking District 19 was more attractive. But when I met someone from District 19 a while ago, I realized that life is hard for the lower classes everywhere. At least I lived in District 13, for so long I'm used to it. I don't really want to go to District 19. I'm just afraid that if I disobey, Zhou Zhao's men will kill me. Please, please spare me. I promise I won't reveal your secrets. The secret? Fu Kanwen glanced at the communicator on his wrist, his voice flat. Sun Yan, right? He's in charge of quality control at the sales fluid factory, and a team leader with 3 or 5 people under him. It sounds like he's doing quite well in District 13, so he shouldn't be so depressed. Captain Fu, do you know me? No. Fu Kanwen displayed the communicator screen. Just a few tricks. Jianlai stepped closer. Sun Yan, at least give us some valuable information. Otherwise, why would we trust you? Letting you leave would do us no good. To make a deal, you have to offer something that will tempt the other party. Jianlai had already guessed most of what Sun Yan had said. District 19 has planted spies in District 13. Sun Yan spoke quickly, fearing Jianlai would throw him to Fu Kanwen. I don't know much, but Captain Fu might already know. District 19 has been committed to space exploration and genetic modification programs for years, and that's common knowledge. But I know something you probably don't. The origin of the pseudo-humans is a parasite called the red dragonfly that infests humans, turning them into its puppets. The red dragonfly and the dark amber appeared together. They'd both come from outer space. Chapter 97. You know about dark amber. Jianlai said with certainty. This gave Sun Yan's words a bit more credibility. Sun Yan smiled wryly. I overheard it, too. You might not believe it, but the origin of the current pseudo-humans is related to dark amber. Like dark amber, it originally came from an alien planet, which later met its end, just like Earth today. When humans mined dark amber, they inadvertently brought the red dragonflies trapped inside back to Earth. What else? Jianlai pressed. I really don't know anything else. Zhou Zhao has been working for the people of District 19 from the beginning. Even if you kill me, he sends someone else. Why don't you keep me? I work for you. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen exchanged glances, narrowed their eyes, and asked, who else is Zhou Zhao's man? Sun Yan paused, then closed his eyes, as if to burn his boats. With a determined heart, he said, I only know that Zhou Jiahao, the plantation's cook, is Zhou Zhao's man. He's my superior. I usually pass on information to him, and he's the one who assigns me tasks. But saying he's Zhou Zhao's man might be inaccurate. He doesn't usually speak to him with much respect. I suspect he might be someone sent from District 19. Okay. Let's verify it. If it's true, I might consider letting you go. Before Sun Yan could rejoice, Jianlai called out, Bubu. Here. Bubu answered loudly, skillfully stepping forward and giving Sun Yan another blow. He immediately dropped his head and fell unconscious. Jianlai frowned. Actually, there's sedatives in that drawer over there. Next time you inject him, don't hit him on the head all the time. If he turns him into a moron, there's nothing you can ask him. Bubu scratched his head. Okay. Fu Kanwen breathed a sigh of relief, his lips curled up slightly. He then went into the bathroom to wash his face with cold water. He forced himself to stay awake. Let's go to the plantation to find Zhou Jiahao. Jianlai looked at the bruises under his eyes and hesitated. Is this okay? How about you rest a bit before we talk? Fu Kanwen waved his hand. This is nothing. I've been through far more tiring zombie battles before. If we're late, and Zhou Jiahao realizes Sun Yan has been captured and tries to escape, it'd be troublesome. Fu Kanwen casually said the word zombie. Jianlai paused, her face stiffening. It was then that he belatedly remembered that he had previously glanced at Jiang Xuezhen's research journal, and that the source of the zombie virus came from his research. Fu Kanwen was silent for a moment. He extended his good right hand, patted Jianlai's shoulder, and said nonchalantly, let's go. Or do you think you need to whisper in my ear for such a small matter? Can't I just volunteer to serve my white moonlight? Jianlai's silence even overshadowed her shame. However, Fu Kanwen meant well, and it would have been awkward for her to refuse. She blinked, instantly transforming back into a snow leopard. Let's go! Fu Kanwen watched Jianlai, who had instantly transformed back into his snow leopard form. A hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. But when he thought of the dire situation, the smile froze. He turned and opened the door, leading the way while recounting everything that had happened in District 13 since he had been called away last night. After all the commotion last night, the streets were still thronged with people. Soldiers' faces were heavy as they placed conspicuous seals on every house. Until they could find a way to perfectly distinguish the pseudo-humans from humans, they could only resort to the old method of screening them by scratching their wounds to see how they healed. Those who passed the initial screening would then be sent to a research base for head scans. Only those who passed both tests could be barely recognized as human. The air was thick with unease. After a night of tossing and turning, everyone was exhausted. The slightest noise, even a cough, would send the streetwalkers into a state of panic. They say these pseudo-humans have evolved, that a simple scratch can't even distinguish them? It's over. How are we going to live like this? It feels like these pseudo-humans are even harder to catch than the zombies back then. What sin have I committed that has me experiencing both now? God, why don't you just take them all away in one go and save me this torture? The panic spread through the crowd, unstoppable. Fu Kanwen walked aside with Snow Leopard and explained quickly, his voice low, last night, the army started the cleanup. They cleared out the troops first before checking the residents. The soldiers responsible for the inspection were few, and the procedures were complicated. Many people waited all night for their turn, and initially complained. A pseudo-human lurking in the back suddenly attacked, and was restrained by the soldiers. People realized that the pseudo-humans had indeed evolved, and only then did they cooperate with the inspection. To ensure that every pseudo-human in District 13 was caught, this panic was disregarded. Last night, the old man held a meeting with senior officials. Ultimately, they decided to lay the current situation bare. We won't disclose it publicly, but we won't hide it either. Completely blockade District 13 and exterminate the fakes. The fakes have been lurking in District 13 for so long. They're definitely not new. I'm afraid they've gotten smarter since the last crackdown and are hiding even deeper than before. This isn't a solution. We must find an opportunity to uncover their purpose in lurking in District 13. Only then will we have a chance to eradicate them once and for all. Snow Leopard nodded and growled. Jianlai fully understood this approach. Under the current circumstances, the full cooperation of all District 13 residents is needed, temporarily enduring the inconvenience of the blockade, so that every fake can be safely exterminated. Continuing to conceal the truth will only allow the fakes to take advantage and provoke public resentment towards the authorities. But explaining the situation clearly will earn the public's understanding and cooperation. One man and one leopard swiftly navigated the uneasy streets, arriving unimpeded at the plantation. The plantation is a vital source of food for District 13, and even during martial law, operations cannot be completely halted. The appearance of Fu Kanwen and Snow Leopard caused a small disturbance. There was a commotion, but Captain Dawn's identity and the exhaustion of searching for fake people all night were enough to force everyone to suppress their curiosity and continue working. Only when they occasionally passed a Snow Leopard, they couldn't help but tense up and avoid it, fearing that the magnificent Snow Leopard would get impatient with its mission and suddenly attack them. Finding Zhou Jiahao was easy. Fu Kanwen only mentioned it, and someone immediately pointed the way. Dawn's captain personally brought a Snow Leopard to find Zhou Jiahao during this sensitive period. Even the most obtuse person immediately realized that there might be something fishy about this Zhou Jiahao. One woman couldn't help but lean over to Fu Kanwen and whispered, "Captain Fu, that little Zhou, is he a fake person?" Fu Kanwen didn't answer directly, but soothingly said, "It's hard to say. I go check it out first. Annie, don't worry. There are military patrols everywhere now. Even if there are fake people, they won't cause any major trouble. But if you see anyone acting strangely, please report it to the military. We be fine in District 13. Andy grinned. Well, of course I trust the authorities. This time, the authorities haven't suppressed the news. They must be confident. The last time we cleared out the fake people, we did it with great efficiency and without any problems. It was even smoother than the zombie cleanup before. I'm sure there won't be any problems this time either. Thank you for your trust, Auntie. I'd be there. Okay. Following the Auntie's directions, Fu Kanwen and Snow Leopard arrived at the cafeteria's kitchen. Before Fu Kanwen could ask who Zhou Jiahao was, Jianlai locked eyes with the man distributing nutritious rice porridge. He must have just been checked out. There was a wound on the back of his hand, and blood oozed faintly as he scooped food. Such a shallow wound doesn't require a pseudo-human's abilities. Even an ordinary person would have stopped the bleeding long ago. This person is either deliberately controlling the wound's healing, or their platelet count is so low that even a small wound can't stop bleeding. The Snow Leopard growled, full of intimidation. Everyone in the kitchen shuddered, except the man distributing the nutrient paste, who remained motionless. Great, even more suspicious, Jianlai leaped in front of the man, and the kitchen staff immediately scattered. The man threw the iron spoon back into the bucket, a look of fear on his face, and fled with the others, only to be tackled to the ground by the snow leopard. The soldiers on guard quickly drew their rifles and surrounded him. Fu Kanwen immediately shouted, "Don't hurt the snow leopard. It's on a dawn capture mission. We're looking for Zhou Jiahao. Does anyone know where he is?" The man pinned to the ground by the snow leopard trembled. I'm Zhou Jiahao. What can I do for you?" "Captain Fu, this leopard, can you please?" "Trouble." Fu Kanwen interrupted, "We're not looking for you. It's Sun Yin." At the mention of Sun Yin, Zhou Jiahao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he suddenly unleashed a burst of brute force, flinging the snow leopard aside. Simultaneously, he quickly backed away from the table, smashed open the kitchen door, and attempted to escape. The snow leopard was so heavy, yet he managed to flip it over in one go. He also escaped with incredible speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. "But I never heard of anyone employing people with special abilities in the kitchen. Stop him!" Fu Kanwen reacted quickly, shouting and chasing after him. The soldiers stationed nearby also raised their guns, but Zhou Jiao's speed, combined with his sudden integration into the panicked crowd, made the guards hesitant to fire. Jianlai needn't have worried. The snow leopard quickly adjusted its stance and set off again, its icy blue eyes filled with provoked anger and excitement. She growled, her limbs energized, and she shot out like a bolt of lightning, even faster than Fu Kanwen, who had launched the first strike. Outside the kitchen, the surroundings were piled high with debris. Zhou Jiahao had been working here longer, more familiar with the area than either Fu Kanwen or Jianlai. He deliberately sought areas with more obstacles, attempting to exploit the terrain to evade pursuit. Bang! The following soldier fired a warning shot, glancing past Zhou Jiahao's arm, but he ignored it and sped even faster. Fu Kanwen no longer hesitated. A tiny flash of blue lightning flashed from his fingertips, then was forcibly suppressed. Zhou Jiahao had turned a corner and wandered into a pile of hay and manure, which was filled with flammable materials. If he had acted rashly, the fire would have caused even greater casualties. Roar! In the moment he hesitated, the snow leopard had already caught up with Zhou Jiahao. It leaped suddenly onto the haystack, sizing up Zhou Jiahao's escape route and anticipating his direction, then lunged at him again. As if he had eyes on his back, Zhou Jiahao tumbled awkwardly onto the ground, barely avoiding the snow leopard's attack. Though he had managed to break free from the leopard's pounce, its sharp claws had ripped through his shirt, leaving deep, bloody marks on his back. Chapter 98. Jianlai's attack was intended to severely injure Zhou Jiahao. This claw was enough to cripple an ordinary person, but even with such determination, Zhou Jiahao only groaned. The opponent seized the opportunity to grab a pitchfork used to fork haystacks on the ground. With a twist of his waist, he hurled it at the snow leopard, his eyes fierce, devoid of any trace of fear. The snow leopard was agile and immediately dodged, its head tilting. The pitchfork struck the ground, cracking Zhou Jiahao's knuckles and sending it flying. The snow leopard took advantage of the situation and crouched low, tensing its muscles as it looked for the next opportunity to strike. Fu Kanwen and the soldiers finally caught up and surrounded Zhou Jiahao. He really is a fake human. Such a deep wound on his back healed in an instant. This guy's disguise is too good. When I examined him just now, his wound clearly wouldn't heal. I always heard that fake humans have evolved, their disguises becoming more natural. Now I finally see it. Oh my god, it scares me to think about being with him for so many days, and him still distributing our food. Yeah, if he'd given us some drugs, we'd be wiped out. Thanks to Captain Fu and his giant leopard. Who on earth is spreading rumors that Captain Fu is in love? This giant leopard is no more capable than an ordinary soldier, and he's even smarter. If it weren't for him, we'd be in trouble sooner or later. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. The soldiers whispered among themselves, but Jianlai remained unmoved. At this moment, her complete attention was focused on Zhou Jiahao. Zhou Jiahao glanced at the crowd, his face surprisingly fearless. Completely ignoring the snow leopard behind him, and the dense barrage of gunfire surrounding him, he quickly picked up an iron fork from the ground and threw it at Fu Kanwen. At the same time, he leaped up again, lunging directly at a nearby young soldier. Fu Kanwen dodged the fork, and the soldiers opened fire simultaneously. At such close range, the bullets accurately hit Zhou Jiahao's body. However, his wounds healed rapidly, his speed undiminished, clearly a desperate attempt to secure the hostage for negotiation. Jian Lai, with his intense concentration, observed all this. The snow leopard suddenly launched itself, having previously pushed aside the stunned young soldier. Its thick, long tail lashed Zhou Jiaohao's face like a steel whip, causing him to stagger and his face to tear. Zhou Jiaohao could only close his eyes and retreat, looking utterly mortified. The temporary loss of vision slowed his movements, and the soldier seized the opportunity to swarm him, securely securing his hands and feet with specially crafted alloy shackles. Fu Kanwen stepped forward quickly and coldly ordered the leading soldier, "Take him back and keep him under strict guard. No one is allowed to approach without my order." The commotion at the plantation quickly subsided. One group of soldiers escorted Zhou Jiahao, while the remaining soldiers carefully checked every person in the plantation. Interrogation room in District 13. "Tell me, what are you looking for while lurking in District 13? Zhou Jiahao lowered his head and remained silent, as if he couldn't hear Fu Songwen's question. Snow Leopard, squatting nearby, grunted menacingly. Seeing that he still didn't react, he stepped forward and slapped him. Zhou Jiaohao's head tilted sideways from Jian Lai's blow, but he remained silent, even closing his eyes, clearly determined to resist to the end. Jian Lai's heart sank. Zhou Jiahao wasn't an ordinary person, he was a pseudo-human. No matter how much damage they inflicted on him, as long as it wasn't instantly fatal, he could slowly recover from even the most severe injuries. So, as long as he could withstand the pain, he could withstand their questioning. Shi Wenjing had just returned from a mission outside. Opening the door and seeing this scene, she rolled up her sleeves and said, "Why waste time talking to this thing? Do you want me to light him on fire? I remember that pseudo-humans, while they have strong healing abilities, still feel pain, right?" Fu Kanwen nodded, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather, showing no sign of discomfort at Shi Wenjing's explosive remarks. "Not necessarily. After all, pseudo-humans aren't human, and we don't need any morals." Zhou Jiaohao's tightly closed eyes twitched. Although he remained silent, this subtle reaction didn't escape Fu Songwen's attention, he understood. "I know you're not Zhou Zhao's subordinate. You always worked for District 19, right? I'm curious about one thing. You're not even human now, so why are you working for humans? Red mangosteen, oh, that's the scientific name for your disgusting parasites. Have your kind been tamed by the people of District 19? Bullshit." Zhou Jiaohao's eyes widened as he glared at Fu Kanwen, as if he'd been poked in a sore spot. He retorted sharply, "Tamed? You don't deserve that." "Oh, then tell me." Zhou Jiaohao's chest heaved violently. He turned his head away, clenching his teeth and remaining silent. Fu Kanwen wasn't in a hurry. He turned to look at Shi Wenjing and casually began chatting with her again. "Captain Shi, you're the only one back? Where's Li Qinghuan?" Shi Wenjing was stunned for a moment. "I'm the only one here for now. Qinghuan will be back soon. She heard you captured a fake person alive, and was so excited she said she'd go back and get some stuff and come back." Fu Kanwen raised an eyebrow, half smiled. Li Qinghuan's personality is unparalleled. Despite her small stature, she's incredibly curious. Since we can't get anything out of this fake person, we just hand him over to Li Qinghuan. Previously, in District 9, she was experimenting with red dragonflies, but they died so quickly after leaving their host, and she wasn't satisfied yet, so the information we received was limited. This time, we just happened to catch another one. One, with a host body, perfect for her to delve into. "Huh?" Shi Wenjing was stunned. "You're not going to ask anymore?" Fu Kanwen waved his hand. "I don't want to ask. Who knows if what I ask is true or false? As long as Li Qinghuan understands the fake person, we can wipe out all the fake people in District 13. Without the fake people, there's no problem. Naturally, there's no need to know what the fake people are trying to do in District 13. Whatever conspiracy or scheme is going on, it's pointless." As slow as Shi Wenjing was, she finally understood Fu Songwen's intention. He was setting a trap to trick the fake person. She nodded readily. "Okay, Qinghuan will be ecstatic." With Wang Yaoyao's previous experience of abandoning her shell and escaping, Jian Lai kept a close eye on Zhou Jiaohao's head this time, not giving him any chance. Because of this, she observed every subtle change in Zhou Jiaohao's expression with great care. For example, now, he believed Fu Songwen's words, and the panic deep in his eyes could not be concealed no matter how expressionless he was. The snow leopard stepped forward and nudged the back of Fu Songwen's hand with its furry head, signaling that his strategy was effective. Fu Songwen's lips curled slightly as he reached out to touch the snow leopard's head, only to be pushed away with the leopard's paw in disdain. Let's go prepare for Qinghuan." The red dragonflies can't be completely eliminated. Even if they were all dead, the internal struggles among you humans wouldn't stop. Fu Kanwen paused and continued walking out without looking back. Zhou Jiahao grew even more anxious. Let me go, and I can make a deal with you. Don't you humans love making deals the most? We're not as cunning and treacherous as you. We definitely do what we promise. Jianlai turned around and roared at him. Fu Kanwen followed her roar and said calmly, You have no right to negotiate with us. With that, he led the snow leopard out of the interrogation room without a second thought. Pseudo-humans are not like humans. In her dealings with them, Jianlai discovered that while they had learned to cooperate, their sense of community remained weak. When interrogating humans, threats and inducements could be used, but these had no effect on pseudo-humans. They tend to be single-minded, seeing things in black and white. They only relent when their safety and interests are threatened. At this point, Zhou Jiahao needed to be left alone. The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. Relying solely on his imagination would gradually chip away at his psychological defenses. After careful consideration, Jianlai decided to transform back into human form. There were two reasons for this. First, Sun Yin and Zhou Jiahao had been arrested and contact had been lost. Zhou Xiao was no fool. He would undoubtedly realize she was in District 13. Second, she needed to interrogate Zhou Jiahao in person. Her identity, as a snow leopard, would restrict her in the future. After informing Fu Kanwen of her decision, Jianlai received his support. She had never doubted this. A new plan was quickly devised. Fu Kanwen would drive Snow Leopard out of the checkpoint, then, under the pretext of Snow Leopard being out on a mission, they would disguise the situation by claiming Fu Kanwen had picked up Jianlai and brought her back to District 13. Because of Jianlai's status as a Dawnbreaker member, even within the sealed-off District 13, as long as she was cleared of suspicion of being a fake person, she could enter. With Fu Sungwen's guarantee, Jianlai, after completing the fake person check first, returned to the interrogation room. Zhou Jiahao, already impatient in the interrogation room, completely ignored the unfamiliar short-haired woman Fu Kanwen had returned with. He simply shouted, We come from another planet, what you Earthlings call a vinner. Jianlai had already learned this during the interrogation of Sun Yin, though she had been somewhat skeptical at the time. Now, it was confirmed. She suppressed her impatience, maintaining a composed expression as she calmly pressed the issue. You mean, mining the planet for dark amber? Yes. Zhou Jiahao, excited at Jianlai's response, said, We just want to find a place to live. Although red dragonflies and humans aren't the same species, we can coexist. Humans aren't the only species on Earth, are they? Coexistence? Don't you find that ridiculous when you hear it? Jianlai sneered, bluntly interrupting his thoughts. You rely on humans for survival. How can humans coexist with you? That was hunting, necessary for survival in the early days. Zhou Jiahao grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his face flushing. Once we're settled on Earth, we can survive by eating other animals, just like you do. We eat humans because they're the most nutritious and delicious creatures to us. But now, I discovered that you're also the most interesting creatures. So, I think we can be friends. Become friends. What a nice thought. Jianlai stood across from him, arms folded. I see you didn't initially consider coexistence. You hid among the crowd only because humans still posed a threat, and you didn't dare expose yourself easily. Otherwise, you'd be wiped out by humans, just like the last time the pseudo-humans were exposed. You're having this thought now because you're at a disadvantage, so you come up with this so-called coexistence plan as a last resort. Not to mention that humans wouldn't allow a natural enemy that feeds exclusively on them to dominate them. Take the red mantis flies, for example. Li Qinghuan did research on them back in District 9. They're incredibly fragile, and have little chance of fighting back against an enemy. Therefore, they must parasitize humans, devouring their original hosts' consciousnesses, and silently plundering them to ensure their survival rate is greatly increased. Fu Kanwen, your planet Aventa is already destroyed. What you need is living space and resources. You are invaders of Earth, and this conflicts with our fundamental interests. Our two races cannot possibly cooperate. I wonder if you learned the old Earthling saying, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. This saying is most applicable to you. No, you're wrong. Zhou Jiahao saw that Jianlai and Fu Kanwen refused to listen, and his forehead was filled with anxiety. Veins popped out. He struggled to move forward, but was shackled and pulled back to his seat. He could only shout, We are not invaders, we are fugitives. We have been sealed in the amber, waiting for the opportunity to find a new home. It was you, the Earthlings, who chose us. Chapter 99. It's you humans. Zhou Jiahao grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, glaring at Jian Lai. If it weren't for your greedy exploitation, how could we have come to Earth? Your Earth civilization is far superior to ours, Aventura. You chose us, so you should accept us. Don't treat us like sinners. First of all, Jian Lai raised her voice, speaking over him. You have to understand one thing. You are not human. No matter how you pretend to be, you are not human. Fu Kanwen nodded, piercing his whitewash. When it comes to racial stances, discussing right and wrong is meaningless. Survival is natural selection. There is no morality in the pursuit of survival. Red dragonflies and humans do not have a symbiotic relationship. We know you are collaborating with the higher-ups in District 19, but that doesn't mean other humans will agree with you. Every life is an independent entity, and humans have their own perspectives, but there has never been a true division over the survival of the race. It's beneficial for humans to cooperate with us. Zhou Jiahao argued, but his tone was less confident than before. We discovered that human blood has a remarkable catalytic effect on dark amber energy. This information is invaluable to the power-hungry leaders of District 19. They voluntarily cooperate with us, and we each benefit from what they need. Jian Lai scoffed. So what? Zhou Jiahao, assuming Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen didn't believe him, took a quick breath and doubled down. If you don't believe me, you can do the experiment right now. After you're done, I'm sure the leaders of District 13 will come to thank me. Really? We've known this for a long time. Not only that, I also know that your red dragonflies' bodies are extremely fragile, and will soon die after leaving their host. Tell me, am I right? How do you know? Zhou Jiahao's face paled instantly. He lowered his head, his excitement gradually subsiding, replaced by an eerie calm. He looked deeply shaken by Jian Lai's words. Fu Kanwen exchanged a glance with Jian Lai, and before he could gather his thoughts, he pressed on. What you said has already been verified through experiments. It's of no value to us. If that's all you have, we have no choice but to send you to the research lab. Once there, whether you speak or not won't matter. Jian Lai nodded. Go ahead. This is your last chance. You're lurking in District 13. What's your specific mission? What's the list of senior officials from District 19 collaborating with you? And what exactly does that cooperation entail? Zhou Jiahao's lips trembled. After Jian Lai had hit a weak spot, he finally felt threatened. Looks like there's nothing more to say. Just notify Li Qinghuan to come and fetch them. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jiahao's expression changed dramatically. He convulsed, as if he were having a seizure. If he hadn't been tied to a chair, he would have rolled over and curled up on the floor. His palms twisted into chicken claws, and white foam poured uncontrollably from his mouth, yet no sound emanated from his throat. The scene was eerie. Speak of the devil, and he appeared. The door to the interrogation room was suddenly flung open from the outside, and Li Qinghuan rushed in with a sullen face. Shi Wenjing followed behind her, a bewildered look on her face. After spending so much time together, Jian Lai had a pretty good idea of Li Qinghuan's personality. Despite her short stature, with her round, black-framed glasses, she looked like a recent high school graduate. But she was a very calm person. Aside from a few snarky words, she was only interested in research. Fu Kanwen once said that in all their years together, he rarely seen her lose control of her emotions. What happened today? Jian Lai was about to check on Zhou Jiahao, when Li Qinghuan's sudden intrusion stopped her dead in her tracks. This slight pause gave Li Qinghuan just enough time to dash past Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen and reach Zhou Jiahao. She hurriedly crouched down and examined Zhou Jiahao's condition. What's going on? Why is he suddenly convulsing? He can't die. Jian Lai, Qinghuan, stay away from him. It's dangerous. Li Qinghuan ignored him, as if trapped in her own nightmare. How could this happen? How could this happen? Jian Lai stepped forward and forcibly grasped Li Qinghuan's hand, forcing her to face him. Qinghuan, what's wrong with you? Li Qinghuan seemed to finally see clearly who was before her. Her eyes widened, clutching at a lifeline. He grabbed Jian Lai's arm tightly and said, Jian Lai, I remember you were a medical student. Check quickly. What's wrong with this guy? Is there any hope? Don't let him die. Fu Kanwen immediately stepped forward and pulled the two apart. No matter what happens, don't get too excited. Let Jian Lai check on Zhou Jiahao first. He's a pseudo-human, not a real human. He won't die that easily. Don't panic. Whatever the reason for Li Qinghuan's sudden loss of composure, Jian Lai was convinced that she was still the reliable member of the Dawnbreaker team. Sure enough, under Fu Songwen's soothing words, she finally took 2 steps back, making room for Jian Lai. 2 deep nail marks remained on Jianlai's arm, evidence of how tightly Li Qinghuan had gripped her. She leaned over to examine him more closely, her expression gradually becoming serious. Zhou Jiaohao's pulse was weakening, practically disappearing. "Get out of the way!" Jianlai shouted angrily, and Fu Kanwen immediately pulled Li Qinghuan and Shi Wenjing aside, keeping them at a distance. Shi Wenjing remained motionless, unsure of what was happening. However, the atmosphere, even the usually careless girl, sensed something was amiss. "Captain Fu, what's going on?" Having witnessed Wang Yaoyao shed her shell and escape, Fu Kanwen was still haunted. The red dragonfly is trying to escape Zhou Jiaohao's body and find a new host. They are small insects with many weaknesses, so they won't shed their shells unless absolutely necessary. It seems they're convinced we won't let them go, so they're going to fight to the death. Shedding their shells? Li Qinghuan suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on Fu Kanwen. What will happen to the host? What is it? Dead. Jianlai straightened up and announced solemnly. A crack appeared on the back of his head. The red dragonfly has already escaped right under our noses. What do you mean by escaped right under our noses? It means the parasite abandoned its original host's body and, taking advantage of its inconspicuousness, hid. I once encountered a situation exactly like this. She realized there was nowhere to escape and decisively shed her shell. At the time, Qi Ling was hiding in my body. If Jianlai hadn't discovered it in time, I might have been parasitized by it. Shi Wenjing gasped, suddenly realizing something. Wang Yaoyao's case had been a hot topic in District 13. Others only knew that the pseudo-human had evolved and was still lurking among the people. As the daughter of a high-ranking federal government official, she knew that Wang Yaoyao had died at the research base, the pseudo-human's body lying alongside that of the red dragonfly, and her killer had vanished without a trace. She covered her mouth with her hands in shock and whispered, "Were you and Jianlai the ones who killed Wang Yaoyao that night?" Fu Kanwen nodded. Shi Wenjing glanced at Jianlai cautiously and promised solemnly, "Since Jianlai was there, I definitely keep her secret. As for you, Captain Fu, you're lucky." Li Qinghuan's focus was different from Shi Wenjing's. After hearing Fu Sowen's explanation, she almost collapsed. He escaped. What then? Jianlai calmly scanned the interrogation room. It wasn't a laboratory, it was filled with massive machines, leaving nowhere to hide. The interrogation room was dimly lit and cluttered, making it easier for the red dragonfly to hide. However, she sneered, deliberately raising her voice. The interrogation room is sealed, it can't escape. The 4 of us, working in pairs, will carefully check every corner and capture the red dragonfly alive while ensuring our own safety. If we can't find it, we just take action. We won't get anything out of it anyway, so killing it is better than letting it out and causing harm. Shi Wenjing immediately agreed. Jianlai is right. At worst, we can just transport the information bit by bit, and I burn this place down. Fu Kanwen, that's not necessary. Don't forget, we've done research on the red dragonfly. If it leaves its host, and can't find a new one in time, it won't survive long anyway. Also, it leaves traces when it crawls on the ground, so everyone, be careful to investigate. Li Qinghuan hesitated, finally closing his eyes, and pulling Fu Kanwen aside. He whispered, "Captain Fu, if possible, I'd like to capture the red mantis alive. My brother is also infected with this thing. I think I might be able to find a way to expel the parasite from his body. Then, he still be my brother." Fu Sowen's heart sank. Looking at Li Qinghuan, whose nerves were tense and almost crushed by despair, he couldn't utter a single harsh word. Back then, didn't they develop an antidote for the zombie virus? Shouldn't the antidote be available for today's pseudo-humans, right? Emotionally agitated, Li Qinghuan struggled to keep her voice under control even when whispering. Jianlai wasn't far away, her exceptional hearing allowing her to hear the conversation between Li Qinghuan and Fu Kanwen clearly. She stared at Li Qinghuan's reddened eyes and moved her lips, but couldn't offer the definitive answer she desired. She had never been good at lying. Fu Kanwen patted Li Qinghuan's shoulder and soothed, "The hope is slim, but someone has to try. What if a miracle really happens? So you have to cheer up. It's not just your brother, you might be able to save thousands of people." Li Qinghuan nodded heavily, her lips curled into a smile uglier than tears. Yes. In reality, they all knew that being parasitized by the red sandfly and the zombie virus were completely different. In their numerous encounters with pseudo-humans, they had never seen the original host and the parasite wrestle their bodies away. The original host had probably already. But sometimes, people just need something seemingly absurd to keep them going. Following Jianlai's suggestion, the 4 quickly split into 2 groups and began searching the interrogation room. This time, unlike their nighttime raid on the laboratory, they could unapologetically turn the lights in the interrogation room to full blast. Within half an hour, they had located the escaping red dragonfly. Jianlai reacted swiftly, freezing the pink fleshworm into a lump of ice. Fu Kanwen, on the table, grabbed a transparent sealed box, originally used to hold evidence, and placed it precisely on top of the red dragonfly's head. The frozen red dragonfly was already unable to move, and the two of them instantly trapped it within the box. Jianlai sealed and locked the box, then handed it to Li Qinghuan. "From now on, it's up to you." Li Qinghuan hadn't cried since discovering her brother was infested by the red dragonfly. But then, her eyes suddenly sore, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Her lips trembled, and she could barely form a complete sentence. I'll try my best." Fu Kanwen continued, "I have Lu Yifan and Feng Jiajun go to your house and take your brother to the Pixia office for isolation. Just focus on your research. Don't worry, he'll be fine." "Thank you, Captain Fu, thank you, Jianlai." Li Qinghuan choked up, clutching the box containing the red mantis flies tightly, sobbing breathlessly. Only then did she finally release all her emotions through her sobs. Chapter 100. The clues were interrupted when Zhou Jiahao shed his shell and transformed back into his true form, leaving the investigation at a standstill. With no other options, Jianlai and Fu Kanwen decided to return to the apartment to interrogate Sun Yin, hoping to extract more information. At this point, District 13 was under full martial law. On their way back, they happened to pass by Lu Lingwei's home. Suddenly, a chaotic roar and sounds of fighting were heard. Not far away, soldiers were conducting a mission to organize residents to identify pseudohumans, when a pseudohuman was exposed and engaged in a fight with the soldiers. Jianlai shuddered. Studying the true form of the red dragonfly might reveal a way to combat it, but reversing the parasitism and curing the pseudohuman would likely be difficult. Even if Li Qinghuan wanted to save his brother, he couldn't risk another's life. He gave the red dragonfly a human host for further research. But what if she could capture a fake person alive and bring it to Li Qinghuan? Capturing a fake person alive would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person, but for her and Fu Kanwen, it shouldn't be too difficult. She and Fu Kanwen exchanged glances, and without further ado, he nodded. In tacit agreement, they raced towards the source of the sound. The ground floor of the residential building was in shambles, and the street-facing shops below had been smashed to pieces. The guards surrounded several individuals, who were clearly behaving strangely, and had menacing expressions on their faces, while the trapped individuals struggled to break free. Jianlai noticed that several soldiers lay on the ground, their eyes blurry, unable to even cry out in pain. "What's going on?" Fu Kanwen asked. "Captain Fu, you're here. We're saved." A soldier with blood on his face, his eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "These are fake people. We're capturing them." Fu Kanwen frowned. "The pseudohumans are powerful, but you're not weak either. How did you get into such a mess?" Another soldier nearby spat blood-stained saliva and sternly said, "There's a pseudohuman in here with superpowers. This contradicts the information they have. Although pseudohumans are physically far superior to ordinary humans, they never possess superpowers. The mere ability to heal is already a problem, but if they have superpowers, that's trouble. Have you called for backup?" "Yes, but they haven't arrived yet." "I'm afraid they're in trouble there too." Jianlai's eyes turned cold. The backup team couldn't arrive in time, perhaps because other areas were also encountering difficulties during the cleanup. The case of pseudohumans awakening superpowers is definitely not an isolated case. If this continues, humanity's situation will become precarious. Fu Kanwen acted decisively and quickly ordered, "Split into 2 teams. One team will escort the injured to the hospital for emergency treatment. The other team will stay behind to evacuate the crowd. As for these fake people, leave them to Jianlai and me." "Jianlai? She's Jianlai." The soldier with the blood on his face immediately turned his head to look at Jianlai ecstatic. "I was a little worried because Captain Fu's injuries hadn't healed yet. Now with Jianlai, brothers, we're truly saved." "Jianlai? The one Captain Fu has been looking for? Isn't she already? But what can she do?" "You're so uninformed. She's the ice-powered psychic who single-handedly saved the entire Dawn squad in District 9. "Oh, I heard of that ice-powered psychic. I heard she can freeze anyone within a 10-mile radius with a wave of her hand. Wow! Isn't that even stronger than Captain Fu? There's real hope." The more the rumors spread, the more outrageous they became, but this also had its upside. No one would question her abilities. If she had an idea, She didn't need to go through Fu Conwen, she could just voice it directly, and people would trust her and follow her advice. They had only been aware of the situation for a few minutes, which was a perfect opportunity for the pseudohuman. The pseudohuman, surrounded by soldiers, and surrounded by sharp metal fragments, suddenly roared and spun in circles. Countless metal materials hovered around him, shooting out in a circular pattern in all directions. Jianlai didn't hesitate. A wall of ice instantly rose from the ground, filling the area with a chill. Metal fragments struck the ice wall, falling one after another with a clanging sound. I'm blocking this area. Get out. Yes. Hearing 1,000 words is worse than seeing it with your own eyes. Aside from Fu Conwen, the soldiers had never seen anyone use their supernatural power so skillfully. However, Fu Conwen had always been restrained in his use of superpowers. As captain, he needed to constantly conserve his energy to provide a backup for the team. Jianlai, however, was different. She preferred a quick and decisive battle. Using sufficient superpowers to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time, avoiding a protracted battle, this was a highly effective combat strategy she had developed. Most importantly, after absorbing 2 dark ambers and experiencing several recent battles, she had gradually begun to explore her own power pool. This little use of superpowers was nothing to her. Thank you. The rescued soldier shouted gratefully to Jianlai, then continued the mission Fu Conwen had assigned him without further worries. Fu Conwen drew his gun with his right hand and fired accurately at the dummy. His left hand, bandaged in plaster, wasn't idle either. He snapped his fingers, sending arcs of electricity flaring out, forcibly forcing back a dummy attempting to break out from the flank. The dummy's flesh was ripped raw by Fu Conwen's blows, and the stench of blood and charred flesh instantly filled the scene. But this injury was nothing to the dummy. A bullet spurted out of the bleeding wound, and the wound quickly healed. A few minutes later, as if nothing had happened, he resumed his next attempt at a breakout. Jianlai waved his hand, and countless ice spikes accelerated towards the dummy. Anywhere the dummy couldn't dodge the ice spikes, a layer of frost quickly formed, invading the cold and slowing the dummy's movements. The dummy with the metal power, seeing all his attacks blocked by Jianlai, showed visible resentment. He roared, and more metal fragments peeled off from all sides. He drew the rebar of the half-built main building nearby, the broken fragments of a rolling shutter, and even an elderly person's mobility scooter into his surroundings, forcibly pulling and twisting them into a massive, twisted metal curtain wall. He actually followed suit, building his own wall to resist the attacks of Jianlai and the others. Fu Conwen. Jianlai shouted, and Fu Conwen understood. While the metal wall could block Jianlai's ice spikes, it was also a great conductor of electricity. Fu Conwen no longer held back. He sheathed his empty gun to his waist, and with both hands, he simultaneously unleashed a powerful, dense stream of electricity. Without even aiming or scattering, he fired several bolts of electricity, each as thick as a baby's arm, precisely blasting the metal curtain wall the dummy had just formed. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. So loud it seemed as if the entire District 13 trembled with it. The instant the dazzling lightning burst, everyone present, human and dummy alike, closed their eyes, unable to bear the intense light. The high-voltage current flowed through the metal, completely piercing the dummy manipulating the metal wall. The dummy convulsed and trembled violently, collapsing to the ground before even a howl could escape. The metal curtain wall, which had just coalesced, lost the dummy's control and shattered to the ground, even striking 2 dummy men who hadn't managed to dodge. A good opportunity. Jianlai opened his eyes slightly, and just as he adjusted to the light, he swiftly launched his ice spikes. With unerring precision, each icy spike struck the panicked dummy's feet. The ice quickly spread, trapping the dummy men in their spot. Without her having to explain, Fu Conwen knew from her attack that she wasn't going to kill him. She was trying to capture a few more pseudohumans to use as experiments for Liqing Huan. Fu Conwen felt a warm sensation in his heart. Jianlai was always like this, appearing calm, yet deeply concerned with many people. When he was younger, he would even compete for her friend's favor. Now, he deeply understood that having such an outstanding lover would inevitably make one follow her example, and support her in all her decisions. Having witnessed so much of the fickleness of the world and the warmth and indifference of human nature in the apocalypse, Jianlai's kindness was truly precious. Following Jianlai's actions, Fu Conwen used a moderate amount of electricity to suppress the pseudohuman's resistance. The pseudohuman's legs and feet were frozen stiff and necrotic by the continuous ice, and the continuous currents hitting the upper body numbed the body. Although the body could recover quickly after the series of attacks, all of their energy was spent repairing themselves, leaving them completely unable to fight back. Captain Fu and Jian Lai are truly worthy. The two of them subdued 4 or 5 pseudo-humans with ease. The soldier in charge of evacuating the crowd sighed heartily, looking at the two with admiration in his eyes. Saved. Saved. The crowd erupted in cheers. I knew that since the authorities weren't suppressing this news, they must have a solution. Soldier, look, your leaders have already dealt with the pseudo-humans. Does that mean we don't need to evacuate? Fu Conwen, for safety, we should evacuate first and return after the pseudo-humans are completely eliminated. Hurry! Jian Lai urged, frowning, preparing to intensify the attack, not wanting these people to remain and get in the way. However, seeing that the humans were gaining the upper hand, the crowd, which had been evacuating in a relatively orderly manner under the guidance of the soldiers, suddenly became uncontrollable. An old man cried out, breaking free from the soldiers' attempts to hold him back. Isn't everything okay? The monsters have been defeated by the leaders. Who knows if there might be more fake people lurking in this new place? I don't want to go anywhere. I'd rather die at home. As soon as the first person stood up, others followed, echoing him, my money. I haven't even received my pension yet. Let me go back! Let me go back! About 4 or 5 people who opposed leaving struggled to break free from the group. Even though the family members and soldiers nearby tried to stop them, facing the emotionally agitated and fragile elderly man, no one dared to put any real effort. Instantly, they actually broke free from the evacuation group. This was complete chaos. Even more people were drawn in, scrambling and fighting, insisting they return home to retrieve their valuables. Oh no! In that moment of utter chaos, another strange event occurred. The dummy, who had just been twitching on the ground, completely out of control from the shockwaves, suddenly used the momentum to roll away from the area of metal fragments pinging and banging. His body had recovered with astonishing speed, but he didn't intend to continue fighting Jian Lai and Fu Conwen. Instead, he suddenly turned around and rushed straight into the chaotic crowd. Help! How did this thing suddenly get up again? It's resurrected. Run! Fu Conwen, shocked and furious, raised his hand to intercept it with a burst of electric arcs. However, the dummy was as fast as lightning, and had already penetrated the crowd in the blink of an eye. Fu Songwen's electric palm strike was enough to make it difficult for the dummy to escape, but none of the ordinary people present could escape. Chapter 101. Another pseudo-human, whose legs were frozen by Jian Lai, saw his companion break free. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly bent down and forcibly severed his legs, freeing himself from the ice. Ice shards coated the wound at the broken kneecap, staunching the gushing blood. If it weren't for the cold sweat on his forehead and the bloody corners of his lips bitten, everyone present would have believed that the pseudo-human was incapable of pain. Using the strength of his arms to support himself on the ground, he stood upside down and ran at a furious speed, blending into the crowd before anyone could react. Seeing him do this, several other pseudo-humans who had been unable to break free followed suit. Stop them! Jian Lai shouted angrily, and the ice wall rose up again, attempting to block the pseudo-human's escape. However, she was still a step too slow, barely blocking the two slowest pseudo-humans. Everyone, get out of the way! The pseudo-humans are feeding on humans to replenish their energy. The sudden intrusion of 2 pseudo-humans into the already chaotic crowd threw everything into complete chaos. Screams of terror echoed one after another, like the blast of an alarm, making people's scalps tingle. The first to blend into the crowd was the pseudo-human with metallic powers. With clear goals and brutal tactics, he unhesitatingly took down the old man charging in front, biting him to death in a matter of seconds. Warm blood poured into the pseudo-human's mouth, and the thick liquid, which he couldn't swallow in time, flowed freely from the corners of his mouth, soaking his entire chest. With just one bite, as if he had taken some miraculous elixir, the pseudo-human instantly regained his spirits. Carrying the old man who had been bitten to death and bled dry, he chewed the flesh and nimbly dodged the soldier's pursuit, disappearing into the crowd in a flash. The second pseudo-human to blend into the crowd was the one who severed both of his legs. Although his lower legs were bleeding profusely, he still moved incredibly quickly, using his hands as his feet. Especially, his current, horrified appearance was no different from the other pseudo-humans. No matter how much he devoured human flesh, he still looked human. Standing upside down, blood gushed back, dripping onto his face. He looked incredibly eerie, more terrifying than any alien or zombie he ever encountered. Siki, be careful! A frightened, cracking female voice pierced the chaos. The scream came from a middle-aged woman, who, with unprecedented speed, miraculously rushed to the front and pushed aside a young girl. But the immense recoil caused her to stumble, losing her balance and falling to the ground. That single step made her the girl's closest neighbor, the pseudo-human. No! The girl cried piercingly. But it was too late. The pseudo-man instantly tackled the woman to the ground, severing her throat with one swift bite, and devoured her flesh frantically. The woman convulsed in pain beneath him, her eyes filled with panic, but upon seeing her healthy daughter, she instantly turned to relief. Her lips moved faintly, as if about to speak, but the blood pouring from her mouth muffled all sound. In just a few seconds, the middle-aged woman was dead. Mom! With this cry, the young girl burst into an incredible burst of strength, throwing aside the two soldiers protecting her. Her strength was so immense that she could throw two well-trained soldiers to the ground. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the girl desperately ran towards the woman's body. Everyone present believed that the girl's actions were a futile act, and that she would undoubtedly be the next to be killed by the puppets. She had gone mad. After this utterly chaotic incident, Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen no longer had any desire to capture the puppets alive. The crowd was uncontrollable. If the puppets managed to escape again, this place would be neither a laboratory nor an interrogation room. The red dragonflies, freed from their human forms, would be like small fish in the ocean, impossible to catch. So, the two men decided not to hold back, and quickly dispatched the two puppets in front of them. When Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen boxed the red dragonflies from the puppets' heads and rushed back into the crowd, even though they were experienced, they were still horrified by the scene before them. Chensiki? Jian Lai had never imagined that the young girl was actually Chensiki. The mother who was killed by the puppet to protect her daughter was Chensiki's mother, and also Lu Lingwei's mother. The puppet bit off a piece of Lu's flesh and, while chewing, reached out and grasped Chensiki, holding her in his arms. Chensiki struggled fiercely, but as she struggled, the puppet's nails dug deep into her body, tearing the cotton jacket she was wearing. The snow-white cotton fluttered to the ground, instantly stained bright red. It was impossible to tell whose blood it was, or if it was all. Just as the puppet finished swallowing, and opened its bloody mouth to bite Chensiki's neck, something unexpected happened. As if insensitive to the pain, Chensiki preempted the puppet's attack and bit his neck. The dummy uttered a few grunting sounds, trying to shake off Chensiki, but she grabbed him tightly instead. Chensiki's eyes were filled with resentment, and like a mad beast, she clung to the dummy. Then, in front of everyone, she tore a large piece of flesh from its neck and spat it out violently on the ground. The dummy wailed terribly and struggled desperately. But he had already lost both legs. Even after rapidly recovering from consuming Lu Lingwei's mother, the bleeding from his legs had completely stopped, but he still couldn't grow a pair of healthy legs. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Chensiki's grip. The soldiers and civilians watching were stunned, not daring to step forward to help, just standing there like wooden statues. It all happened so quickly. Even Jian Lai didn't know how to proceed. Or perhaps, she had other plans. She wanted to see what Chensiki was going to do. "Mom!" Chensiki cried out hoarsely, her voice inarticulate. Tears washed away the blood and streamed down her cheeks, clearing two clear paths across her blood-stained face. She froze for a moment, then released one of the hands holding the dummy and caught the falling tears, as if in disbelief that she could even cry. The dummy, seeing her release the restraints, immediately exerted force to throw Chensiki away. Chensiki was thrown heavily to the ground by him. She wiped the tears that blurred her vision with her sleeve and lunged at her enemy again. This time, she bit directly through the dummy's throat. The dummy struggled a few times, but soon died. That wasn't all. She lifted the dummy's head and pounded it against the ground, determined to break it open. "Is she crazy?" a bystander asked in horror. "Is this revenge for her mother?" "Hey, Sister Siki is incredibly strong. Sister Lu didn't have to save her. A mother wouldn't put her child in danger just because she's powerful. No matter how powerful you are, you always be a good child who needs protection in her mother's eyes." Well done. This fake person is so hateful. If only Sister Siki had used her strength sooner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Amidst the crowd's chatter, the super strong girl Chensiki finally smashed the fake person's head open, smashing the red dragonfly inside with one punch. After doing this, she collapsed beside the corpse, as if the life force had been drained out of her, her chest heaving, her eyes closed and breathing heavily. Fu Kanwen contacted Lu Lingwei nearby. Her mother's condition couldn't be concealed. Jian Lai walked over to Chensiki, squatted down, and examined her closely. Jian Lai had long suspected something was amiss with Chensiki, and after confirming that the dummy could control the speed of wound healing, his suspicions reached a peak. Watching Chensiki avenge Lu's mother, she bit the dummy without swallowing, and instead spat the flesh and blood on the ground with disgust. This shouldn't be possible. Back in District 5, the dummy had embraced everyone, regardless of human or dummy, all were his food. But if it wasn't a dummy, could Shinseki, a non-powered person, really have the strength to kill a dummy with her bare hands? The possibility was too low. Jianlai was almost certain that Shinseki's strange strength was due to the dummy improving the original owner's physique. When they first rescued her in District 9, she had already killed this body's biological father. At the time, they thought she'd become autistic and aphasic after suffering a major setback. Now thinking about it, perhaps it was because she hadn't yet learned to speak. So, by then, she already learned to control her body, preventing it from healing too quickly like the other pseudo-humans, which would have aroused suspicion. She succeeded, and with it, she managed to conceal her identity. But what exactly was Shinseki trying to do by lurking in the Dawnbreaker team member's home? Just as she was thinking about this, Lu Lingwei, who had been on duty on another street and had received the tragic news, arrived. She pushed through the crowd and rushed to the center. Seeing the horrific scene, combined with what Fu Kanwen had told her, she instantly understood what had happened. Lu Lingwei fell to her knees beside her mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon hearing Lu Lingwei's grief-stricken voice, Shinseki immediately struggled to her feet. She looked at her with a complex expression, unable to speak, "Mom. She was protecting me." Lu Lingwei wiped the tears from her face, then noticed that Shinseki beside her was also in a state of disarray, her face and clothes covered in blood. She immediately examined her, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she confirmed that Shinseki had no fatal injuries. Without hesitation, she embraced her, saying, "This isn't your fault. The fault lies with the fake people. I'm glad you're okay. Mom, she sees you're safe in heaven, and she won't regret her decision." Despite her words of comfort, Lu Lingwei's grief over her mother's loss overwhelmed her. She had a sullen nature, and often when the Dawn team members joked, she didn't understand what they were saying and could only giggle along. As a child, she was teased by her playmates for her simple and honest nature. In the end, her slow-witted nature had put her in danger several times, but her mother always gently comforted her. There are so many people on Earth, and everyone is different. Her precious daughter, Lu Lingwei, is kind, generous, and capable. She is already the best woman in the world, and there's no need to force herself to be what others like. Now, she has found the Dawn team, who treat her like family, but her mother is irreplaceable. Lu Lingwei's cries were heartbreaking. Fu Kanwen continued to arrange the work, while Jianlai stood quietly by, watching Shinseki. Shinseki noticed Jianlai's gaze on her, and without hesitation, she stared blankly at her mother's body on the ground. Listening to Lu Lingwei's hoarse cries, the confusion and pain in her eyes gradually turned to determination. "Sister." She was held tightly in Lu Lingwei's arms, her voice still hoarse. Just now, they all wanted to go back and get something, and Mom wanted to too. I said I'd go, and I'm a fast runner. But she was afraid I'd be in danger, so she rushed over anyway. If only I listened to her. Lu Lingwei said nothing. Shinseki pushed her arms away and stood up. Her face, smeared with blood and tears, was expressionless, and her tone was very calm. "Mom got into trouble because of me. I have to go and get this debt back. If it weren't for that fake person with superpowers who started this trouble, none of this would have happened. Sister, you stay here. I can find that fake person, and I'm going to avenge Mom. What can you do? Stop messing around. Listen to me. We sisters will live a good life from now on, and neither of us should do anything stupid. I can find him. Sister, trust me." Lu Lingwei was stunned. Looking at her sister, who seemed like a completely different person, an inexplicable strange feeling washed over her. She frowned and stood up. "Where's he? I go with you." Jianlai knew Lu Lingwei had no hope that Shinseki would find the fake person. She said this simply because she was worried Shinseki might meet with misfortune if she went on her own to seek revenge. However, knowing Shinseki's identity, she wanted to see if she could actually find the fake person with the metal powers. Or was she trying to trick Lu Lingwei into leaving and then attack her? Shinseki looked different from the other fake people. While she wasn't sure what her purpose was in hiding, perhaps she could extract some information about the Qilong, such as whether Li Qingwan's brother, parasitized by the Qilong, could be saved. Jianlai patted Fu Songwen's hand, signaling him to quickly send someone to bring the captured Qilong to Li Qinghuan. Then, stepping forward, she said in a deep voice, "We go with you." After hearing Jianlai's words, Lu Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured, as if she had found her anchor. With Jianlai and Fu Kanwen by their side, their chances of success were undoubtedly maximized. Thank you. Chapter 102. Shinseki wasn't surprised by their pursuit. Or rather, she didn't care. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if sensing something. When she opened her eyes again, she determined the direction the pseudo-human had fled, and the next moment, she shot out like a bolt of lightning. Her speed was incredibly fast, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lu Lingwei gritted her teeth and managed to keep up. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen followed them at a moderate pace. Jianlai initially thought Shinseki was taking a deep breath to sniff out the pseudo-human scent, but once she had identified her target, she didn't pause, clearly locked onto it. Perhaps the pseudo-humans had a special way of identifying each other. Crossing the deserted streets, the four of them arrived in front of a residential building. The building had been temporarily sealed off, and the residents had gone to the medical center for examination. In the open space in front of the building lay a body, gnawed beyond recognition. Lu Lingwei forced herself to endure the discomfort, and went forward to examine the corpse. The body was turned over, and the face was no longer visible. Jianlai narrowed her eyes, scanning the scars on the corpse, confirming, this is the pseudo-human with metal powers from earlier. The corpse's clothing was familiar to her, even the scorched edges from the lightning matched. Lu Lingwei looked up, a complex expression on her face. Is he dead? Jianlai met her gaze, and calmly shook his head. No, he escaped. Fu Kanwen explained to Lu Lingwei the previous encounter with Wang Yaoyao and Zhou Jiahao shedding their shells, then showed her the chopped-up head of the corpse. The original body escaped. Normally, even in evacuated residential buildings, there would be 2 soldiers guarding the downstairs to prevent pseudo-humans from sneaking in. Jianlai understood. He feared the fake person had escaped here, attacked the 2 soldiers on duty, and then assumed a new body. Fearing pursuit, he casually took a few bites of this original body, then fled with another soldier in tow. Lu Lingwei's eyes flushed red. Does that mean he's escaped again? No. Jianlai spoke, and everyone looked at her. Her tone remained calm, yet with a convincing certainty. The military has detailed records of each soldier's position in which building, and when they rotate with whom. We just need to identify the 2 soldiers assigned to this building during this time. Fu Kanwen nodded. He had already urgently contacted the military via communicator to obtain the duty roster. He's upstairs, Shinseki suddenly said, with conviction. How did you know? Lu Lingwei hurriedly grabbed Shinseki, who was about to rush back upstairs. Wait a minute, just wait for Captain Fu to confirm. Don't do anything rash. Jianlai, since Shinseki said she's upstairs, then she must be there. What do you mean? Lu Lingwei was stunned. Jianlai looked at Shinseki, who happened to be looking back. Under Jianlai's penetrating gaze, she had nothing to hide and frankly admitted, because he and I are of the same kind. People of our kind can sense high-frequency sound waves emitted by each other, which humans can't hear. Seki, what are you talking about? What do you mean you're of the same kind? How can you, and that damn pseudo-human be of the same kind? Although he looks exactly like a human, they're no longer human. It's the bugs in their brains that are controlling their bodies. Shinseki calmly dropped a bombshell. Lu Lingwei, disbelieving, let go of her hand and took a step back. Her gaze darted back and forth between Shinseki and Jianlai's faces, both of them unusually calm. This calmness nearly drove her mad. Silence was the best answer. Are you a fake person too? Jianlai remembered this as the first time Lu Lingwei had spoken so harshly. Pain and anger once again filled her eyes. Why are you lurking around me and my mom? My mom? Is my mom? No. Shinseki hurriedly interrupted Lu Lingwei's speculation, her eyes filled with pain. She spoke rapidly. Sister, I'm not like those people. She said this, but she didn't dare look up at Lu Lingwei. She feared seeing disappointment, even hatred in her eyes. When had she ever experienced such a complex emotion before? Fake people only fear 2 things, being exposed and not having enough to eat. It was Lu's mother and Lu Lingwei who taught her what family meant, what concern meant, and what heartache meant. Shinseki turned away, unable even to face Lu Lingwei, fearing she might accidentally meet her gaze. No matter what you think, I will always treat you as my sister. Now I'm going to avenge my mother. That person is hiding upstairs. With that, she no longer hesitated, and regardless of what the other 3 people thought of her, she rushed into the building without hesitation. Lu Lingwei stood there in a daze, the overwhelming onslaught of information making it almost impossible to think, her head threatening to explode. The sister she had picked up in District 9 was actually a pseudo-human? That sensible, obedient, taciturn, and immensely powerful sister was actually a bug that had taken over a human body? This was ridiculous. Fu Kanwen patted her on the shoulder and said, "Follow me." We asked Shinseki about the details later. Jianlai had already followed Shinseki up the stairs. The residents had already been taken away by soldiers for testing, and the corridor was dim and silent. But even with Jianlai's keen sense of smell, she could still detect a faint scent of blood. With the scent of blood as a guide, she didn't need Shinseki to lead the way. Jianlai didn't trust any fake people, including Shinseki. This was a perfect moment to observe Shinseki, so she didn't speed up, but continued to follow closely behind her. Shinseki, without a pause, headed straight for the third floor. At that moment, a seemingly unremarkable young woman, who had just run down the stairs, bumped into Shinseki, who was rushing in front. The woman glanced at Shinseki and Jianlai, her eyes calm. "Are you also from this building? It's been sealed off by the military, and everyone inside is getting tested. Why are you running into the building instead of joining the main force?" Shinseki ignored her and grabbed the woman's arm, stopping her. "What are you doing? I got up late, so I missed the main force, and now I'm in a hurry to get tested. Please don't stop me." Shinseki ignored her and exerted force, twisting the woman's arm in half. The woman cried out in pain, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. She slapped Shinseki's shoulder, ignoring the excruciating pain of her broken arm, desperately pushing past Shinseki and Jianlai and running downstairs. Her strength was so immense that Jianlai stumbled and nearly fell down the stairs. Shinseki's reaction was even more pronounced than hers. She took the woman's blow head-on, her shoulder blade snapping with a crack. But even so, she gritted her teeth, rushed forward, and grasped the woman's broken arm with her other hand, her nails digging into her flesh, practically piercing through her clothes. "It's her! Don't let her get away!" Shinseki growled at Lu Lingwei and Fu Kanwen, who had just come up from downstairs. "Sister, she's the fake person from before. Trust me." Jianlai had barely regained her balance when she unleashed her power, spreading thrust across the dark, damp corridor. District 13 had recently experienced a significant drop in temperature, and once formed, this ice wouldn't melt easily. "Be careful, her ability might be fire," Fu Kanwen warned urgently. Jianlai understood that Fu Kanwen had just checked the information of the soldiers on duty downstairs, and had also checked the information of the metal-powered user who had been parasitized. He must have learned about the pseudo-human parasitizing its original host, and guessed that its ability was related to the original host's body, so he warned her. She immediately withdrew her hand, but it was too late. A raging flame had already erupted in the woman's palm, counteracting the ice Jianlai had created. The ice, meeting the fire, instantly boiled, transforming into steam. The ice was extremely cold, while the steam was extremely hot. This contrasting climax of ice and fire posed a threat of either frostbite or burns, making the entire corridor unsuitable for ordinary humans. Fu Kanwen quickly led Lu Lingwei out of the way. The steaming vapor splashed onto the exposed skin of Shinseki and the pseudo-human, causing large blisters. Thanks to Fu Songwen's warning, Jianlai managed to dodge, suffering only a burn on the back of her hand. Seki. When faced with danger, people often reveal their truest feelings. For example, at this moment, Lu Lingwei discovered that, despite her immense hatred for the fake person, after spending so many days with Shinseki, she had long since treated her like her own sister. As long as she hadn't seen her hurt anyone, as long as she hadn't done anything to harm District 13, she absolutely could not bear to see her get hurt before her eyes. Shinseki ignored him, knowing only that now was a good opportunity. A fierce, determined look flashed in her eyes, and she embraced the woman, tumbling down the stairs, braving the surging steam. The two of them tumbled over ice and flames. Their skin and flesh burned and scraped horribly, the mere sight sending chills down their spines. Bang! With a muffled thud, the two, entangled, slammed into the wall at the corner of the staircase. The fake person was caught off guard, her head slamming against the wall. Shinseki, taking advantage of her dizziness, lowered her head and bit the back of her neck. With this bite, she used all her might, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, revealing the bare bones beneath. The dummy let out a shrill, inhuman scream and struggled frantically. Flames reignited in its hands, instantly engulfing both of them. However, even trapped in the flames, Shinseki held onto the dummy tightly, refusing to let go, even biting off another strip of flesh. The two dummy creatures engaged in a fierce battle in the flames, and for a moment, the three humans present were unable to intervene. The flames greedily licked Shinseki's back and arms, but she seemed insensitive to the pain. She continued to attack her ferociously, biting the dummy's neck until there was no remaining flesh left. Siki! Lu Lingwei's heart choked, and she instinctively wanted to step forward to help. Fu Kanwen quickly grabbed her and said, "Use your superpower." Lu Lingwei's superpower allowed her to increase her bodily functions tenfold or even 100-fold within a limited time. At Fu Sungwen's warning, she instantly concentrated all her powers within her body, swiftly rushing into the fire and pulling the two apart. The two had been entangled by the flames, their flesh tightly bound together. When they were pulled apart, pieces of flesh fell down in a horrifying display. Now, Jian Lai's eyes glared fiercely, and she froze the entire dummy with ice, leaving only the head exposed. Fu Kanwen immediately struck her head with lightning. He forcibly split her skull open, revealing the watery red flesh worm within. Lu Lingwei, hurry! Jian Lai urged urgently. A flash of anger flashed in Lu Lingwei's eyes, and she stepped forward, crushing the flesh worm to pieces. The sticky juices splattered all over the floor. Chapter 103. Seeing the red dragonflies completely destroyed, Shinseki's tense body finally relaxed. The breath she'd been holding on to instantly vanished, and she no longer had the strength to hold on. Her body was covered in burns, and her shoulders drooped misshapenly. It looked as if there wasn't a single piece of healthy flesh left. Even if Jian Lai wanted to help, he wouldn't know where to begin. What should I do? Jian Lai, let me take a look. I used to study medicine. Lu Lingwei hurriedly stepped aside, her voice choking with sobs. Sister Jian Lai, please take a quick look. Save her. Siki. Siki. She. No matter if she's human or not, save her first. Currently, Shinseiki seemed different from the other pseudo-humans. If she could be accepted as one, she could ask her many questions directly. Li Qinghuan's research would also soon yield breakthroughs. Her brother might still be saved. Shinseki's injuries were truly horrific. Her skin was charred and carbonized. The extensive burns had been neglected, leaving the wound stuck to her tattered clothing. Her shoulder blade was also shattered and fractured. A normal person would have gone into shock with such an injury. She was surprisingly still conscious, though the pain made speaking difficult. The burns are severe. There's no sterile environment or medicine here, so we can only perform basic emergency treatment to prevent further infection. Jian Lai examined Shinseki's wounds while reassuring Lu Lingwei, the pseudo-human is incredibly resilient. Don't worry too much. Luckily, the pseudo-human had just broken into someone's home to change clothes and disguise themselves, but she had kicked down the door. Fu Kanwen had collected tap water from someone else's house and purified it with the tools in his room. Lu Lingwei tore off her relatively clean undergarment and handed it to Jian Lai. Hold her down. It hurt. Don't let her move. Jian Lai dipped a clean cloth in the cold water Fu Kanwen had poured, wrung it out, and quickly and carefully cleaned Shinseki's burns, using the cool water to reduce the burning sensation. After quickly completing the debridement, there was nothing else to do. Let's take her to the hospital now. We treat the bones and apply some medicine to the wound. She should be fine. Hospital. Siki, can she go to the hospital? After Lu Lingwei finished asking, both of them fell silent. In this situation, a hospital checkup would require a comprehensive examination first. It wasn't certain Shinseki would be able to survive. Sister. Hey, sister's here. Lu Lingwei fumbled around the wounds and held her in a tight embrace. It's okay. Sister's here. Hearing Lu Lingwei's words, Shinseki smiled slightly. The smile was brief, lasting only a few seconds before all her strength was exhausted. Jian Lai tilted his head to look at the rotting headless pseudo-human corpse next to him. This body is still warm. If you eat it, will it help you recover faster? How can that be possible? Teacher Lu Lingwei exclaimed in shock. Even though she wanted Shinseki to get better quickly, she couldn't bear to watch her well-behaved and sensible sister being eaten alive. It was unacceptable from any ethical or other perspective. Even if the person was already dead. People always value burial. Even if a person was a bad person, unless they had committed heinous crimes, people often say that death is the greatest thing, and other things should be left unresolved. If anyone were to desecrate this person's body, they would be condemned. Lu Lingwei looked up at Jian Lai. Her face was expressionless, calm, as if she were saying, "What should I eat when I get home tonight?" The calmer she was, the more terrified she felt. She truly believed that if Shinseki ate a human, she would instantly return to normal, regardless of her pseudo-human identity. Or was she testing Shinseki's desire to eat humans, and whether it was safe? After all, if Shinseki could resist such temptation under these circumstances, her safety would be greatly improved. While the suspicion of her being a spy couldn't be completely ruled out, at least for the time being, she wouldn't pose a threat to humans. Jianlai met Lu Lingwei's suspicious gaze, her eyes calm. If she's taken to the hospital and discovered, even the gods can't save her. But if she can return to normal by eating a dead person, it's a very good deal. I have many questions for her, and the answers to them are crucial to the war between humans and pseudo-humans. I won't eat. Shinseki lay in Lu Lingwei's arms, shaking her head gently. She didn't frown when her wound touched anything, perhaps too numb to feel the burning pain. My mother protected me when I came to Earth. Later I met my sister. Both my sister and mother were very kind to me. I want warmth. Lu Lingwei hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks like a string of beads, dripping onto Shinseki's charred skin. Jianlai frowned slightly, but his usually calm eyes were not without emotion. Eating can heal you, right? Yes. Eating humans can make you stronger. Shinseki spoke haltingly, suddenly regaining some energy, as if a moment of light had returned. I always been picky about food, so I always been a bit clumsy. But I have 2 mothers and a sister, and they never disdained me. For the first time, I realized that even clumsy children can have their mother's love. I heard them say that everyone has a next life. I wonder if we have a next life, but if we do, I still want to be my mother's child. Slowly, Shinseki's voice grew lower, and her eyes began to blur. She had accidentally parasitized Shinseki. As soon as she successfully parasitized, the naive Shinseki was beaten by her so-called father for not calling him when she saw him. Later, under the protection of Chen's mother, she gradually learned the various things she needed to do at home to avoid being beaten. However, Chen's mother was beaten to death while protecting her. Afterwards, she followed Lu Lingwei to District 13, where she learned to work in exchange for food, which was just enough for her pica among pseudo-humans. If you can eat, you can live. Even if it meant death, she wouldn't eat a human. Simply because, if she ate a human, she truly ceased to be human. Shinseki wanted to be human. Since she had made her own choice, Jianlai wouldn't force it. But there was one thing she had to ask. Seki, if a human were parasitized by a red sandfly, do you think that person could be saved? Is there any way to force the worm out of their body? If we succeed in parasitizing them, the original person will die. Even if we die, they can't come back. Unless we can find a way to catch the red sandfly before it enters their brain and force it out. Shinseki's voice faded, and she couldn't utter the last few words. She stared wide, took one last look at Lu Lingwei, who was holding her, then slowly closed her eyes, never to open them again. Upon her death, the hideous wounds on her body, despite Jianlai's simple treatment, showed no sign of healing. As she had said, without cannibalism and insufficient energy intake, even a pseudo-human couldn't achieve this level of self-healing. Shinseki was dead. The only sounds in the corridor were Lu Lingwei's uncontrollable cries. In the increasingly cold weather of District 13, corpses cooled particularly quickly. Fu Kangwen used the communicator to communicate with the others about the situation here. Soldiers would arrive shortly to clean up the scene and resume their duties downstairs. Jianlai's emotions were mixed. As a human, she should have been happy to see a creature arguably humanity's natural enemy die before her. But the one who died was Shinseki, a being completely different from the other pseudo-humans. She wasn't mistaken. When Mama Lu died, she cried, just like a real human. One could say, except for her picky eating habits and her refusal to eat humans. Ever since being adopted by humans, she'd long been different from other pseudo-humans. She had human emotions. She learned to be content, to love, and also to hate. Jianlai had never seen such complex emotions in other pseudo-humans. If Shinseki hadn't died, Li Qinghuan would have been delighted. Because she had a new research subject. Thinking of Li Qinghuan, Jianlai sighed. She gazed through the narrow ventilation vent at the top of the corridor, toward the clear blue sky outside, and spoke softly. The voice was soft, as if answering Lu Lingwei, but also as if comforting himself. Worth it. Some things, as long as the person involved feels it's worth it, are worth it. Fu Kangwen returned everything he borrowed from the residents intact. He wasn't one to comfort people. Besides checking the situation and assigning tasks via the communicator, he remained silent and vigilant, alert for any possible danger. He frowned for no apparent reason at Jianlai's whisper. He felt something had changed about Jianlai lately. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, as if she had once again become isolated from everyone, leaving him with an inexplicable palpitation and uneasiness. He was about to say something, but Jianlai had already suppressed all outward emotion, as if everything that had just happened was just his overthinking. She looked at Fu Conwen and patted his arm naturally. Captain. Captain Fu, are we all set up here? Once we're done, let's go back. That natural, familiar feeling stirred up the strange emotions deep within Fu Conwen. Did she just say old mean she meant to call him old Fu? Or was he really overthinking it? When they first started dating, Fu Conwen, being younger than Jian Lai, often tried to tease him into calling her sister, but Fu Conwen didn't appreciate it. Young people are always anxious about losing out when they're around someone they like, fearing they might be looked down upon for not being mature and reliable enough. There's a saying, if you don't call someone younger than you sister, they're probably thinking something wild. No matter how Jian Lai teased him, Fu Conwen refused to call her sister. Not only did he not call her sister, he kept calling her Xiao Jiang Xiao Lai. Jian Lai would just laugh and call him Old Fu. Their unique nicknames were even mocked, with some saying they didn't resemble a couple in love, but more like comrades or colleagues. Thinking about it now, I miss you so much. I arranged it. Let's go back and check on the situation. Fu Conwen suppressed the confusion and bitterness swirling in his heart and nodded. He then said to Lu Lingwei, who had cried until she could no longer shed tears, someone on the team helped collect Mother Lu's body. I know you're sad, but we'll be behind you throughout dawn. Just tell me what's going on. Don't keep it to yourself. We get you back to rest first. Lu Lingwei wiped the tears from her face, her eyes swollen like walnuts. It's okay, Captain Fu. We've seen so many separations and deaths now. It's nothing. It won't interfere with your work. I can handle it. As for the rest of the story, if you need anything, I ask my teammates for help. Okay, remember to tell me if you have anything. Lu Lingwei didn't say anything else, but nodded silently. She was speechless after losing 2 loved ones in one day. Despite the freezing cold, she resolutely took off her thick cotton coat and carefully wrapped up the half-naked Charch and Siki. From now on, she would be alone. Jian Lai walked ahead on the way back to the apartment. The cold wind blew across her face, grazing her heart and lungs. She could feel Fu Sungwen's occasional glances from beside her. Given how well he knew her, she suspected he might have noticed something. But it didn't matter. Even if an adult saw through something, they wouldn't necessarily point it out. Some things are best left unspoken. Chapter 104. Before returning to the apartment, the two of them deliberately made a detour to the Dawn Lab to find Li Qinghuan and share all the information Shinseki had revealed before her death about pseudo-humans and parasites. Li Qinghuan calmly accepted everything, pushed up her glasses, and gave a pale smile. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Jian Lai. She didn't cry, didn't break down, but the sadness emanating from her was irresistible, overwhelming and suffocating. I understand. I still have research to do, so I won't treat you to tea. She said it easily, but as she turned to leave, she staggered a bit, holding onto the table next to her to steady herself. But she quickly straightened herself and walked quickly into the lab without looking back. Jian Lai could foresee that for the next few days, she would immerse herself completely in the lab. Until she finished her research report, she wouldn't even step out of the lab door, except for necessary necessities such as eating, drinking, and urinating. When she returned to the apartment building, it was completely dark. Unlike the bustling daytime scene, the nighttime silence was eerily quiet. The wind whistled past, occasionally punctuated by whispers from nowhere. Too distant and indistinct, Jian Lai couldn't make out the specifics. Entering the hallway and seeing the soldiers on duty, she knew she wouldn't be able to rest for a while. In the apartment, a white-haired old man sat on the sofa. Across from him stood another tiny, white-haired creature, the bionic robot Bubu. The old man and the child stared at each other, a sense of indescribable absurdity etched into the otherwise solemn scene. Grandpa? Fu Conwen patted Jian Lai's hand gently, and then pushed the door open. Why are you here? The old man on the sofa turned and looked at the two people who had just entered, his eyes sharp. He was old, but his posture was straight, and he looked quite strong, as if he were a veteran. He was wearing simple clothes, but they were neat and tidy, without even a wrinkle, and he was a man who paid great attention to detail. Surprisingly, although his face was serious, his words were very casual, without the intimidation of a superior. You mean I can't come? No. It's just that you should have said hello before you came. I was completely unprepared. If I had said hello, would I still be able to see Ms. Jiang? Old man Fu chuckled, his gaze passing over Fu Conwen and landing directly on Jian Lai behind him. In an instant, he transformed into the look of a neighborhood grandfather. He extended his hand to Jian Lai. Hello, I'm Fu Sungwen's grandfather. I heard your name for a long time, and today I finally meet you in person. Uninvited? I mean no harm. I truly have something important to discuss with you. Otherwise, this kid's been hiding it. I'm afraid, at my age, he might have already taken action before he's ready. I hope you won't take offense. Mr. Fu, you're so kind. Jianlai stepped forward and shook his hand calmly. You're my elder, and you're here on official business. I can't take offense. You're in good health, and I'm sure you live a long life. Fu Lingquan's laughter deepened upon hearing this, his voice like a bell, dispelling the solemn atmosphere in the room. Ha ha ha, good luck to you. The person who has kept my grandson worried for so many years is truly special. I think you're more patient than many of those officials. Fu Conwen, somewhat embarrassed, interrupted, Grandpa. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with Jianlai? Let's get down to business. You come all this way so late at night, so don't keep us in suspense. District 13's affairs are a big deal, and your affairs are also a big deal. Fu Lingquan teased, then faltered his smile and gestured for them to sit down. This little kid, although he looks a lot like you, is a robot, right? How did you know? Although she hadn't concealed the fact that Bubu was a robot, Fu Lingquan's coming here late at night and bringing it up right away was definitely more than a casual question. The people in District 19 are looking for you. It was also at this time that I learned you were the daughter of Professor Jiang and Professor Tan. Fu Conwen had kept it a secret. If he hadn't said he wanted to look inside the black box, and that he seemed to have found the code, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. Are you the one who actually knows the password? Yes. Jianlai admitted frankly. After completing the test today, I went to military headquarters. The current situation for humanity is not optimistic. It's fair to say that the chaos in District 13 is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid that areas like District 19 and District 9 have been infiltrated even more severely by the puppetry. Based on the testimonies of several puppetry individuals we eliminated, we confirmed that if a puppetry successfully possesses the body of a person with special abilities, they can inherit and use their powers. Furthermore, puppetry can unleash greater power than humans. Child, this is not good news for humanity. Jianlai, Fu Conwen and I also discovered this today. The best approach is to catch them all as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they become familiar with the rules of human society, it will be even harder for us to find them. The old man nodded with satisfaction, his eyes growing more loving as he looked at her. Can you tell me what's inside the black box? Wang Yaoliao remained undetected after being infected by the red sandfly, and was eventually found dead in the lab. You two were responsible, right? Otherwise, the others wouldn't have been able to break into the lab, let alone steal anything, even if they did. I think if I asked Fu Conwen directly, he'd still have to ask you first, and that would waste time. It's better for me to ask you directly. Don't feel pressured, just say what you can. Old Man Fu's words were polite and open-minded, but he began by emphasizing the criticality of the situation and tying it to the survival of humanity. While skillfully handing the choice to Jianlai, he also subtly pressured her to prioritize the greater good. After all, experience always brings wisdom. Jianlai pondered for a moment and asked, do the higher-ups in District 13 think the black box contains a method for dealing with the pseudo-humans? Of course not. If it weren't pseudo-humans, there would be other difficulties. Just look at the weather right now. Old Man Fu shook his head slowly. The higher-ups have never given up on the contents of the black box. Even District 19 is eyeing it covetously. Whether exploring extraterrestrial life or staying on Earth, without improving human health, the situation is grim. So, the higher-ups want to initiate a genetic modification program to accelerate human adaptation and increase survival rates. Your father is an expert in this area. If there's any relevant information in the things he left behind, it could save us decades of detours. Fu Conwen, Grandpa, haven't you always opposed the genetic modification project? Why are you suddenly asking this on their behalf? I'm an old man, I've been bullied countless times. How could I possibly support human modification? It's just that if I don't come, someone else will, and then I won't be as easy to talk to. I asked them to give me a favor and rush over. There's nothing they're looking for in there. It mainly records things about Jianlai's family. Fu Conwen was about to say something, but Jianlai gently pressed his arm, stopping him. There's no information on human genetic modification in there. Aside from some research logs, there is some information on genetic modification of plants and animals. This could increase their chances of survival in an apocalypse, maintain Earth's ecological cycle, and ensure that human food supplies aren't affected. Besides, if you're worried about extreme weather, I think technology might be more helpful. For example, during high temperatures, the people of District 9 can only survive by dint of their strength, while during extreme cold, the people of District 13 can hide in their homes for warmth. If it weren't for the fake human incident, District 13 wouldn't have had too many problems as long as they had food. That's great. Old Master Fu's eyes lit up, clearly interested in Jianlai's words, but then he changed the subject and said, since you, a young lady, have explained it so clearly to me, and old man, I won't play tricks on you. Actually, District 13 wants to advance the genetic modification program for another reason. We're worried that if District 19 succeeds, District 13 will be no match for them. Those at a disadvantage have no say. I originally didn't trust these things, but I heard that Professor Zhang's project back then had a successful case, right? Jianlai's body tensed, and meeting the old man's gaze, he answered with a stiff upper lip, yes. Old man Fu sighed, that's troublesome. Since this project has a successful precedent, it means that the people in District 19 will master this technology sooner or later. When that happens, District 13 will be on the defensive. It's not that easy. Early gene fusion experiments have an extremely high failure rate, and the resources required are extraordinary. Thinking of the contents of the log, Jianlai's heart choked. Fighting back the discomfort, he continued, if someone wants to satisfy their own selfish desires, they might be able to fight. If they want to use this to cultivate an army, there's no need to worry, old man. If they have such energy, they don't need this army and are invincible. Ha ha ha. Great. Old Master Fu didn't ask about sensitive topics, like who the only successful case was, or whether he was still alive. Instead, he laughed heartily. You're reassured by that. Also, since you're dating my grandson, calling me grandpa is a bit awkward. Fu Conwen, please call me grandpa. Jianlai felt a little relieved, knowing that this hurdle had been overcome for the time being. She didn't react much to the old man's teasing, but Fu Conwen was different. He quickly interrupted, Grandpa. Don't talk nonsense. Jianlai nodded in agreement. Captain Fu and I are good comrades, who have been through life and death together. If you don't mind, I follow his lead and call you Grandpa. Hearing Jianlai call him good comrade, Fu Songwen's brows furrowed ever so slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily drooped. Jianlai, standing nearby, saw it all clearly, and a strange, tingling sensation suddenly welled up in her heart, as if something sharp had gently pricked her. However, she didn't show it on her face, still calling out confidently, Grandpa. Hey! Good boy. Grandpa Fu, a man of such stature, naturally took in Fu Songwen's expression. He understood, but hesitated to point it out. I hope you can share the data on the successful genetic modification of plants and animals you mentioned, or, if it's convenient, share the black box password. I promise you, I will credit this contribution to the entire District 13. Of course, if this technology succeeds, the entire human race will be grateful to you. That's certainly true. I also want District 13's food problem to be resolved soon. Jianlai said without hesitation, however, my father mentioned that while the data has been saved, it's only on paper. We still need more experiments. He's preserved relatively complete animal and plant genetic fragments in his laboratory in Jingnan Bay, now known as Area 4. Many of these are likely precious specimens of now extinct species. I think we need to send someone to retrieve the samples before launching the project. That's certainly not a problem. The Dawn Squad is expert at this. The old man picked up the glass on the table and emptied the remaining water. I can be honest with you. Your father is a great man, but your mother is even more remarkable. If she hadn't sought help from the government earlier and made such a powerful statement, the military wouldn't have reacted so quickly to contact your father after the incident. With such an outstanding mother, I know her daughter will be great. Hearing the old man's high praise for her mother, Jianlai's nose tingled. Then I lived up to my family's reputation. Chapter 105. Grandpa Fu arrived suddenly and left just as abruptly. After conversing with Jianlai and receiving some informative answers, he was very satisfied with the trip. His weathered yet still spirited eyes glanced back and forth between Jianlai and Fu Conwen, finally fading into a meaningful chuckle. He gently patted his grandson's shoulder and said, All right, I gotten the message across, and I'm relieved. You young people have been busy all day. Go get some rest. I won't be an eyesore here with my old bones. Grandpa Fu stood up, straightened the corners of his already straight, wrinkle-free clothes, and nodded kindly to Bubu. This little kid is quite interesting. It would be great if this skill could be passed down. What a pity. Bubu tilted his head, blinking his big eyes, and said hello in a baby voice, Goodbye, Grandpa. Hey, good boy. Come visit Grandpa Fu next time you have a chance. Although not a real grandson, Bubu was indeed a beloved little kid. After seeing off old man Fu, the apartment felt eerily quiet for a moment. Fu Kanwen turned, leaning against the door, his gaze fixed on Jian Lai. After a long pause he spoke. Grandpa meant no harm. I know. Jian Lai interrupted him, walked to the window, and parted the curtains. She stared intently at the dark street below. Under the dim streetlights, a few patrols passed by. He's right. If it wasn't him, it would have been someone else. Her identity was clear. After meeting Zhou Xiao, it was impossible to conceal her identity. Now, not only Zhou Xiao's men, but those from District 19 were also looking for her. If she wanted to gain District 13's protection, she had to give something. Furthermore, the research she published about her father would benefit not only District 13, but all of humanity. The elimination of the pseudo-humans in District 13 proceeded methodically, but progress was slow. These pseudo-humans were cunning, and could flee or switch hosts at any time if threatened, so testing could only be carried out for extended periods. Every day, residents who needed to leave the house were tested in order. Those who passed the test received a security pass code with the test time on their communicator, while others were restricted from entering certain areas. Jian Lai occasionally visited Li Qinghuan in the lab. She admired this girl greatly. Fu Kanwen once said that Li Qinghuan, like Jian Lai, was short, but an indispensable core member of the team. Their combination, one a scholar and the other a warrior, was a perfect shot in the arm for the team. Li Qinghuan was visibly growing thinner, but her eyes were brighter. Until one day, Jian Lai went to bring Li Qinghuan food. Those were a few packets of braised pork rice that the Dawn Breakers had pooled their money to buy. Drinking nutrient solution daily certainly provides the body with the nutrients it needs, but teeth deteriorate if they're not used for a long time. Besides that, Jian Lai wanted to persuade her to eat more and take care of herself. Through the observation port, she discovered that Li Qinghuan's experimental subjects had shifted from the original red dragonflies to humans parasitized by them. Her younger brother, Li Qingzhua. Jian Lai wondered what level of pain she had to endure to try such extreme tests on her loved one. How hard-hearted she had to be to ignore the pain and distress signals emanating from this loved one's face. Besides inflicting wounds on her loved ones with her own hands, Li Qinghuan had to endure far more. Ever since she resolutely pushed her brother, Li Qingzhua, into the lab, she had to endure the strange looks from others. They called her cold-blooded, inhumane, and a complete lunatic. How could a normal person operate on her own brother and perform such unscrupulous experiments? Even if her brother had become a pseudo-human, it was still her brother's body. In the cafeteria, those who had once shared a table with her, chatting and laughing, gradually began to avoid her. A circle often formed around Li Qinghuan's table, surrounded by whispers and strange stares. At first, she felt a little uncomfortable, but gradually she got used to it. The results of the experiment were more important to her than the opinions of irrelevant people. Li Qinghuan built a high wall in her heart, blocking out all external noise. She rarely smiled anymore, and seldom went to the cafeteria to eat. She had stockpiled a box of nutrient solution, drinking it silently in the lab, sometimes at mealtime, sometimes not. Occasionally, when she felt like it, she opened a package of braised pork rice Jian Lai had sent her. There was nothing wrong with being alone. Jian Lai had once advised her that the opinions of those outside didn't matter. At least the Dawn team would always support her. Li Qinghuan said she knew, but she didn't laugh. Jian Lai knew that for genius scientists like them, no amount of consolation would be of any use when they were obsessed. The day she truly relaxed would be the day her research yielded results. The days passed like this. Aside from her duty days, Jian Lai spent all her time in the training room. Naturally gifted, under Fu Songwen's guidance, she could already shoot 10 bullets, with 9 or more hitting the 10-ring mark. She knew that with such determination, Li Qinghuan would surely reap rewards. She did too. Hard work pays off. After countless brutal experiments, Li Qingzhua had been tortured beyond recognition by Li Qinghuan, and his body's healing abilities had reached their limits. One cold morning, after working all night, Li Qinghuan finally announced the end of the experiment. She explained in her research report that the pseudo-human parasites parasitize wounds on the human body. No matter how small, as long as they see blood, boneless creatures like the red mantis can penetrate. The pseudo-humans don't necessarily need humans to survive, but humans are the most nutritious creatures for them. Consuming human flesh and blood allows them to quickly replenish their energy and repair their wounds. The nutrient conversion rate of ordinary food is extremely low, making it difficult to maintain high-intensity activities or quickly heal themselves. Furthermore, the fragility of the red sandfly itself requires it to cling to a host's body to survive, making humans their best option. If a pseudo-human cannibalizes its own kind, the effect will be even more pronounced, allowing the pseudo-human to increase its own abilities in a shorter period of time. Then, its speed will increase, its healing abilities will be enhanced, and its surface defenses will be more resilient. Breaking its skull will require even greater effort. This has been confirmed by both the pseudo-humans in District 5 and Shinseki. Jianlai flipped through the report and confirmed solemnly, "Any other findings?" Of course. Li Qinghuan's sleepless nights had strained her body to the limit, but her eyes remained bright. I discovered that certain high-frequency sound waves can cause a certain level of interference in pseudo-humans. While not enough to cause death or serious injury, this physiological reaction, which cannot be avoided or controlled in the short term, can be used to quickly distinguish pseudo-humans from humans. Based on this important discovery, Li Qinghuan successfully created a portable detection device that can effectively distinguish between humans and pseudo-humans. When the device is pointed at a person's brain, the pseudo-human will become extremely irritable and resistant to the sound waves of this specific frequency. Normal humans cannot sense these waves at all, and will not react at all. Once the research results were reported and verified and tested by the military, they were immediately designated as District 13's top priority project and put into large-scale production. As soon as the news broke, the entire District 13 erupted in celebration, and the streets could be heard everywhere, with people using electronic devices to simulate the cheers of firecrackers. Whether it was zombies or pseudo-humans, humanity had once again triumphed. As for the rest, extreme weather will eventually pass, and the Earth will eventually stabilize. As long as humanity weathers this, it will be the time for all things to recover. Listening to the joyous cries of the humans outside the building after they had defeated the pseudo-humans, Li Qinghuan remained alone in the laboratory for a long time. When she emerged, her eyes were red, but her expression was calm, a chilling calm. As the noise outside the laboratory gradually faded, Jianlai stepped forward, pulled a candy from his pocket, and handed it to her. "There's a fireworks display in the square, and everyone's gathered there to celebrate. The authorities even gave out candy today, which is very generous. It seems this initial victory is very encouraging. Xiaoxue loves this candy, too, but we never been willing to buy more. If I known." So what if I known? Under these circumstances, a candy bar is a luxury. Li Qinghuan didn't say anything else, but simply took the candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Leaning against the wall outside the building, he asked Jianlai, "Where's Captain Fu? Isn't he famous for being love-struck and clinging to you? It's so lively today, how could he bear to let you out alone?" Jianlai's eyes twitched slightly. "You're overthinking it. He's busy with official duties. Is it me overthinking, or are you just unwilling to admit it? You know it yourself." Under the dim streetlight, Li Qinghuan tilted his head to look at Jianlai, his expression extremely serious. "These days, many people avoid me. The others at Dawn have heavy responsibilities, and you've been in the lab the most. I know that, although the others on the team haven't said anything, they secretly disapprove of my approach. They support Li Qinghuan, not this experiment. But I know you're different, Jianlai. If you were me, you make the same choice." Jianlai smiled softly, not denying it. What happens next? The pseudo-human, without food or water, can only heal itself a limited number of times. Towards the end of the experiment, Xiaoxue, the insect that had taken over Xiaoxue's body, died. I burned Xiaoxue's body, and I kept his ashes. I choose a good day tomorrow to set him free. That's all well and good. Yes. The night deepened, and the chill grew thicker. Li Qinghuan's mouth was covered in mist as she spoke. She put her hands in her pockets and said, "It's getting late. Let's go home soon, or someone busy with official duties will come to look for me." "What did he do for you that you're speaking for him like this?" "Nothing. I just think it's important to cherish the person you have in front of you and not wait until to regret." Li Qinghuan's glasses were fogged up, and I couldn't see her eyes behind them. I could only hear her hoarse voice, which revealed fatigue. "Are you avoiding Captain Fu?" Jianlai didn't answer immediately. But at times like this, silence was acknowledgement. Li Qinghuan patted her shoulder and said with a mature expression, "I used to be so frustrated with my brother. He'd take ages to drink a packet of nutrient solution, and I couldn't help but tell him off. Now, looking back, I only regret it. Sometimes, when I drink nutrient solution, I subconsciously imitate him. It's quite funny. I hope you won't ever understand my sentiments." "Do you understand?" "Yeah." Getting Jianlai's agreement, Li Qinghuan stood up straight and walked out. She waved casually at Jianlai. "I've been busy these past few days, and I'm exhausted. I'm going back to rest. If you two ever get together, Remember to ask Captain Fu to treat me to a round of drinks. Li Qinghuan's figure gradually blended into the night. After she left, Jianglai stood there, still in her previous position, for a long time. The fruit candy in her mouth had melted, leaving only a faint sweet and sour taste. Chapter 106. Bubu was the only one in the apartment. Sun Yin, who had been captured earlier, had returned to his post. After the battle with the fake man, Jianglai's knowledge of District 13 had become untraceable. Jianglai had already forced Sun Yin to reveal everything he should and shouldn't have said. Keeping him in the apartment any longer might reveal more about Jianglai, increasing the risk. Jianglai stood by the window. The cheers from the square began to fade, presumably because the show was over. She looked down at the candy she clutched in her hand, her conversation with Li Qinghuan still resonating in her mind. The candy wrapper shone brilliantly in the light from inside, a fleeting glint, like her wavering resolve. The door was quietly pushed open from the outside, and a gust of cold air followed Fu Kan went into the apartment. The plaster on his hand had been removed, and he was healing quickly. However, Pushu had recently been at the forefront of the crackdown on the fakes, and as captain, he naturally led by example, having not rested properly in the past few days. The dark circles under his eyes hadn't faded, but when he saw Jianglai, his tired eyes instantly brightened. The square is bustling. Why didn't you go and see it? As he spoke, he took off his heavy coat and hung it by the doorway. Then he walked to the window, stood naturally beside Jianglai, and followed her gaze. Or are you too lazy to bother with this finally awaited day off? Outside the window, only a few scattered lights and a whistling cold wind blew past. Too many people, it's crowded. Jianglai's answer was concise and to the point. She opened her palm and handed the candy to Fu Kanwen. Leaving it for you. Why leave it for me? Isn't it for you to eat? With supplies scarce these days, fruit candies are hard to come by, and each person can only take one. The old man, with his age and weak teeth, refused to eat this, so he gave his share to Fu Kanwen, who then gave it to Jianglai along with his own. What's the point of eating it all by myself? I already eaten it. This is specially saved for you. Upon hearing that Jianglai had saved it for him, Fu Songwen's eyes softened. He took the fruit candy from Jianglai's palm, peeled off the wrapper, and placed the candy in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste lingered in his mouth, alleviating the dryness in his throat from days of tension and busyness. Lemon flavor. Do you remember my favorite flavor? Jianglai was stunned. No. I guess based on the toiletries in your bathroom. Really? What else? I lost my memory. Didn't I tell you that long ago? Jianglai met Fu Songwen's gaze and explained calmly. Fu Kanwen smiled at her, but didn't press further. He pushed the candy aside, his slightly puffed cheeks softening his stern profile, even taking on a childish air. Yes, I know. I just want you to regain your memory sooner. After all, Jianglai from 10 years ago still owes me an explanation for why she suddenly broke up with me and disappeared. Jianglai frowned slightly, saying helplessly, Didn't I tell you when I was reading the research log? I speculate that she broke up with you so recklessly because something happened at home, and she didn't have the time or energy to maintain a relationship. Yes, but that's just our speculation. And I really want to know why you're breaking up with me just because something's happened at home. Why do you feel like relationships are a burden? As her boyfriend, shouldn't I be her support, her rock, and help her through this difficult time? Well, who knows? Don't ask me, I lost my memory. Jianglai, overwhelmed by his barrage of questions, shuffled around him, transforming into a snow leopard. It's getting late, go to bed. Fu Kanwen watched her feign composure and then flee in panic, a doting smile flickering in his eyes. He didn't press the issue further, merely crunching the candy in his mouth. The sweet tart taste, unlike the overly sweet honey, was particularly lingering. Even just thinking about it made his mouth salivate wildly. He chuckled softly at something. The room was quiet, the clamor outside long gone. Bubu, having shut down his computer for a firmware upgrade, was curled up at the foot of the bed, dormant. Fu Songwen's chuckle was particularly noticeable in the room. Jianglai, trying to feign sleep, twitched her tail uncomfortably, and coincidentally, it hit the water cup on the coffee table. The cup was whipped away by her strong, powerful tail, half of the water spilling onto the sofa, and the other half onto the carpet. Fu Kanwen chuckled again at the mess before him. It seemed someone, a leopard, won't be sleeping on either the sofa or the carpet tonight. Do you want to sleep in the bed with Bubu and me? It's big, and I won't move much when I sleep, so I won't disturb you. No thanks. Or are you afraid of what I might do to you at night? I'm just a leopard. What can you do to me? Fu Conwen, don't go crazy. You know what? You used to say that to me all the time. I said I missed you and wanted to borrow the army car to drive to your school overnight. You said, it's the middle of the night, Fu Conwen, don't go crazy. His imitation was so perfect that Jianlai felt embarrassed. The snow leopard scratched his ears with his paws, and then interrupted him impatiently. All right, we're not that old anymore. Stop reminiscing about the past. Go get washed and go to bed. With that, the snow leopard gracefully leaped onto the bed, curling up into a furry ball on one side. Jianlai sank into the soft bed, eyes closed, but sleep was impossible. The snow leopard's ears twitched unconsciously with the sounds from the bathroom. The water stopped, and the door opened. Another layer of the mattress sank, and Fu Conwen, with a refreshing lemon scent and a hint of dampness, lay down on top. As Fu Conwen himself said, he slept beautifully, barely moving once he lay down on the bed. His breathing was steady and long, but Jianlai knew he wasn't asleep. She figured Fu Conwen must also know she wasn't asleep. The two of them tacitly closed their eyes, slowed their breathing, and pretended to sleep. The room's heating dispelled the dampness and chill brought by Fu Conwen, and soon his body was warm, even a little hot. Even though they weren't touching, Jianlai could still feel a hint of heat. She moved cautiously, trying to get away from the source of the heat. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Why aren't you asleep yet? It was all because of Li Qingwan's words. Cherish the one in front of you. Jianlai muttered to herself, but retorted, aren't you asleep either? Yeah, I'm thinking about something. Fu Songwen's voice was slightly sleepy. He shifted slightly, and Jianlai followed his movement, moving toward the edge of the bed, nearly falling out. Fu Songwen's arm reached out with precision, stopping the snow leopard and pulling her back to the center of the bed. But he didn't retract his arm, instead resting it naturally on the snow leopard's furry waist. I'm not coming over here. Don't move. The carpet isn't dry yet. I won't take responsibility if you fall down. His palms seemed to transmit the scorching warmth through the thick fur. Jianlai's whole body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly forced herself to relax. As she got used to this position, Fu Conwen, as if suddenly remembering his promise not to cross the line, retreated, his body and arm together, widening the distance between them again. Jianlai extended her forepaw to stop his retreat and proactively nudged forward, pressing the snow leopard's body against Fu Songwen's, tightly pressed together. Fu Conwen was stunned for a moment, then a delighted chuckle escaped from the depths of his throat. The sound was low, soaked in sleep, and especially rich and moving in the pitch-black night. What? Aren't you trying to hide from me? The base isn't heated enough, so let's get together to keep warm. Yeah, it's quite cold. Fu Songwen's voice was muffled, but his arms tightened. He rested his chin on the snow leopard's furry head. The coarse, soft fur scratched his face, itching intensely, but he was reluctant to let go. Thanks for the base's heating. Jianlai remained silent, not moving. Instead, she curled quietly in his warm embrace, feeling his reassuring heartbeat and body temperature. The room fell silent again, and she relished this precious peace. Suddenly, Jianlai struggled. Your hand. It's okay. Fu Songwen's voice was already slurred. He lowered his head and kissed Snow Leopard's ear. Don't worry, go to sleep. After a series of intense clearing missions, he was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. Okay. Jianlai sighed softly and gave up struggling. This was good. She closed her eyes again, letting sleep creep in. The next day, the cold wind still howled outside, but the house was warm and cozy, perfect for a nap. Jianlai opened her sleepy eyes, but before she could fully regain consciousness, she was startled by the enlarged, sleeping face of Fu Conwen. As she opened her eyes, Fu Conwen slowly opened his own. Unlike Jianlai, Fu Songwen's eyes were clear and bright, clearly having been awake for a long time. His lips curled slightly. Good morning. Jianlai, having just woken up, was a little slow to react, and instinctively followed his lead. Good morning. Not early. It's already past 9. At some point, Bu had finished his hibernation upgrade and was now standing beside the bed, watching them with vigor. His large eyes flickered, making Jianlai feel a little uneasy. After 9 o'clock is considered early, you little robot, what do you know? She rubbed her eyes and muttered under her breath, then asked Fu Conwen, why are you still lying in bed after you woken up? Aren't you going on a mission today? Fu Conwen didn't answer directly, but instead used his eyes to indicate a hint of mischief in his smile. I was going to get up, but something went wrong, so I just slept a little longer. Following his gaze, Jianlai noticed that one of her front paws was dangling from Fu Songwen's waist, her tail tightly wrapped around his thigh, preventing him from moving at all. No, he's an adult. If he really wanted to leave, how could he be completely helpless? It's clearly just an excuse. You just want to sleep in, don't blame others. Yes, I just want to sleep in a little longer, Fu Kanwen readily admitted. Watching her frantically getting out of bed, he changed the subject and said seriously, rest well and recharge your batteries, so you can complete your mission quickly and return to District 13. Jian Lai's sleepiness was instantly gone. What? You want to leave District 13? Chapter 107. Thanks to Li Qinghuan's invention, the pseudo-humans in District 13 have been temporarily eliminated. However, dangers and unknown risks still lurk beyond the walls. District 13 cannot permanently seal its gates and stop all contact with the outside world. But if the blockade is lifted, new pseudo-humans will inevitably infiltrate, and even Li Qinghuan's identification device cannot guarantee complete safety. After all, who can guarantee that the pseudo-humans won't evolve again? With Jian Lai's help, the District 13 research base finally obtained the contents of the black box. This time, aside from a few radicals who still refuse to give up on the human genetic modification project, the vast majority chose a safer and more ethical path, retrieving and advancing the animal and plant gene fragments left by Professor Jiang Xueshan. District 13 cannot stop District 19's choice, but it can make its position clear. If the people in District 19 develop a new zombie virus, or something even more terrifying, behind closed doors, as they did before, it would be a devastating blow to all of humanity. So, after a meeting, the top brass of District 13 decided to send representatives to District 19 for negotiations, to convey goodwill and exchange information. However, the delegation returned with even more alarming news. There might have been a pseudo-human infiltration within District 19's leadership. During the meeting between the two districts, the delegation members secretly activated the pseudo-human identification machine. Although everyone maintained a certain distance during the meeting, several people still reacted to the sound waves generated by the machine. Everyone knew that the pseudo-humans were brought to Earth by Dark Amber. As the district with the largest Dark Amber resources, District 19 naturally had the most pseudo-humans. However, no one had ever heard of an outbreak of fake human beings in District 19. Therefore, the important officials who went to negotiate in District 19 brought identification devices for their own safety. They never imagined that District 19 had practically become a haven for fake human beings. The situation was critical. Whether for humanitarian reasons or to eliminate the threat to District 13, they could not sit idly by and allow the fake human beings to completely control District 19. After urgent consultations, District 13 decided to send Dawn to infiltrate District 19 first, followed by the District 13 army. Together, the two forces would completely eliminate the fake human beings in District 19, completely eradicating them. To avoid causing a conflict between the two districts, they had to influence public opinion, taking the moral high ground and taking the initiative to make the people of District 19 understand the seriousness of the matter and join the plan to eradicate the fake human beings. Fu Kanwen was the primary person responsible for this mission. After listening to Fu Songwen's explanation, Jiang Lai was silent for a moment before saying, "Before going to District 19, I need to go back to District 4. Grandpa Fu had helped her suppress all the information related to her in the black box. In return, she naturally had to fulfill her promise and go to the District 4 laboratory to hand over the remaining animal and plant genetic samples to him. Besides, this was something that would benefit all of humanity. If she went to District 19 first, you wouldn't be able to find the lab in District 4 without me. You tried?" Fu Kanwen was silent for a moment, then nodded. He reached out and gently shook Jiang Lai's hand. "Okay, let's go to District 4 first." His straightforwardness startled Jiang Lai, a little surprised. "Why didn't you try to persuade me? The mission is urgent, and the infiltration of District 19's leadership by a pseudo-human is a serious matter. Shouldn't we go directly to District 19? After all, District 19 and District 4 aren't on the same route. Going back and forth would take quite a while. The mission is urgent, but without special circumstances, you wouldn't ask to go back to District 4 at this time. So, I accompany you to District 4, and let Feng Jiejun lead the team to District 19 first. Any soldier of mine from Dawn can hold their own, even if they're alone. It'd be the same if I accompany you to District 4, and then reunite with you in District 19. How could it be the same? If such an important mission were entrusted to Fu Kanwen, how could he handle the consequences if something went wrong? Forget it. Jiang Lai glanced at little Bubu, who was sitting on the carpet folding stars, and sighed. Let's just go straight to District 19. Don't delay. As for the information on District 4, even without her guidance, little Bubu can always find the lab. District 19 is full of dangers, and its depth is unknown. Bringing a bionic robot like Bubu, who has no combat power, is extremely unrealistic. Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen discussed it, and decided to temporarily entrust him to the care of Mr. Fu Linchuan. It was simply because Mr. Fu truly loved the little robot, and Jian Lai, after much deliberation, decided that having him accompany him was the perfect choice. Coincidentally, Mr. Fu's residence was heavily guarded. Even if anyone knew Bubu's identity and wanted to seize him, they would have to consider their ability first. Everything was ready, with personnel and supplies in place. However, one person was extremely dissatisfied with the mission's arrangements. Shi Wenjing, with her arms folded, stopped the convoy from departing. "Captain Fu, why aren't you letting me go again this time? Do you look down on me?" "Fu Kanwen, how could that be? Who would dare look down on us, Captain Shi of Dawn? This is a special situation. Everyone from Dawn has left. As deputy captain, shouldn't you stay behind in District 13? In case of any further problems, you be the sole representative of Dawn." Shi Wenjing used to be all over the place, but now haha. Then why isn't Ma Jing going this time? Without waiting for Fu Kanwen to offer an excuse, Shi Wenjing concluded with unwavering conviction, "Is it because of my dad? He's got Grandpa Fu to put pressure on you again, right?" Fu Kanwen sighed and said without question, "This is an order. Captain Shi, you must obey." Shi Wenjing rolled her eyes in anger. It was fine that he'd been secretly meddling in her work before, but now that she was with Ma Jing, even Ma Jing couldn't go. How shameless. "Wait a minute, I go talk to my dad." Ma Jing hurried forward to dissuade him. "Wenjing." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Wenjing berated him. "I know you wouldn't dare disobey my dad, but you can't bring your work habits home. Besides, being so opinionated at work is also subject to criticism. Ma Jing, let me ask you now, do you want to live with him, or with me?" "What kind of question is that?" Ma Jing blurted out without hesitation. "Of course. With you. That's all. Come on, follow me to find my dad." Shi Wenjing grabbed Ma Jing and dragged him out. Halfway through, she turned back and looked at Fu Kanwen. "Every time we go on an important mission, you stay in the back like a grandson. What kind of deputy captain is that? Anyone who wants to be deputy captain like that can be. I go with you later. If there's any emergency, just let Li Qinghuan handle it. Isn't she supposed to stay behind to oversee the production of the identification equipment?" Fu Kanwen blinked and looked at her. "Captain Shi, time is running out. No one can wait for you. Before we head to District 19, we have to stop by District 9 to run some errands. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to reach District 9 before dark." Shi Wenjing, without even turning back, raised her hand and waved, "Whatever." Jian Lai glanced at Fu Kanwen. He said he wouldn't wait, but he hadn't bothered to reveal the team's whereabouts. Wasn't he just waiting for Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing to catch up? Finally, Fu Kanwen and Jian Lai, along with Lu Yifan, Feng Jiajun, and Lu Lingwei set off. Two modified off-road vehicles, one in front and one behind, drove out of District 13, well stocked with fuel and supplies, a stark contrast to their previous disarray. According to the original plan, the convoy was expected to pass through District 9 around dusk, but they would only park at the checkpoint and not enter. After driving for another 3 or 4 hours, Feng Jiajun's hesitant voice came over the intercom from the vehicle behind. "Captain Fu, there's a car behind us." Hearing this, Jian Lai glanced in the rearview mirror and, as expected, saw a small black dot tucked away at the end. "Is that Shi Wenjing?" Fu Kanwen nodded in understanding. "Probably. Find a suitable spot in the ruins ahead, and see if it's Captain Shi and Ma Jing." After the convoy entered a cluster of half-collapsed, abandoned buildings, several people remained in their vehicles, merely rolling down the windows and holding their guns in readiness. The roar of the off-road vehicle's engine grew closer, finally coming to a screeching halt not far from them. The passenger window rolled down, and Shi Wenjing leaned halfway out, raising her voice and asking, "Captain Fu, why are you stopping here?" Fu Kanwen also leaned out of the car, his expression grim. "Didn't I tell you to stay behind? Why did you follow us anyway? So disorganized and undisciplined." Shi Wenjing leaned her hand against the car window, fearlessly meeting Fu Kanwen's gaze. She confidently declared, Stay. Why should I always be the one behind when it comes to field missions? I refuse to accept this. My dad is my dad, and I am me. Hurry and lead the way." Jian Lai gently poked Fu Kanwen's arm, pausing his vehemence. "That's about it. Didn't you already know that Shi Wenjing would come with her, regardless of her father's approval? If you really didn't want her to come, you wouldn't have told her the specific arrangements just now. Fu Sungwen's forced seriousness faltered at this revelation. Shouldn't we still be doing this? The three SUVs set off again, speeding along the deserted road against the howling cold wind. Before sunset, they finally reached the checkpoint in District 9. After the recent drought, District 9 had returned to normal temperatures, neither hot nor cold, shrouded in a torrential downpour. However, unlike his last visit to District 9, the guards at this checkpoint were noticeably more disciplined and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the story of Fu Conwen and Jian Lai, who had managed to escape from Zhou Xiao and his group of talented individuals, had spread throughout District 9. No one knew the depth of their abilities, so naturally no one dared to act rashly. Fu Conwen lowered the car window, and rain immediately splashed in. He could only speak faster and louder, inform Lord Shenling that Captain Fu Conwen of District 13's dawn break requests a meeting. This is a matter of vital importance to District 9's survival. The guards, fearing delay, immediately ordered their men to brave the rain to deliver the message. After a moment's wait, the faint roar of an engine could be heard through the drizzle. Shenling personally drove to the checkpoint. She opened the car door, and the guards at the checkpoint immediately offered her an umbrella. Captain Fu, what brings you to District 9 again? Aren't you afraid Zhou Xiao will get wind of this and come after us? Let me be frank. If a fight breaks out at my checkpoint, there will be compensation. Fu Conwen took the umbrella from Jian Lai, opened the car door, and led Shenling to a quiet place before whispering, Boss Shen, I believe that after receiving the information I'm giving you, you won't allow Zhou Xiao to attack us. Oh! What information is so important? Tell me. Fu Conwen succinctly revealed the possibility that District 19 had been infiltrated by pseudo-humans, that Zhou Xiao had long been colluding with District 19, that District 9 was the source of the constant pseudo-human outbreaks, and the truth about the red sandfly parasite. Shenling's expression grew increasingly solemn as she listened. When she heard that the entire District 9 was used to store food and resources for District 19, her expression darkened to the point of utter disbelief, unable to maintain even a basic expressionless expression. Zhou Xiao has District 19's backing. I know that. In this apocalyptic world, humans aren't considered human, I know that too. But I never imagined that the proliferation of pseudo-humans could be caused by humans. It's insane! Shenling gripped the handle of her umbrella tightly. You're right. I can't stand against humanity, and let Zhou Xiao succeed in his scheme to turn District 9 upside down. Go ahead, tell me what your purpose is. Just say it. Boss Shen, you're worthy of being the boss. I won't beat around the bush. We want you to hold District 9. District 9 has 3 major players, each keeping the other in check. No one can easily destroy the other. You want to use me to get rid of Zhou Xiao? Impossible. You just said Zhou Xiao has District 19 as his backer. I can't possibly cause trouble for myself. Jian Lai opened the car door, and Fu Conwen immediately stepped forward with an umbrella. The rain was pouring down, and Jian Lai had no choice but to cling to Fu Conwen. Otherwise, he would tilt the umbrella towards her and get soaked. She carefully took out 2 small identification devices. These were mass-produced based on Li Qinghuan's research. Currently, there were only a few in stock, so she only gave 2 to Shenling. This small device can effectively distinguish between pseudo-humans and humans. Pseudo-humans have evolved and are difficult to distinguish. It's no longer as simple as just making a wound. These 2 are for you in District 9. Be careful not to let your trusted aides become pseudo-humans without even realizing it. Fu Conwen, we be going to District 19 to deliver the identification devices soon. Do you still think you can't deal with Zhou Xiao? What a joke. I can't deal with him. Shenling sneered at the 2 gadgets in her hands. Captain Fu, don't goad me. As long as you can cut off District 19's support, I guarantee Zhou Xiao won't be able to cause any trouble in District 9. Deal? It's just a matter of each taking what they need. Shenling waved her hand and put away the identification device Jian Lai handed her. Good luck to you. If you make it back alive, the gates of District 9 will always be open to dawn, with no tolls. Chapter 108. Jian Lai and the others declined Shenling's offer to stay overnight. After reaching a preliminary agreement with her, they set off overnight for District 19 without stopping. The rain stopped shortly after leaving District 9, but the long and bumpy journey was still very draining. To conserve their energy for any unexpected dangers, they parked the 3 off-road vehicles side by side, sprinkled the perimeter with repellent, and got a good night's sleep. The next day, after narrowly avoiding a herd of migrating mutant beasts, the convoy finally arrived at District 19. District 19. Seeing is believing. It was completely different from what Jian Lai had imagined. The towering alloy walls tightly enclosed the entire District 19, giving it a strange sense of dislocation in time and space. If District 9 and District 13 are the difference between a small town and a city, then District 13 and District 19 are the difference between an ordinary provincial capital and an international metropolis. The entrance to District 19 was extremely strict. Rather than verifying whether someone was a pseudo-human or a human, they were more concerned with whether the person entering had special abilities, and what benefits they could bring to District 19. However, these weren't problems for Fu Kanwen and his companions, who had been well prepared. He pulled out the pseudo-human identification device he had prepared long ago. "Brother, this is District 13's latest device. It can easily distinguish whether the person speaking to you is a pseudo-human or a human, with a 99% accuracy rate. We use some connections to get some, and we plan to do some small business in District 19 and then leave." "So many people coming to District 19 for business?" The guard, sizing them up and noticing their simple attire yet distinguishable demeanor, asked incredulously. "Guard, this equipment is incredibly rare. It was just developed in District 13. We can't get it without connections inside, and it's not available outside. We need a few people to watch over the place." The guard looked at the appraiser in Fu Sungwen's hand, then considered the small, heavy bag of goodwill he handed him. After a moment's thought, he finally decided to go inside and consult his superiors. A moment later, the heavy door swung open. A towering alloy wall separated the worlds inside and outside. Entering District 19, the scene inside had nothing to do with the apocalypse. The area was brightly lit, with tall buildings lining the streets. Holographic billboards shone with dazzling images, advertising virtual entertainment and customized services that seemed incompatible with the apocalypse. The streets were clean and tidy, with few cars and pedestrians. It was orderly, yet subtly eerie. A large shed made of an unknown material provided shelter between the buildings, allowing people to move freely between them even in scorching sun, wind, or rain. Jian Lai's eyes locked on the large logo on the building. She said nothing, only subconsciously biting her lower lip. Fu Kanwen followed her gaze and saw the Vic logo. He explained in a low voice, "This is the logo of the Victor family, District 19's largest capital giant. No matter who is in power in District 19, the Victor family is the true authority behind the scenes." Jian Lai remained silent, needing all her strength to control herself and remain calm. "It should be the Victor mentioned in Uncle Zhang's journal. So you should change your name later, or he find you." After a pause, Fu Sungwen's tone softened. "But we're in the car now, no one can see. You don't have to endure it." Jian Lai closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she had regained her composure. She tilted her head and looked out the window. It's still light outside, and all the lights are on. District 19 is so rich. Of course. That's why many people out there are vying for permanent residency in District 19. According to the plan, they needed to settle down first, and then contact the District 19 Commerce Department the next day. The entire District 19, from water and electricity to food and medicine, from large-scale housing construction to small-scale groceries, was monopolized by the Victor family's companies. Any foreign goods that wanted to be sold in District 19 had to first be approved by the Victor family's Commerce Department, which charged a high commission. The number of identification instruments they brought with them was limited, far from enough to be put on the shelves of District 19's shopping malls. Jian Lai had no doubt that the Victor family would buy all of them and use them themselves. Fu Kanwen used his pre-prepared identification to rent a few rooms at a modest hotel on the edge of the central district. While it wasn't as lavish as the core district, the cleanliness and tidiness of the hotel made it feel like something out of Apocalypse. Jian Lai stared out the window silently. The occasional pedestrian passed by, their refined attire and relaxed atmosphere making her feel a little uncomfortable. District 19's resources were abundant, more than enough for most people to live a decent life. But not only did they not provide any assistance to other areas, even the energy they needed to maintain their luxury was likely exploiting the lives of the lower classes in District 9. On a large screen marked with a VIC, various advertisements played on a loop, promoting the rosy vision of District 19. With hard work and enough money, one could join District 19's upper class, enjoying a life of free fruit, barbecue, and top-notch service. The patrolmen, pedestrians, and hotel staff they encountered upon checking into the hotel all inadvertently betrayed a subtle disdain for these out-of-district visitors, as if even the air itself had been polluted by these country bumpkins. Could District 19 truly be called a paradise? Through initial contact and limited observation, Jianlai quickly discovered that District 19 operated a strict hierarchy. The hotel they stayed in was located in the middle district, close to the bustling area. Through the windows, they could see the vibrant nightlife of the upper core district, but they couldn't easily enter. For outsiders like Jianlai, who temporarily entered District 19, their access to the middle district was limited to the middle. If they wanted to venture into the more prosperous areas, they had to spend money. The hotel staff spoke of the upper-level areas with an undeniable air of superiority. Only those with a certain level of assets can enter. Everyone else can only enter with a special pass. What for? Lu Yifan was puzzled. The prices there are shockingly high. Can anyone from District 19 afford them? What are you talking about? The hotel staff rolled their eyes at Lu Yifan. Of course, we're going in to work and earn money. The jobs there are so well paid, not everyone can get in. Faced with the hotel staff's disdain, Jianlai remained unmoved. She met their gaze calmly and replied, "Then let's just wander around outside. We see the world." The staff curled their lips, not wanting to engage in further conversation with these country bumpkins, and went about their business. And so, the group proceeded openly according to their plan. Jianlai and Fu Kan were responsible for gathering routes and intelligence around the hotel, and were ready to respond to summons from the head of Victor's business department. Lu Yifan, Feng Jiejun, and Lu Lingwei were tasked with gathering intelligence in the lower-tier districts, such as taverns and labor markets. Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing were tasked with exploring the more prosperous areas. Using the excuse that a poor boy proposing to a wealthy woman needed to rent District 19's public screen, they sought to identify the department controlling the district's broadcasting and advertising. By the end of the day, thanks to the Dawn Breakers' exceptional skills and teamwork, they had a comprehensive understanding of District 19's situation. Jianlai and the others currently resided in the middle-tier district. Most people there earned their living by running small businesses, or providing technical services to residents of the upper-tier districts. If they accumulated sufficient assets, they could apply to move into the upper-tier districts. If their business failed and they went bankrupt, they could potentially fall to the lower-tier districts. District 19's entire food supply depended heavily on the people of the lower-tier districts. They formed teams to hunt unevolved animals outside District 19 and harvest their naturally occurring fruits and vegetables. This pure food could fetch large sums of money, but unevolved, low-aggression plants and animals were extremely rare in the apocalypse, and many never returned, or only managed to hunt evolved species that tasted average. These species couldn't fetch high prices, forcing the lower classes to remain there. Even if they took up manual labor in the upper middle classes, they could barely earn enough to survive, forever trapped in their class status. Feng Jiejun added, "From their complaints in Indy, it's easy to tell that the lower classes don't live any better than those in other districts. However, District 19 promotes District 9 as a garbage slum and District 13 as a slave zone of oppression and starvation, so they maintain a sense of superiority over the people in other districts." Lu Yifan couldn't help but sneer. How can the people in District 13 not have enough to eat? It's just that they can't eat what they want. They're not hungry in District 19 either. Before coming here, I thought it was some kind of paradise, all hyped up, but it turns out it's just that. Lu Lingwei continued, "Basic living conditions in the lower class areas aren't too bad. It's said that even if you don't work, you can get 2 bags of basic nutrient solution every week. This little bit of nutrient solution will only keep you from starving. And these benefits aren't borne by the Victor family, they're paid for by deducting money from the entire District 19 welfare system. Those who work are bound to complain. After all, no one wants to work hard to support a bunch of idlers." Jianlai nodded. A profit-driven person like Victor wouldn't be truly kind and charitable. This system simply serves to divide the lower classes and shift conflicts. Have you investigated those who don't work and receive the minimum living allowance? Jianlai's question left Feng Jiejun and Lu Yifan stunned. "I didn't notice that. How about I check back later?" Lu Lingwei replied, "I did a quick inquiry. It said that those receiving the minimum living allowance can't enjoy this benefit forever. They either die of malnutrition or are kicked out of District 19 to make room for newcomers. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch." Jianlai raised an eyebrow. Whether they died of illness or faked it, whether they were kicked out of District 19 or simply ended up in someone else's stomach, it's still unclear. The investigation here was progressing smoothly, and so were Shi Wenjing and Ma Jing's explorations. District 19 has some simple entertainment. Besides people gathering to play cards, there's also a large screen that occasionally plays movies and short films. The movies are all vintage, and the shorts are new films shot by artists under the Victor family, mostly about cheesy, melodramatic love stories. Besides, we also heard that you can rent the main screen in the Central Plaza for a fee. District 19 has its own currency. Ma Jing thought for a moment, and used a simple conversion formula. 1 minute costs the same as 5 packets of braised pork rice. As expected, Lu Yifan was furious. It's so expensive. Why don't you just rob it? Jian Lai, capitalists are driven by profit. Expensive things make things appear valuable, and they further highlight their so-called upper-class status. They don't need to make money from this advertising screen. Fu Conwen nodded and brought the conversation back on track. We also investigated. The guard changes are at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day. There's a surveillance blind spot behind the hotel that we can enter and exit from. One thing to note is that the people of District 19 don't hate the pseudo-humans as much as those in other areas. This could be because they're mostly all users with special abilities, or perhaps because District 19 officials are intent on suppressing the spread of the pseudo-humans' bloody horrors. District 19 hasn't experienced a large-scale pseudo-human invasion, so they don't take them seriously. As we carry out our mission today, we don't know how many of the people we pass by are real people, and how many are pseudo-humans. So, let's start by dispelling the public's perception of pseudo-humans. Jian Lai agreed. That's right. When pseudo-humans eat, they leave traces, so we start there. And the dead are least likely to be noticed in the lower levels. Focus on investigating those slackers, who receive the minimum living allowance and don't work. They're likely being targeted for pseudo-humans' rations. Get a good rest tonight, and give it your all tomorrow. Yes. Chapter 109. The upper class, comprised of members of the Victor family or elite individuals handpicked by the family to serve them, and the 19th district, lived a comfortable life and were the maintainers and beneficiaries of this system. The occasional small donations were enough to entice the lower class to desperately pursue and maintain it. The middle class, drawn to the upper class's extravagant lifestyle, desperately sought to climb the social ladder. The lower class, struggling to make ends meet, looked down upon the trash of the outer boroughs, striving even harder to reach the middle class. This formed a complex cycle. You said you were going to get a good night's rest, but why are you standing by the window, staring blankly? Still thinking about District 19? Fu Conwen poured a glass of water and walked to the window. The plan is well laid out. We just have to take things one step at a time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Jian Lai took the glass of water Fu Conwen offered her. She didn't directly respond, but said, "Look at this glass. It makes the water look extra sweet. It's worthy of being District 19's glass." Fu Conwen understood her meaning. No matter how beautiful a dream is, it will eventually be punctured. Besides, it's not like no one noticed something was amiss. It's just that there's been a lack of opportunity. I'm meeting with the people from Victor's business department tomorrow. How are you? What could possibly be wrong with me? How could I possibly mess with all of Victor? From the beginning, her goal was unwavering. Revenge on Victor Blackwood. As for the rest of his family, she wouldn't experience any significant emotional fluctuations upon meeting them. From the moment she decided to cooperate with a fake person, the entire Victor family was already a center of humanity. Even if it weren't her, no one else would have let them go. Victor Blackwood was the only one she had to avenge personally for her mother's murder. Of course, that was assuming he was still alive. That night, District 19 was still ablaze with lights, the streets peaceful, and there was no sign of the apocalypse. The next day, Fu Conwen and Jian Lai received 2 temporary communication cards sent by someone from the Victor Commerce Department and went to the upper levels to promote the fake human identification device. After passing through layers of security, the 2 finally arrived at the Victor Mall's luxurious yet cold and oppressive conference room. The head of the Commerce Department, Chris, sat languidly in a large office chair. Next to him was a cup of coffee, and next to it was a plate of fresh grapes. The rich aroma of coffee beans lingered in the conference room. Jian Lai hadn't smelled this kind of thing in ages. She hadn't expected District 19 to even have drinks and fresh fruit. To be more precise, it was the upper levels of District 19. Chris fiddled absent-mindedly with the pseudo-human identification device Fu Conwen handed him, never once standing up. Interesting little gadget, but hasn't District 13 strayed off the track? Didn't they claim to have obtained Jiang Xuezhen's research data? Why aren't they focusing on genetic research instead of this kind of stuff? It's truly a shame. Chris set the device down, tapping his fingertips on the table. There's one thing I think you don't understand. District 19 has always had very strict management. Anyone seeking entry must pass through numerous screenings, and pseudo-humans aren't allowed in. And even if they did, there are so many talented individuals here that a pseudo-human wouldn't cause much trouble. So, I think you made a mistake trying to sell this identification device to District 19. Jianlai stared intently at Chris, who looked a lot like Victor Blackwood, presumably a direct relative. Mr. Chris chose to summon us today, wasn't it because he's interested in this little gadget? Funny! I just thought it was interesting, and wanted to see how it works. But that doesn't mean I'm going to pay for it. Curiosity and desire are two different things. You just said that District 19 doesn't have a need for the identification device. Is it really because fake people can't get in? Or is it because District 19 has become a haven for fake people? The mask of calm and hypocrisy on Chris's face froze instantly. His previously nonchalant eyes suddenly locked onto Jianlai's face. Then he leaned back in his chair and smiled relaxedly. Provocation? Excuse me, young man, let's be business people. There's no market for your stuff in District 19. There's no need to take it in. Jianlai continued calmly, you just said District 13 should continue researching genetic modification projects. I wonder if you know that the zombie outbreak 10 years ago was caused by a genetic modification project that went out of control. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you do. Not only do you know, you're actually repeating the same mistakes. District 19 could very well be the site of the next zombie outbreak. But we don't guarantee we see that day, as District 19 has become a stronghold for pseudo-humans. It seems you two aren't sincere in your business. Show up. Chris's fake smile completely vanished. People who slander the Victor family and spread rumors in District 19 are not welcome in District 19. Fu Kanwen stepped forward, blocking Jianlai. Even as the conference room door flung open and 6 heavily armed guards approached, his expression remained unwavering. Whether or not there are fake people, your word doesn't count. We have to test it to find out. He pulled another identification device from his pocket and pressed it in front of Chris and the guards who had just entered. 3 of the 6 guards who had just entered suddenly stiffened and bumped into each other as if in discomfort. Chris abruptly stood up, causing the heavy wooden table to shake with his movement. The fragrant coffee on the tabletop spilled, and fresh grapes tumbled to the floor. What did you do? I only activated the fake person identification device. I didn't expect Mr. Chris to have 3 fake people gathered here. TSK, it seems the reputation of District 19 as the fake person base is finally being confirmed. The 3 fake people, whose flaws were exposed by the sonic interference, naturally refused to admit it and accused Fu Kanwen of slander. The remaining 3 guards were stunned, their words half believing and half doubting. For a moment, they didn't know whether to follow orders and restrain Fu Kanwen and Jianlai, or to deal with their companions, who had suddenly been accused of being pseudo-humans. Jianlai struck while the iron was hot, speaking bluntly, Mr. Chris, are you still convinced that there are no pseudo-humans in District 19? Or have you long known that the existence of pseudo-humans is linked to the Dark Amber, and simply struck a deal with them? You provide them with a base, and they teach you how to maximize the Dark Amber's energy. With his secret exposed, Chris could no longer maintain his superior demeanor. Nonsense! His face was livid, his only thought at that moment, to silence the 2 men before him. Catch these 2 rumor-mongers, dead or alive. Those who demonstrate merit will immediately receive permanent residency in the upper floors of District 19, and their bonus will be doubled. A huge reward always brings out the brave. The 3 guards had been hesitant, but their expression suddenly changed upon hearing such an enticing offer. But Jianlai and Fu Kanwen were prepared. Fu Kanwen kicked over the heavy conference table in front of him, sending it crashing down, blocking the guard's path. Jianlai leaped forward, his figure so swift he left a shadow behind. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Chris, holding a dagger to his neck. Looks like I was right. Mr. Chris, are you feeling guilty? The cold blade pressed firmly against Chris's skin, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. You dare touch me? The Victor family will not let you go. He remained stubborn. It was just self-defense. Jianlai's voice was colder than the dagger in her hand. Tell your men to step back, or I can't guarantee my hand won't shake from fear and nervousness. To make her threat more effective, Jianlai's hand trembled slightly, and the sharp blade immediately cut a tiny wound on Chris's neck. But what happened next shocked Jianlai. After Jianlai's cut, Chris's neck didn't even have time to bleed, the wound healed right before her eyes. It was so fast that she was dazed, as if she hadn't even pierced Chris's skin. Could it be? Recalling Chris's sudden and violent rise when Fu Kanwen activated the identification device, could it be that he wasn't frightened by the fake person among the guards, but rather that he was feeling unwell due to the device's effects. The moment Jian Lai's distraction gave Chris enough time to strike back. She caught a glimpse of ruthlessness in Chris's eyes, and instinctively released her grip on him, quickly retreating. Chris's arm twisted at an odd angle in the direction Jian Lai fled, his palm clawed, digging into Jian Lai's heart. Chris is a dummy. Jian Lai roared, and her instincts, born of long experience in combat, caused her to instantly lean back to avoid Chris's attack. She swung the dagger downward, attempting to completely slit Chris's throat. The sharp blade did indeed slice Chris's flesh, but despairingly, his recovery speed was far superior to that of an average dummy. The damage Jian Lai inflicted was far less rapid than his healing. Fu Songwen's sweeping kick knocked the remaining 3 human guards down. Before they could get up, he shouted, his hand ablaze with lightning, "Don't you understand? Chris himself is a pseudo-human. District 19 has long been infiltrated by pseudo-humans. The companions, superiors, and strangers you encounter are likely no longer human. The reason they haven't attacked you is simply not yet the time." Thunder snakes struck the surrounding pseudo-human guards. 2 of them instantly metallized their arms to block the attack. Though he had blended seamlessly into the crowd, he had no human education and lacked even basic common sense. The 2 pseudo-humans with metallic powers were directly struck by lightning, screaming in agony. The 3rd pseudo-human exerted force, and a violent wind suddenly erupted in the conference room. "You know Chris's true identity. If we die, you 3 won't be able to escape. Monster!" The instinct for survival ultimately overcame all fear. The 3 human guards finally reacted and engaged the other 3 pseudo-human guards. Surprisingly, one of the 3 human guards actually had a water-type ability. He mobilized his abilities to counter the wind-type puppets, and in an instant, the entire conference room was awash with water. Jian Lai secretly rejoiced. How could this not be considered a blessing from heaven? Stop them! Chris's attack failed, and he quickly approached Jian Lai again, his voice shrill, completely losing his composure. After several exchanges with him, Jian Lai had already figured out that Qi Long was likely after Chris's identity, even if he wasn't an Esper. Now, aside from his superior physical fitness and self-healing abilities, he had no other advantages. The floodwater on the floor was perfectly suited for her use. Without even needing Fu Songwen's help, she had already gathered all the water in the office and, the moment Chris lunged, froze him into a block of ice. Chris remained in his ferocious, lunging posture, his entire body trapped within the ice, unable to break free, with only his head exposed. His head was incredibly hard, and the ordinary ice spikes Jian Lai condensed with his power couldn't penetrate it. Cutting it open and killing the red dragonfly inside quickly proved exceedingly difficult. With all the noise, reinforcements will be arriving soon. We need to retreat. Chris was instantly rendered powerless to fight back, leaving the 3 remaining dummy figures stunned. Fu Kanwen seized the opportunity and summoned the 3 guards to attack simultaneously, killing all 3 on the spot. The water-based guard, still terrified, looked pale, but his tone was firm. I know the emergency exit. Follow me. The group quickly rushed out of the chaotic meeting room, escaping through an inconspicuous fire escape before reinforcements arrived. Chapter 110. The group rushed out of the building, not pausing, and quickly fled along the path to the middle level. The 3 human guards were still in shock, their heavy breathing echoing in the deserted alley. Compared to Jian Lai and Fu Kanwen, who had exerted great effort in killing the pseudo-human and now only had a slightly solemn expression, the other 3's physical condition was rather poorer. The water user leaned against the wall, his face pale. Are you telling the truth? Is District 19 already overrun with these monsters? I only heard about the high number of fake people in Districts 9 and 13 before, and I thought District 19, with its strict management, hadn't fallen. Jian Lai sneered, strict management? Ha, District 19 isn't immune. It's the birthplace of fake people. Fu Kanwen glanced around cautiously to make sure there were no pursuers nearby, then breathed a sigh of relief. You all saw their self-healing abilities, and their reactions to the identification device just now. These things can't be faked. We find a way to expose the Victor family's conspiracy, and then, if someone asks you about this, please stand up and tell the truth. Fuck. I was wondering why I've been feeling uneasy lately. Turns out it's because my companions aren't even human. God knows how much they've been drooling over us behind our backs. Chris isn't dead. He definitely sent people after us. Shouldn't the most urgent thing be to escape District 19? This place is unbearable. If the nest isn't destroyed, where can humans hide? Besides, if we were going to flee at this little noise, we wouldn't have come to District 19. Fu Kanwen curled his lips in a smile, his eyes brightening dramatically. You're familiar with District 19. Find a way to hide or blend in with the crowd to protect yourselves. Believe me, it won't be long, a week at most, before the gates of District 19 reopen. Then, whether you leave District 19 or not, you won't be troubled by the fake people anymore. The water user looked at Fu Kanwen, then at Jianlai beside him. Finally, he gritted his teeth, as if making some kind of resolution. My name is Ajay, and I trust you. I spread the word about what I saw today, but my influence is limited, so I rely on you for everything else. Don't worry. Fu Kanwen nodded solemnly. This fire has been lit, and there's no way it can be extinguished. The five of them separated at the alley entrance. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen didn't stop, relying on a predetermined route to move quickly and stealthily. They soon returned to the middle-level area. District 19 was technologically advanced and well-connected, so the others had deliberately brought communicators with them. Even Jianlai, with the help of Mr. Fu Linchuan, had obtained identification and accessed the communicator. So now, Jianlai could not only contact Shi Wenjing and Feng Jiejun's teams, but even directly contact Bubu, far away in District 13. As she and Fu Kanwen left the alley entrance, she fiddled with the communicator for a few moments, then, pretending to be on a date, she took Fu Sungwen's arm and calmly blended into the crowd. The chaos at the top was oblivious to the middle and lower levels. Everything went on as planned, people either struggling to make a living or enjoying a false sense of peace. Until a puzzled voice suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. Huh? Look at what's playing on the big screen. What else could it be? It's just old movies and commercials. I'm tired of them all. Eating melons is human nature, even in the end times. Soon, more and more people were drawn to the screen, stopping and looking up at the giant public screen. At this moment, the content displayed on the public display screens in the buildings of District 19 became shocking. No longer flashy commercials or vulgar entertainment clips, but large, densely packed, impactful expanses of text and photos. Someone, their attention drawn, read the contents of the screen word for word, holding their glasses. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What's this? A new skit script from Victor? No. This thing seems to involve zombies. This is something we experienced before, not a script. Oh my god. How did this get released? Is there a family feud within Victor's family? Or are there other clans at work? The screen, in brief and concise language, thoroughly explained how Victor Blackwood, in pursuit of immortality, launched a human genetic modification project, which ultimately spiraled out of control and led to the zombie virus outbreak in Sector 4. The text was accompanied by numerous historical photos and screenshots, compelling the reader to believe it. Doesn't human genetic modification mean that only modified new humans can survive in outer space? Yes, we're still working on this project in District 19, right? What's the point of pushing it forward? We never get a chance to do something like this anyway. Haven't you figured it out yet? Anything good is something that only the higher-ups, the Tianlongs, need to pay attention to. The more we learn, the more we feel the more bitter and desperate we be. But what if they create another zombie virus? We all live in District 19. We won't even have time to escape then. A heated discussion erupted in the crowd, and almost everyone stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on the large screen. Then, the content on the screen changed again. It began to explain in detail the origins and dangers of the red mantis and the pseudo-humans, including how to identify them. The text and images were clearly illustrated and straightforward. Before anyone could digest the information, the scene suddenly shifted, from cold text and images to a video clearly filmed secretly. The video showed everything that had happened in Chris's conference room. Just as Chris finished saying, District 19 is strictly managed, pseudo-humans cannot enter, the pseudo-human identification device activated, and the scene erupted in chaos. There was even a close-up of the wound on Chris's neck that had healed rapidly after being kidnapped, with a bold caption, "No wonder you're not afraid of pseudo-humans." It turns out Chris himself is a pseudo-human. At this moment, everyone watching was stunned. They finally realized that this wasn't a film or a prank, this was real. However, after the shock wore off, a deeper chill ran down everyone's spine. The 19th district they were currently in was the absolute domain of the Victor family. What would happen if they opposed Victor's stance? The square was completely silent. No one dared to speak out, and even cursed inwardly, fearing someone might overhear and inform in exchange for a reward. Now was the time for the Dawn team, mingling in the crowd, to strike. Jianlai tightened his grip on Fu Sungwen's arm and pointed at the spilled coffee and grapes in the corner of the screen, exclaiming, Oh my god, are those grapes? They just fell to the ground and got trampled. What a waste of natural resources. When can we eat grapes? I almost forgotten what they taste like. Fu Kanwen tooted his words and continued, don't we have fruit candies? Do you have any grape-flavored ones? How can they compare? Those fruit candies are all artificially colored with fake grape flavor. How can they possibly taste like fresh grapes? Look at the grapes beneath their feet. They're emerald green. Even the stems are a vibrant green. They look fresh, and must be incredibly sweet and juicy. Fu Kanwen, seemingly annoyed by her unreasonable behavior, slapped Jian Lai's hand away. In the final analysis, aren't you just complaining that I can't buy you grapes? Don't you see who's eating the grapes? They're from the Victor family. They don't even want grapes, they want strawberries, blueberries. Even if they want to eat the stars, we have plenty of people in District 19 to help them get them. It's already late. Didn't you see the screen saying District 19 has been completely infiltrated by fake people? You're not thinking about surviving, but you're concerned about those grapes on the ground. Are you a fake person? Don't you know whether I'm a fake person or not? Fake people sleep with you every day with you. Jian Lai feigned anger, and Fu Kanwen hurried to soothe her, offering soft apologies. The two of them were like a young couple who had a brief argument over the pressure of a shortage of supplies, but after a brief quarrel, they were back to normal. However, their conversation was the final straw, instantly igniting the long-suppressed emotions of the surrounding crowd. Damn it! Forget about this girl being greedy. Who among us here still remembers what grapes taste like? I almost forgotten whether the fruit is sweet or sour. If District 19 has been infiltrated by fake people, and the top brass are monsters, then even if we obey the Victor family's every command, won't we still be devoured by them sooner or later? Honey! I don't want to be devoured by fake people. It must hurt. Jian Lai buried her head in Fu Songwen's chest, shouting with all her might, why don't we just leave District 19? We were tricked into coming here anyway. They say District 19 is a paradise, and it's true, but it's a paradise for the rich. We ordinary people toil our whole lives just to contribute to someone else's paradise. I had enough of this. No one paid any attention to Fu Songwen's subsequent words of comfort. The entire square was boiling like a cauldron of oil. Just then, the screen went black. Everyone thought the Victor family had finally regained control of the screen, but the camera lit up again, switching to a live broadcast from the lower levels. The screen showed a group of indignant lower-class residents, their clothes washed and worn, but their spirits high, surrounding and fighting several people who were trying to escape. The few who had attempted to escape were badly beaten, their clothes tattered, and revealing deep wounds visible to the bone. However, these severe injuries did not slow their flight in the slightest. Oh my god, look! This isn't a special effect. His wounds have actually healed. It's a fake person. There really is a fake person. Instantly, the screams and curses of the people in the square and on the screen mingled, and the order that had been carefully maintained in District 19 for years collapsed. In an unnoticed corner, Fu Kanwen tightly grasped Jian Lai's waist. Like a frightened couple, they quietly exited, leaving the stage to the residents of District 19, enraged by the truth. Chapter 111. The seeds of chaos spread like wildfire, eventually igniting a conflagration that spread endlessly across District 19. The live broadcast of the lower class apprehending the dummy was ultimately cut off by Victor. Most people didn't witness the horrific sight of the red mantis worms being dug out of the dummy's skull, but they all saw how the dummy, after invading the body of a psychic, could manipulate their powers and their terrifying self-healing abilities with ease. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Now, even the most self-righteous psychic couldn't guarantee they would never fall prey to the dummy's harm. The carefully maintained facade of comfort in District 19 was completely shattered. The pent-up resentment of the lower classes erupted first, and they began an organized attack on the middle class. Unwilling to be the target of public criticism, the middle class turned their attention to Victor's family businesses, demanding an explanation. Amid the chaos, the lower-class residents who had rushed into the middle class also blended in with the middle class. Faced with shared fear and anger, class boundaries blurred, even vanished. The Victor family was furious and launched a massive crackdown. However, no surveillance footage captured Jian Lai or Fu Kanwen. Chris's identity as a fake person was exposed, and he was in serious danger, making it impossible for him to personally lead a team to stabilize the situation. The public's pent-up anger had no outlet, and those in charge were focused solely on suppressing the situation, rather than offering reasonable explanations and appropriate solutions. The longer the situation remained unresolved, the more intense the public's anger grew. District 19 was primarily populated by people with special abilities, and ordinary suppression efforts resulted in a back-and-forth battle. Each batch of mid-level and lower-level teams sent in to suppress the situation returned empty-handed. A few days later, the upper echelon sent in again. This time, the visitor was Jiang Lai's old acquaintance Zhou Xiao. The door of a black sedan bearing the Victor family logo opened, revealing Zhou Xiao, dressed in a crisp suit and meticulously combed hair, looking regal. He held a megaphone in his hand, a look of sympathy on his face as he gazed at the agitated crowd gathered in the square. "Quiet, citizens of District 19, please be quiet." No one paid him any attention, and the clamor only intensified. Zhou Xiao remained unfazed, saying calmly, "I know you all heard some disturbing news recently. But don't panic. This is all a carefully orchestrated conspiracy by reactionaries. Their goal is to create panic and undermine the unity of District 19. Please be vigilant and don't fall into their trap. We all saw it with our own eyes. How can you call it a conspiracy?" Faced with the questioning, Zhou Xiao remained calm and responded, "I admit that a very small number of abnormal individuals have infiltrated District 19. This was an oversight on our part. On behalf of the Victor family, I offer my deepest apologies to everyone. But I can guarantee that the Victor family's connivance and the instigation of this incident are beyond our control. The horrifying accusations of a zombie outbreak and the Victor family collaborating with pseudo-humans are all fabricated lies. The videos and documents are all artificial intelligence artifacts and are not true. I hope everyone will not be misled by those with ulterior motives. Their goal is to sow panic and overturn the hard-earned order and prosperity of District 19. He pointed at the towering, dazzling lights around him. Look around you. Without the Victor family, could you have all this? Those fanning the flames aren't even from District 19. They can't obtain permanent residency there, so they hope to drag us down from our paradise and make us struggle in the mud with them. Are you willing to be complicit with such people? Zhou Xiao's rhetoric was highly misleading and inflammatory. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Xiao had arranged for someone to blend in with the crowd and loudly echo his words, the initially heated situation actually began to calm down. More and more people began to think and wait and see. No one wanted to be the first to act, so they decided to wait for the Victor family's investigation results and see how things unfolded before deciding on their next move. As the old saying goes, the first push is strong, the second weakens, and the third is exhausted. Today's situation had calmed down. Even if Victor's subsequent explanation didn't satisfy everyone, the next attempt at deterrence wouldn't have the same effect. Jiang Lai and Fu Conwen, hiding at the end of the crowd to monitor the situation, exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. She pulled her hat down low on her head and whispered to Fu Conwen, "Why is Zhou Xiao here? I'm afraid he's been fighting Shenling in District 9 and is being restricted at every turn. He wanted to seek support in District 19, but just happened to run into this chaos. He was drafted by Victor. Possibly. After all, he's met us, so his chances of success are better than others." On the stage, Zhou Xiao continued his performance. Having initially controlled the situation, he felt a sense of relief and confidence. "We have some information on the people spreading the rumors. They're a dangerous group from District 13, with abilities far greater than those of ordinary espers. I hereby declare that any citizen who provides valid information on these individuals will receive a substantial reward from the Victor family and permanent residency in the upper echelons. Anyone who shields or assists them will be considered an accomplice and expelled from District 19. The square was instantly hushed by the combination of threats and inducements. Amidst the oppressive silence, a cold female voice pierced the square like a sharp arrow. "The man on the stage isn't from District 19 at all. He's Zhou Xiao, the leader of one of District 9's 3 major factions. Let the real head of District 19 speak out. Chris is a fake. Let him come out and confront them." A steady male voice followed up the woman's questioning, explaining loudly, "Zhou Xiao is Victor's pawn. He's been ordered to collude with fake people in District 9, tricking people into selling blood, and manipulating human blood to nourish the entire Victor family, solely for their own selfish interests. His words cannot be trusted." Zhou Xiao's facial muscles twitched, his expression grimacing, but he ignored it and shouted, "Nonsense! Who is spreading rumors? Disrupting the order of District 19 is a crime worthy of death. Find the rumor mongers now, and there will be a generous reward." "You said Victor didn't. They're colluding with the fake people, and the video is fake, so why doesn't Chris dare to confront us?" Jiang Lai moved constantly through the crowd, making it impossible for Zhou Xiao to locate her. "Who's telling the truth and who's lying? Let Chris come out, or go to District 9 and we know." The entire District 9 has become Victor's blood bag. Once they're gone, it'd be District 19's turn. What does all this have to do with District 13? District 13 simply wants to wipe out every fake person on Earth. If the people of District 19 are willing to cooperate and clean up the mess, District 13 would be more than happy to do so. The crowd stirred again, their voices rising in volume. That's right. Is the Victor family gone? Do we need someone from District 9 to explain? That's right. Where's Chris? Get Chris out. Aren't you afraid to come out and confront me if you're not guilty? Zhou Xiao narrowed his eyes as he scanned the crowd, but the throng was so thick that the source of the voice had long been drowned out by the crowd's questioning, making it impossible to locate the speaker. He secretly resented that he had clearly recognized Jian Lai and Fu Songwen's voices, but couldn't pinpoint their exact location. But now the situation was spiraling out of control again, and he could only suppress his anger and continue to soothe them. Quiet. Everyone quiet. It doesn't matter where I came from before, what matters is that the Victor family's commitment to District 19 remains unchanged. However, the crowd, having lost trust in Victor, no longer believed his so-called promise. Zhou Xiao felt somewhat at a loss, as the crowd grew increasingly agitated. If this were District 9, he would have used force to quell the situation long ago. However, in District 19, 80 to 90% of the population were users with special abilities. Using force rashly would only lead to greater chaos. If Jian Lai and the others couldn't be apprehended, any action would be merely a temporary solution. Jian Lai, hiding in the crowd, could clearly see Zhou Xiao, strong and calm, but beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead, clearly at the end of his rope. Just as he was about to burst his temper, a young boy who looked like a confidant leaned forward and whispered something in his ear. Zhou Xiao quickly glanced down, then looked back up, his eyes filled with the confidence of someone in command. Everyone! I have some sad news to announce. Haven't you been clamoring for Mr. Chris to come and explain in person? We conveyed our demands to the Victor family, and I'm deeply sorry that Mr. Chris has arrived, but he's unable to confront you. What do you mean? Is Chris a fake person? Is he hiding? Zhou Xiao waved his hand, signaling for silence. Just as Jian Lai had a foreboding premonition, Zhou Xiao's sorrowful yet resonant voice rang out. Mr. Chris tragically passed away on his way here. The crowd erupted in uproar. Zhou Xiao waved back, and soon, a stretcher was brought up. Zhou Xiao abruptly pulled back the white cloth, revealing Chris's pale, but intact face and body. A knife made of ice was lodged in his chest. Blood and the melted ice soaked through the cloth, creating a blinding dark red. Chris is dead. Did you see the ice blade in his chest? He was killed by that dangerous figure from District 13, who spread the rumors, an ice-type user. She's short, but her abilities are extraordinary. If you encounter her, for your own safety, do not confront her head-on. Report her to the Victor family immediately. Is there no evidence now? If the Victor family isn't colluding with the fake people, shouldn't we just eliminate the fake people who have infiltrated the lower ranks? You said Chris was killed by an ice-type user stabbing him in the chest with an ice blade? Yes. Since he's dead, do you dare let me examine him in front of everyone? Otherwise, I can't take the blame for your slander. Jian Lai stared at Zhou Xiao intently, making her way through the crowd and towards the front. Under the gazes of countless shocked people, she slowly removed her hat, revealing a clear, cold face beneath. The body can't lie. Zhou Xiao, do you dare to confront me? Chapter 112. Jian Lai? What are you trying to do? Jian Lai calmly replied, it's common knowledge that anyone infected by the red dragonfly is no longer a living being. If he's a fake human, just smash his head open and see if there are any red dragonflies hiding inside. Not enough have you slandered Chris, you're also trying to desecrate his body. Guards, arrest them. Guilty? Fu Kanwen sneered and instantly positioned himself in front of Jian Lai, knocking down several guards, who tried to approach him. His movements were clean and efficient, and his overwhelming strength made the guards behind him afraid to move forward. Jian Lai reached Zhou Xiao unimpeded, but he didn't attack him. Instead, he reached out and grabbed a soldier standing beside him. Jian Lai had been keeping an eye on this soldier for a while. Ever since delivering the message to Zhou Xiao, his eyes had been flickering, searching the crowd for something. When Jian Lai appeared, she had noticed him shudder. Then, his eyes, like the venom of a venomous snake, locked onto her. She had just arrived and hadn't made any enemies in District 19. If her guess was correct, this person must be Chris, the previous Chris who had faked his death and had taken on a new body. Jian Lai pulled out a pseudo-human identification device from her bosom, flipped the switch, and slammed it directly on the soldier's head. Ah! The soldier let out a sudden, painful cry. Almost simultaneously, Li Yifan, Feng Jiejun, and the others, hidden in the crowd, also activated their long-prepared identification devices. Hiss! What's going on? My head hurts. Instantly, people in several places across the square reacted violently, even including some of the guards Zhou Xiao had brought in to maintain order. Only fake people would react to this identification device. In other words, those who are feeling the pain right now are fake people. Everyone, get away from them. Nonsense! Jian Lai. Zhou Xiao was furious and rushed forward to stop Jian Lai, but she slapped him back with a palm, sending him stumbling backward. He staggered for a long time before finally collapsing to the ground in disarray. Zhou Xiao fell to the ground, struggling for a long time, spitting out blood. He could only watch helplessly as Jian Lai controlled the entire situation. Jian Lai grabbed the soldier, who had been pulled out, and slashed him with her dagger, leaving a deep gash in his flesh. The soldier struggled and attacked Jian Lai with fire, but Jian Lai counterattacked with ice, sealing his limbs. How long do you think you can pretend? Or do you want me to chop your head off? Jian Lai continued to move, swiftly slashing him again and again. The wounds weren't deep, but they were numerous, and blood quickly stained his clothes red. I wonder how long you're sure this body can hold out. If it reaches a point of no return before it recovers, it will die, right? Do you know the level of blood loss that kills a person? The onlookers didn't dare approach the pseudo-human responding to the detector, but they were also dissatisfied with Jian Lai's ruthless actions, and began to whisper among themselves. However, the soldier Jian Lai had captured had reached the limit of his endurance. Finally, unable to bear the pain and fear of death, he began to repair his body in full view of everyone. In less than 5 minutes, there were no visible wounds on his body, and the blood splattered on his body looked like it had been rubbed off someone else. After recovering, he no longer concealed his true intentions. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes, and he launched a frenzied attack of fireballs from both hands at Jian Lai. Jian Lai loosened his grip and easily dodged with a large step back. The people who had just secretly condemned Jian Lai's cruelty suddenly changed their expressions. Oh my god, he really is a fake. There are so many fakes. What they say is true, right? Victor has been in cahoots with the fakes for a long time. Jian Lai didn't bother to argue any further. If she still couldn't see the situation clearly at this point, then even the gods would be unable to help. Thinking this, she darted over to Chris's body, and saw a gash in his head. See? There's a hole in the back of Chris's head. This is proof that the red dragonfly has escaped and changed hosts. Chris is a fake. This caused a huge uproar, and the entire crowd erupted in outrage. The people, who had initially held out a glimmer of hope and wanted to wait and see for a while, were overcome with fear and anger after witnessing the evidence of the fakes and Victor's collusion with their own eyes. Even the guards Zhou Xiao had brought with him were no exception. After hesitation, they resolutely chose to either defend themselves or defect to aid the civilians. The scene was in chaos, quickly splitting into two camps, humans and pseudo-humans. Strike while the iron was hot. Fu Kanwen leaped onto a high platform and shouted, "Red dragonflies are cunning and cruel creatures. They not only use human flesh as a host, but also as food. The pseudo-humans are collaborating with Victor now, because they haven't yet established a firm foothold on Earth. If the pseudo-humans gain a foothold, humans will become their captive food. Don't believe any of the pseudo-humans' sweet talk. The Victor family is a sinner against all of humanity. The troops from District 13 are on their way, and will be here soon. Rest assured, District 19 will remain ruled by its people after its liberation. District 13 is merely here to assist you in eliminating all the pseudo-humans and atoning for the crimes of the Victor family. This isn't a war that can be negotiated, this is a fight for humanity's survival. Long live humanity." Fu Songwen's roar ignited the flames of resistance within all the survivors. Long live humanity. Fight these monsters. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. What are you waiting for? Overthrow Victor and liberate District 19. The surviving humans, whether the original inhabitants of District 19 or the guards, who had defected, were now united in an unprecedented sense of shared hatred. At this moment, they had only one common enemy, the pseudo-humans. A chaotic battle ensued, with weapons of all kinds, including cold weapons, firearms, and supernatural powers. Zhou Xiao finally managed to get up, but was shoved and thrown to the ground again in the chaos, never to get up again. Jian Lai used her firearms and supernatural powers to efficiently eliminate the dummies, while distractingly observing Zhou Xiao. Following him might lead to finding the mastermind behind the Victor family. If Victor Blackwood were still alive, she would tear him to pieces. Thinking of this, the icy spikes from her hand swung with murderous intent. Jianlai met Zhou Zhao's fierce gaze. He roared angrily, and pulled an exquisite metal box from his bosom. Opening the box, he revealed thumb-sized pieces of raw dark amber. She suddenly understood. Zhou Zhao had done so many dirty things for the Victor family. How could he not have dark amber? It was just that he had been carrying dark amber with him for years, nourished by it, and his body functions had improved. Even in his 40s and 50s, he still maintained the physical strength of a young man. His biggest regret and resentment was that he had never awakened to become a superpowered person. But now, he was at the end of his rope, without subordinates or superpowers, and he was the weakest person on the scene. Humans wouldn't value him, and the pseudo-humans wouldn't pay him any attention. His fate was one, death. He cared little else but to swallow the dark amber in his hand and take a gamble. Ugh! After swallowing the entire box of dark amber whole, a shrill scream erupted from Zhou Zhao's mouth. Under the gazes of the crowd, his body underwent a terrifying transformation in an instant. His eye sockets sunken, his face wrinkled, his hair turned completely white, and fell out in clumps, the wind carrying away large clumps. In a matter of minutes, he transformed from a sturdy middle-aged man into an old man in his 80s or 90s. Jianlai, you Jiang family members are my nemesis. I want you dead. Zhou Zhao transformed into a twisted afterimage, ignoring the chaos around him, and lunging straight at Jianlai. His speed was so swift that it belied his aged appearance, startling even Jianlai. Be careful. Fu Kanwen was startled and quickly waved his hand to block it with an arc of electricity. The uncharged arc wasn't very powerful, but when it collided with the stream of water bursting from Zhou Zhao's palm, it made a loud noise, and sent Fu Kanwen back 3 steps, his arm numb. Jianlai focused his mind, and a thick wall of ice appeared out of thin air before him. Then Zhou Zhao pressed his withered palms against the thick ice wall, instantly transforming it into a pool of clear water. After consuming the dark amber, he became a water-based user. Water and ice are mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive. If Jianlai could condense the water he transformed into ice, he could naturally melt ice into water. Neither man could gain any advantage over the other. Melting the ice wall, Zhou Zhao continued his attack, his withered fingers clenched into claws, ripping straight at Jianlai's heart. He completely ignored Fu Kanwen, who watched him intently from the side. His eyes were focused solely on Jianlai, determined to kill her. Jianlai retreated rapidly, sliding across the frozen surface beneath her feet. Simultaneously, countless ice cones formed from thin air and shot towards Zhou Zhao like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Zhou Zhao didn't dodge. The ice cones pierced his skin, instantly turning to water, like a tickle. It's useless. You can't hurt me. Don't talk too soon. If the ice cones didn't work, what about the gun? Jianlai, quick-witted, snatched the rifle from the fallen guard on the ground, loaded it, and fired at Zhou Zhao. Things were different now. After the extra training in District 13, her marksmanship was far superior to Fu Sungwen's. It's difficult for a human to outrun a bullet, so Zhou Zhao could only use more and thicker water walls to absorb the impact. The bullet struck the water wall, its kinetic energy largely dissipated by the powerful vortex and resistance, ultimately failing to reach Zhou Zhao and falling helplessly. However, Zhou Zhao's violent and unpredictable strength was also greatly depleted by the water wall. Jianlai had been keeping a close eye on Zhou Zhao's movements, and when he saw him hesitate slightly, he immediately straightened his face. Good opportunity. Fu Kanwen. At Jianlai's command, Fu Kanwen, the lightning snake he had been accumulating in his hand, darted towards Zhou Zhao. Bullet, lightning, Zhou Zhao could only dodge one. In the blink of an eye, he glared at Jianlai with a look filled with malice. Jianlai knew Zhou Zhao had made his choice. It was the choice she had predicted. Zhou Zhao dodged the bullet and used the water jet to entangle himself, Jianlai, and Fu Kanwen, fiercely, willing to go to hell with him. However, what he never expected was that the moment the lightning struck, Jianlai froze the water column with ice. A thick layer of ice instantly enveloped her and Fu Kanwen, completely isolating them from Zhou Zhao. The lightning crashed down, landing entirely on Zhou Zhao. He convulsed from the lightning, his eyes rolling back, and white foam mixed with blood oozing from his mouth. Jianlai melted the ice from herself and Fu Kanwen, and after landing on her feet, she condensed the accumulated water on the ground into ice again, aiming it precisely at Zhou Zhao's shrunken chest. The icicle, with tremendous force, sent Zhou Zhao flying, finally pinning him to the massive billboard at the edge of the square. Zhou Xiao, dangling from the billboard, sagged limply. He looked down at the massive Vic logo projected on the billboard, then at the bull-sized bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with resentment. Gathering his last bit of strength, he struggled to lift his charred fingers, tremblingly dipping them into the blood gushing from his chest, and scrawled a single bloody character next to Vic. After finishing his final stroke, Zhou Zhao's hand drooped, his head tilted to the side, and he expired. The bloody character was so distorted and blurry that Jianlai could only barely make out the character Xiao. Even at this moment, what he chagrined most about was not being able to reach the upper class. I couldn't tell whether this was pathetic or tragic. Chapter 113. How's Shi Wenjing doing? The gates to District 19 are open, and the District 13 troops are entering. Neither the puppet nor Victor, who's collaborating with them, can escape. How are you? Are you okay? Fu Kanwen chuckled softly and flexed his wrists. The action is all about you. How could I possibly be injured? And how are you? Fighting Zhou Xiao took a lot of energy. Fortunately, I practiced hard in District 13. Although I'm a little tired, I'm not completely exhausted. I'm even a little excited because I reached Victor's lair. The square was already in chaos, and the fighting wouldn't stop just because Zhou Xiao was dead, it would only intensify. After receiving the Dark Amber, Lu Yifan, Feng Jiajun, and Ma Jing's ability pools had increased significantly due to their constant close contact. In this melee, they were more than capable of handling the situation on their own. Shi Wenjing led the troops from District 13 into the battle, and everyone engaged in a chaotic battle. The walls separating the upper, middle, and lower levels were completely pierced, and everyone became a resident of District 19, with no distinction between superiors and inferiors. Jianlai frankly searched Zhou Xiao's body, but found nothing of value except an empty, exquisite metal box and a few valuable items. She stared fixedly at the gleaming building behind her, past the chaotic battlefield. It was the core building of the Victor family. ZZ. A sudden, piercing sound of electricity erupted, its piercing force piercing everyone's eardrums, instantly permeating the entire square. The clashing crowd froze in their tracks at the sudden, high-decibel noise, instinctively covering their ears and cursing. District 13, under the guise of eradicating the fake people, openly launched a war with District 19, destroying the hard-earned peace of the apocalypse. Aren't they afraid of being nailed to history's pillar of shame and infamy for eternity? That voice, Jianlai shuddered, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at the loudspeaker. She would have recognized that voice even if it had been Ash. It was Victor Blackwood, no doubt about it. Hate surged over her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Her hands, hanging by her legs, shook uncontrollably. Good, he's still alive. He was still alive, waiting for her revenge. Victor's voice continued, look around you. Is it the fake people or District 13 who are bringing chaos and death to you? Is this what you want? The Earth is declining. If humanity can't keep up, will there be a future? All of you have been deceived by District 13. And District 13 has been deceived by that woman. My Eve, listen. His voice suddenly deepened, and he continued, persuadingly, you simply seek revenge against me. My door to Victor is always open to you. Why bring disaster to the entire District 19? Victor. Jianlai's teeth chattered. Fu Kanwen immediately noticed something was wrong with Jianlai and immediately grasped her cold, trembling hand. He soothed her in a deep voice, Jianlai. Calm down. Looking at Fu Songwen's furrowed brow and the undisguised worry in his eyes, Jianlai's mind raced. I know. But knowing is one thing, doing is another. In the square, Victor was still speaking inflammatory words into a loudspeaker. His words implicitly pointed out that Jianlai was one of the test subjects who had undergone genetic modification. Now, as the only successful new human, she repaid kindness with enmity. Simply because she hated Victor, she dragged all of humanity into her revenge scheme. Eve, my most perfect masterpiece. I never imagined you still be alive. Your very existence proves the possibility of human genetic modification. Your father is truly a genius. You should be the hope of human evolution, yet why are you so stubborn and only want to provoke war among us? Despicable. For all of humanity? He talks so high-soundingly, but it's all for his own selfish desires. Don't listen to him. Everything Victor does is for his own immortality, not for humanity. Jianlai's words of defense were drowned out by the clamor of the battlefield. Victor's voice, like a venomous snake, spitted through the megaphone, attempting to confuse and divide everyone in the square. If you think about it carefully, you find his words incoherent and illogical. But now, On the battlefield, everyone's attention is focused on the battle. A single mistake could result in serious injury or even death, leaving no time for reflection. Victor exploited this situation, unleashing one inflammatory rhetoric after another. Even if no one present fully believed his lies, once the seeds of doubt were sown, they would inevitably undermine the once united morale. Where was Victor? She had to find him. Xi Wenjing was already furious at Victor's lies and scapegoating tactics, but she couldn't spare the fight with the fake person at the moment. She could only shout, "The equipment controlling all the electronic screens and speakers in the square is in the media building on the right." According to Xi Wenjing's instructions, Jian Lai and Fu Kan went immediately headed for the control room. However, the media building was deserted. Victor had already fled after preparing the automated announcement. Jian Lai stepped forward to shut down the equipment, but Victor's voice continued to chatter in the square. The control room was just a facade. They had prepared a backup source and continued playing. Fu Kanwen glared, determined to strike back. He clenched his fists and sent lightning bolts crashing down on the speakers, completely destroying the entire line. Victor's voice finally stopped. "Let's go find Victor. If we find him and confront him, all his lies will be shattered. Which building do you think he's hiding in?" Of course they had to find him. As for confronting Victor and clearing his slander, that wasn't Jian Lai's primary goal for now. As long as she could kill her enemy, none of that mattered to her. The two returned to the square, approaching the core buildings of the Victor family, while analyzing which building Victor was most likely hiding in. "Ma Jing, are you okay?" Hearing Xi Wenjing scream, Jian Lai immediately turned around to see Ma Jing stumbling back, clutching his right arm, his face pale. A thick, blood-red dragonfly was desperately burrowing into the open wound on his arm. In the half-second Xi Wenjing hesitated, the dragonfly had completely burrowed into his body. "Don't move." Jian Lai reacted incredibly quickly, her movements faster than the sound of a voice. She darted forward and grasped Ma Jing's injured arm, her palm radiating cold. Ma Jing groaned, his entire left arm covered in a thick layer of frost. "I've frozen all the blood vessels in your right hand. That dragonfly can't escape. But this isn't a long-term solution. We must find a way to force Qi Ling out quickly, otherwise, over time, your arm will become necrotic. If his arm isn't frozen, the Qi Ling will crawl through his blood vessels and into his head, and Ma Jing will be dead. Moreover, his body will be taken over by the Qi Ling. How will the Dawnbreakers then be able to attack their brother, who had fought through life and death together? If his arm is frozen and Qi Ling isn't forced out within the time limit, even if Qi Ling freezes to death in his blood vessels, Ma Jing won't have his arm back." Ma Jing's forehead was covered in sweat. His entire arm was frozen, the chill biting and the pain numbing. But this was a rapidly changing battlefield, and he couldn't expect everyone to put him first. He gritted his teeth and made a quick decision. "Jian Lai, Captain Fu, I know you have other important matters to attend to. Don't worry about me. The overall situation is more important. Have you found Victor's location?" Before the fake person escaped, he said no one could find Victor. "As long as he's around," he returned. "He's definitely hiding somewhere, watching us." Victor's false accusations against Jian Lai might shake anyone, but the Dawnbreaker team, who had been through life and death with her, were like family, and their feelings wouldn't waver in the slightest. Throughout the journey, Ma Jing had gone from wariness to trust. For this rational and cautious man, even if he didn't know about the hatred between Jian Lai and Victor, he would undoubtedly worry about slowing down the team's progress, especially at this critical moment when Jian Lai was being openly framed. The usually carefree Xi Wenjing, uncharacteristically, made a calm and decisive decision. "I take Ma Jing to the District 13 medical team. Fu Kanwen and Jian Lai to Victor, and Feng Jiajun will handle the situation here. Let's not talk about anything else. Don't waste time." Fu Kanwen nodded heavily. "Be careful." "Understood. Captain Fu, Jian Lai, go ahead and leave this to us. We definitely catch that Victor." With his teammates' support, Jian Lai no longer hesitated. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, his mind racing. Fu Kanwen destroyed the loudspeaker, so Victor could no longer manipulate public opinion through it. But Ma Jing was right. Given his personality, he must be hiding somewhere, observing everything in the square. Also, what did he mean by no one can find Victor? Where can you get a perfect viewing spot without arousing suspicion? "Old Fu, what do you think Victor is? Where would Victor be hiding?" Fu Kanwen glanced at Jian Lai, unfazed by her sudden change of address. He quickly scanned the numerous buildings surrounding the square. All of them bore the iconic VIC logo, meaning they were all owned by Victor. It made perfect sense for him to be in any of them. The only difference between the buildings was the number of puppets engaged in combat at the entrance. Victor worked closely with the puppets, so the building he was in should have many puppets guarding it. No, Fu Kanwen suddenly realized that these were all traps set by Victor. On the surface, he should be in the main building, where the puppets had the heaviest defenses. But that's too easy. The main building has many guards, but they're all puppets. Victor only dared to record his messages to District 19. How could he possibly leave everything to the puppets? But he probably wouldn't be too far from the square. Jianlai curled her lips in a smile, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. Yes, I thought so too. The most dangerous place is also the safest place, so he's definitely not in the main building. I think it's the inconspicuous annex building next to the main building. The annex building is right next to the main building, offering an excellent view of the entire square. And its defenses are rather loose, seemingly insignificant, making it easy to subconsciously overlook it. Since they both agree, there's no need to hesitate. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen used the chaotic situation as cover and quickly advanced towards the annex building. The two figures intertwined, their coordination seamless. They understood each other's intentions with a single glance, quickly breaking through the outer defenses and infiltrating the building. Chapter 114. The building was sparsely guarded, with only a few absent-minded guards sparsely stationed at the entrance to where important supplies were stored. The faint figures Fu Kanwen had spotted in the distance were these guards, who often passed through the windows to watch the action unfold. They were undoubtedly human. They were simply serving Victor, earning unscrupulous income. The two of them didn't even need to use their powers. Without much effort, they overpowered the guards and ascended unimpeded. It was so smooth that one almost wondered if they made a mistake and gone to the wrong place. The higher they went, the more eerie and silent the atmosphere became, a stark contrast to the shouting and fighting outside. Jianlai frowned, exchanged a wary glance with Fu Kanwen, and then continued to carefully search each room. Finally, after pushing open a large wooden door, she finally saw a figure clad in a loose black robe. Inside the spacious room, a black-robed figure stood before a large one-way glass window, his back to the main door, admiring the spectacle of the square below. When the door was kicked open, he showed no sign of panic, but calmly turned around. Under the large hood, a face defied description. Even though Jianlai had been mentally prepared, his breath still caught when he saw Victor's face. He looked younger than when he seen him in the lab. His age spots had faded considerably, but his skin was still sagging and full of wrinkles. One side of his body was thin, but straight, and his sharp eyes gave him a look of unusual vigor, completely dispelling the dead air of his former self. As for the other half, Jianlai couldn't believe what he saw. The other half of Victor's body was swollen and twisted, its deformation extremely exaggerated, and clearly asymmetrical. His turning movement caused his black robe to lift. Jianlai's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a hand covered in a black leather glove beneath the robe, but the shape beneath was clearly not human. Jianlai's body moved faster than his brain could think, and after a brief pause, he swiftly struck. The ice cone hurtled toward Victor's face, but he casually dodged to the side, easily avoiding Jianlai's sudden attack. 10 years ago, when the genetic modification project began, Victor was already in his 70s. Even if he'd taken good care of himself, how could he still be so agile now? Eve, my dear child, you finally arrived? Victor spoke, his voice hoarse, the same tone Jianlai had heard back then, with a characteristically elderly cadence that made his tone seem eerie against his agile movements. Your father hid you so well, I actually thought you died in the zombie horde. Shut up. Don't call me such a disgusting name. I'm not Eve. The ice spike attack failed, and Jianlai quickly switched to his pistol, firing continuously. However, Victor, like a ghost, narrowly avoided the attack again. The bullet grazed his black robe, sending a gust of wind that completely blew away his hood, revealing Victor's true face. Jianlai then realized that even his eyes had become vertical pupils. Still so impatient, Victor raised an eyebrow and chuckled, his laughter sharp and piercing. If I had you sooner, I wouldn't have ended up collaborating with a fake person. Ultimately, the current situation is all your fault and your parents. Fu Kanwen stood beside Weilai, poised for battle, lightning crackling at his fingertips. What did you do to yourself? Jianlai affirmed, he underwent genetic modification, but it clearly wasn't successful, and he's now a monster. Yes. Victor, provoked by her words, ripped off his black robe, exposing his entire form to the two of them. The sight before him made even the experienced Fu Kanwen gasp. Victor was no longer human. As Jianlai had said, he had become a complete monster. Victor's right half, like a forcible splicing of various animals, was no longer human. No wonder the asymmetry was visible beneath the black robe. His right hand was incredibly thick, its sharp claws piercing through the black glove, covering the exposed skin with dark, chaotic scales and coarse, stiff bristles. It looked quite creepy. While the two hesitated upon seeing his true face, Victor darted to the desk and pressed a button. The door behind Jianlai and Fu Kanwen clanged shut, completely blocking their escape route. The heavy wooden door was merely a facade. Inside lay a thick alloy structure equipped with electronic equipment. The strange feeling she noticed upon entering now made sense. She asked, how could Victor leave the door unlocked? So he was waiting for her here. I've been waiting for you for so long, and I didn't expect you bring someone along to die with you. Victor's voice was filled with frenzy and pain. He grinned. 10 years ago, your mother died for you. 10 years later, do you still want innocent people to die for you? If you listen to me and cooperate, I might consider sparing your boyfriend's life. Humph, you old bastard, you've been a pest for 1,000 years. But it's better if you're still alive. I take your life myself to avenge my mother. Ha ha ha. Victor was as if he heard a terrible joke. Eve, you're still as bad-tempered as you were 10 years ago. You don't think you have a chance, do you? Do you really think you can find me with your skills? I was just waiting here for you on purpose. Faced with Victor's outrageous words, Jianlai remained unmoved, showing no sign of panic. His face was stern, his eyes growing colder. So what if I can't find you? I'm not the one anxious. You injected an incomplete version of the genetic modification reagent for immortality, causing your body to deform and transform into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. You should be the one anxious. You usually don't dare step out in the sun, do you? You can only hide in buildings like a rat in a sewer. Otherwise, if the people with special abilities in District 19 saw your ugly appearance, they would probably treat you as a monster and beat you to death. Oh, that's wrong. It's not about being treated as a monster, it's about you being a monster. The word monster clearly stung Victor. He suddenly overturned everything on the table and roared, cursing, if it weren't for your father, if he hadn't kept the research materials so tightly hidden, if it weren't for those incompetent scientists in District 19 who were living off me, I wouldn't have become a monster. But it doesn't matter. I also gained a longer lifespan and far greater strength than an ordinary person. And now I have you, my Eve. As long as I use your genes for research, I believe it won't be long before I can return to my human form. By then, I'd be the perfect human. You're dreaming. If I can't turn back into a human, then let's just turn everyone into monsters. Then the whole world will be filled with monsters, and we be the new human race. So, District 19's so-called outer space exploration plan is just a cover. In reality, your insistence on District 19 pursuing genetic modification at all costs was never for humanity, nor was it to improve our bodies and seek new habitats in space. It was simply to turn ourselves back into humans. So no one who knows about this will live to see tomorrow. Including you. Before he finished his words, Victor launched the first attack. His deformed right claw swished through the air, swishing like a gust of wind. Jianlai and Fu Kanwen instantly felt a sharp, murderous aura bearing down on them. The two could only retreat rapidly, their backs slamming against the wall and door. They quickly turned, one dodging to the side to avoid the blow. Unexpectedly, Victor's attacks were brutal, and they were even continuous. He opened his mouth wide, and from it shot out a long, sticky tongue as swift as a chameleon, aiming directly at Fu Songwen's eyes. Fu Kanwen roared in anger. Reacting with incredible speed, Jianlai's hand flashed with lightning, striking Victor's outstretched tongue. The tongue, bombarded by lightning, emitted a charred, burnt smell. Victor let out an angry hiss, and abruptly retracted the injured tip of his tongue. At the same time, Jianlai steadied himself, and once again condensed a barrage of ice cones, showering them upon Victor. Victor's scaly arm shielded his head and face like a shield. The dense icicles struck the hard scales with a clanging sound, then bounced off or shattered. After the round of attacks, he remained completely unharmed. A trifle. Victor cursed disdainfully. His other humanoid hand grasped the air, creating a massive ice hand that instantly grabbed Jianlai and flung her against the wall. Victor was also an ice user. Jianlai, startled, barely had time to twist her body midair, turning her face away from the wall. She simultaneously raised her arms to shield her head, wrapping herself in a layer of ice armor as her back slammed into the wall, absorbing most of the impact. Even so, as she fell onto the shattered ice, a fishy, sweet taste welled up in her throat. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianlai. Fu Kanwen, visibly shaken and furious, thunder and lightning raged around him. He lunged at Victor like a mad dragon. Victor had just retracted the ice sculpture that was attacking Jianlai when he was caught off guard, and could only use his right hand to absorb the violent lightning strike. The lightning scorched his scales, causing them to curl and swirl, sending plumes of green smoke billowing. A blinding flash of lightning exploded. What a chance! Jianlai, enduring the excruciating pain, a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. She touched the ground with both palms, and the ice dragon slithered forward, piercing Victor's humanoid left hand from bottom to top. Even so, she didn't dare pause. As Victor stumbled back from the double attack, she instantly leaped from the ground, gathering ice spikes once more and charging towards him like a torrential rain. This time, each one aimed squarely at the opening of his scales, finally piercing directly into Victor's body. Victor's body jolted violently, letting out a painful roar. He shook his numb body, and the ice spikes clattered to the ground. The madness in his golden pupils intensified. Good chemistry, but unfortunately, it's not good enough. As he spoke, he waved his bleeding left hand, and the temperature in the room plummeted. A dense swarm of ice needles flew towards Jianlai and Fu Kanwen. Fu Kanwen reacted remarkably quickly, instantly creating an electric net with arcs of electricity. Most of the ice needles that touched the net were instantly deflected or vaporized. Only a few slipped through the cracks and grazed the two men, leaving tiny streaks of blood on their faces, necks, and hands. The cold air penetrated the wounds, bringing a piercing pain and numbness. Victor scoffed smugly at the two men's slightly disheveled appearances. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You're using so much energy, are you going to be exhausted? What a pity! I only just warmed up." Chapter 115. The size of a person's ability pool depends on their individual talent, and the amount of dark amber they absorb. Victor has never lacked dark amber, and she and Fu Kanwen had already expended considerable effort fighting the pseudo-human and Zhou Xiao in the square. If they were to go head-to-head with Victor, they would have a hard time gaining the upper hand. They needed to use their brains, and not engage in a protracted battle. What should they do? Jianlai dodged Victor's attacks, her mind racing. The ice cones collided, but she wasn't strong enough for Victor, and sneak attacks wouldn't work. Victor was agile, and only by continuously attacking after a successful strike could he absorb all the attacks. But the problem was how to land the first strike. If only there was something that could slow him down. Although genetic modification involves the integration of multiple animal and plant genes, ultimately, like hers, the dominant biological gene should take precedence. It was as if she could transform into a snow leopard. Then what about Victor? Thinking of Victor's extendable tongue, his vertical golden pupils, and the scales on his skin, Jianlai could already conclude that the dominant gene in his body must be the chameleon gene. Chameleons are cold-blooded creatures, native to the tropics, and are extremely sensitive to cold temperatures, as their reactions become much slower in low temperatures. Got it. Jianlai let out a low cry, dodging Victor's attack again. He leaped back several times to distance himself from Victor, while continuously releasing ice cones to counterattack Victor, denying him a chance to close in. With one hand, Victor formed an ice wall to block Jianlai and Fu Songwen's attacks, while his other hand, clenched into a sharp claw, approached Jianlai again. "It's useless. Your little bit of ice can't hurt me." "Really? What about this?" A frigid storm, centered around Jianlai, spread madly through the room. The floor, walls, and ceiling were quickly coated in a thick layer of frost, transforming the room into a vast ice cellar. Steam gushed from the three people's mouths as they spoke. If Jianlai hadn't been wearing thick clothing, even she would have turned into a snow leopard in public. She didn't believe Victor could withstand this level of cold. Victor sneered, "So what if you can make ice? This little bit of ice will eventually be used by me." Victor roared, and the ice layer that had been enveloping his feet trembled, forcing Jianlai's freezing movements to a halt. More and sharper ice spikes materialized from thin air, shooting towards Jianlai and Fu Kanwen like a violent storm. Fu Songwen's electric net revived, but this time, the ice spikes were dozens of times thicker than the needles and far more numerous than before. Despite Fu Songwen's fierce resistance, the barrage continued, piercing through the tough combat uniforms and piercing into the flesh of both men. Jianlai? Fu Kanwen turned sharply and saw Jianlai, not far from him, also battered by the barrage of ice spikes. However, a confident smile graced her face, and he felt instantly relieved. He had assumed she was so eager for revenge that she'd been provoked into losing her composure. It seemed he'd been worrying too much. Jianlai must have figured out a plan, he just had to cooperate. His lightning ability was highly offensive and powerful, but it consumed a great deal of energy. If it couldn't penetrate the opponent's armor, the damage it could inflict on Victor would be greatly reduced. He simply changed his strategy and began to cooperate with Jian Lai, playing a supporting role. Fu Kanwen withdrew the Raging Thunder Dragon and switched to using small, but continuous arcs of electricity to disrupt Victor's movements. Victor, annoyed, no longer had the patience to aim his ice spikes at the two. Instead, he used a large ice wall like Jian Lai. Thick ice walls continuously formed, blocking Jian Lai's escape route, and the spacious room became increasingly cramped. The distance between Jian Lai and Victor narrowed. An egg against a rock. Seeing his success was imminent, Victor grew more and more arrogant. However, mid-smile, he quickly realized something was amiss. The room grew colder, as cold as an ice cellar. His body gradually lost control, his movements outpacing his thoughts. Each attack required several times more energy than before, and Victor finally grew impatient. He suddenly realized Jian Lai's intentions. This woman truly lived up to being the daughter of Tan Qiuyue and Jiang Xueshen. Even in this life-or-death situation, with such a huge disparity in power, she was still desperately searching for his weaknesses. Just like your mother, she has some brains, but in the face of absolute strength, brains are useless. Victor roared hoarsely, ignoring Fu Songwen's lightning harassment. Even when he intensified the arcs, he remained unmoved. He braved several arcs that brushed past him, and recklessly lunged at Jian Lai. The lightning assault, his aching body unleashed its potential. Victor's speed was astonishing, reaching Jian Lai in a flash. Jian Lai hurriedly formed an ice shield to block, but as expected, the shield shattered. Victor's sharp claws gripped Jian Lai's blocking arm, his nails digging into flesh, sending blood gushing out. However, Jian Lai didn't dodge or struggle. Instead, he grasped Victor's other hand tightly. She had waited too long for this moment. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. A powerful chill surged from her palm, flowing directly into Victor's body from the point of contact with it, freezing his surging blood inch by inch. This was the method she had previously devised when she had first aided Ma Jing, who had been infected by the red sandfly. Human blood is also a liquid, so it can naturally be frozen. And if all blood vessels were frozen, the person would be dead. Victor shuddered, his meridians tingling with pain. He instantly understood Jian Lai's intention. She intended to attack him from the inside, freezing him to death. In shock and rage, Victor ignored everything else. His sharp right claws immediately released Jian Lai and slapped her shoulder, sending her flying. The powerful blow at such close range caused Jian Lai to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall heavily to the ice. Victor wanted to continue, but he didn't dare approach Jian Lai again, fearing she might have more tricks up her sleeve. He could only endure the chill, and continued to wield his ice blade. Fu Kanwen swiftly stepped forward, taking advantage of Victor's slowness, and striking him on the back with a close-range palm. He simultaneously rekindled his lightning power, unleashing it with the force necessary to finish him off. Victor stumbled, barely avoiding Fu Songwen's close-quarters attack, but he couldn't dodge the ensuing lightning. He was met with a powerful blow of lightning, flung back against the wall. He wiped the blood from his mouth, panting heavily, and shattered the ceiling light with an ice blow. He quickly pressed a button on the wall, turning the heat to full blast. Without light, the room suddenly dimmed, relying on the sunlight filtering through the glass curtain wall. Even more terrifying was the fact that Victor's scaly right arm began to change color. In the dim light, it mimicked the surrounding colors, blending in with the surroundings. In the intense battle, it was difficult to immediately identify his right arm. He probably has chameleon genes. Be careful of his disguise. Jian Lai, enduring the excruciating pain, climbed to his feet. Before Fu Songwen's brain could fully process this information, his body had already dodged in response to Jian Lai's instructions. But it was too late. Utilizing his strange disguise, Victor remained motionless, while his arm silently appeared behind Fu Kanwen. His right claw, blending in with the surroundings, could even extend longer than his arm. Who knew what animal's genes this was? The claw, packed with terrifying power, pierced Fu Songwen's left shoulder. If Jian Lai hadn't warned him in time, Victor's claw would have pierced Fu Songwen's heart. Fu Kanwen. Are you okay? Fu Kanwen, struck hard, staggered a few steps to distance himself from Victor, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry, I be fine until this old monster is dead. Despite his words, Victor's next attack was already imminent. Start with you, annoying bug. Die! Roar! At the critical moment, a heart-shaking leopard roar echoed throughout the room. Victor turned and looked back. He saw only a pile of clothes where Jian Lai had been, and a snow leopard perched on top, lunging towards him, The snow leopard moved with lightning speed, reaching Victor in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws aimed precisely at Victor's right shoulder, tearing off a large piece of scaly flesh and skin, revealing the bare bones beneath. Shit! Victor wailed in agony and stepped back. After the immense pain, a fiery, sinister glow blazed from his golden pupils. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Eve, you truly are the most perfect masterpiece, capable of switching between human and animal forms. The snow leopard stood in front of Fu Conwen, its gray-blue eyes fixed coldly on Victor as it growled menacingly. 10 years ago, powerless, she could only watch helplessly as her mother was murdered by Victor. 10 years later, she wouldn't let anyone she cared about die before her eyes. Fu Conwen struggled to his feet and stood shoulder to shoulder with the snow leopard. All three suffered significant injuries, and a brief stalemate ensued. Victor was the first to move. The room's heating was on full blast, and the ice gradually melted, leaving puddles of water on the slippery surface. But now the situation was a fight to the death. After several exchanges, Jian Lai and Fu Conwen hadn't yet exhausted their abilities and fallen into dormancy. This made Victor increasingly impatient, no longer as aggressive as before. He knew that if he dragged on any longer, by the time Jian Lai and Fu Conwen's reinforcements arrived, his chances of victory would be even slimmer. Thinking of this, Victor grew even more frantic, fighting with all his might. The three sides engaged in another chaotic battle, blood and ice shards flying everywhere. The snow leopard and Fu Conwen suffered more and more wounds. Victor, fighting 1 against 2, was in even more horrific condition, his humanoid half torn and tattered. Knowing there was no hope of escape, he charged head-on, gripping the snow leopard's neck tightly. Ignoring the wound on his back from Fu Conwen's blow, he thrust his sharp right claw into Jian Lai's abdomen. Eve, my dear girl, go to hell with me. Chapter 116. Jian Lai bit down on the back of Victor's neck. The snow leopard shifted slightly, absorbing the blow with its sturdy thigh. Fu Conwen gathered all his remaining energy and charged out another thunder dragon. However, as he watched the snow leopard entangled with Victor, he hesitated. The thunder dragon roared in Fu Conwen's palm, illuminating Victor's hideous, twisted features with uncanny clarity. Now! Jian Lai's eyes shrieked. A fierce glint flashed in the snow leopard's eyes. After fiercely tearing off a piece of flesh, it spat at his side and roared at Fu Conwen, urging him on. According to the urge, Fu Conwen dared not hesitate. If Victor broke free again, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause, potentially dragging both of them into a desperate situation. Fu Conwen gritted his teeth, aimed his palm downward at Victor's head, and thunder and lightning rained down like a divine punishment. Ah! Victor's entire body convulsed violently, his eyes pierced by lightning, and sparks flew from his head, instantly igniting his hair. Seeing the flames spread and threaten to reach the snow leopard, Fu Conwen hurriedly smashed a broken block of ice against Victor's head, extinguishing the flames. Severely wounded, Victor could no longer restrain Jian Lai, and his attack ceased. But Jian Lai, entangled with Victor, inevitably received a large amount of electrical current, causing the snow leopard to convulse, and its grip on Victor to loosen. Fu Conwen seized the opportunity to separate the man and the leopard, then picked up a large, broken ice blade and stabbed it into Victor's heart. Blood flowed from Victor's mouth, but Fu Conwen, still uneasy, grabbed his head and slammed it against the ice several more times. After confirming that he was unable to recover, he stumbled over to the fallen snow leopard and hugged her tightly. The wound on the snow leopard's hind leg was so deep it exposed the bone, and blood flowed profusely, staining large swathes of its fur red. She still managed to hold on, her eyes fixed on Victor, who lay motionless on the ground. "Are you all right?" Fu Conwen blurted out, realizing only then that his voice and hands were trembling. Jian Lai no longer had the strength to reply. The snow leopard retracted its sharp claws, gently patted Fu Conwen's chest with its paw pads, and then pointed tremblingly in Victor's direction. Fu Conwen quickly replied, "Don't worry, he's powerless to resist. He's doomed." The snow leopard's front paws were still pointed in Victor's direction. Fu Conwen understood that this was her obsession, and she wouldn't rest until she confirmed it herself. So, he carefully set her down. Enduring the excruciating pain, the snow leopard dragged its injured hind leg and, with Fu Conwen's help, stepped closer to Victor. Using her last bit of strength, she pressed down hard on the ice blade that had pierced Victor's heart. The ice blade sank completely into Victor's body, but that wasn't enough. She pressed a few more powerful blows against his chest, ensuring he was completely dead and beyond any chance of survival. Only then did she limp and collapse to the ground on the other side. The ground was covered in the icy water from the melted ice, mingling with the blood of the three people, creating a horrific and bloody scene. Jianlai stared at the crimson before her, then with difficulty turned her eyes to look at Fu Conwen. He was seriously injured, but he didn't appear to be in danger of death. This time, in the pool of blood, it was her enemy who died, not someone she loved. That was good. She closed her eyes in peace, letting her consciousness sink into nothingness. Jianlai. Fu Songwen's heart nearly stopped when she saw her eyes close. In that instant, he no longer cared about the pain in his body. He rushed forward and hugged her limp body tightly. Jianlai shall lie. Wake up! Don't scare me. Fu Conwen held the snow leopard, his touch still warm. His hands trembled violently, and he frantically reached out to feel for the pulse on the snow leopard's neck. The pulse was so weak, as if it would stop at any moment. He hurriedly pressed his ear against the snow leopard's chest. Amidst the sharp ringing in his ears and the frantic, unsteady thump of his own heartbeat, he caught the faint yet resilient sound of Jianlai's heartbeat, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Conwen was completely exhausted, his whole body drained of strength. He rested his forehead against the snow leopard's blood-stained fur, gasping for breath, tears streaming uncontrollably. The overwhelming panic and fear washed over the beach like waves, repeatedly pounding his panicked, fragile heart. He almost thought he was going to lose her again. Tears mixed with the blood on Fu Songwen's face, dripping down onto Jianlai's blood-stained fur. Fu Conwen hurriedly wiped his hands on his inner garment, then reached out to carefully wipe the tears and blood stains from Jianlai's fur. After confirming there were no new wounds underneath, Fu Conwen breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize belatedly that he had burst into tears. It's okay. Many military doctors have arrived from District 13. I take you down to find them. Fu Conwen rasped, comforting Jianlai and himself. He simply couldn't bear the pain of losing her again. What if? Fu Conwen didn't know what he could do. Even the thought of it was too much for him. Stop making noise. I'm so tired. Fu Conwen hurriedly lowered his head, only to see the snow leopard in his arms rapidly shrink and transforming into a human in the blink of an eye. Jianlai's long eyelashes trembled on her pale face. After several attempts, she finally opened her eyes, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible. You cried? Fu Conwen shook his head, but no words came to his lips. He stared greedily at the person in his arms, not daring to blink, as if the person would disappear again in the blink of an eye. Jianlai regained some strength in his arms and forced a smile. I'm not really dirty now, and my mouth tastes of blood. You? Dislike? Before Fu Conwen could react, she muttered to herself in a lower voice. Dislike is useless. Fu Conwen was overjoyed to see her awake, staring at Jianlai with wide eyes, afraid that he would miss even the slightest discomfort on her part. However, the tinnitus in his ears only allowed him to hear Jianlai's mouth opening and closing, and he couldn't catch a peek at the last half of her sentence, as faint as a mosquito's. What did you say? Fu Conwen instinctively leaned forward, placing his ear close to Jianlai's lips. I didn't hear you just now. Can you say it again? However, Jianlai didn't greet him with a repetition. She gathered her strength, straightened Fu Songwen's head, then raised her head, and kissed him on the lips. The kiss was fleeting, soft and fleeting, like an incredible dream. Looking at the blood stain on Fu Songwen's lips, Jianlai let out a triumphant smile. Fu Conwen froze in his tracks. The soft touch of her lips flashed by, along with the sly, wicked grin of the man in his arms, now a sight of triumph. The relief of surviving, the ecstasy of regaining what had been lost, and the sudden, overwhelming impact of Jianlai's kiss all combined, leaving him unable to suppress the long-suppressed emotion surging in his chest. That's not enough. He lowered his head and, with a touch of ferocity, kissed her cold, soft lips back. Unlike the fleeting touch from before, Fu Songwen's kiss was fierce and urgent, carrying the salty bitterness of tears and the sweet, pungent flavor of blood. A sense of fear and certainty lingered in his plunder, as if to prove her existence, to confirm that she had truly survived this battle. Jianlai was already exhausted, and his eager, passionate kiss nearly choked her. She pounded his chest twice with her hands, but couldn't move them. She bit his lower lip lightly, trying to calm him down, but he mistook it for a response and kissed her even more fiercely, his arms tightening as if to sink her whole body into his ribs. In desperation, Jianlai bit him hard on the lips, drawing blood from his lower lip. Fu Conwen, reeling from the pain, finally regained his composure and pushed him away slightly, his eyes still piercing her, as if to pierce through her. Jianlai took the opportunity to turn her head, taking a deep breath, before meeting Fu Songwen's gaze again. She glared at him uncontrollably, her breath unsteady. Captain Fu, wake up. We're survivors, not drugged. Look at the state we're in. And I'm so cold. Fu Conwen, confused, followed Jian Lai's suggested gaze and looked down. She had just returned to her human form, naked and covered in wounds. With all the blood loss and no warm clothing, she was at risk of hypothermia. He hurriedly picked up the clothes Jian Lai had dropped, only then realizing the situation. A flush rushed to Fu Sungwen's ears. He knew they were red by now, no need to look. He had actually disregarded Jian Lai's safety in such circumstances. He was simply inhuman. Regret and self-blame instantly overwhelmed him. I'm sorry. Fu Conwen was speechless, mortified. He handed the clothes to Jian Lai, then turned his back, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, not daring to look back at Jian Lai. The reckless energy he had shown earlier had vanished without a trace. Jian Lai's strength was limited, so she dressed slowly. Fu Conwen patiently listened to the rustling of fabric behind him. How are you feeling now? It's a mess down there, so we have to wait a while before we can get out. This room is enclosed, so the puppets won't be able to find it for a while, so it's relatively safe. The heater's on now, and the temperature will gradually rise, perfect for rest. If you're not seriously injured, let's rest for a while. Once the battlefield stabilizes, we find the accompanying military doctor to see you. It's okay, let's rest for a while. Jian Lai finished dressing and leaned against Fu Sungwen's chest. Extreme exhaustion washed over her once again. She forced her eyes open, looking at Victor's body on the ground, confirming, Victor is dead, right? Yes. You killed him. You successfully avenged him and eliminated the enemy of all humanity. You're a hero. Dead is good. I'm so sleepy. I need a nap. Fu Conwen held the comatose Jian Lai tightly in his arms. The two of them cuddled on the cold, bloody ground, listening to each other's steady breathing and heartbeats, seeking warmth. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds of fighting in the square below gradually died down, replaced by deafening cheers. Fu Conwen curled his lips. Humanity ultimately won this battle. While this battle wasn't enough to completely eliminate the pseudo-humans, this victory meant their lair had been wiped out. From now on, they just needed to be more vigilant, slowly clearing out and preventing them. Jian Lai, wake up. We still have work to do. After we check on the injuries, go somewhere safe and sleep later, okay? Fu Sungwen's voice was soft, his movements gentle, but Jian Lai was a light sleeper, so she woke almost immediately after he called her, though still a little sleepy. Fu Conwen glanced at the blood clots on Jian Lai's legs, bent down without hesitation, and carried her on his back. But his shoulder was injured, and his left hand couldn't exert much strength. He needed to hold Jian Lai steady with his right, so he had to let Jian Lai, who was on his back, use one hand to help drag Victor's body. And so, the two of them dragged Victor's body all the way to the square. Victor's scaly, uneven, half-human, half-ghost corpse lay exposed to the public, and the cheering square suddenly fell silent. What kind of monster is this? A new one? Oh my god, how disgusting. Look carefully. Fu Conwen paused, his voice hoarse but remarkably loud, commanding the attention of the entire square without the need for amplification. This is the new human created by the Human Genetic Modification Program District 19 has been promoting. This is the so-called new human program being promoted by your District 19 administrator, Victor Blackwood, in pursuit of immortality, disregarding ethics and morality. Everything he did was self-serving. Space exploration, interstellar migration, all lies. Everything he did was to cover up his crimes and ambitions. Can you believe the words of such an inhuman monster? Everyone in the square is a human elite. I believe you have your own judgment of right and wrong. A deathly silence fell in the crowd, and then a fiercer roar of curses erupted. Without exception, they were all cursing Victor. The people of District 19 had long been suppressing their anger. They cursed Victor, the hypocrite, the system, and even heaven. Ultimately, no one would blame Jian Lai for everything. Fu Conwen held Jian Lai's legs on his back, ignoring the boiling noise and complex scrutiny around him. He carried her steadily across the corpse-strewn square, step by step, towards the troops of District 13. Jian Lai lay on his broad back, her wound still aching. Victor. Her mother was dead, her vengeance avenged, yet her heart felt empty. It turned out that revenge didn't bring her joy. The obsession she always held within her had become a part of her. Now that obsession was gone, it had taken a piece of her heart with it. Revenge had been taken, but her mother would never live again. She had just survived the ordeal, and her heart was filled with joy. Why did she feel so strangely empty now that she was at peace? Jianlai couldn't understand. Scalding tears streamed down her cheeks, silently falling like a string of beads that hit Fu Sungwen's neck and sank into his clothes. He froze for a moment, but didn't pause. He silently carried her on his back, step by step, and continued walking forward. Chapter 117. When Jianlai opened her eyes again, her nose sensed her life before her eyes did. The smell of disinfectant and blood filled her nostrils. It was a scent she was all too familiar with. Struggling to survive in the apocalypse, it was everywhere. Beneath her lay a simple camp bed, which creaked and squeaked with the slightest movement. She was covered with a thin blanket. Beside her was Fu Conwen, reclining on another camp bed, his shoulder heavily bandaged. His right hand held a document, resting on his lap. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed in his sleep. Jianlai had no idea how long she had slept. She figured Fu Conwen must have been seriously injured, and he was still recovering from his sleep. As soon as she moved, Fu Conwen opened his eyes and woke. Awake? How do you feel? His voice was hoarse, fresh from waking and gentle. Thirst. Jianlai tried to move, her entire body aching as if every part had been disassembled and reassembled, feeling like it was no longer the original parts. Fu Conwen stood up, poured her a glass of warm water, and carefully held it to her lips. We're at the temporary medical station in District 19. Jianlai followed Fu Sungwen's movements, sipping rapidly. She finally finished the entire glass before recovering. Fu Conwen casually set the cup down, but didn't return to his cot to rest. Instead, he pulled it over and sat at the head of Jianlai's bed. The apparent puppets in District 19 have been located and eliminated. The subsequent cleanup, as well as assisting in the removal of the puppets in District 9, will be left to Shi Wenjing and the others. She's grown a lot from this operation. I don't think her father would have any objections to her leading the team from now on. As for Victor, some people in District 13 might not have given up on their human modification experiments, but were just waiting for the right moment. Seeing his condition, they wouldn't dare raise such a request anytime soon. Even if they did, no one would approve of his approach within 10 years. Unless the Earth has deteriorated to the point where human technology and natural evolution can no longer keep pace, such a bold plan would be revived. So, Victor's body has been burned to prevent any viruses from spreading through him. Jianlai listened quietly, her memories gradually returning. Victor was dead. What happened to his body was of no concern to her. She looked around. The small tent only had room for 2 cots. District 13 had set up a makeshift medical tent in District 19. It seemed that while humanity had won, they had suffered heavy casualties. She pursed her lips, glancing at the bandages wrapped around Fu Sungwen's body. All the wounds had been treated promptly, so he should be fine. Fu Conwen caught her gaze, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I'm fine. They're just minor injuries. They look scary. You, on the other hand, lost so much blood and developed a high fever in the middle of the night. It kept coming back, nearly scaring me to death. It's normal to have a fever after an injury. One reason is that blood loss doesn't allow enough perfusion to your organs, so you have to compensate by raising your temperature to speed up metabolism. Also, inflammation caused by tissue damage can cause a fever. As long as the fever isn't caused by wound infection, it's not a big deal. You're the one who got injured and had a fever, so you can still give me some professional advice. Do you know how dangerous yesterday was? If it happened to someone you cared about, I doubt you'd be able to remain so calm. Someone I care about. Jianlai's heart was gently struck by those 4 words. She looked up to meet Fu Sungwen's deep gaze, her gaze slowly descending until it finally rested on his lips. Then she looked away as if struck by electricity. She said absently. Fu Conwen didn't reply. The tent fell silent, save for the mingling of their breathing. Fu Conwen stared at Jianlai's slightly flushed face, his Adam's apple moving slightly, his voice a little hoarse and deeper than before. Why did you suddenly call me old Fu? Really? Jianlai turned to look at him, subconsciously asking. The words old Fu were all too familiar to her. Although they had been apart for 10 years, to her, those 10 years were nothing more than a sleepless night. It was normal for her to blurt them out sometimes. But it was different for Fu Conwen. The 10 years he had spent alone were real. Those 10 years, he had never forgotten her. After finally finding her, she'd lost her memory. Hearing a familiar name suddenly would surely make him extremely sensitive. She shouldn't have instinctively avoided it. In fact, she had a dream the night she read the research log, and upon waking, her memory had returned. But at that time, she'd been concentrating on dying alongside Victor, never considering her chances of survival after receiving the reward. Also, while her current body seemed perfectly fine, she was, after all, the world's only genetically engineered new human, and there was no telling what unforeseen circumstances might arise. The pseudo-human's situation was urgent, and various issues were piling up. In short, she ran away. She didn't immediately tell Fu Kanwen about her memory recovery. But now that Fu Kanwen had noticed and asked about it, she shouldn't continue to lie to him. Having achieved great revenge, the obsession in her heart has dissipated, and there's indeed a sense of emptiness. But it's undeniable that being alive is wonderful. There's a sense of grounded reality. She's still alive, so she should live well and cherish the people around her. As for the future, she'll have to wait until that time comes to tell. Actually, Captain Fu, I heard Jianlai's awake? Jianlai had just begun to confess, but someone yanked the tent curtain open from outside, forcing her to swallow her words back. Lu Yifan's loud voice and careless movements accompanied his entrance. He poked his head in, confirmed that Jianlai was truly awake, and immediately called the others in. Captain Fu, why didn't you tell me Jianlai woke up? Fu Kanwen swallowed the words Jianlai was about to say, and a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. He grumbled to Lu Yifan, who had interrupted him. What's all the fuss? You woke her up even though she wasn't awake. Hey! Aren't you just so happy to hear the medics say our Dawnbreaker team member is awake? Lu Yifan scratched his head, completely unaware of his captain's disdain. He smiled brightly at Jianlai again. Jianlai, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Did we bother you? No. Of course she'd say no if you ask her that now. Alright, Captain Fu. Jianlai gently tugged on Fu Songwen's shirt, smoothing things over for Lu Yifan. Are you all okay? As Fu Kanwen had predicted, Shi Wenjing had calmed down considerably after the battle, though her fiery nature remained. Even if she restrained herself somewhat, she was still carefree, unlike Feng Jiejun, who could read the mood. She walked over to Jianlai's bedside and began, Did we come at a bad time to interrupt Captain Fu's good time? I'm glad to hear that. Ahem. Jianlai uncomfortably changed the subject. Didn't you come to visit me? Why are you guys chatting? Why don't you guys go out and fight, giving me, the patient, some space? The others then gathered around, laughing and chatting about the events that had unfolded since the battle. Everyone on the Dawn-breaking team was injured, but Jianlai was the most seriously injured. Even Ma Jing was fine. After Jianlai had his arm sealed, Shi Wenjing immediately took him to the medical team. With their help, they managed to save his arm by bleeding out the red dragonfly and forcing it out. Although he lost too much blood and wasn't in good condition yet, he was still in better shape than Jianlai. After a period of bustle, Jianlai felt sleepy again, and the team members tactfully left, leaving Jianlai and Fu Kanwen alone in peace. Fu Kanwen noticed her tired expression, but didn't pursue the unfinished question. He simply tucked her blanket in and returned to her cot. Silence returned to the tent. A moment later, Jianlai's eyes widened. We haven't left for Area 4 yet. We go. I arranged the supplies. You sleep first. We go once you're better. Okay. After receiving a reassuring response, Jianlai felt relieved and fell back asleep. Soon, she could hear the sound of steady breathing. Looking at her sleeping face, Fu Kanwen couldn't help but let a gentle smile spread across his face. He suddenly felt that the issues he'd been struggling with were no longer a problem. Whether she regained her memory or not didn't matter. What mattered was that she was by his side. What mattered was that she was alive. Jianlai's injuries healed quickly. She was able to walk in just 3 days. The doctors were amazed at her speed, hailing her as worthy of being a person with the most powerful abilities. Only Fu Kanwen knew that this was partly due to the advantages of genetic modification. Besides these advantages, she also carried many unknown risks and uncertainties. Thankfully, Professor Ten had the foresight to leave Bubu behind. Bubu knew all of Jianlai's body data, so if anything unexpected happened, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, Fu Kanwen felt much more at ease. Can we leave? Jianlai stood in the middle of the tent, packing her things with her head down. She turned when she heard the voice, and saw the headlights overhead, completely illuminating her. Her hair had grown considerably longer, flowing smoothly over her shoulders, its tips curling slightly. The light cast a faint golden glow, softening her sharp, cold demeanor. When she was silent, her expression remained stern. This hero of humanity, the champion of the final battle, possessed immense power, but also possessed a sullen face, making him a formidable figure. However, the powerful always possessed the ability to stand out from the crowd, and the others readily accepted this characterization. With Jianlai's sullen face and bad temper, few dared approach her. This, however, was just fine for her. Given the unique nature of her status, it was safer to maintain a low profile. Let's go! The two said goodbye to the main group and set off on the journey back to District 4. Now, Fu Kanwen had boldly let Shi Wenjing take charge. With the assistance of Feng Jiejun and others, she would serve as the commander of Dawn Break during the final sweep of the pseudo-humans in Districts 19 and 9. No one questioned the dangers of Fu Kanwen and Jianlai traveling to District 4. They simply quietly packed their car with weapons, equipment, first aid kits, food, and water. Before leaving, the two deliberately returned to District 19 to pick up Bubu from Elder Fu Linchuan's home, only to find that the old man had once again crammed a large amount of food into the car. If it weren't for the extra gasoline and other tools, the old man would have practically loaded the car with their entire family. It was like the days before the apocalypse, when after the Lunar New Year, the children left their hometowns for work again, and the elderly family members desperately filled the trunk of their children's car with local specialties. Using Yubu's information and Fu Sungwen's extensive experience, the SUV quickly returned to District 4. District 4 was even more desolate and dilapidated than when Jianlai had left. After the tsunami, the water hadn't completely receded, and the sea level had risen, completely submerging the entire laboratory entrance. The salty sea breeze, tinged with a putrid stench, swirled and drifted over the empty ruins. The once gleaming signboards were eroded by the sea, crumbling to smithereens. Only a few half-remaining buildings emerged from the water, standing like tombstones for the entire city. Watching her former hometown reduced to ruins, Jianlai felt mixed emotions. The location Bubu provided is completely submerged. The water depth is estimated to be 2 meters. We need to change into diving gear before descending. Fu Sungwen's voice brought Jianlai back to reality from her chaotic memories. She took the diving gear, but didn't rush to put it on. Homesickness. So this is what it feels like. You know what? When I woke up in the lab, although I had no memories, I was filled with hatred. It's hatred that has kept me going until now. Even just now, I was wondering why Buba had the Spark program in his program, and why he called me Eve when he saw me wake up. But just now, it suddenly dawned on me. After the genetic injection, my body underwent a drastic change. It couldn't handle the intensity, so it was forced into hibernation. It's like when you update your system, the screen goes black while all the hardware and software are slowly becoming compatible and debugging. Mom and Dad believe I will wake up someday in the future. But Dad isn't sure what stage humanity will have reached when I wake up. Originally, in his mind, Victor should have been dead long ago, so he didn't need me to avenge my mother. He simply knew what the word Eve meant to me, and he wanted to stir the hatred deep within me, so I could live for it. But he was afraid I would be carried away by hatred and become a walking corpse, so he emphasized that I was a member of the Spark Project, humanity's last hope. He wanted me to refuse to give up until I found humanity, to carry humanity's hopes and live strong. Then, I would work hard to revive humanity, and over time, I would forget the hatred. Fu Kanwen placed all his equipment at his feet and gently embraced Jianlai. Uncle is right. You are humanity's spark. You are a spark that ignites a prairie fire. We've seen hope, haven't we? Life will get better, and better from now on. Yeah. Jianlai buried her face in his chest and reached out to hug him back. Bubu watched from the side for a moment. Seeing that the two showed no sign of letting go, he walked to their feet. His arms were too short to wrap around them both, so he wrapped one arm around each thigh and called out in a baby voice, "You still have Bubu?" "Yes. I still have Bubu." Jianlai smiled through her tears and patted Bubu's curly hair. "I still have Dawn and you and many tomorrows." With Bubu's help, the two quickly found all the stored data. After packing and sealing all the data and genetic samples, they resurfaced on shore. The setting sun had dyed the entire sky a vibrant orange-red. East, west, and east, like spilled dye. The law of the apocalypse. The more beautiful the sky, the more unpredictable the weather. The three of them didn't dare linger, and immediately set out on the road back to District 13. Before them lay the hope of humanity, and behind them lay the magnificent scenery, like an oil painting. Jianlai stared ahead, a sudden realization dawning. Fu Kanwen. I remember you're 5 years younger than me, right? What's wrong? Shouldn't you call me sister? Rationally, that's right. But if I remember correctly, the 10 years you spent in hibernation shouldn't count as age. Now I'm 5 years older than you. Shouldn't you call me brother? You want to be my brother so badly? I don't want to be your brother, but I want to hear you call me brother. Do you want to call me sister? Then, what if I say, if you call me sister, I might consider it? What do you mean? Fu Kanwen suddenly froze in place, staring at Jian Lai's back. Jian Lai, still walking, turned her back to him and shook her head. Forget it if you don't understand. I understand. Sister. Fu Kanwen hurriedly followed her steps. I called you sister, and you can't regret it. Looking at his eager and serious expression, like a fool, Jian Lai couldn't help but smile. I won't regret it for now. As for the future, it depends on your performance.